Volume 8. Chapter 699, Ghostface Mask and Bear Flag. Chapter 699, Ghostface Mask and Bear Flag. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Inside the warehouse, everyone's eyes were wide open. It was extremely quiet. Qin Zishan was the first to regain his senses. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, he started to break the silence and laugh. "Your servant has quite the character. I heard that he was someone that came out of the huge tide? I have some over at my place too. They are truly arrogant and untamed people. I think it is the norm of their environment. After a while of polishing, they will become much better." Mingzhu also regained her senses. She acted as though nothing happened and laughed. "Young master is really experienced. No wonder I frequently hear that young master is capable and experienced, and does not go about mixing with disputes and misunderstandings. It truly is real. Mingzhu is inexperienced at this. I hope that young master does not take offense." Qin Zishan was secretly pleased, but he maintained his humble expression. "At least I managed to see Miss Mingzhu smiling today." He felt that it was worth it. Not only was he not angered by Tang Tian's actions, but instead felt that it was perfect. The two of them laughed and talked, and the atmosphere became better. With an ashen face, Tang Tian walked to the backyard. Seeing a pool, he immediately jumped in. After being immersed in the water, the cooling sensation seeped into him and caused the anger in his mind to subside. Tang Tian's pupils became calm and profound, as dark as the abyss. That terrifying nightmare had abruptly woken him. What is there to fear? Afraid that you will harm the others? That you are unclear of the situation and are not a bleedo act? Afraid of the future? The young man was questioning himself. Is that why I'm lost? Is that why I'm hesitating? Is that why I am so anxious and desperate? Is that why I am telling myself that everything will get better? What a shame. As long as you have fear in your heart will always conceal the cowardice, and you will always find a joke off an excuse for yourself. He clenched his fists so tight that his fingernails were white. You have a heavy responsibility, and it should not become the reason for you to run and hide. The future is unknown and has many dangers, but that should not be the reason that stops you. What does all of that complications have to do with you? Everyone is waiting for you to save them. They have kept you, protected you, trusted you, followed you through life and death. You have a duty. You don't know planning and don't know how to lead expeditions. If you lose your courage, what do you have? You're stupid, you're bold but not smart, you're unreasonable, you always rush forward into danger, but so what? You are Tang Tian, this is your style of fighting, this is your Dao path to victory. In the pool, Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, ripples undulated outwards, he could feel a flame combusting in his heart. All of the restrictions were being burnt by these flames. He felt himself brimming with power, he found back the familiar passion, he found back his fearless heart. Heh, he sneered without making a sound, his eyes burning with fire. Godlike young lad, go go go. The Purple Cuckoo City only have a few hundred people, I will find them first, and we can all find a way to communicate with the rest. That is a better scenario. Tang Tian remembered that old lady Shui had said that Han Bingning was bought by a person called Mr. Lin. Tang Tian emerged out of the water, wiped the water off of his face and then leapt out of the water. A few Shui family ladies passing by were shocked beyond words. Tang Tian ignored them and returned to his room. He was Tang Tian, despite being young, he was still a lord, the godlike young lad that had left a trail of skeletons wherever he went. After being clear of the puzzlement, after placing down the fear in his heart, his mind was extremely clear. His fearlessness and courage started to ignite like a torch in the night, burning the sky red. Back in his room, Tang Tian harmonized his breathing. A minute later, he became completely focused, his mind and heart extremely calm. Sin domain, so what? Even if it's the honorable Martial continent, I will barge in myself. He extended his arms, his fingers started to bend as he cracked his knuckles. The young man in the mirror had an extremely cold face, killing intent soaring from his entire body. Godlike young lad, you can only move forward, how can you pity yourself? In his mind, images of all of his friends swept past. Tang Tian smiled at the person in the mirror, the snow-white teeth were laced with a layer of killing intent. He retracted his gaze and with a calm expression, he walked out of the room, his eyes glimpsed onto the few children toy masks hanging on the bamboo poles, and thought about the time in humble forest planet, intercepting assassins on the young princess with Ling Su, when he donned the orangutan mask. Talk about coincidence, the young princess was also called Mingzhu. Thinking about that student which he had not met for a long time, he thought about how she had grown, and the gaze in Tang Tian's eyes became very gentle. He walked forward and removed one of the masks. It had a bloodied mouth and fierce, sharp teeth, with black hair and green eyes. Using a mask will be more appropriate. Tang Tian then found a black cloth that was sun-drying in the courtyard, and found a dye cask in the corner. The Shui family was in the clothes business, and all of these were common necessities. After looking for half a day, Tang Tian could not find a pen, and could only use a broom as a substitute, and started drawing with red dye. A distorted red bear appeared on the black cloth. It was extremely ugly. Tang Tian cringed. He could not bear to look at it. I was thinking of a magnificent and powerful big bear, but why did it turn out to be so ugly and stupid? He whimpered. After thinking for a bit, he knew that his drawing was nowhere passable, and very quickly gave up the urge to redraw. Looking around, he grabbed onto the pole which the black cloth was initially hung to dry. He found some ropes and quickly grabbed the red bear black cloth and tied it to the pole. This art is truly humiliating. Tang Tian smacked his lips. He waved it around. I should tighten it well. Alright, I'll have to put up with it. He grabbed onto the newly drawn bear flag, moving it up and down a few times. Tang Tian then disappeared. Not long later, Ming Zhu burst into Tang Tian's room in anger. Seeing that no one was around, her complexion changed. Tang Tian carried the flag and walked on the streets of the purple cuckoo city, causing the passers-by to make way for him. A man with a mask and a flag reeking with killing intent caused them all to be fearful. The black flag expanded out, and the red bear appeared in their eyes. It was extremely badly drawn. The red bear looked to be stupid and ugly, but the fresh red dye made it look like blood splattered on the black cloth, giving it a bizarre sense of killing intent. A ghost face mask and a bloodied bear black flag. Tang Tian stopped. He suddenly realized a problem. Where did Mr. Lin stay? He wanted to ask for directions, but all around him, there was nobody. Wherever his eyes swept, the passers-by would dodge him. Tang Tian felt a headache coming, but coincidentally he saw a person at the door of a shop. His eyes lit up and he walked over. Seeing the ghost face mask with the flag, he knew that it was a ferocious and evil man walking towards him. The young man's face immediately flushed white, and his legs started trembling. He held onto the wall as support, and watched as the other party closed in on him, and his entire body started trembling. The evil-looking figure was like a black cloud suppressing him, causing his entire world to become black as he was choked in the darkness. His mind went blank. Do you know how to get to Mr. Lin's house? A deep voice came out from the mask. The evil-looking figure was brimming with an oppressive aura. West, take the west route all the W away, T then. The young man who was mind blank stuttered. Thank you. The figure dissipated, and the oppressive feeling disappeared. The young man could no longer resist and sat down on the floor where he remained paralyzed. Tang Tian left just like that, and headed towards Mr. Lin's home. Mr. Lin? Could he have a grudge with her? What a dense killing intent. Quickly, follow him and watch. Are you trying to die? What if? We can follow from a distance, it will not be so dangerous. Along the road, figures followed eagerly like a school of fish. They jumped on the roofs and followed Tang Tian. Tang Tian walked on the west route. It was roughly 60 m wide, with tall stone walls at both sides that had a purple rattan cascading down the entire stretch of wall. Beautiful flowers of a variety of colors were scattered all along the sea of purple. There was no one on the street, and all the way to the end was a majestic fort. With the black flag on his shoulder, Tang Tian walked on the broad street alone. His footsteps were obvious. His complexion was livid like a tourist. The mask followed the rhythm of his footsteps, while the purple rattan gently swayed with the wind, and the black flag fluttered along. The blood-red bear flickered in the sea of purple. All of the spectators stopped at the entrance of the west route. The ghost face mask and the blood bear gave off an unspeakable intent. All of the spectators subconsciously held their breaths. In the silent west route, the only set of footsteps seemed to walk at a steady pace similar to a heartbeat. Every step thumped with killing intent. While Tang Tian was walking, the head of the bodyguards had already noticed him. He made it known that the incoming man had unkind intentions, causing all the bodyguards to go into alert. The loud warning system resonated throughout the entire fort. Inside the fort, it was in chaos. The bodyguards and soldiers all rushed out like a tide and went into position. It was as if the entire fort were facing against an enemy. A few figures rushed out and blocked Tang Tian's path. One of them spoke out. Fellow friend, this place is private. Is this Mr. Lin's home? A low voice came out. For some reason, some of them felt their body tense up. A cold feeling rose from their hearts. That's right. The head of the bodyguards became alarmed and asked, Can I ask who you are? Please give me your name, and I can report your arrival. That's good. Tang Tian muttered to himself. Tang Tian's act caused all the bodyguards to become even more tensed. He did not seem to be stable, causing the bodyguards who had great experience to be able to feel the killing intent despite the silence. An expert. The bodyguards subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Is this the calm before the storm? Tang Tian's eyes never stopped at the bodyguards. He looked at the fort behind them. The majestic fort was like an unfathomable giant beast, devouring anyone that enters. Behind the mask, Tang Tian suddenly laughed. He pulled out the flag from his shoulders and stabbed it onto the ground beside him. The hard sturdy rocks were pierced in like tofu, and with the wind, the black flag expanded out, causing the monstrous blood bear to look extremely sinister. He looked up, the ghost face mask looking up into the sky, took a deep breath, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Ursa Major Null Division, Han Bing Ning, report. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700, Hand Me My Friend. Chapter 700, Hand Me My Friend. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Inside the fort. Delin spoke. He's only one person, but he is able to produce such a fearsome air. I have never heard of this Ursa Major Null Division, but I can tell that he is not ordinary. Is he your commander? She had a tall stature and pure white skin, the color of her eyes resembled the ocean, her golden hair was tied up in a bun and gave off an air of arrogance. She was only 24 years old, but she was much more intellectually mature than people her age, and she was the one who bought Han Bing Ning. Over the past few days, she had grasped Han Bing Ning's personality. Han Bing Ning did not speak, but she did not treat it as disobedience, and continued to talk. Does he know you are here? Maybe he does. I think your Ursa Major Null Division only has you as a female. As long as he investigated a bit, he will naturally know of your whereabouts. Han Bing Ning remained silent, her vision became blurry as all of the memories of the past surfaced in her mind. She had met Tang Tian the first time at the Jaded Pond and Sea of Bamboos. Tang Tian's angry eyes and his crouched figure, beating the ink-black iron rhino with his hands, with all of his veins and arteries stretched taut. Ash went berserk, felt just like yesterday. The man I've always been chasing after, I've always been looking at your back. You best release me now. Han Bing Ning suddenly spoke out. On her back, a light needle wriggled down her spine. Oh? Delin looked at Han Bing Ning in surprise. It seems like you have confidence in him. He has never lost. Han Bing Ning raised her beautiful chin, her speech filled with a sense of pride. Because, he was the man she had always chased after. Countless people were willing to fight for him and were willing to shed first blood for him. As long as he raised his flag, countless people would in NBSP come running and NBSP forward, giving their lives for him. As long as he blew his bugle horn, heroes would gather. The high-spirited young man, their king. Han Bing Ning never said those words. She did not have to explain anything. Delin was not foolish, but instead, she sort of understood. She could feel the pride in Han Bing Ning. The deep, honest pride was for the figure down below. Seems like she is held captive. Tang Tian muttered. His voice was not loud, but his words were mixed in with the fluttering of the flag, and resonated to every corner that the wind could reach. His indifference and calmness was like the calm before the storm, quietly gathering an immense pressure, enveloping the entire place. Delin's face became gloomy. The more carefree the other party was, the more it spoke of their confidence. The ghost face mask turned towards her, causing Delin to become unsure if it was her hallucination or not. Behind the mask, Tang Tian sneered, not wanting to beat about the bush anymore. He extended his hands out and grabbed the flag. His 5 fingers wrapped around the flagpole tightly. The flag was lifted off the ground. His gaze landed on the fort, behind the mask. He licked his lips. It's slightly far, huh? His gaze suddenly turned extremely cold. The fighting intent that he had suppressed right from the beginning, along with the fiery evil surging in his heart, was like rumbling lava. After burning through the last thin layer of rock, the lava erupted and surged out. His mind suddenly had a brazen idea. The Ping family stealth techniques I learned. With that thought, Tang Tian's body instantly moved. The figure that was standing in the original positai on suddenly turned blurry. No one could see his movements. He flashed, and the blurry figure suddenly disappeared. He had returned to his original position, as if he did not even move. Boom! A loud sound erupted, like striking on a bass drum extremely loudly. It shook everyone's hearts. The big gate in front of the fort started to reveal spider web-like cracks. In the middle of all of it was a black flag. The flag drooped down, making the blood bear look unbearably funny. But no one laughed. Tang Tian's move had shocked everyone. No one had managed to see Tang Tian move, but only witnessed the air around him become slightly blurred. The more bizarre thing was there were no sound of his movements in the air, no whistling screeches due to its fast speed. The air did not even undulate. The bear flag seemed to have teleported itself and embedded itself into the big gate. Ping Shaoshan, who was amongst the crowd, looked at the bear flag blankly, his face void of blood. That ghost-face masked man. He initially had suspicions that it was the same man that had fought with him the night before, because their physiques were too similar. When Tang Tian made the move with the flag, he immediately confirmed his suspicions, but not only did it make him unhappy, it made him feel an unprecedented fear. He was completely shocked by the toss, and his mind went blank. The toss was done with spatial laws, and it was the Ping family stealth technique's spatial laws. If not for Ping Xiaoshan being extremely familiar with the feint movements, he would have not believed his ownies. The other party had actually integrated the Ping family's stealth techniques' spatial laws into his own techniques. The Ping family stealth techniques had changed throughout the generations, but there was no one that had successfully grasped the spatial laws and the techniques to be used as attacks. The spatial laws that the Ping family had grasped could only be used for stealth and concealment, and that was the reason why the 3 generations of the Ping family had gradually died out. Without any ability to fight, it was extremely difficult to survive in the Xin domain. The ideals and hopes of the Ping family had actually appeared in another person's hands, and right in front of me, and he only learned it last night. The impact that Ping Xiaoshan had suffered was unthinkable. The entire west route was completely silent. Tang Tian was completely oblivious to these thoughts. The move was purely accidental. He thought that the distance to the fort was too far, and a normal toss would prove to be difficult to hit. In the silence, footsteps gradually came up. The young man wearing the ghost face mask walked towards the fort. The bodyguards subconsciously stepped back. The head of the bodyguards was the first to react, although he was afraid, but he did not forget his responsibility. He resisted the fear in his heart and walked one step forward, and spoke with difficulty, "Sire. Hand me my friend." A calm and monotonous voice came out from behind the mask. The ghost face mask man's upper body did not move, his strides were leisurely, but every step that he took caused everyone's heart to tighten. "Did your sire get something wrong?" The bodyguard was rich with experience and knew that it was not the right time to admit anything. "Hand me my friend." The same monotonous voice came out. The determined and slow footsteps were the footsteps of death. The invisible cold aura was like autumn frost, permeating every corner of the entire place. The first to move were 5 bodyguards, as they blocked Tang Tian at his front. The ordinary, somber, and determined footsteps, along with the terrifying ghost face mask, continued to get closer to him, and the black flag embedded in the gate of the fort that had the blood-red bear seemed to be watching their every movement from the back. The distance between both parties got closer and closer. One of the pale bodyguard's mental state finally crumbled as he shouted and pounced towards Tang Tian. His actions was like the fuse, immediately causing the situation that was approaching a crisis to completely lose control. All of his companions beside him had their mental state stretched taut, and at that moment they subconsciously rushed along with him and pounced towards Tang Tian. The face of the head of the bodyguards changed, but at that moment he could no longer stop them. The look in his eyes became serious. "I might as well join them, no matter how strong the other party is, he is only one person." 5 figures pounced towards Tang Tian like lightning. Ping Xiaoshan's face changed, his heart jumping up to his throat. Miss De Lin's bodyguards were all elites and every individual was very strong. Every year, her residence would replenish with new blood, and Ping Xiaoshan had participated in one of the tests before, but was rejected. The 5 bodyguards were the elites, and Captain Hua, the leader, even had a name for himself. The 5 bodyguards moved out together in an imposing manner. A clump of black raindrops shot towards Tang Tian. The black raindrops pervaded a stench. It was called lacquer rain, and was extremely poisonous. A blade and a spear flanked Tang Tian's sides. The blade light surged like a fish in water, bringing forth dense bubbles. The spear was like a dragon, the fiery red flames surging forth like a red dragon, raising its head high and roaring out loud. A black figure appeared behind Tang Tian with unnoticeable lines that quickly formed into a large net. But the most vicious was still Captain Hua. His sword had disappeared, and was not in the combination of attacks. The ghost face mask young man was enveloped and swallowed up by the attacks, but suddenly, beneath the sinister and ugly ghost face mask, the indifferent and calm eyes suddenly lit up with splendor. The indescribable splendor was as calm as water, yet as bright and brilliant like a spirit. Tang Tian moved, and the splendor formed 2 bizarre light traces. His body suddenly became extremely weird, ash became blurred. The harsh environment of the Xin domain had made the citizens to feel despair. But Tang Tian felt extremely comfortable, like a fish in the water. He was extremely free. There was nothing as compatible to the Xin domain like the zero-energy bodies. Regardless of whether it was Heaven's Road or the Sacred Saint Galaxy, they were places filled with energy, and all around Tang Tian's zero-energy body was an interference and repelling force, making him like a drop of oil in water, unable to assimilate into the environment. But in the Xin domain, a place where no energy existed, a place where there was no repelling force, Tang Tian's zero-energy body was extremely compatible. Before, there was still a barrier between the two. But after enlightening on his laws, Tang Tian finally broke through this barrier, and the heartfelt congenial feeling with the environment was like how a fish finally entering water. It was something Tang Tian had never experienced before. It was an enjoyable feeling. The black lacquer, blade light, spear aura, and undetectable poisonous web were extremely obvious in his eyes. His right palm clenched into a fist and punched into the air in front of him, causing a ripple to diffuse out of his hand. The lacquer rain that was flying towards Tang Tian met with an invisible umbrella and exploded in the air. The fiery red spear had already touched Tang Tian's waist, causing the bodyguard to reveal a look of joy. The red flames was the red lotus flames he had gained from the enlightenment of fire laws. It seemed to be ordinary but possessed a powerful might. As long as it touched something, the object would definitely burn to ashes. Die. His eyes were filled with rage as he gave it his all. Pa! A hand suddenly appeared and grabbed onto his fiery red spear. How is that possible? The bodyguard that was using the spear could not believe his eyes. Tang Tian held onto the spear's body with his hand that emitted a faint ripple. The fiery red flames that could melt everything was helpless against this faint ripple, and a terrifying power surged from the spear towards the bodyguard, causing him to panic. Before he could react, he was lifted up into the air. Before him, the blade light that produced countless bubbles approached. Not good. Bang! The two bodyguards clashed, the fiery red flames and bubbles touched and instantly exploded. Tang Tian suddenly released the spear and with a push, the spear bodyguard and the blade user flew out like sandbags, towards the invisible web. The web behind him instantly shattered, causing the bodyguard to spit out blood. The shadow approached. Beneath the ghost face mask, the pair of lit eyes suddenly dazzled. He sneered. With his feet like a blade with the power of a heavy axe, he slashed towards the empty space on his right. Captain Hua felt as if he was struck by a berserk wild beast, his throat turned sweet and he flew out. Tang Tian stood alone once again. Without even looking at the bodyguards, the ghost face mask suddenly lifted his legs and walked towards the fort. In front of him, the black flag that was stabbed into the gate that had the blood bear dancing with the wind fluttered sinisterly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 701, West Route's Enlightenment. Chapter 701, West Route's Enlightenment. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. On top of the fort, Delin's calm face finally changed for the first time. Captain Hua and the other bodyguards were personally brought in by her. She knew of their strength like the back of her hands, and also thought that their coordination was powerful, and their strengths outstanding, thus entrusting them with heavy responsibility. But the five of them that attacked together were not even able to take one strike from the other party. Such a strong martial artist was definitely not an unknown person. The Ursa Major Null Division, why haven't I heard of them? Are they from the Sacred Saint Galaxy? Delin's face changed, she secretly shook her head. The Gold Saints of the Sacred Saint Galaxy would have their strength depleted in the Sin Domain. The Sin Domain was a real exile. Who are they then? She looked at Han Bingning once more. Han Bingning still had a calm expression, but her eyes never left the ghost face mask for a second. When Delin's gaze looked at Han Bingning's pupils, her state of mind trembled. In the few days of interaction, Han Bingning was like an ice mountain, especially her eyes, which were like ice crystals that noon could melt. But at that moment, the pupils that were like ice crystals were filled with unconcealable pride and passion, like an ice mirror reflecting the brilliance and warmth of the sun. They truly are hell-bent on this. Delin bit her lips. She was not ready to accept the situation as it was. Her family possessed a noble lineage, and no matter how much they have declined, the arrogance in their blood and bones had never left. You want me to hand her over? Not so easy. Delin turned her head. She looked towards a black-faced sturdy and built man. He nodded and quietly left. Since he had to take action, Tang Tian never thought of being lenient. Walking alone on the broad west route, he ignored the groaning behind him. The slow wind that blew past was like a weak bugle horn whimpering. The swaying purple rattans were like war flags fluttering. It was his battlefield. There was no cowardice, no retreat, no distracting thoughts. Tang Tian only had the silently fluttering blood bear black flag in his eyes. As though the combusting battle intent was mixing into his blood, his body became extremely restless. His speed was not fast nor slow, like his heartbeat. It was constant and strong, like the loud bass drums before the start of a war. It was not hurried or gentle, but deliberate and powerful. His blood vessels started to expand, and his blood started to boil. It was an unprecedented concentration, causing Tang Tian's intuition to soar to an unprecedented sharpness. The acute senses caused him to become immersed in a mystical world. That's right, to other people, the Sin Domain was a land of exile, but in his eyes, it was a treasured land. Heaven's Road was a place that allowed easier comprehension and enlightenment on laws as compared to the Sacred Saint Galaxy, as the energy was much thinner, thus laws were much easier to surface. In the Sin Domain where no energy existed, laws were right in front of him. The majority of the citizens in the Sin Domain were enlightened on laws, because it was far easier to comprehend them as compared to other places. A land filled with laws that was completely different from the sea of laws and the forceful subjugating bead. These laws were real and much more irregular and chaotic, but at the same time, even more stable and balanced. Senior Gue Wu must never have imagined that there would be a place like Sin Domain. Tang Tian was immersed in an indescribably miraculous state. His body was boiling, his fighting intent soaring to the point that he was trembling, yet his state of mind was disengaged from it. He was comprehending and reflecting on the true sea of laws. He was like a fish swimming comfortable in the ocean with an indescribable pleasure. Something seemed to become restless in his body. Tang Tian was oblivious to everything else. He was immersed in this sea of laws. All of the laws were in their original forms, their most primitive essence appeared in front of him. Every step he took, he would comprehend something. Every step he took, he would gain something. Tang Tian was completely immersed in the world of laws and was completely oblivious to the situation outside, and was also completely oblivious to the transformation that his body was undergoing. Hi's temperament was constantly changing. He would suddenly become faintly discernible, suddenly become tyrannical, suddenly became like the wind, suddenly become like a dense of water vapor, suddenly become extremely cold, suddenly become as sharp as a spear. Every step he took, he changed. Every step would cause everyone watching him to feel something wrong. The ghost face mask that was slowly advancing kept on becoming a different person. When had anyone seen such a bizarre scene before? In the large West Street, it was so quiet that even a needle dropping could be heard. Ping Xiaoshan's mouth was wide open without restraint. It was not easy to live in the Sin domain, especially for the lower rung of society. They could only struggle to obtain the qualifications to live. He himself had broken through all of that and had long seen the real world. He was not spoiled and knowledgeable, but everything that he was witnessing was completely toppling all of his common sense. When Tang Tian had grabbed onto the fiery red spear previously, he could clearly see that Tang Tian's palm had become blurred. If we were to say that Tang Tian's toss had left Ping Xiaoshan dumbstruck, then Tang Tian's grab had left him retarded. Air and space could not only be used to escape, but it could be used to attack and defend. The fiery red spear that could burn anything but was unable to burn through the air. The blurred space around Tang Tian's hand that grabbed onto the spear body was a thin layer of air. Genius, he is a true genius. After a night of learning the Ping family's stealth techniques, to actually unleash the spatial laws to such an inconceivable level, more than just shocked, Ping Xiaoshan was actually emotionally moved. It was just a toss and a grab, but Ping Xiaoshan was able to see the true potential of his Ping family's stealth techniques. But Tang Tian's next transformation caused the passionate Ping Xiaoshan to become completely dumbstruck. What is going on? How can a person's temperament change so much, and so many times? The black-faced sturdy man that walked out from the fort froze in his steps. Disbelief and shock flashed past his eyes. He is actually comprehending while walking. How brazen. He took a deep breath, the shock in his eyes disappeared, and ferocity and determination replaced it. He had seen countless of talented geniuses, and at the same time knew of hard-working martial artists, but it was his first time meeting such a brave soul that was actually quietly comprehending laws while in the middle of a battle. For some reason, the temperament and aura given off by the man in the ghost face mask kept on changing and disappearing. What replaced it was a feeling of never retreating, the desperateness of fighting to win or die. Unable to tolerate loss. To rather die than admit defeat. Is he in a position of life or death? The black-faced man became calm, yet his heart was filled with an alarm. I have never seen a person as ferocious as you, a person who will never take a step backwards, a man with such conviction, a man seeking so fervently for victory. Truly a maniac. If this man does not die, I cannot be his enemy. All of a sudden, this thought surfaced in his mind. He took a deep breath, suppressing the thoughts in his head, his gaze reinstated tranquility. The ghost face mask's craziness and transcending willpower made him feel a deep respect for him. But, regardless of anything, he could not allow Miss De Lin's dignity to be trampled on. This is his determination. He leapt up and landed in front of Tang Tian. When the black-faced big-sized man appeared on the street, it incited an uproar. Miss De Lin's family was the Moor family, and their ancestors were the royal family of a fair continent. They were banished into the Sin domain, and the steel guards that protected the royal family rejected the honorable Martial Continent's recruitment, and chose to enter the Sin domain to continue protecting the Moor family that were no longer the royal family. Benson was the current generation steel guard, and protected De Lin. Moor steel guards were prestigious. After entering the Sin domain, the Moor family did not live well. They struggled, and the steel guards fought their way out for them. The group of loyal and unswerving steel guards continued to deplete and gradually withered, and all that was left was Ben Sr. But no one ever had the intention of fighting the Moor family. Benson could be rated as a legend. Since young, he received the harshest grooming. At 14 years of age, Het rebelled out alone and fought in many cities of the Sin domain, charging his way through and obtaining the name of Black Benson. He returned back to the Moor family at 22 years of age and accepted the position as a steel guard. Just at that time, the Moor family was extremely unstable, and when they announced that Benson had rejoined the family and assumed the position as a steel guard, they immediately became stable. It was also at that time that Delin was born. He had watched Delin grow up, and protected her all the way. After that, the Moore family never got engaged in any battles and stopped being in decline, becoming more prosperous as days passed. With the number one expert of the Moore family appearing, it immediately caused everyone to be excited. The prestigious Black Benson, who became famous 24 years ago, had gone through 24 years of closed-door training, so no one dared to confirm his current strength. In the past 24 years, no one had seen Benson make a move, as he forever stood by Delin's side as an unshakable shadow. The Purple Cuckoo City's various families had many experts, but they had never dared look down on Black Benson. That aura. It's Black Benson. In the other corner of Purple Cuckoo City, inside a dark room, a man dressed luxuriously exclaimed out, his face changed slightly, and he suddenly disappeared. Moore family? He is finally taking action? In a straw hut, a long-haired man stood up and opened up his palm. Pennsylvania. The sword on the ground flew into his palm before he soared out. Looking down from the sky, one could see various figures flew from various locations of Purple Cuckoo City at astonishing speed towards the Moore fort. Different from the rest, Ping Xiaoshan's face turned pale white. Black Benson, an expert that had not appeared for over 20 years, was actually making his move. Quickly run! It's over, my Ping family's stealth technique. His hands and feet turned cold, his face pale white. Tang Tian sensed that there was someone in front of him, and immediately woke up, leaving the miraculous state. He was hesitant and somewhat wished to continue. To be able to maintain the miraculous state of enlightenment was not something that could be sought after. If he could maintain it longer, the benefits would be even more. But he knew that it was a battlefield, and it was not the right place to obtain benefits. His gaze landed on Ben Senator. The fighting intent that was boiling in his body but suppressed down due to the state of mind immediately lost control and exploded out like a volcano. Tang Tian's eyes flushed red. The surging and flaming fighting intent instantly swallowed all remnants of his calmness. If you can. Before he could finish his words, the aura of the young man changed. If I can't gain any more enlightenment, then I will obtain it through fighting. If you don't want to hand over my friend, I will beat you until you do. Tang Tian's pupils dilated, his left suddenly kicked forward, and the air in front of him exploded. In the exploded ripple of air, Tang Tian's body suddenly disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702, The Battle on the West Route. Chapter 702, The Battle on the West Route. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Initially, Benson had wanted to speak a few words in front of everybody, who were all from the big families of the Sin domain, and people who did not conform to it and instantly started attacking were viewed as ignorant people. Truly a boorish man. Tang Tian was extremely fast. Between his blurred afterimages, his ghost face mask became extremely ghastly. The initial spirited and calm eyes were blazing with flames. His fighting intent had been released. The incoming wave formed by his kick seemed to have become hot. Benson squinted, but did not move. The other party was filled with a determination, and had even showed that Hugh was comprehending laws on the road. He was an opponent that was definitely filled with unquestionable willpower. But, do you think that you can win just by relying on your willpower? Too naive. Benson stepped back, his callus-covered hands opened up, and streams of air started to flow towards his palm. Bang! He suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, the air distorted and an illusionary object appeared. A blade handle appeared in his hand. Benson's aura immediately changed. The originally quiet and stoic figure had become vigorous. Clang! It sounded like a blade being unsheathed. The illusion came down from above and slashed down at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's eyes constricted. The illusion flashed down like lightning, but Tang Tian's fighting intent was at its peak. His entire body was like a volcano with endless lava flowing out as though it could erupt at any moment. Come! He roared in his heart. Come on! Come on! The thunderous roars seemed to echo out endlessly. He did not have any intent to dodge the illusionary blade, he welcomed it instead, and in midair he suddenly turned his body, and lifting his right leg up like a heavy axe, he slashed down. Bang! The two powerful forces collided. A visible shockwave exploded out and swept the entire west route. The shockwave was as NNB. SP, congealed as an opaque wall. The whistling was extremely sharp, causing everyone to be overwhelmed with shock. All of them activated their own defenses. The more powerful martial artists only trembled, while the weaker martial artists were all pushed back 7 to 8 steps. Ping Xiaoshan saw the shockwave and his body flickered. He jumped up 21m and avoided the shockwave. But when he lowered his head to look, his face turned pale. Wherever the shockwave passed, it left behind countless soft scars all around the flat west route, as though sharp sawtooths had swept past the place. Too terrifying. Ping Xiaoshan, who was afraid, retreated back 20m before stopping. His gaze landed on the two in the distance fighting. He could not believe his eyes. Tang Tian was actually not at a disadvantage. Although he had lost to Tang Tian the night before, he knew that Tang Tian's strength was not ordinary, but although he reckoned he was powerful, he figured that the disparity was not too much. To be in the same level as Black Benson? That is such wishful thinking. But, watching the scene before him did not make him laugh. Tang Tian's display of strength proved everything. Unknowingly, his mentality started to change. He suddenly thought of his thoughts to rise, and became somewhat nervous. If Tang Tian was a nameless hero, he still felt that he himself had some value. But in the eyes of people like Benson, he was just an ant and was practically worthless. The battle on the west route began to intensify. The raging streams of air were extremely sharp. They whistled past the west route, causing countless of the purple ratons to break and spin into the air. Upon colliding with other streams of air, they would split into pieces and fall down like rain, covering the entire street. In the scene of the pouring rain, the two figures flickered around like lightning, chasing each other and colliding with one another. The explosions caused from their collisions resonated out through the entire Purple Cuckoo City. Tang Tian was completely engrossed in fighting. One of the reasons was because the fighting intent in him had been brewing for a long time, with nowhere to drain it. Adding the suppression from the state of enlightenment, it had exponentially increased to an unprecedented level. Just a small spark was enough to ignite him. Another reason was because Benson was powerful. Benson trained in a unique set of laws, congealing wind laws as blades. After immersing himself for over a decade, his blade techniques had become saturated with wind laws. Suddenly light and gentle, suddenly heavy and strong, suddenly torrential and destructive, suddenly thin and sharp, it could change at any second. The wind blade in Benson's hands was one that he could change on a whim. He could dissipate it or congeal it at any second. Tang Tian had suffered from it a few times, with many cuts all over his body. Tang Tian's personality was staunch and tenacious. He met strong attacks with strong attacks. The stronger the opponent, the more his fighting intent would soar and be unafraid. In terms of strength, Tang Tian was not Benson's opponent. Benson's wind blade's control was profound, unlike Tang Tian, who was an amateur that had just grasped laws. But Tang Tian's inquisitive mind and his powerful state-of mind, adding his fiery willpower that combust to his maximum, allowed him to be on par. He had trained in the zero-energy body for a long time, and was extremely comfortable with the Sin domain, allowing him to be extremely free. Adding his enlightenment, he was truly like an agile sailfish. Adding all this together, Tang Tian became equally scary. Chi, a violent wind arrow stabbed beneath Tang Tian's ribs, transforming a blood mist, and before it could dissipate it was blown into a mess. Tang Tian ignored it. His eyes were fixated on Benson. A long hissing sound came up as he punched out. Red flames enveloped Tang Tian's fists, surging outwards like a dragon with its head raised up high. Benson's eyes shrunk. It was a fist made from the fiery red spear. He snorted. The wind blade in his hand became invisible, as though it had scattered into the air. In the next second, an illusionary figure smashed into the fiery red fist aura. Bang! The fire scattered. Long dim black lines came out from nowhere, coiling around Benson's wrists. Hidden spider web. These degree of laws were naturally incapable of binding Benson down. He snorted. The wind blade in his hand dissipated again, transforming into 10-minute and slender blade pieces, like ice crystals. They coiled around his wrists and broke the spider webs. Benson squinted his eyes. The crystallized streams of air that coiled around his wrists suddenly shot forward. Ding ding ding. A collision occurred, causing an invisible sword to tremble in the air, becoming faintly discernible in the sparks formed by the collision. It was Captain who was most proficient in visible sword. It was Benson's first time seeing such a strange opponent. All three moves were the ultimate techniques of Captain Was team, but in just one exchange, he actually learned them all. Although the degree of control was shallow, both had still learned them, and he was able to change the laws that he used so quickly, making it hard for his opponents to defend. Both parties engaged in an intense battle of over 100 moves. Their techniques were never repeated, showing that their enlightenment on laws were not shallow and weak. If not for Benson's rich battle experience, he would have become flustered fighting such a strange opponent. If it was just that, it could at most make him flustered. Other than time, spatial, life and death, the three most fundamental and great laws, the merits and drawbacks of the other laws did not have that much differences. The most important thing was not what law was learned, but how profound one had comprehended the law. As long as the comprehension was deep enough, a law could break into millions of different laws, and that was the reason behind it. In history, it was a common occurrence for someone to comprehend a law and become a powerful martial artist. Benson's wind blades were not from a highly profound law, but in his hand, it became extremely powerful. The other party looked to have touched upon a few laws, but because it was heterogeneous, very rarely would there be people doing it. All these transformations were just petty tricks. To Benson, the other party had walked the wrong path. Since it was that, he was not afraid. But to be able to tangle with Benson for so long, not only was he relying on his shallow comprehension of laws, but also showed his powerful physique. Benson had received extremely harsh training since young, his physique naturally surpassed many people. But personally fighting, Benson knew how strong the other party was, it was really inconceivable. All of those extremely different laws, utilized by such a strong physique, was thus able to release such power. His wind blade could easily shatter the fiery red fists, but no matter how strong it was, it still made him shudder. That was purely an attack using the physical body. The frequency of attacks were extremely high, the changes in techniques were extremely fast, far beyond anyone could comprehend. In the time that it took to strike a match, there were already many variations. The spectators were all intoxicated by the fight. It was not easy for a powerful martial artist like Benson to take action. Whoever wanted to challenge Benson meant that they were completely breaking ties with the Moore family. Since it was such a rare opportunity, everybody had their eyes opened wide, afraid that they would miss something. The West Rock became the arena for the two men. The ground was littered with big pits, shattered rocks and boulders. Occasionally there would be chaotic gales surging forth, cracking the walls by the side, and the purple rattan which were dragged into the chaos were all heavily damaged, not one was left hanging. To fight to this extent, who would care about the street? Like two lightning bolts, they chased each other relentlessly. This man's will to fight is truly uplifting. A swordsman muttered. He floated in the air and observed the intense battle quietly. To this point, the ghost face masks man was still extremely imposing, blazing with passion like a fireball that would never extinguish. All of the injuries he had sustained seemed to have no effect on him, as though his physical strength could not be depleted. Strength could not last, that was something all experienced veterans were well versed in and knew. A full force attack could not be sustained for long. Once a person's stamina was depleted, it meant that they would have lost the initiation to engage. Benson, who was fighting, had subconsciously started to save his physical strength. Their collisions were mostly hedon, meaning that the consumption of stamina and physical strength was immense. But the ghost face mask Simeto not no fatigue. Constantly attacking with full force was not an intelligent move. Even with an astonishing physique, he would start to feel tired after a period of time. In the air, a few people watched the battle intently. On the battlefield, Tang Tian began to suppress Benson. Benson continued to retreat under Tang Tian's torrential attacks. But to the experts who had experience, they would notice that although Benson was retreating, his strides and rhythm were not in a mess. Benson was like a crafty hunter, patiently trying to ambush, waiting for his chance. Benson was extremely calm. He could feel that the opponent's attack was becoming even more fearsome, but he also knew that it was the final radiance of the setting sun, and was the sign where the other party's strength was finishing. The dread after the physical strength was used up made the other party feel the urge to end the battle quickly. But little did one imagine that it would consume physical strength even faster. Benson remained calm. He secretly stored his strength, waiting for the opportunity when the other party would finish up all of his strength and reveal a flaw. Just one flaw was enough. After the long battle, he was rather clear of the Ghostface Mask Man's strength. As long as a flaw was revealed, he had confidence that he could kill him, but suddenly, he noticed that the other party's leg kick revealed a momentarily slow. It is now. Benson erupted with vigor. The wind blade in his hand was raised up high, and the wind around them stopped. Gust. His stern voice sounded like a heavy bass drum, thumping into everybody's heart. The wind blade in his hand thawed like ice, and transformed into an invisible gale. The gale had locked its target. An intense sense of danger surged through Tang Tian's entire body. The ghost face mask remained cold as usual. The young man's eyes turned indifferent, as though all of his strength had been used. Behind the mask, a silent laugh came out. Ha! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703, Success. Chapter 703, Success. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The invisible wind was silent. The air around Tang Tian became chaotic, and suddenly became extremely sluggish. The intense sense of danger shrouded Tang Tian. Chi. 2 blood arrows shot out of Tang Tian's legs, releasing 2 streaks of blood. The man dressed in a luxurious gown watching from a distance had a change in emotion. He did not sense any undulation. He glanced at the swordsman in the distance, who also revealed a look of shock. Chi. Another 2 blood streaks appeared on Tang Tian's shoulders. The man's face turned serious. At their level, undulations formed by laws could not escape their eyes. But Benson Sadak was extremely formless and invisible, and did not release any undulations. Impossible. There was no brilliance, no sound, not even a ripple in the air. But these were things that they could achieve as well, but to not even have any undulations from laws, to be able to hide it, that was too terrifying. There was only one method to stop such an attack, and that was his all-rounded defense domain that had no dead angles. Benson has become so strong? The man in the luxurious robes was secretly shocked. His gaze was fixated on Benson, as expected of Black Benson. The Moore family's name will rise once again, as everyone has underestimated Benson's strength. He did not even look at Ghostface Mask. Ghostface Mask was no longer as breathtaking as before. The current Ghostface Mask was like a docile sheep. The time of his death would be determined by Benson, whenever Benson wanted to tighten the noose on his neck. That guy is dead. The man in the luxurious robes' thoughts were placed more on the undulations caused by the battle. Benson's powerful display had broken the balance in Purple Cuckoo City, an element that could no longer be avoided. In the Sin domain, strength was king, and any strong martial artist could support a family. The Sin domain did not have a huge population to begin with, and half was left from the harsh environment elimination. Why? Such few manpower, it had set the path for Sin domain to no longer be able to have armies like the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The use of powerful martial artists rose to prominence. The swordsman was even more direct. He turned and was prepared to leave, as he had already lost interest in the fight that had lost its suspense. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and turned back. The Ghostface Mask pupils suddenly dimmed and became extremely bright as he was enveloped in the invisible attack. For some reason, the swordsman's breathing stopped. He subconsciously tightened the grip on his sword hilt. Tian punched out, the red flames spurring forth. Fiery red spear again. Benson squinted his eyes. Seems like this opponent is truly at the end of his road. He had never repeated his repertoire of attacks, but now he is using the same move. Time to kill you. Benson relaxed and extended out his 5 fingers, and suddenly closed it again. Chi. Blood spurted out from Tian's entire body. In the blink of an eye, there were even more blood wounds on him. The green and black Ghostface Mask remained silent, but the cold light aura in his eyes became extremely bright. Inside the mist of blood, the young man relaxingly extended out his lower back in mid-air, ignoring the additional wounds on his body as though they had no effect. The scene seemed to stop. The twisting figure looked like a bowstring being pulled, filled with a powerful aesthetic movement as though he was about to explode forth. Contrasting with the sky filled of blood mist, this scene made everyone watch in appreciation. It was a sight hard to come by. The feeling that he was filled with power shocked both the swordsman and the man in luxurious robes. Benson also had a change in expression. Not good. He was only in time to sense that something was amiss, but the punch from the Ghostface Mask had already arrived. The punch that was executed without difficulty moved extremely naturally like an overflowing flood that burst forth with an unstoppable power. In the next moment, his eyes constricted to the size of needles. Tian's punch had smashed the air in front of him. How did he find out? Benson was overwhelmed with shock. His gust was a concealed and invisible attack. It was gentle as water, and he had even made the undulations of law invisible. This killing technique was not something that the Ghostface Mask man could sense. But he found the wind gap of gust. How is that possible? The wind gap of gust is ever changing. How did he find it? This guy, was he faking it all along? In that moment, all of these thoughts flashed past Benson's mind, but he immediately calmed himself down. He had confidence in himself. Gust's wind gap was concealed very well, and enemies would not be able to grasp it. But Heck knew where his technique's weakness laid in, so he structured a very careful design in the wind gap of Gust. Who would have thought that the seemingly boorish and big-sized Black Benson would be so crafty? The fist made up of red flames was like a fireball, fiercely colliding into the gale. Wait a minute. That is not red flames. The red flames turned gray. Benson's face changed greatly. He was not in time to react, and the wind gap in front of him exploded. Both of their attacks clashed head-on. The initial wind gap that Benson was in control of lost control, causing an uninterrupted explosion that boomed on incessantly. Boom boom boom. A sinister and extremely cold force caused Benson's face to change. His body turned numb. He became confused. What kind of law is this? The scale of the explosions were unprecedented. The terrifying sonic boom and shockwaves swept through Benson, causing him to feel a power that could topple mountains and oceans collide into him, causing him to lose control and fly out. Tian had awakened the null flames, and disguised it as the fiery red flames, merging it with the laws that he had learnt. He threw out all of his cards in one attack. Just for this punch. Tian, who had released the punch, quietly floated in the air. The green and black mask remained stoic and cold. The pair of blazing eyes dimmed down. What replaced it was an unfathomable resilience. The shockwave had released a sound like a mountain crumbling from an earthquake. Ha! The young man behind the mask sneered. So painful. Will a song now make me look even more handsome? Or maybe I should raise my hands up and shout, "Godlike young lad, go go go"? Should I do something to make myself look even more powerful? If little Su were to see this, he would definitely revere me so much that he would kowtow, right? Or Emily would too. Oh shit. I forgot. We have no time. Annoying. Tang Tian, who instantly felt vexed, fiercely turned his body and crouched down and anticipated. Bang! A shockwave fiercely smashed onto his back, causing the wounds on his entire body to rupture. Blood gushed out. Tang Tian's vision dimmed slightly. He groaned but held on. He did not resist the force, not because he did not want to, but because he could not, and his body was flung far out. The scenery around him flew behind extremely quickly. Tang Tian's gaze never left the figure that stood atop the highest floor of the fort. Tang Tian's speed was so quick that afterimages formed behind him. Everyone was shocked by the scale of the explosion. The terrifying shockwave had collided into him directly, the entire west route had been razed, and all the spectators were doing their best to resist the shockwave. At that moment, no one noticed Tang Tian flying out. Delin was so frightened her face was as white as paper. From her position she could clearly see the gigantic explosion that devastated and razed the west route. The environment was swept to nothing from the shockwave. Suddenly, a little black dot in her vision quickly grew bigger. Wait a minute, that is... The sinister ghost face was extremely malevolent. He had his limbs spread open like a net, pouncing towards her at an astonishing speed. No. Delin's mind went into a blank. She was completely shocked, feeling as if she was about to be devoured. A gust of wind swept past her body. Ha, got you, dot. Behind the mask, Tang Tian revealed a pleased smile. He used his hands and legs to hug onto Han Bingning, but in the next second, his expression froze. Han Bingning's entire body was shackled, and she was extremely weak. Not good. When Tang Tian realized that something was amiss, the two of them were not able to stop already. Rumble rumble, the two of them rolled out a few meters. Tang Tian shook his head to get rid of the dizziness and stood up. Han Bingning had the same ice-cold expression, but from her neck up, she was blushing. Tang Tian immediately removed the light needles on her back. Die! Benson roared. Even when comparing to the powerful shock wave, his voice was still powerful. Tang Tian jumped in fright. He turned his head to look and noticed a black dot flying towards him at a fast speed. Benson looks a bit like an enraged lion, a slightly tan lion. Tang Tian stepped forward and grabbed onto Delin, who was stupefied. Seeing that, Benson's eyes cracked. No! The smile on Tang Tian's face disappeared. He exhaled out, grabbing onto Delin. He used every ounce of strength he had and threw her towards the other direction. Bang! A mist of blood erupted once more after he threw her. Delin shot out like an arrow, flying out towards Tang Tian's left. Delin screamed, pierced everyone's ears. Benson erupted with full force, suddenly changing directions in mid-air. He rushed towards Delin. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He used his hands and legs and crawled towards the gate and pulled out the flag. This blood bear is truly too ridiculous. Looking at its terrible look, Tang Tian felt that it was unbearable to look at. No, Han Bingning will have to draw another one. The bodyguards of Moor residence finally awoke from their stupor. When they saw how Tang Tian pulled out the flag with his arms and legs, they knew that he had already used up all of his strength, and being aroused, they rushed in. Han Bingning's face turned cold. Without adopting any stance, a powerful aura erupted around her. With her as the center, frost rapidly formed on the ground. She stood upright loftily, although without a sword. Due to an extremely cold sword concept surged into the air. The bodyguards who were rushing towards them all stopped in their tracks. The swordsman who was observing in the air could not resist but exclaim out. His eyes lit up. As a swordsman, Hugh was even more sensitive to sword concepts, and his interest grew bigger. It was a very pure sword concept, with the ability to form ice-cold glaciers yet not losing the true form of the sword concept. The swordsman's eyes revealed a look of admiration. Many swordsmen chased for power in variations from the get-go, adding in various laws. They can definitely increase their power initially, but as their technique becomes too heterogeneous, it would become extremely difficult for them to improve when they reach a certain stage. Only people who could hold fast to their core could obtain the top sword Dao. Suddenly, a hand extended out behind, grabbing Han Bingning by her arm, causing her to freeze. The powerful aura started to crumble like an ice avalanche, and disappeared. Tang Tian grabbed onto Han Bingning with one hand, and the black flag in the other. He started to run, and the two immediately became blurry and disappeared. What was left were the anxious bodyguards who looked at each other. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704, Reflection. Chapter 704, Reflection. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. DeAndre R. These chapters haven't been edited. Please bear with it for a few hours. Whoosh. Han Bingning only felt an indescribable undulation binding her as they disappeared. She felt extremely relaxed and the scene before her dimmed. But with Han Bingning's eyes, darkness did not affect her as she looked around cautiously. Warehouse? There were many goods placed all around, but there were no one else. Han Bingning relaxed, as it meant that it was safe. Faint voices came out from outside. Mingzhu Jia is so pissed by the guy with last name Tang, I don't even know what old granny is thinking, spending 200,000 to buy that trash. That's right. That guy is too lazy, to fall asleep like a pig while guarding the warehouse. When young Master Qin was here, he still snored out loud. You should have seen how bad Mingzhu Jia's face was. Our Shui family is still a family with face. To keep such a disdainful person, it truly provokes ridicule onto us. Don't talk so loudly. Mingzhu Jia and young Master Qin went to watch some interesting things outside. They should be back soon. It was such a huge commotion. God, will the entire city collapse? It scared me just now. That's right, it was like thunder. The footsteps went further away. Han Bingning turned and looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's expression was awkward. Luckily he still had his mask on and she could not tell. He had actually scolded the two ladies in his heart, to actually talk behind the back of Thegid like young lad, you two assholes. But it was not the right time for them to talk. He whispered, hide here first, I will be back tonight. All right. Han Bingning did not hesitate. The warehouse was extremely big, with so many stacks of goods everywhere, it was like a maze, and it was extremely easy to hide a person inside. Tang Tian gave the mask and flag to An. BSP, Han Bingning, find a place to hide these. The two objects were the most offensively conspicuous items. If anyone else saw it, they would be in deep trouble. What can I say? That stupid flag that I waved all over the city is too ugly. Say, too embarrassing, too embarrassing. Tang Tian nodded at Han Bingning, and quietly opened the warehouse door and left. Seeing that familiar face, Han Bingning calmed down, the few days of panic, worry and fear, and vanished without a trace. Thinking about the battle just now, even for an ice queen like her could not refrain from feeling emotional. She controlled her state of mind and became calm again. She knew that the battle was but just the prologue. When Tang Tian took action, he would never stop. Her ice pupils flashed with a look of determination. Isn't this what you always wanted, the opportunity to fight by his side? I have finally chased up to you. Her state of mind was extraordinary calm. She sat down cross-legged and started to recuperate her strength. She was naturally quiet, although her strength had been shackled for a few days, but she never gave up being hardworking. She trained in the Zero Energy body, and with her sharp mind, she sensed the uniqueness of Sin Domain. She quietly observed and felt the laws that were everywhere. She had recovered her freedom. A big battle was about to begin. She threw out all the thoughts and focused on training. Tang Tian carefully dodged passers-by and finally returned back to his residence without alarming anybody. He looked down at his own clothes. The wind blades from Benson had caused his clothes to be tattered and torn. He felt lucky. The Shui family was rather generous with clothes, and prepared many sets for him, although they were simple cloth, but Tang Tian felt pleased. After changing, Tang Tian realized that the wounds on his body had already started to form scabs. Tang Tian knew that his Zero Energy body had improved yet again. After removing all energy, purely by relying on his physique, it had caused all the muscles and bones in his body to become vigorous and vibrant. In the future, as long as Tang Tian's vital parts were not injured, his wounds would heal naturally. Tang Tian shook lightly, causing all the scabs to flake off, revealing clean and uncut skin as before. Feeling extremely pleased, Tang Tian started to reflect on the battle. It was his first time crossing paths with a strong martial artist of Sin Domain, and he had reaped a lot of rewards. He had to admit that the Sin Domain martial techniques had truly walked on a new Dao path, one that led straight to laws in the body. Thinking about it, Tang Tian had already witnessed 3 completely different types of martial technique systems. Heaven's Road, Sacred Saint Galaxy and Sin Domain were all different. Sacred Saint Galaxy had dense energy and formed natural saints with the ability to utilize energy at an inconceivable level. Sin Domain was the complete opposite. They did not have any energy, and laws were everywhere and clearly visible. Heaven's Road was the mix of the two, with suitable energy concentration and able to produce the miraculous spirits. 3 different types of martial technique systems, they each had their own unique points and were difficult to differentiate their merits and drawbacks. The path of Sin Domain was the most suitable for Tang Tian. Ben Sen's enlightenment on his laws was much more powerful and profound as compared to Ping Shaoshan. Tang Tian could use spatial laws to handle the fiery red spear, but against Ben Sen's windblade, it was useless. The combat between laws were completely different from the combat between energy. The standoff between energy rested more or less on the contest of quantity. The more abundance and dense the energy were usually the crux of victory. The standoff between laws were in fact competing in terms of quality. The more profound, deeper in comprehension of the laws, the more power it would give. Tang Tian was slowly experiencing and learning. His situation was different from the rest. His zero-energy body had the capacity to improve in Sin domain, which was by strengthening through laws. This point was not easy regardless of whether it was Sacred Saint Galaxy or Heaven's Road, as the two had energy. But in Sin domain, it was not a problem. Laws scattered around the riverbed that had no water, naked and bare, one could pick one up by bending his head. Now the problem was, the large riverbed that was scattered with countless of these laws, which law to pick? That was the biggest question. Give an example with spatial laws. The Ping family stealth technique's spatial laws had countless of variations, in which Tang Tian had thought of a few methods that produced good results. But Tang Tian also knew, he could easily use all these laws was because he was taking advantage of the zero-energy body. But his enlightenment on each law were extremely shallow, and with such a mix, he could only use them to cheat others. Ben Sen's wind blade could not be considered as any minor law, but he could easily dispel all of his attacks. Tang Tian had his finger on his lips while he pondered, although the null flames is powerful, but its might have been greatly reduced in Sin domain. Since there was no energy in Sin domain, the energy destructive capability was of not much use. But instead, the zero-energy body could be improved, meaning that the power of his physique could be greatly strengthened. The power of physique was the true foundation of Sin domain. Laws were rules of heaven and earth, rules itself have no power, and were just to know how. By grasping on this know-how, it would allow a person to save effort, but if one did not even have the initial strength, no matter how profound and deep a person had been enlightened with laws, he would not be able to move a pebble. In Sacred Saint Galaxy and Heaven's Road, laws were frequently used to maneuver energy, causing the usage of energy to be more efficient and become stronger. But in Sin domain, there was no energy. To pry open laws, Sin domain citizens could only think of another way to oust them, and that was through the power of their physiques. For example, Ben Sen's control over the wind blade was by using his body. He had tempered his body to become incomparably strong. That was also why when old Granny Shui saw Tang Tian's strong body, she decided to buy him. Tang Tian's physique was extremely strong, zero-energy bodies were much more powerful as compared to Sin domain people, because it was through the tempering of bodies. But Tang Tian was still not Ben Sen's opponent, because the disparity between their comprehension of laws were too great. Tang Tian naturally was not discouraged. The boundaries of high and low were never the only factor to decide the victor and loser, if not he would not have rushed into the Moore family to seize Han Bing Ning. From his fundamental martial techniques, he was enlightened to his own Tao path. This could not be termed as a law, but to be exact, a thought process, or a thought path towards laws. But to Tang Tian, it was the most appropriate Tao path for him. Not all laws were pure, some branches out that diverged out into other laws, while some laws were formed by mixing a few laws. Like spatial, time, life and death laws, they were the main trunk of the world tree, with millions of branches that spanned out, which were all other laws. Tang Tian's mind suddenly stirred. Aren't laws just like a martial technique system? The gigantic martial technique system is just like the main trunk off a tree. But, all martial techniques, when traced back to its origins and disassembled, would still fall back to fundamental martial techniques. Fundamental martial techniques is the starting point of martial techniques, and the so-called origin of all martial techniques. So wouldn't laws have fundamental laws like fundamental martial techniques? When this thought surfaced, Tang Tian became extremely excited. If I can achieve this idea, it will be very powerful, but he quickly calmed down. Although the idea was good, but to him, it was unrealistic. To change something complicated to being simple, he needed to first understand what was complicated. And, why am I clinging to these laws around me? Laws exist in me too. Every punch I release has some sort of law embedded in it. Tang Tian had a thought, and suddenly began to practice fundamental martial techniques. His fundamental martial techniques were through hard work and numerous revisions to finally reach where he was, and was refined through countless of battles. He suddenly thought of a question that he had previously overlooked. If fundamental martial techniques are the origins of all martial techniques, then why will there be higher-ranking martial techniques? If the origin is even more powerful, then wouldn't training in the origins be enough? Why will there be higher-rank martial techniques? A high-rank martial technique have even more variations in it compared to a fundamental martial technique, so it can utilize even more energy, thus the might produced will be more powerful, but the martial techniques that Tang Tian was practicing started to change, all of which he had mastered through rough practice, were put to use continuously, analyzing the transformations between them. He had trained in many martial techniques, and by practicing them, he started to have some understanding. That's right, fundamental martial techniques is the starting point for all martial techniques, but the reason for the additional higher-ranking martial techniques is because we need variations. All these variations are derived from the fundamentals, and if they are not derived, no one will know of such variations. But if they already know of these variations, is it possible for these variations to be integrated into fundamental martial techniques? Tang Tian suddenly started to train backwards. He started from the high-rank martial techniques and dropped rank. An indescribable feeling was birthed in his mind. All these variations do exist in fundamental martial techniques, but it's just invisible. Only by training through the high-rank martial techniques can one grasp it. The possibility of variations do exist in fundamental martial techniques themselves. Tang Tian's fundamental martial techniques started to rarely break out with variations. Because he suddenly realized, by inferring from top down, his fundamental martial techniques had some fine slip-ups and mistakes. He became immersed in training his fundamental martial techniques, not giving a care about his physical strength, which had no brilliance at all. If any strong martial artist saw him, they would be overwhelmed with shock. Tang Tian's fundamental martial techniques had suddenly become unfathomable and unpredictable. The apex. What can be considered the apex? Tang Tian, who had completely become unaware of everything around him, started to grow. Tian, this so-called variations, I suppose, would be how one can give a kick. A kick can be produced by many styles, but what determines a real kick, a Muay Thai kick and a karate kick? All the fine movements are the variations, and high-rank martial techniques would be like flying kick. Through refining the differences in high-ranking martial techniques, one can break down and find out what is the best way to do the flying kick, which can then be inferred down to doing a simple kick. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 705, Law-Tempered Body. Chapter 705, Law-Tempered Body. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. DeAndre R. These chapters haven't been edited, so please bear with it a few hours. Tang Tian felt that his fist had become as heavy as a mountain. He clenched his teeth, every single muscle, bone and tendon were trembling at a surprising frequency, the surging physical strength emerging in various parts of his body. Countless of variations surfaced in Tang Tian's mind, all of them developed from his fundamental fist techniques. Every variation that appeared would cause the strength in his body to become restless, as though it was conforming to it. Tang Tian was extremely happy, and forcibly restricted the flow of power in his body. Even if all kinds of variations appeared in his mind, the flow of power would be stopped, and constantly change. Power surged throughout his entire body and gathered at his fist. Like thousands of creeks leading back to the ocean, countless of minute power flowed on and continued to converge, continued to grow larger, becoming a powerful current. The vigor in his fist continued to surge slowly but surely, countless of faintly discernible variations, like branches chopped off from the tree. The only difference was, on them, there were densely packed imprints of various sizes, each imprint distinguishing each of the branches. The power formed from his flesh body flowed all around at a rapid speed. Countless of different variation imprints continued to stir restlessly. The seemingly slow punch was unrestrained, like the starry sky shining brightly in the vast sky. The air in the room seemed to be attracted to the fist, becoming extremely viscous and gluey, causing Tang Tian's punch to become even slower. Zitzi. A light sound came out, and the dark room was immediately filled with light. A bright and irregular red light beam appeared inside Tang Tian's fist. Tang Tian's fist continued to move forward slowly. Zzz, many flickering and differing chaotic light beams lit up, as though a rainbow-colored lightning was gathering on Tang Tian's fist. This was the appearance of laws. Tang Tian's fist seemed to contain a mysterious attractive force, attracting the laws to become bright. The light aura continued to brighten, and the number of light beams converging on Tang Tian's fists grew more and more. The excited rainbow-colored lights were like rainbow snakes swimming around, transforming into a conical-shaped light barrier. The messy light beam branches were like a messy large net, emerging in front of Tang Tian. Countless of variations flashed past Tang Tian's mind, countless of laws flashing past Tang Tian's eyes. Suddenly, Tang Tian's body froze. The power from his physique in his body had disappeared without a trace. Shit. Tang Tian was not in time to even exclaim out loud. The fist barrier of laws in front of him instantly shattered. The condensed and gluey air returned back to normal. He then remembered that he had consumed a lot of his physical strength earlier, and had not recovered his strength, thus the power from his physique was not enough to sustain the technique. Damn it! Tang Tian's eyes rolled back. He instantly fell to the ground, fainted. A few seconds later, thunderous snores could be heard. Saving Han Bing Ning made him extremely fatigued. The power of the physique in his body had been consumed, and thus the fist could not be completed. Tian, I named it power of the physique, but I think it is just raw strength, or physical strength, but these sound lame. Anyone has any ideas, do share. But, he had just overused his body, and did not sustain any injury. The zero-energy body could recover extremely quickly, naturally causing Tang Tian to enter a state of sleep to ensure that the body recovers faster. In the air, young Master Qin and Ming Zhu, who had just observed the battle, had pale faces, and remained silent for a long time. Seeing that Ming Zhu's face was pale white, young Master Qin thought that she was overwhelmed by shock from the battle, and advised her to return to rest. In truth, he was equally shook. The battle had impacted him greatly. Only from that did he know what were the bearing of true powerful martial artists. Benson, who ruthless and unfathomable, along with the reckless ghost face mask, the two of them displayed bizarre variations of attacks. Their might were able to destroy the land around them. They had opened his eyes wide, and thus he was deeply affected. Compared to the others of the senior generation, who all had thoughts placed on matters like children, he felt ashamed. Unknowingly, although he treated Mingzhu politely, but it was less passionate as usual. Mingzhu nodded her head, then turned and left. She maintained a strong front, but her heart had long been in turmoil. Because she had realized that the ghost face mask's figure resembled the male servant Tang Tian, and they bore remarkable resemblance. She wanted to return to the residence to see if Tang Tian was around, but she resisted. Seeing how the ghost face mask had successfully seized the lady from Benson, Mingzhu knew that the matter would be blown up into large proportions. No one would care much with regards to the man's background, but after the matter, all the various families would be actively seeking for this mysterious guest. For him to be able to take away his companion from the Moore family, it most probably meant that he would look for the other families to take back his companions. How would the various families handle that? Benson had proven his own strength, but yet was at a disadvantage, which was a matter that could not be disregarded. She did not know how the matter would turn out, but she knew that Purple Cuckoo City would become a mess. But what she was more worried about was whether Ghost Face Mask was Tang Tian. If it was, then it would definitely not be a good matter for the Shui family. She was sure that the various families in Purple Cuckoo City would be looking for Ghost Face Mask. When the Shui family gets implicated, at that time. Mingzhu shuddered. She did not dare think of the consequence. She flew quickly and returned to Shui residence. Seeing the bodyguard at the entrance, she asked, "Where's Tang Tian?" "Tang Tian?" The bodyguard was confused. "I didn't see him." But Mingzhu's heart trembled. She bit her lips and quickly ran over to Tang Tian's residence. The servants whom she passed by had never seen the young miss look so disheveled. They did not dare raise their heads and remain silent. Like a gust of wind, Mingzhu rushed to Tang Tian's residence. At the entrance, hearing the thunderous snores, she calmed down. "It's not him." She carefully pushed open the door and saw Tang Tian sleeping on the ground soundly. His body was completely unharmed, clearing all suspicions. Tang Tian, who was sleeping soundly, mumbled to himself and turned his body, facing upwards towards the sky. He extended himself out flat like a pancake. Seeing that Tang Tian was sleeping so soundly, the rage that she had kept immediately sprung back up. "You slept while on duty at the warehouse, and even caused me to lose face in front of Qin Zishan. You are truly incorrigible, but..." Mingzhu screamed, "Tang Tian! You better stand up now. You sleep at night, sleep in the day. How lazy can you be? This is ridiculous." Tang Tian was completely unmoved. His snoring continued like thunder. Mingzhu was so angry to the point of trembling, but as a person with good education, it made her unable to speak crude words. She had wanted to say that he would be chased out of the Shui residence, but thinking about how the old lady had spent $200,000 on him, if she were to chase him out, wouldn't it be to his favor? Mingzhu became even more sullen. She had seen many troublemakers before, but she had never seen a person like Tang Tian that would leave her helpless. She heard movements behind her, but it was her subordinates that had ran over after hearing the commotion. With them watching, Mingzhu resisted the urge to kick Tang Tian. She snorted and left. Seeing that, everyone immediately scattered. When Mingzhu was unhappy, it would be unlucky for us to find trouble, but their eyes towards Tang Tian were filled with curiosity, for even Mingzhu was unable to do anything to him. Very quickly, everyone left, and Tang Tian was alone in his room. Of course, Tang Tian did not know of everything that happened. He slept extremely soundly. No one had noticed the bizarre state of Tang Tian's body. His body was trembling faintly, every inch of muscle seemed to be opening and closing, as though they were breathing. With the extremely rapid rate of trembling, his body was emitting a light, these faintly discernible light auras permeating into his flesh. Gradually, the light aura grew dimmer and finally disappeared. When Tang Tian woke up, he felt an indescribable free feeling in his entire body. When he took note, he heard a series of pea-sized sonic boom sounds. He was startled. This situation had happened before, right after he obtained the zero-energy body. But after that, no matter how much he tempered himself, it never happened again. Why is it happening again? He immediately inspected his body. He was instantly stunned. All the bones, muscles and tendons in his body had reached an unprecedented level of power. Every inch of his muscles were as durable as black gold threads. His bones were even more peculiar. When he inspected his bones inwardly, there were actually faint jade-colored gloss on them. His bright red blood revealed a faint gold color. His life essence seemed to have strengthened by multiple folds. He suddenly noticed the remaining essence in his body. These are laws. A law-tempered body. Tang Tian suddenly reacted. He finally understood what had happened.
A zero-energy body was naturally compatible with laws, and with his complete exhaustion of the power of his physique, his flesh had become a sponge that absorbed all the surrounding laws. The laws that were extremely compatible with his muscles were absorbed in, and started to temper with his body. There were many benefits to the zero-energy body, but there was always a question that poked at Tang Tian how to improve it. Until now, Tang Tian had come to a realization. That's right, using laws to temper the body. Laws are rules of the world. By using them to temper the body, how strong would the body become? Tang Tian opened his mouth and laughed out loud. He stood up and started to test it out. Compared to before, his body that had been tempered by laws was many times stronger. His strength had increased by 3 folds. Furthermore, the state of his body had obvious strengthening. Most importantly, the power of the physique surged much more than previously. Tang Tian moved about, and was able to clearly feel the astonishing strength accumulated in his body. Suddenly, Tang Tian thought about the punch that was interrupted before he fainted. He became extremely eager. If I were to use all my strength to do it now, what would the effect be? But after looking around, he had to suppress this thought. If he were to punch, the house would definitely be demolished. I just saved Han Bingning, I have to be low-key. Thinking about Han Bingning, and seeing that the sky was getting dark, he immediately rushed out straight for the warehouse. The servants that Tang Tian passed by all gave him looks of disdain. Xiao Yao coincidentally passed by. Seeing Tang Tian, she called out to him and reminded him out of kindness, Tang Tian, you better not sleep tonight, you're always slacking off, Ming Zhu Jia will definitely punish you. Tang Tian was confused. He did not recognize Xiao Yao, but he still thanked her. Seeing that Tang Tian did not seem to care, Xiao Yao could not do anything. Tang Tian arrived at the warehouse. He pushed open the big door and after entering, he closed it shut. Hearing Tang Tian's arrival, Han Bingning quietly appeared, but what surprised Tang Tian was beside her, was another person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 706, The Purple Cuckoo 5 Families. Chapter 706, The Purple Cuckoo 5 Families. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Seeing Ping Shaoshan tied up all over with something stuffed in his mouth, Tang Tian was startled. He snuck in, so I pinned him down. Han Bingning explained everything in one sentence. Tang Tian felt somewhat puzzled. He walked up and took out the cloth stuffed in Ping Shaoshan's mouth, and asked, didn't I tell you not to come back to steal? Why are you here again? Ping Shaoshan lowered his head and spoke respectfully, this lowly one wishes to serve master, but... Serve me? Tang Tian was startled again. He looked at Ping Shaoshan suspiciously and asked suddenly, do you owe someone money outside? Ping Shaoshan looked confused. Alright, who asked me to portray myself as a thief on the first meeting? He gritted his teeth and said, Master's battle earlier have shocked the entire city. Master's status is definitely honorable and is extremely powerful, but this lowly one only has humble skills. But I grew up in the Purple Cuckoo City. If Master wants any information, this lowly one can provide it for you. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He truly needed a local to help him. He was blind towards the matters of the Purple Cuckoo City. Even Han Bingning was not an expert in collecting intel. If they had a local helping them in the shadows, it would save a lot of effort. Since you're very familiar with the Purple Cuckoo City? Then tell me, what families have my friends? Tang Tian asked. Ping Shaoshan had underwent careful deliberations with himself before coming, and naturally had things prepared. Tang Tian ignored his own safety in hopes of saving his own people. That meant he was definitely thinking of saving the rest. The matter of various families picking up people from the tide was no secret in the Purple Cuckoo City. Ping Shaoshan went to investigate, and very quickly obtained the information he needed. Tang Tian's question coincidentally matched the intel he had prepared. He and NBS P relaxed and his tone of speech became more confident. Before coming, this subordinate went to check it out. From the tide the last time, this city picked up a total of 468 people. The Qin family has the most people, obtaining 227 of them. Other than that, the Su family has 92, the Roland family has 65, the Teopiot family has 42, the Yu family has 40, and the remaining 2 are Master and Miss Han. Tian, the Chinese numbers are completely wrong. It states that the entire city picked up 403 people. These accurate figures immediately made Tang Tian trust Ping Shaoshan more. He really has some standards. Tang Tian then asked, how are they doing now? Ping Shaoshan hesitated for a moment. Not too good. Now the various families are spreading. Your group of people have untamed and proud personalities. They have to be polished to be able to integrate into their families, so many of them are in torture prisons. The various families hope to be able to polish their personalities away to subdue them. Tang Tian's face turned gloomy, and his fists clenched up tightly. The young man in front of him suddenly transformed into a death god, releasing a terrifying killing intent. The air in the room suddenly became extremely dense. Ping Xiaoshan's entire body trembled. He felt as if he was being stared at by a dangerous wild beast, and it was choking him. Han Bingning could not help but look at Tang Tian. She felt that Tang Tian had grown even stronger. Suddenly, the killing intent disappeared.
Tang Tian thought that getting angry was pointless. Which family is the easiest to target? Tang Tian did not bother concealing his thoughts and asked.
Although Ping Xiaoshan had decided to join under Tang Tian's banner, he never thought that Tang Tian would be so direct, and was startled. After a moment, he laughed bitterly. None of them are easy targets. Seeing that Tang Tian was not angry, he was secretly relaxed, and consolidated his thoughts, and then added, the Purple Cuckoo City has 5 large families: the Purple Cuckoo Qin family, the Law Imprint Su family, the Gentle Waters Roland, the Phoenix Fire Teopiot, and the Moor Steel Guard.
The Purple Cuckoo Qin family is the strongest. Their ancestors were the ones who built the city, thus Purple Cuckoo King Qingjin is the undisputed #1 in the Purple Cuckoo City.
No one knows Qingjin's strength. In his entire life he rarely had to undertake any task, and hardly anyone knows about him. But 20 years ago, he have held the position as the head of the Purple Cuckoos, and no one had ever gone against him. Other than Qingjin, the Qin family has 4 great generals, all of them with great achievements. Any 4 of them are able to support one family. The majority of the matters of the Qin family are done by the 4 great generals.
Tang Tian listened attentively, being extremely patient. He never treated his enemies lightly. The second strongest would be the Law Imprint Su family.
The Su family's Life and Death Law imprint trains in one of 3 great laws, the Life and Death Law.
Every generation of the Su family will have an extraordinary genius.
The Su family's current generation patriarch, Su Yi, is only 24 years old this year, but his strength is unfathomable. But the Su family does not deal much with worldly affairs, and no one knows if it is the effects of training in the Life and Death Law imprint, but every generation patriarch of the Su family does not have a long life, and the oldest of them is 45 years old. But the Su family has many demonic geniuses, and the Life and Death Law imprint always has a successor. In 3rd place comes the Gentle Water Roland. The Roland family was a prestigious family that declined, but of course, they are still doing better than the Shui family. The Roland family's Gentle Water Sleeve is derived from water laws. It has unfathomable variations, and defeats toughness with gentleness.
The people of the Roland family are enemies that gives others the most headache.
Their defensive capabilities are so powerful that it has become terrifying, and even if your strength far surpasses them, and you want to defeat them, it will never be easy. The Roland family's current generation patriarch is Roland Su. In one of the years, the fearful Sha Conlai's arm was cut off by her water sleeve, and he finally became a crippled, and dared not step into Purple Cuckoo City anymore. In the 4th place, there is the Teopiot family. It is said that their Phoenix Fire stems from their ancestor enlightening on 500 different types of fire laws, and obtained the strongest 13. After combining the flames of these 13, its might became unparalleled. Their relationship with the Roland family isn't good, like fire and water literally. Currently, the strongest martial artist of the Teopiot family is called Victor. He has a loose personality, loitering around prostitutes. He has the qualifications to aim for the patriarch position, but his actions are too casual and he always does what he wants, causing the clan elders of his family to be unhappy with him. He has no interest in authority, and likes to enjoy himself. This time, with Benson showing his power, I reckon Victor will drop to 5th place, And the 5th is the Moor family. Hearing to this point, Tang Tian's face finally changed. Previously when he talked about their powers, although Ping Xiaoshan had talked about how powerful they are, but Tang Tian did not know how to gauge. Until when he said that the Moor family was ranked 5th did he have the most vivid comparison. The Moor Steel Guards, through the successive generations of the Moor family, there will always be a batch of loyal and steadfast Steel Guards, meant to protect the Moor family. But the current Moor family has long declined by a lot, and the current generation of Steel Guards only has been senator. The Moor family has a complicated passing of inheritance, but the Steel Guards practice a different thing. Since young, Benson has ventured out far and wide and made a name for himself, and then returned to the Moor family. Upon returning, he helped stabilize the Moor family's position and power. The Moor Steel Guards are all loyal and devoted, causing the envy of the other families. Benson trains in the Wind Blade, but I did not expect him to be so strong. I reckon that the overall situation will change soon.
Black Benson is only ranked 5? Tang Tian's face was not very good looking.
Ping Xiaoshan spoke till his mouth was dry. He nodded his head. Yes, this ranking was set in place a long time ago, something that everyone somewhat agrees to.
Tang Tian knew of the tanned man's strength.
Even though he had successfully taken Han Bingning, but that was purely accidental. If it was truly a fight to the death, with Tang Tian's current abilities, he did not have any chance of victory.
Such a strong person is only ranked 5th in the Purple Cuckoo City.
And all the null division people must coincidentally landed in the 4 family hands. To save them all, I have to fight through 4 stronger martial artists. Tang Tian took a deep breath and his state of mind became calm again, and determination blazed in his eyes.
Losing your willpower because they are stronger than you? What a joke! How can this ever happen to you, godlike young lad?
Everyone said to fight alongside each other. We are all here now. To even think about giving up is cowardice.
You can do it. You can definitely save everyone.
And, with so many strong opponents, that truly is exciting. Thinking about them already makes my blood boil.
I want to get stronger. Only by getting strong can I save everybody else.
Ping Xiaoshan noticed that Tang Tian did not get disheartened at all, but instead became even more spirited. He felt admiration, although Tang Tian was rather eccentric at times, but his willpower was something that did not lose to anyone. Willpower might seem to be anything to many people, but in the harsh and cruel environment of the Xin domain, people who lacked willpower would never be able to survive, and that was the reason for the low appraisal towards Victor.
What do you want? Tang Tian's eyes glowed as he stared at Ping Xiaoshan.
He knows that what I am doing is extremely dangerous, yet he still wants to join my cause. He must want something. Ping Xiaoshan spoke the truth. I wish to learn how Master uses spatial laws to attack and defend. Tang Tian was surprised. He rubbed his head. Teaching you will be easy. But I randomly grasped that while fighting with Ben Senator. After I research and study it well for a few days, then I will teach it to you. Tang Tian was a straightforward and open person. He did not like to take advantage of people. Ping Xiaoshan has aided him a lot, so he did not wish to cheat him.
Ping Xiaoshan was extremely grateful. Thank you, master. Don't reveal your identity. Tang Tian reminded him, so we will never implicate you.
Ping Xiaoshan was startled. He never thought that Tang Tian would say such words. Seeing that Ping Xiaoshan was shocked, Tang Tian thought that he did not understand, and started to explain, so if anything happens to us, they cannot do anything to you.
He then realized something. What am I saying? What a bad mouth. No, they will all be defeated by me. Godlike young lad will definitely defeat all of them. And save everyone.
Ping Xiaoshan felt warmth in his heart. He had always been living in a state of cautiousness, and hearing these words reminded him of a kinder world, but the world was unchanging. He thought for a bit, if Master wants to take action, why not start from Victor? Victor is someone who loves Tonejoy and is extremely perverted. He simply enjoys himself all day. If we take him down and use him as a hostage, the Thiopiate family will agree to release your people.
No. Tang Tian shook his head. I already found my target.
Ping Xiaoshan was startled for a moment. Master, who are you talking about?
Han Bingning could not help but look over. Ben's son. Tang Tian smiled, revealing his white teeth. But the Moore family doesn't have your companions anymore.
Ping Xiaoshan did not understand.
Do I need a reason to fight?
A light aura shot out of Tang Tian's eyes. The current him was like a burning regiment of flames. Who will be a better training partner than Black Benson?
I have received countless benefits from the fight last time. I want to continue challenging Benson. I want to extract everything out from him. Tang Tian spoke with heroism.
Han Bingning's eyes lit up and blurted out, growing through battle. Ping Xiaoshan was dumbstruck. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 707, Looming Events casted its shadow over the entire city. Chapter 707, Looming Events casted its shadow over the entire city. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Leaving the Shui family warehouse, Ping Xiaoshan's mind was in a mess.
Such an important matter, how could they so casually just decide on something? To grow through battle isn't difficult to comprehend. But, he actually has that much confidence in his own abilities? This was what Ping Xiaoshan could not understand. If anyone else were to be faced with the same situation, they would think of a plan, or find the weaknesses of their enemies, or form alliance with other powerhouses, etc., who would find time to look for others as training partner. Hoping to grow stronger from that? That is too ridiculous.
Ping Xiaoshan started to question whether he was relying on a reckless person. Such people were statistically meant to fail. Lucky for me, I have a few techniques on hand. Thinking about that, Ping Xiaoshan consoled himself. This guy learned my family's stealth techniques in a night, and was able to create a few techniques for himself. Maybe he can truly become stronger? No one knew if it was this self-consolation that worked, but Ping Xiaoshan's state of mind slowly calmed down. After calming down, he started to think clearer. If such a person has such high perception, then this will not be the best answer. Tang Tian's fight with Benson had shocked the entire city, and all the families would be cautious against him. To collide with them right now, they would definitely lose out. As compared to the other 4 families, the Moore family was still lacking in strength. they only had one expert, Benson, holding the fort, and it was not easy for them to encounter sieges. From another angle, this unanticipated action is truly acting before thinking, but he shook his head. It was not a question and problem that he could resolve, so why waste so much brainpower? His thoughts returned back to his task. Tang Tian had instructed him to investigate on the locations of the torture prisons.
Truly self-confident.
Ping Xiaoshan laughed bitterly. Han Bingning did not doubt Tang Tian's decision at all. She was different from Ping Xiaoshan. She was long used to crazy Tang's seemingly stupid and weird methods, but the rewards were always great. When the stupidity reaches ascertain in M. P. and B. SP level, it could be considered the least expected thing.
With regards to Tang Tian's talent and training, in the entire Ursa Major constellation, no, in the entire Heaveness Road, no one doubted his abilities. The godlike young lad, the ridiculous nickname, had subdued the entire Heavens Road.
Like him or hate him, no one dared to disregard his existence.
What about me? Han Bingning looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian replied, you will serve as my backup. If I get injured, bring me back. All right. Han Bingning nodded her head and went back to train. Tang Tian immediately called out for her, let me teach you the Ping family stealth techniques. He needed an assistant. He was not afraid of challenging Benson, although Benson was much stronger than him, but he was not helpless against him. The growth in strength never been an easy matter. To want a huge growth in a short span of time, Tang Tian thought that the only possible way was to put himself in a life or death situation, to truly incite his full potential. Tang Tian never relied on luck. The stimulation through experiencing life or death to draw out his potential was not any new idea. But very few people were willing to do it, as the risk was too great. If one was careless, they would lose their life. Strength could be gained slowly, but everyone only had one life, and such a method would only be their last resort, as no one wanted to die. Every life and death battle would be extremely exhausting. Covered in bruises, most defensive abilities would bear rendered nil, and countless eyes would be staring at him, and Tang Tian did not want to fall to such despicable people. With Han Bingning around, he could let go of this last remaining fear and fight all out. I can't wait for it. Nightfall, and countless of people could not sleep. Did you check it out? The one who spoke was roughly 40 years of age. He had a stern expression, and was the leader of the four great generals of the Qin family, Zhong Zhangyan Mei. Zhong Zhangyan Mei was heavily trusted by Qin Zhen. He took charge of the internal affairs and was extremely prestigious. His style of executing was steadfast, and under his control, the Purple Cuckoo City's influence had been steadily increasing. They are not willing to say. The manager who spoke turned pale. That means, they recognize who that ghost masked man is? Zhong Zhangyan Mei said. I think so. Seeing that his master was not angry, the manager felt relieved. He hesitated for a moment. Do we need to punish them? No, Zhong Zhangyan Mei replied. From today on, watch them carefully, do not beat and scold them at will. The manager immediately complied. After the manager retreated, the big sturdy man by the side spoke out. Big brother, you are too naive. Humph, I have seen many people who are stubborn. If you hand them over to me, I promise you, I will get them to speak. This man was extremely muscular and had a fierce look, with a prominent cross-shaped scar on his forehead. He was one of the four great generals, Wei Han. Zhong Zhangyan Mei was not angry, and nodded. I trust you on this, but even if we get them to speak, what of it? What of it? Wei Han was stumped. If this man is weak, then fine. But what if he is strong? Aren't we making an enemy out of nothing? Zhong Zhang Mei Yang shook his head. All of these prisoners are extremely loyal to that ghost mask man. That means he isn't any ordinary person. So what? Wei Han snorted. Don't tell me we have to throw out our people? Big brother, you cannot give them up. I've seen them, they are all capable seedlings. As long as we groom them well, our strength will definitely soar. I feel what Big Brother says makes sense. Just then, Muze, who was by the side all along but remained silent, spoke out. I went to investigate. The ones that obtained these people isn't only our Purple Cuckoo City, but other cities actually received this man. A total of more than 1,000 men. This is definitely an army. The Ghost Mask is most likely the commander of this army. So what? Wei Han's neck became red. He is only one man now. Can he flip the heavens? But Muze had a smart appearance, resembling a scholar. He looked to be harmless and gentle. He smiled. One man cannot flip the heavens. But what if one of the families return him his subordinates? Wei Han sneered. Return them to him? Which idiot would do that? To spit out the meat that they have obtained. Zhong Zhang Mei Yang looked thoughtfully. Third brother, what you mean is that we should assist him? Muze's eyes revealed a light aura that could cause the heart to palpitate. All of these prisoners have outstandingly strong physiques, and they have no energy at all. As long as we give them some instructions, they can form an outstanding fighting strength. They are people that were in an army, how long since the Xin domain had an army?
Zhongzhang Mei Yang revealed a look of surprise.
Wei Han snorted, so what? Even if we give in to him, it's only 200 men, a 200-man army?
Ha, I alone can kill them, the Xin domain is not suitable for an army.
Furthermore, what advantage will we have by giving in to him?
Third brother, the advantage that you speak of is merely theoretical, but spitting this fat meat out is real. We managed to get 200 of them with difficulty. To spit them out, if the other families were to take them in, we will have not gotten anything, it'll be them expanding and us becoming smaller, we would be at a disadvantage then.
Zhongzhang Mei Yang did not speak. Wei Han's words were equally reasonable. His eyes turned towards the lady who had her head buried in books. Second sister, what do you think?
The lady's eyes finally left the book, her face masked with an impressive-looking silver mask.
This silver mask glittered brightly, contrasting with her dim eyes that looked to be an unfathomable abyss which no one could see through.
Her hair was gorgeously mixed with different colors, each strand perfectly straight like rainbow-colored needles expanding outwards.
We should wait first, we still need to examine his capabilities.
Her voice was indifferent, as if she did not care about the entire matter.
Second sister is right. Zhongzhang Mei Yang nodded his head, we shall observe him first.
The ghost-masked man dared to take action against the Moore family, that means he will definitely make a move on the other families. We will observe for the time being, and see if he is deserving of our investment.
Wei Han and Mu Zhe nodded their heads, they have all come to a consensus.
Su and Zhong and Victor have revealed themselves this time too.
Zhongzhang Mei Yang said, everyone, please be careful during this period. Su and Zhong came out of closed-doors cultivation?
Mu Zhe's tone became serious, seems like the Su family have another great general now. Wei Han's face also became ugly. Su Zhong was Su Ye's brother, and his talent was definitely at the top, but strangely, he did not have even the slightest interest towards the life and death law imprint, which was a supreme technique, but was intoxicated in the sword. He always spoke of creating his own sword techniques, and completely separated himself from the Su family, always keeping himself in life and death situations. For him to appear, that meant he had an absolutely great breakthrough. Amongst the great families in the Purple Cuckoo City, the one that posed the biggest threat to the Qin family was the Su family. The Su family did not recruit outsiders, with their known short lifespan, but every generation they had many geniuses. Su Zhong was extremely ordinary amongst the Su family, and adding that he rebelled against the orthodox teachings of his family, he received the ridicule of others. But he was determined to form his own sword techniques and has gone through life and death closed-door training, and immediately beat down all of these clamors, convincing everyone of his own powers. This so-called life and death closed-door training meant that if he was unsuccessful, he would be dead. But people who dared to do such thing were all extremely resilient and persevering people, and all of them received the heartfelt respect from others. For him to come out now meant that he had been reborn once again. The Qin family was able to suppress all the other families, other than Qin Jin's unfathomable strength. The four great generals were all absolute powerhouses as well. For the Su family to have another great general, their threat towards the Qin family had increased once more.
And there is that Tan trash, Wei Han snorted, his eyes flashing a look of rage. If not for that masked man fooling around, that Tan trash will always be hiding. Everyone knew he was talking Benson. Other than the masked man, Benson had shocked everyone. The strength that he had revealed caused everyone to be astonished. For many years, Benson was so reserved to the point that his existence seemed vague, and everyone almost forgot about him. The Moore family has always concealed their strength and bid their time, giving others the impression that they had declined, but after Benson displayed his strength, it made everyone remember about the almost forgotten fifth great family of Purple Cuckoo City. The current generation of Steel Guard is more or less exposed. Mu Zhe suddenly said, I don't think Benson has placed any thoughts of grooming another generation of Steel Guards. Moore Steel Guards have always been a tradition of the Moore family, something Benson will definitely not give up. If Benson, who has concealed his strength, placed all of his efforts in grooming the next generation of Steel Guards, they should have most likely be formed up. No one had expected that with the sudden appearance of the ghost-face masked man, it would cause the initially peaceful Purple Cuckoo City to suddenly erupt into an unstable and raging situation. All of the people present were shrewd and sharp people, but at the moment, they actually did not know what to expect. Looming events casted its shadow over the entire city. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708, A Black Ironstone and Golden Steel Gravels. Chapter 708, A Black Ironstone and Golden Steel Gravels. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Mingzhu listened attentively to Xiaoyao's latest reports and accounting. Xiaoyao was extremely orderly and neat, her numbers were accurate, causing Mingzhu to nod with praise. With Xiaoyao around, you have saved me Samic time. Xiaoyao giggled, she had long treated such praise as ordinary. Are there any other urgent matters?
Ming Zhu looked at the time. She was about to speak to another prospective business. Galloping Horse City's Lu family had sent people with an interest. Seeing the scale of their commerce, Ming Zhu felt the possibility of a large business transaction. Xiaoyao looked at Ming Zhu and spoke quickly. Ever since Tang started guarding the warehouse, there has not been a loss in gold and steel threads. Ming Zhu was startled. She was somewhat surprised, and muttered to herself. Many thefts of the gold and steel threads in the warehouse had continued to occur despite all the prohibitions, although these thieves dared not be overzealous about it, but there would always be traces of the gold and steel threads disappearing on a daily basis, and even becoming a standard. Ming Zhu suspected that the people stealing the gold and steel threads had already found other players to be involved in it. If it wasn't for the Qin family doing large purchases in the market for the gold and steel threads, the Xue family would have suffered heavy damages.
For there to be no loss at this time.
Seems like that lazy guy has some strength to him. Ming Zhu finally understood why the various families viewed the batch of people who arrived from the tide as treasures. Towards the families that were long stabilized, all this new fresh blood would increase their strength greatly. But it would not be easy swallowing this specific meat. Ming Zhu had heard countless of rumors passing around in the past few days. The people were all untamable and wanton. They were extremely ferocious and completely disregarded everything.
If not, why would the families be and NBS? Willing to throw them into the torture prisons to grind their personalities away?
Ming Zhu started to admire the old lady. $200,000 might seem a lot, but if the warehouse was constantly stolen from, the loss would not stop at the $200,000.
We will observe it for a little longer. Ming Zhu said, right, we are already running out of the black iron stones for the silkworms.
Send a batch to the warehouse and get him to shatter them. Hearing that, Xiaoyao immediately understood Ming Zhu's intent. She laughed. I will send in a bit more. That guy is too lazy. We truly need to treat that. Ming Zhu was a hard-working person who despised lazy people.
Wait a minute.
Do not let him do it for nothing. Give him a gold and steel grapple as well. Ming Zhu suddenly said.
Xiaoyao was surprised, but she understood, yes.
Ming Zhu was willing to part with some of her savings. The gold and steel grapple was the waste of the gold and steel silkworms. The gold and steel silkworms ate black iron stones as food to produce gold and steel threads, and their excretion were gold and steel gravel. The gold and steel silkworms' intake of food were astonishing, but excreted very rarely. The gold and steel gravel were good materials. They were extremely
sturdy and could be used to make weapons.
It was just that the gold and steel gravel could not be tempered with fire, and needed a unique tempering technique. As there were limitations to this unique tempering technique, it drove the price of the gold and steel gravel down.
Coincidentally, our Xue family knows of this unique technique. The gold and steel gravel can make powerful weapons, which Tian will know upon receiving it. What could be more desirable to a martial artist than a unique mythical weapon?
But a batch of gold and steel gravel is insufficient to create a weapon, so he will have to first collect enough of the gold and steel gravel, and after that he would need to obtain the technique to temper the gravel. Calculating all of these, it cannot be obtained in just a day.
Using gains as a lure, young miss is truly brilliant. Xiaoyao was completely convinced.
Seeing Xiaoyao excuse herself, Ming Zhu suddenly realized that there would be trouble. If Tang Tian truly had the ability to stop the thefts, that meant that he was strong, and to the Xue family, it was a good and bad thing. With an expert keeping watch and eradicating all the thieves in the night, it naturally was a good thing.
But, how will Xue family rope in this expert?
If they cannot rope him in, a weak master and a strong servant would not necessarily be a good thing. The gold and steel gravel was her decision to test the waters, and see if Tang Tian would take the bait.
If it was not successful, must I really do this by marriage?
Upon thinking about his loud snores, an angry fire surged in Ming Zhu's heart. Forget it, I'll ignore him for the time being. The business with the Lu family was extremely important. The strength of the Lu family was not inferior to the Qin family, and even if it was a meeting to make friends, it would provide the Xue family with a lot of benefits.
In the warehouse,
there were a few people who wanted to sneak in at night. I just released a bit of my sword concept and they left. Han Bingning said. She was a quiet person, but to have to stay in the pitch-black warehouse for a few days, even she felt annoyed. At night, she noticed a few people wanting to sneak in. She did not wish to reveal herself, thus exposed a bit of sword concept, striking fear into the thieves who escaped right away. There are truly many people in the same line as Xiaoping Z*. Tang Tian muttered. He then changed the topic. He have grasped some things in the past few days. I think, with just a few more days, I can go and find that Tan guy and have a fight.
Tian, a sort of a nickname. If your name is like Jonathan, it's like John Y. N.
Han Bingning replied, and did not speak further. She sat down cross-legged on the floor, and a silent tremble dispersed from her body. It was the trembling of the power of the physique, and all around her, one after another of light threads started to appear. Tang Tian immediately kept quiet. His eyes were wide open. He was afraid that he might disturb Han Bingning. To the martial artists of the Sin domain, law exposure was the first step. The laws in the Sin domain were like rocks exposed naked on a dry riverbed, and anyone could see them. By using the power of the body, they could allow the law to take form. Currently, the laws were like chaotic light threads, also termed as law threads. They came in all sorts of colors, and had extremely strange characteristics. After law exposure, one had to choose the law to train in. This step did not seem to look difficult, but in fact it was not easy. Any ordinary martial artists had sufficient power off the physique to produce law exposures, but the number of law threads appearing was related to the strength of the power of the physique.
With sufficient power of the physique, the ones to appear would be the most common law threads.
But to Han Bingning, who trained in the zero energy body, the power of the physique in her was extremely vigorous. Adding that zero energy bodies were naturally compatible with laws, she was able to produce a great quantity of law threads. All these law threads swam around her, as though there were many colorful fishes congregating and dispersing. Han Bingning was extremely focused. There were many law threads. That meant that her choice of selection was bigger, but at the same time, to be able to choose a law thread compatible to her out of the many law threads was much more difficult. Her gaze was as sharp as a sword. She focused on the chaotic light threads, her mind sweeping across the large school of fishes. Countless auras surfaced in her mind. Some were faintly discernible and serene, some were tyrannical and in flames, some were ice-cold and filled with een, some were simple and vast. Not one was the same. It was her first time coming face to face with laws. In Heaven's Road, laws were hidden amongst energy, and after obtaining the zero energy body, it was like seeking fire and water. Every step was extremely arduous. But one should not sweat for nothing. It was only this day that she suddenly realized, unknowingly, she had become so much stronger than what she had expected. Her quiet disposition, her gaze that was as sharp as a sword, gradually retracted. Her state of mind, which became a mirror lens, reflected the sky full of stars, reflecting the large school of colorful fishes. An indescribable weak aura, like a fish hiding in the deep sea, accidentally revealed itself, and glimpsed at her gracefully. Han Bingning suddenly opened her eyes. Without any delay or hesitation, she locked onto that almost invisible aura, her fingers forming sword seals. A dim blue light beam shot out from her finger. The surrounding colorful fishes disappeared with a speed visible to the naked eye, as though they were devoured by an invisible entity, and the space around Han Bingning became dark again. Han Bingning closed her eyes, and went back into concentration. Tang Tian did not dare disturb her, but suddenly he heard footsteps approaching. He immediately dodged out from the place where Han Bingning was hiding. Whoosh, he appeared at the door of the warehouse and opened it.
Xiaoyao was just about to open the door when it automatically opened by itself, scaring her.
Seeing that it was Tang Tian, she heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately patted her chest. "Xiao Tang, you scared me."
Tang Tian noticed that there were many carts behind Xiaoyao. "Miss Xiaoyao, why are you delivering things to the warehouse in the middle of the night?"
Tang Tian was surprised. After staying in the warehouse for a few days, he had grasped the rules of the place. Various goods were transferred into the warehouse in the day, and never at night. "I have specially come for Xiao Tang this time." Xiaoyao smiled. "During this period of time, there isn't enough manpower in the residence, so there isn't sufficient food for the silkworms, and I came here hoping to seek help from Xiao Tang."
"You want my help? Tell me, Xiaoyao."
Tang Tian did not decline and readily accepted. Although he was slightly foolish, but he was not stupid. He knew that everyone else in the residence looked at him with disdain, but only Xiaoyao and a few others in minority treated him better.
"Then I will have to thank Xiao Tang."
Xiaoyao laughed and said, "Gold and steel silkworms eat black iron stones as food, but we cannot feed it to them directly, and need to shatter them first, each the size of a sesame seed."
"It cannot be too big or too small." "The size of a sesame seed."
Tang Tian was startled. He muttered in his heart, "These silkworms are sure hard toplies, to be so fussy with even the size." Xiaoyao retrieved out a bag and gave it to Tang Tian. Tang Tian accepted it. He was surprised. The small bag was actually extremely heavy. Opening it, he noticed that inside it were truly small pieces that were all the size of same seeds. He used his hand to pick one up and scrutinized it. The black stones were smashed extremely uniformly, resulting in the same size. He casually pinched it, but the black iron stone did not budge, causing him to be surprised. Such a strong material. Black iron stones are very strong, and is time and effort consuming. The residence is filled with ladies with insufficient strength, so we usually hand it over to outsiders to crush them. But who knew there would be an accident and they are unable to do it? Under this helplessness, I can only come and seek help from Xiao Tang. Xiaoyao said courteously, and retrieved out another bag that was woven with gold. Young Miss said, "This will require a lot of time and will be exhausting, so this golden steel gravel will be for Xiao Tang as a reward."
"Golden steel gravel?" Tang Tian accepted the bag.
It was different from the previous bag. The golden steel gravel was extremely light. If not for him being able to physically touch it, Tang Tian would have suspected that the bag was empty. It was his first time hearing the term golden steel gravels. Seeing Xiaoyao's serious look, he guessed that it was not cheap. It made him curious, and he immediately opened the bag woven with gold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 709, Life Origin Essence. Chapter 709, Life Origin Essence. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
The golden steel gravel was around the size of a piece of gravel in any river.
Quietly lying inside the golden weaved bag, its dark gray color made it look extremely unremarkable.
Tang Tian carefully lifted one up and used his finger to rub on it. Its texture was very strong, stronger than the black iron rocks. A spark of interest grew. Normally, any hard object would be heavy, but the golden steel gravel were as light as feathers. He raised the golden steel gravel to eye level and scrutinized it, before he noticed it. The golden steel gravel's bodies were in truth transparent, but inside it was an extremely tiny gray vortex, making it appear to look gray. What made Tang Tian feel even more shock was that the tiny gray vortex was actually spinning very slowly.
Interesting.
Tang Tian guessed that the golden steel gravel characteristics was most probably because of the tiny gray vortex. He had not grasped the use of the vortex, but as a tyrant who had seen various types of treasures, he could tell that the golden steel gravel were not ordinary objects.
Then I'll take it. Tang Tian kept the golden bag casually. Xiaoyao heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She had an uncertain feeling dealing with Tang Tian. His manner of doing things was always out of expectation. He was difficult to understand, thus Xiaoyao did not dare assure that she could complete the task. After completing the task, she could return to report to Ming Zhu, and she need not worry about any other things. Whether or not Tang Tian could complete it would be a reward or punishment, and that Ming Zhu's decision. Then I will head off first. 3 days later, the people will come to collect the food for the silkworms. Xiaoyao smiled at Tang Tian. Yes. Tang Tian, who was fixated on the golden steel gravel, no longer cared to reply properly. After Xiaoyao took the people and left, Tang Tian immediately took the gravel out and started to examine it again. This time, Tang Tian scrutinized it even further. Inside the transparent gravel, the gray vortex rotated very slowly, and occasionally there would be a flicker of silver light. To find out what the gray vortex inside is, the simplest method is to break it open. Without saying a word, Tang Tian used all of his strength, all of his muscles, putting everything he had to his 2 fingers and squeezing the golden steel gravel. But no matter what Tang Tian did, it would not even budge. Tang Tian was shocked. His current strength was extremely powerful. Compared to last time, it had multiplied a few folds. Even if a silver great star treasure from Heaven's Road would be easily broken apart in his hands. But, even with all of his might, he was helpless against this tiny golden steel gravel. Tang Tian did not believe it. He tried multiple methods, but he could not even cause a wound in this tiny golden steel gravel. How do I break it open? Tang Tian suddenly realized that he was somewhat unable to do anything. All of a sudden, his mind shook. He thought of something: laws. He instantly thought about spatial laws. The laws obtained from the Ping family stealth techniques were just one branch of the many in the spatial laws. But they were hailed as one of the 3 great laws. Even if it was just one branch, it had extraordinary might. To Tang Tian, the Ping family stealth technique's strongest aspect was its ability to split open space. In Heaven's Road, the only one whom Tang Tian saw could achieve a bit of it was Little Fool when he summoned the Saint Sword Ocean prison. Splitting space was an extremely powerful feature. Tang Tian did not immediately test it out, but sat down and started to plan. Time slowly crept past. Suddenly, Tang Tian, who sat as still as a statue, moved. The power of the physique in his body started to move. A strange law thread grew quickly along his fingernail. In the blink of an eye, it was over 30 centimeters, and started to wave around in the air. His body suddenly became blurry. His dull eyes resembled the reflection of the stars on a water surface, the light auras faintly rippling. This law thread did not have any brilliance at all. It was the Ping family's stealth technique's law thread, one of the threads of the spatial laws. Inside the dimension of blurriness, Tang Tian's eyes erupted with light, his mind fixed on that particular law thread. Tang Tian had some admiration towards Ping Xiaoshan's ancestor. The law thread's grade was definitely not low, and its aura was extremely weak. If not for it slipping out from Tang Tian's finger, he would not have been able to sense it. Even now, as it continued to wriggle on Tang Tian's fingertip, he still had difficulty completely catching it. On one sense, it was because of its extremely faint aura, and on the other, it was because it could move through space. One end of it was stuck on Tang Tian's fingertip, while the other seemed to be flickering, disappearing, and reappearing. Imagine, if it was swimming in the air, with its strange manners, catching it would be extremely difficult. But it was a pity. Although they had grasped on a powerful law thread, they actually chose a wrong path, and did not truly expand on the potential of the law thread.
This pity swept past in Tang Tian's mind for a short moment. Tang Tian could clearly feel and see the law thread, regardless of how it kept on disappearing and appearing. It was as black as ink, and thinner than a strand of hair, appearing in the air. Upon appearing, it produced an extremely faint ripple with it as a center, resonating outwards. This ripple made Tang Tian feel an indescribable palpitation. He could clearly feel the space around him rippling. An unstable space was the most terrifying bomb. An intense sense of danger caused all the hairs on Tang Tian to stand. This method isn't bad at all. Tang Tian became excited, but he did not dare to test it out. Han Bingning was still immersed in her meditation in the darkness. If he startled her, it would be terrible. Furthermore, Tang Tian was not sure what would happen if the space exploded. Tang Tian secretly remembered this idea for a future opportunity to test it out. But for now, the most important thing to do is to break open this golden steel gravel. One golden steel gravel floated in front of him. Tang Tian concentrated with all of his attention to control the law thread. The pitch-black law became extremely straight and like a blade. It cut the golden steel gravel. The transparent outer shell broke effortlessly. The black law thread, upon cutting through the shell, attacked the gray vortex. Bang! Tang Tian only felt a thunder erupting in his mind. His entire body trembled. A violent power surged through his body as though he got hit. That power suddenly scattered within, causing Tang Tian to groan, and blood to drip out from the corner of his mouth. Tang Tian did not even bother about the blood. He was too focused onto his front. The law thread crumbled inch by inch and disappeared, while the gray vortex transformed into a fine and thin mist. Inside the mist, the silver lights flickered continuously, like countless of silver stars rumbling inside the mist. But after that, the silver stars in the mist became brighter and brighter, and very quickly, the entire mist had transformed into a silver color. The silver mist was dense and beautiful, but its transformation had not ended, as gold lights started to blossom in the silver mist. Not long later, the gold lights started flickering in the silver mist, like gold granules being mixed into it. This change was so fast and beautiful, it was a feast for Tang Tian's eyes. The gold stars and silver mist rose in spirals in the air, like a vast star river body. The mist emitted a foreign aura, and an indescribable sense of elation surged out from Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian was startled. It was as though every muscle in his body was crying out in joy. It was Tang Tian's first time witnessing such a thing. This is... Tang Tian's mind flashed with a thought, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. This aura, it is pure vitality force. This is life origin essence. Tang Tian's mouth was wide opened. He stared at the scene in front of him like a foolish man. Tang Tian's power of the physique had already reached a bottleneck. The powerful whirlpool sword storm had refined his body to an extremely high level, and his zero-energy body was by itself extremely powerful. After fighting Bensen, his complete exhaustion of physical strength resulted in him having a law-tempered body, and his fleshly body had been refined to an unimaginable level. Just with his tyrannical degree of body strength, even the strongest blood saint was unable to compare to him. Tian, blood saints are the Onyx Soul 3 blood saints of the past that were briefly mentioned. In terms of training, Tang Tian was having trouble improving, thus he placed all of his attention on laws. When his comprehension of laws reached a profound level, it would allow his strength to improve. But the life origin essence in front of him made Tang Tian see a new light. Life origin essence was an immense nourishment to any living being. It could greatly increase the vitality of the body. Vitality is something that cannot be seen but truly exists. In every living being, the composition of the body would long be stable. All the so-called tempering and refinement of the body was to remove the impurities in the body, allowing the person's physical state to be even stronger, but never able to raise the upper threshold of vitality. Given Tang Tian's body as an example, his muscle strength exceeded that of steel, his bones comparable to star treasures, even his ability to make blood from the bone marrow, his capability of gaining more muscles are much stronger than saints. But such tempering of the body isn't limitless. His current body had been refined to close to perfection, and it was extremely difficult to improve further, and that was dictated and set the moment he was born. At this step, to want to improve further, he could only rely on life origin essence. The gray mist inside the golden steel gravel was actually life origin essence. Breaking open the golden steel gravel, the entire process of the gray mist changing was like a phoenix going through nirvana. It was beautiful and splendid, and brimming with the throbbing of life. Although the strand of life origin essence was weak, but its value was incomparable. Tang Tian had previously placed his eyes on laws because compared to enlightenment of laws, raising the vitality was not as feasible. Life origin essence would allow Tang Tian to improve much more substantially than anything else. Tang Tian's body had already been refined to almost perfection, there were no impurities, and thus he would be able to absorb vitality very well. After regaining his senses, without saying a word, he reached out for the life origin essence. Sigh. A warm flow entered Tang Tian's body, which was like a dried riverbed under a pouring rain, which sucked and absorbed all the rain cleanly. Tang Tian closed his eyes and carefully observed the changes to his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes, filled with a desire to continue. The strand of life origin essence was definitely good stuff, but it was too little. It was unable to induce a substantial change to his body. Thinking about the golden steel gravel in the bag, Tang Tian immediately became excited. Without saying a word, he decided to repeat the process, but what he did not expect was, he was unable to congeal the law thread. Tang Tian jumped in fright, but quickly found the reason, revealing a bitter smile on his face. The cut with the law thread previously actually consumed all the power of the physique in his body, and the remaining power of the physique was unable to allow him to concentrate to congeal out the law thread. The strand of life origin essence was actually able to nourish his body, but was unable to help him recover from the fatigue. Thinking about all the life origin essence that he was unable to absorb, he became very dejected. Tang Tian, who was feeling upset, turned towards the pile of black iron stones. The smile on his face became even more bitter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 710, The People from Liu Family. Chapter 710, The People from Liu Family. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
The black iron stones were far sturdier than he had imagined, but knowing the strength of the golden steel gravel, Tang Tian was not too surprised. Luckily, the black iron stones were not as excessive to require the need for the spatial law thread to cut them. The requirement for the black iron stone size was extremely harsh, and Tang Tian recalled back the time when he trained in minute collapsing fist by crushing rocks. In terms of crushing rock materials, minute collapsing fist was the most suitable method. I don't have that much strength left. Tang Tian became calm and focused, and slowly recalled back the minute collapsing fist. The minute collapsing fist is a relatively low-rank fist technique. It uses true power to induce a high-frequency vibration.
Tang Tian currently had no more true power in him, but it did not stump him.
His body was extremely tyrannical, and could easily mimic such vibrations.
Tang Tian did not do that.
Using his muscles to mimic the vibrations could be done, but its efficiency was too low. He did not have much strength left, and if he mimicked the vibrations, he could only break a few of the black iron stones.
He thought about laws.
He had been frequently using laws, and thus became much more familiar with them. He suddenly thought about the incomplete punch, causing his eyes to light up. Not a bad choice, Tang Tian then revealed a bitter smile. It was because he had no strength left in his body the previous time that it remained incomplete. Currently, he too did not have much strength left, and would not be able to complete the punch.
Tang Tian smacked his forehead, thinking himself as a fool. Why must I complete the punch?
I can test out the incomplete version first. It doesn't require much strength anyway, but...
Tang Tian decided to do it, and carefully thought about the punch.
At that time, his initial thoughts were to change the complications to simplicity, inferring in a reverse method, and condensing all the variations in punch techniques into one punch. Although it was incomplete, but the might of the punch had already revealed signs of its loftiness. Tang Tian believed that the punch's might would definitely surpass everything he had ever seen, even all of the martial techniques and spirit techniques. Upon thinking about it, Tang Tian immediately realized that all the countless inferred variations flooded back into him like a gushing tide.
Tang Tian did not panic. Once he confirmed a path, he never stepped back.
When in Bing's training, he had learned to tackle such problems. He did not care about the black iron stones and sat down cross-legged and started to create a mind map. Fist techniques had countless of variations, and every variations had marks. Easy to difficult, small to big, Tang Tian chose the main variation mark out of the thousands of marks, and assimilated it into his fist technique. The last time when Tang Tian was in the state of enlightenment, all of these thousands of variations appeared like flickering lights and shadows that flashed past his heart effortlessly. But currently, he was inferring them extremely slowly, and it became an extremely arduous process which was extremely hard. Tang Tian's physical strength was already low. After thinking extremely hard, he became even more tired, and unknowingly he once again fell asleep. In the conference room, although it was late at night, but lights splendidly burned, the atmosphere was extremely tensed with the state of mutual hostility.
Miss Ming Zhu, what about it?
Lu Lingnan smiled. He was unscrupulously admiring Ming Zhu's appearance, a look of lust flashing across his eyes. He had long heard of the Bo ties of the Shui family, and they were truly living up to their name. The other Lu family members all had arrogant expressions, their faces revealing disdainful expressions.
Actually, following my Lu family will be better than following the Qin family.
Lu Lingnan spoke with a glib tongue. The patriarch has already said that as long as the Shui family realigns your allegiance, there will be preferential treatment.
As the saying goes, under a big tree there will be plentiful shade. The Lu family is such a big tree, we will be able to block the wind and rain for the Shui family. All you need to do is feed your silkworms in peace, and any other matters, you will not need to care. How peaceful would that be? The ladies behind Ming Zhu all revealed awkward looks. They had never thought that the Lu family would be thinking of swallowing the Shui family as their own, and all of them looked towards Lu Lingnan's people angrily. Ming Zhu's expression turned cold and replied coldly, "The Lu family is a big tree, but unfortunately it is something my Shui family cannot enjoy. If the Lu family wants to buy our products, it will be at market price. For anything else, I request that you keep it to yourself." Ha, it is said that Miss Ming Zhu is naturally unyielding. To see it personally, it is indeed true. The smile on Lu Lingnan's face remained. He spoke leisurely. "The reason why we are here to discuss with Miss Ming Zhu is because we respect Miss Ming Zhu. If not, with the strength of the Lu family, if we wanted to take something, what can't we take?" Ming Zhu's face finally changed, and she replied coldly, "Young Master Lu is overly pleased to the point of forgetting. We are in the Purple Cuckoo City, not the Galloping Horse City, but..." The smile on Lu Lingnan's face became even wider. It was like a cat and mouse game. He lifted up his teacup and took a sip. "Yes, this is the Purple Cuckoo City, the Qin's family Purple Cuckoo City. But, did Miss Ming Zhu think about the fact that I came to the Shui family residence but there is no one from the Qin family here?" Ming Zhu's body swayed slightly, her complexion turned pale. It was not only her, Xiaoyao who was behind her also had a change in expression. For a large family to enter the Purple Cuckoo City, the Qin family would definitely be very cautious, but up till now, there were no Qin family members that appeared. "It seems like Miss Ming Zhu is unwilling to give up until you see a coffin." Lu Lingnan sighed. He then retrieved out a letter from his bosom. He flicked it, sending it flying to Ming Zhu. "Why not take a look at this first before speaking?" Ming Zhu then saw the words to Miss Ming Zhu written on the paper. Her entire body trembled, all the blood in her face disappeared. She was extremely familiar to the handwriting. It was by the great general of the Qin family, Zhong Zhengyan Mei. He handled the internal affairs of Qin family, and frequently interacted with the Shui family. Ming Zhu opened the letter with trembling hands. In the letter, Zhong Zhengyan Mei's tone of writing was extremely warm, but it contained a trace of unquestionable loftiness. Zhong Zhengyan Mei said, "The Qin family and Lu family are the closest allies, and the alliance between both parties would impact the future of the Purple Cuckoo City and the Galloping Horse City." He implied that joining the Lu family would allow the Shui family to be able to improve, and hoped that the Shui family would see the bigger picture and move to the Galloping Horse City. The gift of the Shui family will be another reason for the alliance. And lastly, if the Shui family met with any problems in the future, they could seek out the Qin family, whom will help the best they could. An indescribable despair spread in Ming Zhu's heart. She had never thought that the Qin family would give up on the Shui family. It was as though she could not stand properly. Without the shelter of the Qin family, the Shui family had become an open wound, and countless of wolves would pounce on them and devour them whole. But after that, an unspeakable rage filled her heart. Although the Shui family relied on the protection of the Qin family, but they were not a vessel of the Qin family, but Zhong Zhengyan Mei treated them like one. "They are just bullying us." Ming Zhu's face was pale, but she raised her head. An unbending look flashed past her eyes, and she said, "The Shui family has never been anybody's vessel. The Shui family's future will be decided by me, and does not require anybody's permission." The smile on Lu Lingnan's face disappeared. He frowned and put down his teacup. He then spoke expressionlessly. "It seems like Miss Ming Zhu is still hell-bent on rejecting us. The Shui family is truly not anybody's vessel, but without a big tree, how long can the Shui family last?" A sneer formed on his mouth. He stood up. "We will come to visit in a few days. Who knows if Miss Ming Zhu will change her decision?" The group of people stood up and laughed. All of the energy in her body disappeared. She plopped back into the chair as though she had lost all spirit. After walking out of the Shui residence, a subordinate of Lu Lingnan asked, "Young master, what do we do now?" "They are truly overestimating themselves. We should let these oblivious women wake up." An evil look flashed past Lu Lingnan's eyes. He said, "Without the protection of the Qin family, how will there be the Shui family? Furthermore, the Shui family's warehouse is frequently robbed from. The Shui family does not have any means and are helpless against it. Without any capability, they still wish to clash with us? Tai Xia, tonight go and take half of their gold and steel threads from their warehouse." Tai Xia was a skinny man who was roughly at the age of 40, and had a sinister expression. Another subordinate asked, "Should we set them up on fire? The Purple Cuckoo City has more than the Qin family." Lu Lingnan shook his head. "If we overdo it, we will scare them. The aftermath will not be good." Hearing that, the few people nodded their heads. Tai Xia did not say anything, and disappeared under the shadows of the night. Tai Xia was like a shadow, quietly sneaking in the darkness, and quickly arriving at the outer walls of the Shui residence. The bodyguards in the Shui residence were huddled together and gossiping, and did not even sense a person sweeping past them. Tai Xia quickly found the location of the warehouse, and following the walls, he quietly advanced like a shadow. The guards of the Shui residence were truly incapable. They were weak and were at terrible standards. Tai Xia knew immediately that these incapable guards were purposely left by the Qin family.
The Qin family did not have plans to pull the Shui family out from the predicament. This showed how much the Shui residents relied on them.
Qin family is not good to be depended on.
Thinking about the unfathomable Qin family, Tai Xia's heart turned cold. But, despite their reasons for doing so, Tai Xia felt it was advantageous for them. With such a terrible defensive perimeter, he completely skipped past them.
He arrived outside the warehouse.
The door was closed shut, he hugged himself on the wall, and was immediately shocked.
Someone was snoring inside.
The rhythmic snoring sounded out so loudly that he could hear it clearly from the other side of the wall. A look of disdain flashed past Tai Xia's eyes. The Shui family truly has fallen. Seeing the bodyguards chit-chatting, he already felt disgusted. But the guard protecting the warehouse dared to even sleep and snore. That was truly unprecedented. He raised his head and saw a window, and became a shadow once more. Hugging onto the wall, he quietly wiggled upwards, and like a strange liquid, he went through the cracks of the window and infiltrated in. Mountains of goods were piled up inside the warehouse, causing Tai Xia to feel the wealth of the Shui family.
What a big piece of meat!
He finally understood why the young master had his eyes on the Shui family. Luckily, the young master only asked me to steal half of the golden steel threads. With so many things, even if I were to pull a cart, I would need to do it a few times before completing the mission. The snoring was like thunder. The guard in the warehouse was sleeping soundly. It turned out to be a young man. A look of disdain flashed past Tai Xia's eyes. He quickly found the location of the golden steel threads. It was easy moving them, as the golden steel threads in the warehouse did not exceed 150 kilograms.
Tai Xia alone could easily take them away.
But a pity, young master only asked me for half of it. He licked his lips, and extended his hands out to grab the golden steel threads. Suddenly, his arm was stuck in place, his entire body became as heavy as steel, and he could not move at all. From nowhere, a burst of ice-cold sword concept locked down on him. He could feel the sharp aura pressing down on his nape. He was overwhelmed with shock, terror-stricken. But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 711, Infamous Tai Xia. Chapter 711, Infamous Tai Xia. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The Qin family.
Qin Zishan had his head lowered in front of Zhong Zhengyan. His hands were clenched tightly. He never expected that his uncle would actually gift the Shui family to the Lu family. Thinking about how Miss Mingju had fallen into the demonic hands of the Lu family, he felt as if blades had cut into his heart, and his eyes were bloodshot. Zhong Zhengyan looked at his nephew and laughed. He is still young. Although the four great generals did not have the last name of Qin, they still held revered positions in the Qin family, and all of the Qin family disciples had to greet them with etiquette as younger generations.
Zishan, I know that you like Miss Mingju.
Zhong Zhengyan did not avoid the question, but he spoke gently. The Lu family used 200 of the Null Division prisoners in exchange for the Shui family. Zishan, you tell me, should we do this exchange or not? Qin Zishan suddenly raised his head. He was filled with shock, his mouth was wide open, but he did not say a word. He did not expect that the Lu family would actually be willing to exchange 200 of the Null Division prisoners for the Shui family. Ever since the ghost face mask shouted out the words Ursa Major Null Division, all of the prisoners had a special nickname, the Null Division prisoners. This group of Null Division prisoners had bodies of outstanding qualities, and what was even more surprising was that they did not have any energy in their bodies. People even suspected that the Null Division prisoners were truly from the Sin domain. If not, why would they have no energy in their bodies? Deep in the Sin domain, there were still many places that no one dared to step in. The various families that were banished in Sin domain, over the centuries, had merely established themselves and found a footing. They did not even have any remaining strength to set foot into the unknown. But there was a point that could be confirmed. Regardless of where the Null Division prisoners came from, it was the best replenishment to the various families of Sin domain. Furthermore, their bodies were extremely outstanding. With just a bit of grooming, they would all become elites.
Them being untamed and wanton was never an issue to them. With the current price of the Null Division prisoners, 200 prisoners was worth far more than the Shui family. 200 of the prisoners, as long as they took them in, it could change the strength and position of a family. Although the Shui family made outstandingly strong defensive products, there were always substitutes for them in the Sin domain. And even Qin Zishan could not reject such a deal. Seeing Qin Zishan's speechless expression, Zhong Zhengyan spoke, "For this transaction, we have definitely profited.
Furthermore, the friendship of the Lu family is more important to our Qin family. With the alliance of the Qin and Lu family, it means that the Purple Cuckoo City and the Galloping Horse City have formed an alliance. This will serve as a self-preservation move if the situation becomes too chaotic. With your abilities, Zishan, I think you can also see the gains and losses." Qin Zishan's mind was in a blank, his face became a mix of white and green, a look of confusement in his eyes. As a son of the great family, he himself was not a useless person, and could see the gains and losses clearly.
But it ade him feel more pain.
Zhang Jiangyan stood up and walked to him. He patted Zishan on the shoulders and consoled him. Uncle knows how much of an effect this has on you.
Relax, no matter what, Uncle will find a great beauty for you. I heard that there is a beauty in the Lu family who is extremely beautiful, even more than Ming Zhu. She is also a warm and gentle person, and is good at understanding others. She will be perfect for you. During this period of time, she will be at our Qin family as a guest. Zishan, why don't you go take a look and see if you like her? If you do, Uncle will help you speak up. Qin Zishan walked out of Zhong Jiangyan's study dispirited. His expression was one of sadness. This time, it is Zishan who bears the pain. Mu Zhe walked out from a bookshelf, his face filled with awkwardness. Youngsters shouldn't attach importance to such matters. How can they grow with matters of relationships? Zhong Jiangyan said. He then changed the subject. What do you think of Lu Lingnan? A fierce tiger. Mu Zhe's eyes flashed a look of admiration. He is extremely slippery, and in fact a wildcard, and is very ambitious. That man with him should be Tai Xie. Yes, it is. Zhong Jiangyan nodded his head. I never thought that the infamous man would be recruited under him. Lu Lingnan is truly something. A pity, compared to him, Zishan is still lacking a bit. Yes. The two of them talked leisurely. Qin Zishan was the most outstanding in the new generation of the Qin family, but compared to Lu Lingnan, the difference was so huge that it hurt. The infamous Tai Xie was a truly ominous man. His hands were covered in blood after killing countless of people. In the Xin domain, there was no good or bad, only the strong and the weak, with the strong being the one in the right. To be able to recruit a person like Tai Xie proved Lu Lingnan's strength. In the entire Shui residence, no one slept, and the lights remained on. That man by Lu Lingnan's side was Tai Xie. Shui Yan, who was in charge of obtaining information, had a pale face. She had lived outside for a period of time, and her understanding of such matters was superior to the rest. She suppressed the panic in her heart. Tai Xie is notorious for killing many people. He has always been alone, but who knew that Lu Lingnan would recruit him? He is a B-rank infamous person. B-rank infamous person. Ming Zhu's expression changed. Everyone else's faces were also pale white. In the Xin domain, a man with the word infamous tagged to him indicated that he was a person who specialized in working in the dark business. They did not attach themselves to any aristocratic families and worked alone. They were merciless and cunning. All of them enjoyed killing, burning and stealing. They could do anything. According to their strength and infamy, they are classified under ranks A, B, C and D. With only 12 people in the A rank, the food chain in Xin domain, and even the great families dare not make enemies out of them. Under the 12 people would be the B-rank infamous people. All those able to rise to the B-rank infamy are notorious people who have mixed in with all corners of the Xin domain, and no one dared to provoke them. C-rank infamous people are all experts, and it must be known, there are only 194 people in the D-rank. The reason for their pale expressions was because there was once a D-rank infamous man who coveted the Shui family's wealth. If not for the great General Wei Han personally acting out and chasing that person away, the Shui family would have been struck devastatingly. Ming Zhu and the rest had personally witnessed and experienced the incident, as they had even recruited experts who died like paper dolls in front of the D-rank infamous man. 15 bodyguards, only one survived. It was too ferocious and terrifying. The current strength of the bodyguards was not even comparable to that of the past. Ming Zhu bit her lips tightly, causing them to bleed slightly, feeling the despair overwhelming her. Just Tai Xie alone was enough to sweep the entire Shui family. In the past, she still had the protection of the Qin family, but currently, Lu Lingnan will definitely not rest. He thinks it's too easy to take care of Shui family. We need to recruit people. Ming Zhu said with determination. We must bring out all of our products and gold and steel threads and entice experts with them. Ming Zhu jie. Shui Yan was so surprised by Ming Zhu's decision that she stood up. The value of all their cloth and gold and steel threads was astronomical. At such a time, we can only rely on ourselves. Ming Zhu recovered her steadiness, burning flames flashing in her eyes. Even if we beg them, they will not let us go. They will make us divulge the secrets of the gold and steel silkworms. At that time, we will not be valuable anymore, and we will become their toys. Instead of suffering such humiliation, why not fight to the death? Upon hearing that, the other ladies looked at each other, the fear and panic on their faces slowly disappearing. They knew that Ming Zhu was right. Upon obtaining the secrets of the gold and steel silkworms, the Shui family would be considered as worthless. They will then be separated and forced into the hands of the disciples. Ming Zhu jie is right. If they want to swallow us, they have to see if they have the capabilities. Shui Yan said. We can go to the other families. The Qin family accepted Lu family's alliance tacitly.
but they will never dare publicize that they are helping the Lu family to deal with us.
Furthermore, we are Purple Cuckoo City people. If they do so publicly, how will the other families see it?
Xiao Yao's eyes were glowing as she recovered her calm.
We will work from a few angles. Ming Zhu replied, the property is all materialistic possessions.
As long as we can preserve and protect the Shui family, protect the secrets of the golden steel silkworms, the Shui family can rise again. Outside, hearing the ladies speaking with such determination, the old granny could not help but reveal a smile of gratitude. Lu Lingnan returned to his hotel and closed his eyes to rest. But as time went by, he opened his eyes, sensing that something was wrong.
Why isn't Tai Xia back yet? It's been 2 hours, he should be back by now. After waiting for another hour, Tai Xia still had not appeared. Lu Lingnan could no longer sit still. He stood up and paced around, becoming anxious. After another hour, Lu Lingnan's anxiousness had disappeared, his face was now green. He was sure that an accident had occurred. He had never expected that the place that had the lowest possibility of having an accident would have an accident. He knew perfectly well of Tai Xia's strength, and the Shui family could not have any strong martial artist that could pose a threat to Tai Xia. Who can it be? Could it be other families butting in? The other families of the Purple Cuckoo City? Tai Xia is not back yet, so he wouldn't be injured, so he will either be suppressed or killed. To be able to do that, it must be someone with the caliber of the Qin family's 4 great generals. That must mean a patriarch of the other families has taken action. Lu Lingnan calmed down. With other families intercepting, things would become even more complicated. What should I do now? He walked to the window and looked out of it, and spotted the distant Shui residence. The Shui family that was broken down currently seemed to resemble a large mouth in the darkness, as though it would devour anyone. Back in the warehouse, Tang Tian, who slept soundly for 4 hours, finally woke up. He yawned and stretched, opening his eyes lazily. He felt as though he had a good rest, feeling an unspeakable comfort. How did I fall asleep? Tang Tian rubbed his head in confusion. Suddenly, he noticed a person from the corner of his eyes. He exclaimed out loud and turned his face. Standing before the golden steel threads, the man's body was frozen like a statue. Tang Tian immediately knew that he was locked down by Han Bingning's sword concept, and did not dare to move recklessly. Han Bingning grew stronger. Tang Tian then reacted. He was extremely happy. After being happy, he placed his attention on the thief. Seriously, this place has many thieves. Tang Tian muttered in his mind. He quietly headed towards Tai Xia. Tai Xia's entire body was permeating with perspiration, his body was extremely stiff, and he did not dare to move. He heard footsteps, and guessed that the bodyguard that was sleeping was awake, but he still did not dare to make a move. He had a very strong feeling that as long as he moved, he would be pierced by the swords. The reports were wrong. The Shui family actually has such a terrifying expert. Just at that moment, the sword concept suddenly disappeared. Tai Xia was overjoyed. Chance. He immediately activated his techniques to protect himself, causing a red flush to cover his entire face, and like lightning, he rushed towards the door. I just need to escape the warehouse. A figure blocked his path. It was the bodyguard that was sleeping. Tai Xia's face revealed a sinister smile, seeking death. But in the next second, his smile froze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, Dismayed Tai Xia. Chapter 712, Dismayed Tai Xia. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tai Xia opened his eyes wide. A dazzling light splendor suddenly cut through the darkness, reflecting on his frozen smile. A fist arrived. Dazzling law threads like colorful lightning streaks enveloped the fist and released powerful light auras. Previously, the sword concept that enveloped him caused him to feel as if a sword was at his neck, which made him feel that he could not take action recklessly. But the fist instantly caused his spirit to almost fly out of his body. The vast aura, seemingly having power strong enough to topple mountains and oceans, caused the air in the warehouse to seem to have stopped. No dust moved, no undulations were produced, the multicolored law threads intercrossed each other and fused together, but to be ranked as a B-rank infamous person, Tai Xia had an abundance of experience, and have killed many people, and very few people could fight against him. He had never witnessed such a bizarre and terrifying punch that went beyond common sense. In the boundary between life and death, the instinct to live made him do one thing, that was to instinctively retract his body. He crossed his arms and blocked his front, his shoulders becoming a strange black. The black law threads appeared from his hands, and surged forward, gathering up like a mist. A pitch-black hand armor appeared on his hands, blocking his front. The mix of chaotic law threads on the fist clashed onto the black armor head-on. Bang! It was not loud, but in Tai Xia's ears, it was like thunder.
The power passed through his defense, causing Tai Xia's throat to sweeten, and he immediately spat out blood. Even in the perilous situation, the experienced Tai Xia did not give up. Using the momentum, he retreated backwards. He did not have any idea on how to continue fighting, and only had one thought in mind: run. The opponent's strength was not something he could block. The black armor's surface had many colorful and strange law threads that formed a strange colorful spiderweb. Pa! The black armor crumbled, as though he was struck by some powerful attack, and he spat out blood. Even after spitting blood out twice, Tai Xia's speed did not drop, but instead went faster. He was like a black shadow that sprung up and headed towards the window. Escape now! His entire mind was filled with those two words. There were actually two hidden experts in the Shui family warehouse. Who said there weren't any experts in the Shui residence? Tai Xia did not have any intention to fight any further. He knew that he had fallen this time, and to be able to escape and preserve his own life was already a blessing. The blood in his body was stimulated to maximum. He could not care about all the injuries on his body and activated his life-preserving techniques while trying to escape. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, his eyes were sunken and his skin was withered. The surging blood force was like lava surging and rumbling in his body. At that moment, his strength had broken through to his usual limit, and he was at an unprecedented strength. But he did not even dare to hesitate as he sprinted straight for the window. The light shooting T. Rough. The window looked so enticing in his eyes. As long as he made past it, he could survive. His eyes suddenly constricted again. A black figure had suddenly appeared before him without any warning, and blocked off the light. The light that shot in through the window shone on the black figure's back. Tai Xia could only see the outline of the person in front of him. The other party's expression was shrouded by the shadows. Tai Xia could not make out what he looked like. Tai Xia's heart turned cold. I am truly a joke. Thinking about how when he had just entered, the other party was actually just sleeping and snoring out loud. He felt extremely resentful. You are so strong but you still feigned asleep, acting like a pig to eat an old tiger. What for? What for? Why don't you give me an escape route? He wanted to cry. Tai Xia's eyes were red. He did a bizarre turn in mid-air, like an angry arrow. He shot once more towards the door. His movements were extremely smooth, like when he was shooting for the window, he moved like a fluid spear. Suddenly, the figure appeared once again, blocking Tai Xia's path. This time, before Tai Xia could even dodge, another fist came out. The colorful light that caused Tai Xia's spirit to almost fly out of his body came out once again. Previously, his black shield was instantly destroyed by it, causing Tai Xia to feel so dismayed and in despair. All of the law threads were not of high grades, and any one of them, or even a few of them, were unable to pose a threat to his night shield. But there were over 100 of them. Over 100. Tai Xia felt as though he was about to go crazy. He had never met someone who could produce over 100 law threads at the same time. And more importantly, none of them were the same. Not one. The same. Over 100 different types of law threads corroding at the same time. Who could ever block that? Who could? Many ants could bite an elephant to death. Over flooding of soldiers could push down and kill a general. It was capricious mule-headedness. There was no skill involved, no tactics, no coordination, unreasonable and unfair. He should be the entire Sin domain's public enemy number one. This is going against the norm. Run, run, run. The night shield appeared once again, barely blocking the attack, and as his throat sweetened again, Tai Xia ignored everything else and spat out the blood while turning his body in a weird fashion, trying to escape, turning into a blood mist arch in the sky. Tian was surprised. The enemy was truly sneaky. He was clearly beaten up to a bad state, but was still able to escape at a crucial moment. Tian was somewhat dissatisfied. If I need to put in so much effort fighting with a thief, how will I fight with Ben Sen? I should only require one move to handle a thief, although the thief in front of him was stronger than Ping Xiaoshan, but to Tian, how outstanding can a person who has chosen the life of a thief be? Humph. Tian, who was feeling unhappy, became serious. He looked at Tai Xia, who had shot towards the window, but did not have any intention to chase him. He stepped out half a step with his left leg with his waist bent down, and his left hand stretched forward, the fingers on his right hand clenching tightly, as though he was pulling on a bow. He gradually accumulated power. Countless fist technique variation marks surfaced in Tian's mind like flickering lights. Zzz. Even more law threads quickly gathered at Tian's right fist. With his lower body in a horse stance, the power in his fist became full. The atmosphere in the warehouse became extremely dense. Seeing that the window was just 2 m away from him, Tai Xia was ecstatic. As long as he got out, he would have thousands of methods to escape. Suddenly, his body turned sluggish, causing his expression to change.
The sudden change in the atmosphere around him before had already made him feel wary, but now, the density had reached an all-new level, with the air around him feeling like sticky glue. An aura brimming with destructive force grew like a tornado right behind him. Taisia, who had lived his life on the edge for countless of years, had extremely sharp sense towards the dangers between life and death. In that instant, he had already made a judgment. He used the remaining of his blood force to turn his body, and like a flatbread, he extended out on the ground with 4 limbs down. He smashed his face right into the ground. This lowly one surrenders. Ping Xiaoshan was back at a hotel bar drinking wine, his gaze seamlessly looking around. He remembered his own mission, but it was no easy to ask about the locations of the prisoners from the various families. Furthermore, his master's actions had been overboard for the past 2 days. The Moore family was infuriated, and treated all the other families as enemies. To ask around for such sensitive information would attract the attention of the other families. Ping Xiaoshan knew of his own capabilities. Any of these great families could simply extend out fingers and easily crush him like an ant, thus inciting trouble on himself would simply lead to his own death. That was why Ping Xiaoshan was being extremely cautious. He had no choice but to be cautious. Just then, the discussion at the nearby table attracted his attention. Galloping Horse City's Lu family? The Shui residence? Thinking about how Master Ghostface Mask was still in the Shui residence, his ears immediately perked up. This time, the one leading the diplomatic talk is Lu Lingnan, the Lu family's current generation's well-known figure. The Galloping Horse City's Lu family is a family stronger than the Qin family. Lu Lingnan is truly working hard to actually be able to recruit Tai Xie. Tai Xie? Oh my god. You're saying, the B-rank infamous Tai Xie. B-rank infamous man. These words caused the wineglass in Ping Xiaoshan's hand to tremble. That's him. B-rank infamous man, he is a truly fearsome man. Upon being recruited, he will definitely be a dauntless fighter. He was a nobody before he turned 30, after that, he unknowingly obtained the inheritance of Flowing Night, and his strength increased substantially. Remember, Flowing Night, it was a rank infamous Zhuo Si2's technique. Comprehended from the night laws, it is the most suitable for assassinations in the night and in the shadows. No one knows how many great figures had died in Tai Xie's hands. Hearing about Flowing Night, Ping Xiaoshan's hand trembled once again. He had heard of the fearsome name of Zhuo Si2 before. There had always been only 12 members in the A-rank infamous people, and all of them were large pillars in the underground world. For Tai Xie to actually obtain the inheritance of Zhuo Si2, the Shui residence was definitely in trouble. This is Flowing Night? Tang Tian stared at Tai Xie, who was tied up like a dumpling with an unkind expression, his face filled with disappointment. It was a waste of resources using gold and steel threads to tie someone up, but it was absolutely reliable. Tai Xie immediately nodded his head. He was as docile as a domesticated goat. He no longer had any thoughts to escape. When Han Bingning appeared from the shadows, he was even more shocked, and suddenly remembered the news about what had happened in Purple Cuckoo City. A Ghostface masked man had brought a bloodied flag and stole a lady from the Null Division from Black Ben Senator before leaving. The lady even revealed her hand of using sword concepts. Ghostface mask. The young man in front of him was actually the Ghostface masked man of the Null Division. The icy beauty standing in front of him was the lady that Ghostface Mask rescued. Tai Xie immediately knew her name, Null Division's Han Bingning. When he truly understood his predicament, he almost wanted to cry. The Shui family has no experts? Whoever relayed the information should be cut into pieces. They actually have the person who could steal someone out of Black Ben Sen's hands. I actually came in foolishly into such a person's hands. What the hell, this is so unfair. A wise man submits to his circumstances. How wealthy a person is depends on how he defines wealth, but the power of might will never be wrong. Tai Xie exhibited a right frame of mind. He was suddenly honest and obedient, and despite how Tang Tian had tied him up, he handed over the Flowing Night, Fuscation Xie without hesitation. His life was in another person's hands, and playing any form of tricks was simply seeking death. The last time, Tang Tian managed to benefit from Ping Xiaoshan, and thus he decided to repeat his method and exploit Tai Xie. But after comprehending Flowing Night, he was Flowing Night. T was not that night laws were not sharp, but its might was actually stronger than Ping family stealth techniques, but to him, it had too many limitations. The Ping family stealth technique was a technique branching out of the spatial laws, and thus had even more potential and more depth and vastness to infer about space. For example, Tang Tian was able to create techniques involving spatial laws from inferring Ping family stealth techniques, thus its might was extremely powerful. And as he gained more enlightenment and understanding of spatial laws, his improvements with using space became bigger. That was why Tang Tian had no interest in, had Flowing Night, Fuscation Tian. Naturally, Han Bingning was not even interested.
Upon seeing Tang Tian's unhappy expression, his heart dropped. He immediately spoke up, "Master, the Lu family will definitely not leave this to rest, we must make preparations. This lowly one will follow Master from now on. As long as Master gives the order, this lowly one will run through fire and work extremely hard."
The Lu family?
Tang Tian was confused, but after hearing the words "work extremely hard," Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He patted Tai Xia's shoulder and said loudly, "Good." Tai Xia quivered. He immediately revealed a loyal smile. Tang Tian then pulled Tai Xia to the black iron stones, removing the golden steel threads on him. He ordered, "Make sure you finish smashing all of this. Do your best." Tai Xia was dumbstruck. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 713, I Want to Defeat You. Chapter 713, I Want to Defeat You. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
When Ping Xiaoshan returned in a hurry to report of the information, he saw how Tai Xia was diligently smashing stones at the side while coughing blood. Tai Xia looked extremely pathetic. A B-rank infamous person with the inheritance of flowing night has actually fallen this low.
It is better for me to obtain information, it's safer that way.
Ping Xiaoshan, who had rushed back, with a stunned expression, rushed out even faster. After finding someone to do the manual labor, Tang Tian finally felt free. Although he had not fully perfected the Yi God Fist, it was already a prototype. Tang Tian wanted to give it a name. The fist technique created by me, a godlike young lad, will definitely be called God Fist.
With the prototype complete, Tang Tian's confidence exploded.
If I do not challenge Black Benson now, how can I live with myself? He donned on the black ghost face mask and obtained the blood bear flag with high spirits. Han Bingning quietly held a sword behind her back. It was a sword she found in the warehouse. Although its quality was not extremely good, it was still usable.
In the darkness, the ghost face mask was extremely sinister. The blood flag remained silent.
Despite going into battle, Tang Tian's state of mind was extremely calm. The power in his body flowed calmly, while the flame in his pupils burned fiercely. The darkness before him was their situation, but his sharp eyes could clearly see the dust floating in the air. He slowly closed his eyes and listened to his own breathing, as though he was listening to the voice in his mind.
"Everyone, I will not make all of you wait for long."
He opened his eyes and raised the blood bear flag. Without looking back, he spoke out, "Let's go."
Han Bingning followed behind him.
Tai Xia looked at the door blankly. With the light coming in from the door, the young man with his flag walking in silence, his ugly mask revealed an imposing manner of pressing forward. His high-spirited figure brought forth an effable nobility and unbending determination that inlaid with the background.
Tai Xia was stunned. In the night, the Purple Cuckoo City's main street was lit up so brightly as though it was daytime. With all the shops on both sides of the street brightly lit, the Purple Cuckoo City's nightlife was extremely exuberant, and in fact, it was not only the Purple Cuckoo City, the entire Sin Domain's nightlife was extremely lively.
All of these banished aristocratic and noble families had continued their familiar nightlife styles. The bitter and cruel lives they led, the memories of glory and honor, caused them to feel even more pain. Countless people were immersed in alcohol, using it to forget their troubles. As usual, the street was bustling with people at this time. But, a bizarre silence appeared at the end of the street. After that, like a poison, it quickly spread through the entire street.
Pa pa pa.
The only sound left was footsteps.
Time seemed to have turned sluggish for the bustling street.
The shop owners who were initially shouting and haggling had their mouths opened without any noise coming out from their throats.
WH.
And his gaze swept past. All of the customers who had enthusiastic moods immediately turned silent. Even the lights that originally gave off some warmth had been layered with a bone-chilling cold intent.
Pa pa pa.
A figure with a flag on his back walked down the street slowly, the hilariously hideous-looking blood bear ruffled with the wind.
The lady behind him was like a figure made out of ice. The entire street fell into complete silence. But in the next moment, the dead silence erupted into chaos. Screams, cups breaking on the ground, panic footsteps, tables and chairs pushed onto the floor, chaos ran wild everywhere. People frantically turned and escaped. The customers on the streets ran to find cover. In the blink of the eye, the entire street became empty. Lu Lingnan, who lived on the highest floor of a hotel, heard the screams from outside. He immediately ran to the window and coincidentally witnessed the scene. He was overwhelmed with shock. On the road, he had heard about the ghost face mask, but thought he was nothing. But to witness the scene, he then understood why the ghost face mask had left such a deep impression on the city. Lu Lingnan slowly regained composure. He stared at the figure with the flag who was walking slowly. Such arrogance. Such recklessness. So fearless. Ghost face mask, huh? Truly an arrogant fellow. to completely disregard the Purple Cuckoo City. Despite being fully aware of the Ghostface Mask's behavior, which was considered to be foolish, but for some reason, Lu Lingnan's heart was filled with raging emotions. All the schemes, all the rules, all the fears, seemed to be fleeting away from the arrogant person. That's right, arrogance. Looking at the person who was extremely arrogant, it made his blood boil. Lu Lingnan involuntarily clenched his fists. Compared to the Ghostface Mask, Tai Xie's infamous name was just a temporary glory. Lu Lingnan completely recovered from Tai Xie's disappearance, even if the Shui residence has an expert, so what? I am Lu Lingnan, how can I be lacking compared to their experts? This Ghostface Mask dares to become the public enemy, and I am still afraid of being the enemy of a family? Lu Lingnan never thought that the reckless actions of the Ghostface Mask would actually help him break through the bottleneck of his mental state. Feeling the overflowing power in his body, Lu Lingnan laughed out loud. That's right, my own strength is the most important. Ghostface Mask, truly an interesting fellow, who knows if we will have the chance to cross hands in future. Lu Lingnan stared at the figure below, his heart filled with battle intent. Just then, the ice beauty walking behind the Ghostface Mask raised her head, and their eyes met. Lu Lingnan only felt a strand of ice-cold sword concept piercing through his eyebrows. The sensation was like being placed in an icehouse, plunging the boiling sensation of his body into a sudden frostbite. How terrifying! Lu Lingnan revealed a look of fear. Han Bingning retracted her gaze. She had felt the trace of battle intent in the other person. In her eyes, how could the fearless and high-spirited person walking in front of him receive the disturbance of others? In her eyes, no one in the Sin domain had the qualifications to become Tang Tian's enemy. All of them have already lost their courage, accepted their fate, and lost their bravery. She retracted her gaze and silently followed behind Tang Tian. The night breeze blew, causing the blood flag to flutter in the quiet street. Two figures, one ahead and one behind, quietly walked forward. The Ghostface Mask is here. The news spread across Purple Cuckoo City like wildfire. Purple Cuckoo City, which was plunged in the darkness of the night, had buildings lighting up one after another. Many figures flew out, following the direction of the night breeze. They swept across the sky, coming from all directions like water gushing towards one central location. Every single one of their faces were filled with unspeakable excitement. The first appearance of Ghostface Mask could be said to be unexpected. But, for him to appear at the time where the situation was at its fiercest, it made many of them feel respect towards him. Truly rampant. Yeah, no one has been like this before, but... In the night, many discussions were occurring at the different corners of Purple Cuckoo City at the same time. Anyone could call him foolish, arrogant, or overestimating himself, or opinionated. But every time, as long as he appeared, it was as though he was releasing brilliance of lights, and no one could disregard his existence. The huge Purple Cuckoo City had countless people pouring in, anxiously following the reckless Blood Bear flag. All of them were curious, what was the Ghostface Mask going to do? When Tang Tian stepped onto West Route, everyone who heard immediately flew into uproars. The Moor residence, lights were still brightly lit. Mingzhu looked at Delin in front of her and sighed in her heart. The smile on Delin's face was perfect, flawless, and filled with warmth, but Mingzhu knew that she was forcefully maintaining the look. The Qin family was too strong. The mere thought of the possibility causing the Qin family's dislike was enough to cause majority of the families to flinch. Even the 5 great families of Purple Cuckoo City did not want to be looped into it. Furthermore, the opponent was not just the Qin family, but even the Lu family of the Galloping Horse City, a family even stronger than the Qin family. No matter how much more Mingzhu gave, it was not enough to move them. Mingzhu was feeling extremely anxious. She was perfectly of her situation. As long as they obtained a bit of support, they had the chance to change the situation. Since the Lu family were outsiders, the Qin family would be unable to do anything overboard. But, how do I move these people? Mingzhu did not have an answer to that. She went to the Su family, the Roland family, the Teopiot family, but hit with a wall at every one of them. All the families did not outrightly reject her, but did not give her their support. They spoke beautifully, but not one of them extended their hands out to help them. Suddenly, a servant rushed in. His face filled with fear. Mingzhu and Delin stopped in unison. Delin retracted her smile and asked, "What happened? Why the panic?" The servant raised his head and wanted to speak, but stopped. Delin's face darkened. "Speak. Ghostface M Mask is back." The servant stuttered. Benson, who was standing behind Delin with hands behind his back the entire time, opened his eyes, killing intent flashing past his eyes. He snorted. Does he think that our Moor family is a wet market? To think he can come and go whenever he pleases? Young miss, please stay here with Miss Mingzhu, this subordinate will be back soon. With that, Benson disappeared. Benson stepped on the roof and looked down on the street. Upon seeing the Ghostface Mask with his flag, killing intent surged from his heart.
He had already decided to behead the ghost face mask. The last time, the ghost face mask managed to take Han Bingning away from him, causing Benson to be completely discredited. To actually come again, it was multiplying the Moore family's humiliation. Not only did he have to win, he had to win beautifully. Benson had the confidence to do so. In the last battle, he had grasped the strength of the Ghostface mask extremely clearly. If not, he would be tired out from Ghostface mask's endless trickeries, but upon getting used to it, the Ghostface mask's weakness was enlarged in Benson's eyes.
I will definitely win this, Benson said in his mind. His gaze shifted away from Ghostface mask and landed on Han Bingning, and surprise filled his eyes. He did not care much about the purchase of Han Bingning. As to him, only Delin's happiness mattered. But after not seeing her for a few days, Han Bingning's aura had strengthened a great deal. Benson did not care much about the rumors of the Null Division prisoners having high talent, but after seeing Han Bingning's transformation, Benson realized that the rumors were not based on nothing.
If we can recruit her back into the family. But very quickly, Benson knew that it was not feasible. He could see Han Bingning's loyalty towards the Ghostface mask. Benson threw out all his thoughts. From above, he shouted down, "Ghostface mask, you have already taken your friend, why come back?" When he heard that the Ghostface mask was back, he was initially infuriated, but he quickly calmed down and started to assess the situation. It was illogical. They no longer had any prisoners from the Null Division, and Benson believed that the Ghostface mask knew of their disparity in strength, and his tricks could not succeed again.
What is the meaning of him coming back to find trouble with my Moore family?
What is his goal?
Benson's voice was deep and resonated far out. Benson's question was the same for many people.
Under the countless eyes, Ghostface mask stopped. He stabbed the flag into the ground beside him and raised his head fearlessly, looking straight into Benson's sharp eyes. He spoke loudly, "I want to defeat you."
Benson was stunned. Everyone else was stunned.
Out of all the reasons and discussions everyone had, no one had expected this.
After 2 seconds of silence, uproars exploded.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 714, Gale. Chapter 714, Gale. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Amongst the torrents of clamor, all their gazes that were filled with anticipation changed to despise. They all saw him as overestimating himself. Ghostface mask's last performance had truly surprised all of them. To be able to force Benson to be in such a difficult situation and reveal his true strength, but his last move to retrieve Han Bingning caused everyone to call foul. But people who had foresight could see that the Ghostface mask's strength was not comparable to Ben Sr.
If he was not weaker, why resort to such means? The Ghostface mask's public challenge appeared to them as ridiculous as not knowing the immense difference between heaven and earth.
Tang Tian stood unmoved, his gaze never left Benson, and the young man behind the mask pouted.
"I didn't lie, I really want to defeat you. Only by defeating you can I defeat people stronger than you, only by defeating all of you can I save everybody.
I don't do schemes, I am not intelligent, I can only use my fist to defeat all of you.
I know this is not smart, but it is what I can and want to do. Black Benson, you are my first target."
All the thoughts were burnt into ashes by his burning battle intent. In the young man's eyes, there was only the figure on the roof. That stout and towering figure was someone he had to win. Benson sneered. Whether it was anger or happiness, no one could make it out from his suntanned face, and only a thread of ridicule flashed past his eyes. "So you think after playing for a bit, you have the qualifications to challenge me, Benson's gaze turned cold. He threw all the thoughts away, regardless of whether the Ghostface mask had any other plans or not, but in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots were just thoughts.
The new generation Steel Guards will come forth soon.
At that time, the Moore family will only get stronger. Benson was definitely not going to allow someone to harm the Moore family's name. Looking down at Ghostface mask, Benson's expression turned cold. He snorted, "Overestimating yourself." He did not shout, but his words were like thunder that exploded in the sky, resonating out far and wide. Under the eyes of everybody, he raised his right hand and pointed straight into the sky. Wang wang wang, the air around him trembled fiercely, and it seemed that his body had started to distort. The air started to become heavy, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire west route. The air was flaring up, with many air vortices appearing. They grew extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a hurricane around Ben Sr. Inside the hurricane, Benson stood there, unmoving. The size of the hurricane continued to increase, expanding and increasing its speed at an alarming rate. The rocks, trees and tiles around Tang Tian started to be uprooted and flew into the sky. Benson's gaze remained cold. His tan skin seemed to be moving with a strange flow on his body. The tan color on his face quickly receded, revealing a pure white skin, and the dense darkness continued to flow towards his palm. The blood bear black flag was being rattled by the crazy winds.
His technique seemed to be even more powerful than the last time. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, the battle intent in his chest soared, and he became completely immersed in it.
Like a needle, he stayed drilled at his original position without moving an inch, while the blood bear flag by his side was being blown crazily. Tang Tian extended his hand out and grabbed the flagpole, and used strength to stab deeper in.
Upon being stabbed deeper, the flag stabilized.
Han Bingning's mind trembled, although she had been enlightened on laws, but compared to Benson, she was still lacking a great deal. Benson's comprehension on laws was far more profound than hers. The wind grew bigger and bigger, causing her to be unstable, her face changed, and she grabbed her sword hilt. All around her, dim blue light auras glowed, regardless of how powerful the berserk winds blew, it was unable to shake her.
Bang bang bang!
The recently renovated west route was once again destroyed, becoming a path of destruction. All the newly placed tiles on the ground were pulled out and mixed into the tornado, the gusts appeared again, the tiles were destroyed. The tiles that were being peeled continued to fly into the sky and into the tornado. The ear-piercing wind sounds became extremely low and gloomy, causing people to become afraid. A man in red robes became alarmed. He suddenly flew into the sky and bellowed, "Every one of you, retreat now." His voice resonated far out under the screeching sounds. The spectators who were completely stunned by the horrifying scene woke up from their state of blankness, and all of them started to retreat. Suan Zhong, who was in plain clothing and straw sandals with a sword on his back, was surprised when he saw Victor. Who knew that the sloppy person would have such a good heart? Victor dropped from the air, his red robes resembling a flower that just blossomed. His unruly and handsome look did not have the casual and nonchalant expression he had normally, but was instead stern and serious.
"Let's retreat," Victor murmured. The beautiful servant stared at him in shock and disbelief. "Young master, is Benson that strong?"
She had never seen such expression on her young master's face. In her heart, the young master had always been grounded and nothing seemed to move him.
"That's Gale."
Victor grabbed his female servant and retreated and explained, "Wind blade. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 715, Dyed in Blood. Chapter 715, Dyed in Blood. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Training had never been easy. Every step of progress was always filled with perspiration and the will to bear the dryness and pain. All of this had long been ingrained in Tang Tian's growth, and if he had to choose what was the most painful training, it would definitely be the Whirlpool Sword Storm. Other than strenuously trying to hold on, he could not do anything else in the heart-piercing and lung-tearing pain. The entire process was so long that it could make a person's hair stand.
Even the unyielding Tang Tian never wished to do it again.
The Ursa Major constellation had researched the Whirlpool Sword Storm for a relatively long time. Other than being the only way of realizing the zero-energy body, Tang Tian used the Whirlpool Sword Storm to destroy an army, and even saints were unable to escape, showing its powerful battle effectiveness. The Big Dipper plan that had greatly influenced the Ursa Major constellation, and one of the most important research topics was with regards to the Whirlpool Sword Storm, its form, its strength and weaknesses, its effectiveness, etc., etc. The current, null division, was made possible because of the Big Dipper plan. But what they used were smaller scales Whirlpool Storm Swords, where its effectiveness was not as strong as Tang Tian's, but at the same time, its pain was far less terrifying than what Tang Tian had experienced. That also proved the understanding of the Whirlpool Sword Storm that Ursa Major constellation had reached. Tang Tian was also interested in the Whirlpool Sword Storm, that could destroy an entire army with its destructive force, unlike saints where they dare not contend against an army alone, was worth investing in. But, the research in Big Dipper plan later proved that the requirement to produce such a large-scale Whirlpool Sword Storm was extremely harsh, and also, the stress placed on the controlled was even higher. Even for Tang Tian, if not for him being placed in a raged state, the demanding and harsh requirements was something that he would be unable to endure. When Tang Tian saw the killing technique used by Benson that strongly resembled the Whirlpool Sword Storm, he was filled with admiration. The Sin domain was a place with no energy, and such a thing can only be realized with the use of laws, and this required an extreme comprehension of the law. Furthermore, this required an extremely abundance of the power of the physique. Even Tang Tian had to admit he could not do such a thing. But, Tang Tian still saw the chance of victory. No one could be as familiar to the Whirlpool Sword Storm as him. Not only was it because of him staying inside it for a few months, but also because of the intelligence and information gathered by everyone. Its weakness, its core, its formation, how to break it, everything, Tang Tian knew of it like the back of his hand. To want to break a tornado, one has to destroy its eye. Maybe ordinary people would think that the eye of the tornado was the black dot on Benson's hand, but Tang Tian knew it was not. The black dot was the origin,
but the eye was beneath Benson, and according to positioning, it should be the flat and empty ground behind the fort's doors. As long as he struck the eye, the tornado that extended into the heavens would break. But, even if one knew the location of the eye, thinking to destroy it was much more difficult. The closer it was to the eye, the faster the wind speed, the more powerful the wind blades, and they would be congealed to the point of becoming a wall of wind blades, which was tougher than steel. The big doors of the fort had been newly installed, and was obviously stronger and denser than previously, and the color also looked different. Tang Tian guessed right. After the last time, the doors had been changed into a door that was made of black iron stones. Its thickness was over a meter. Every time the door was opened or closed, they would require 10 bodyguards who would exert all of their strength just to move the door. The black iron doors were a meter thick and 220 m long. The wind pressure was too strong, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic, and if the Ping family stealth techniques were used, a problem would easily surface. 220 m long, it can be compared to a moat. But, I have no choice. Tang Tian also did not have time to think of another possibility. He took a deep breath and bent his waist. Maintaining a horse stance, he immediately pulled back his fist. Countless light beams started to coil and gather around his right fist, like rainbow-colored lightning bolts. The air around him suddenly became still, as though being locked down. Benson, who was up on the building, felt something, and a look of disbelief flashed past his eyes. He could clearly feel all the berserk wind blades flying towards Ghostface Mask. Impossible. Benson was startled for a moment. He was in disbelief. Such a situation could only be produced when the tornado felt that something could threaten it. The tornado was produced from laws, and thus had an awareness of exploiting advantages and avoiding harm. Woo woo woo. The space around Tang Tian darkened. Countless wind blades covered the sky and surged towards him. All the wind blades formed to become a dense mass, as though trying to separate the light threads. The pressure on Tang Tian suddenly increased, but he did not panic, as the tornado had sensed the danger coming out from him. In the research of Big Dipper, the larger scale the tornado, the more it would possess a strong ability to assimilate, and would be even more aware of existences that threatened it. They still thought that it was because of the dense energy involved in the whirlpool sword storm, and because of the gathering of the remnants of spirits, but who knew that Benson's tornado in the Sin domain would have such a peculiar trait as well? Ding ding ding, sparks started to break out. The condensed and still air seemed to be like a transparent glass, crumbling at a visible speed. All the wind blades possessed were powerful, and with even more astonishing quantity. The space around Tang Tian seemed to be breaking before the wind blades. Tang Tian's body was trembling involuntarily. Godfist had the ability to freeze space. This was his biggest discovery, because his Godfist could extract all the law threads in the said space. But, the current frozen space was quickly crumbling. All living things would always be miraculously held in equilibrium. The Godfist could draw out law threads and cause the space to freeze, but the currently congealed space was broken, and Tang Tian's fist power had become extremely sluggish. It was his first time witnessing such a situation since his enlightenment on Godfist. Before, every time he punched out halfway, he would faint, but every time, his fist aura would be extremely fluid, because of his countless repetitions of training, and the fundamental fist technique had become an instinct. His talent for the variation marks might be smaller, but the power of his fist had always been of the highest quality. This was where laid the true strength of his Godfist. But at that moment, he actually felt that he was unable to control his fist. The law threads converging on his right fist had become restless, and struggled free from the momentum of his fist. Tang Tian's attention was towards his front, his gaze was fixated on his fist that he was pulling back from. Countless variations submerged into his body, causing him to tremble incessantly, but his fist remained extremely stable. The wind blades grew closer and closer to him, and the surrounding frozen air was being thawed away like an ice in hot weather. Tang Tian's body suddenly spasmed violently. The green and black interweaved Ghostface Mask's eyes lit up with brilliance. The wind blade that was getting extremely close was like the scythe of a death god, almost touching the tip of Tang Tian's nose, but Tang Tian remained oblivious to it. All of his focus was on his fist. The power in his fist slowly pulled to a full. The light aura on his right fist was dazzling with a myriad of colors. One ray of wind blade arched across Tang Tian's shoulder, drawing blood into the air that quickly spread into a blood mist. The green and black Ghostface Mask's eyes that was releasing a brilliance of light seemed to break through the wind barrier. The young man behind the mask smiled. This fist is extremely difficult to pull off, but all of its unprecedented focus caused it to break through once again. The fist power that had been accumulated to its full was completely released. The wind blades in the area turned sluggish. The multi-colored fist aura entered the storm. The chaotic wind blades that could cut through swords was actually helpless against the dazzling fist. Countless law threads coiled together, and formed a peculiar destructive effect. It was like a burning bullet shooting through the snow. Wherever the fist aura swept through, it would leave behind a large pathway.
Tang Tian's entire body was aching badly. For the sake of not getting the fist aura affected, he had used his body to endure the attacks from the wind blade made on the frozen space. But at the moment, he did not dare to rest, for he knew it was a fleeting opportunity. The empty pathway formed by the fist could only exist for a short time. Taking the chance of the stable space, Tang Tian moved, and appeared 60 m away. The pathway was constantly crumbling, countless wind blades were flying and sweeping all around.
The intense sense of danger enveloped Tang Tian.
Without panicking, he roared once, and suddenly pulled his fist once more.
Bang!
The sky filled of wind blades fiercely clashed onto the barely completed frozen space. Tang Tian's body trembled, but this time, he who was prepared did not allow his fist to be affected at all.
Another punch.
The fist aura produced was like a cannon shooting into the storm, leaving behind a circular pathway.
Using that, Tang Tian swept forward again. 54 m. Tang Tian raised his fist again, and once more punched out. 45 m.
Tang Tian had just released another punch when countless cuts formed on his body, causing blood to spurt out. The God Fist exhausted a lot of his physical strength, adding that he had to endure the immense attacks. Tang Tian's physical strength was close to withering up. His body could no longer tolerate the fist that he was enduring, and he became severely injured. Benson, who was feeling immense shock, finally heaved a sigh of relief. Disbelief still spread in his eyes.
How can that fist technique exist in this world? What kind of fist technique is that, to actually draw all the law threads in the space around it? In the face of the strange and dazzling fist aura, his Gale was weak as paper, causing Benson to not believe his own eyes. Only until he saw Tang Tian spurting out blood from all over his body did he heave a sigh of relief. Such a terrifying fist technique must definitely have some sort of powerful flaw, if not, why didn't he use it the last time? As expected, the exhaustion of strength is not ordinary. To lose his strength here, he has no chance of victory. But for some reason, Benson did not sense any joy in victory. His expression was rigid, the palm of his left hand was actually covered with perspiration. Fresh beads of blood swept past the green and black ghost face mask as time seemed to have stopped to a crawl. Tang Tian's entire body had stopped, and he was in a daze. Is this the end?
But in the next moment, the eyes beneath the ghost face mask suddenly became crazy and aflame, all the muscles in his body started to stretch taut, he bellowed out once and suddenly stepped out, the blood mist in the air suddenly shot towards him.
No! How can this be the end? Tang Tian, are you a coward? Are you afraid now? Are you thinking of retreating?
His heart bellowed out loud. He was like an enraged lion continuously questioning himself, his eyes were flushed red, covered with erupting blood vessels.
You said it before, even if you die, you will save everyone first. If you're not even afraid of death, why are you fearing now? He raised his head, his eyes fueled with fire, the face behind the mask was extremely sinister. He suddenly raised his fist again, countless of blood drops flew past his vision, the warm blood flowing down his cheek, to the corner of his mouth. He felt an endless feeling of elation, and his entire body on fire. He felt that he needed to tear the tornado apart. Just like this. That's right, just like this. He raised his head up and bellowed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 716, Primordial Fire Origin. Chapter 716, Primordial Fire Origin. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Bellowing into the sky, an invisible shockwave erupted out with Tang Tian at the center, and all the wind blades around were swept away. Tang Tian's entire body was covered in blood, but he was oblivious to it, and only felt an indescribable contentment from the roar, as though something had broke out from within. Strand after strand of transparent gray flames surged out from the deepest parts of his body, burning at the surface of his body.
This is the null flames.
Tang Tian raised both his hands up, and looked at the faint gray flames enveloping his entire body. The null flames in the past only enveloped his arms. A sense of enlightenment rose in his mind. The null flames were flames formed by combusting the power of the physique.
As expected, only at the moment between life and death, can I break through my limits, huh? Tang Tian muttered in his mind, and thought about energy transmutation.
It was the indication of a silver saint. After going through a special transformation, the energy would transform into an even higher grade force. His own null flames, like energy transmutation, was through the arousal and combustion of the power of the physique, transforming into a higher grade power.
Tang Tian's previous null flames started from the place where he tempered and trained the most, his fists.
But a human body has to blend well together, and at that time the null flames was unable to release its true might. It wasn't until Tang Tian's body went through law tempering that it reached the criteria for the null flames to be released to its full potential. And through the few godfists that he released previously, it consumed all the power of the physique in his body, adding the faith of improving in the moment of life and death. It was like throwing a small flame into a pile of completely dried firewood. With the depletion of old power, new power could be born. A sea of fire burned in his body, thread after thread of null flames surged out from his body. Compared to the berserk power of the physique, this new power was even more gentle and vast. It was like there was a sea of flames inside Tang Tian's body, extremely pure and peaceful, yet surging and vast. He could clearly feel the amount of power accumulated in it. This feeling, it feels too good. A heavenly shaking roar that sounded like a wild beast exploded out from within the layers of mist. Facing this loud roar, all the screeches made by the winds suddenly turned sluggish. Benson, who was at the top of the building, finally revealed shock. The ghost face mask in the tornado was like a wild beast roaring in anger, the imposing aura from his body expanding outwards. But when he saw the gray flames surging all over Ghostface Mask's body, his mind instantly buzzed.
Primordial fire origin. That is the primordial fire origin. How is that possible?
Han Bingning, who was swaying roughly, heard that roar. Her mind was roused, and her morale instantly increased.
Truly, he did not retreat.
She clenched the sword hilt even tighter unknowingly, and the light around her became brighter.
She did not give up.
Victor suddenly revealed a look of disbelief.
Andal quo. Young master, what happened?
The beautiful servant asked. Victor's expression was inconceivable. Someone activated the primordial fire origin.
Primordial fire origin.
The beautiful servant started perspiring. Yes, no matter how much a person wants to refine and temper his body, there will always be a limit. Activating laws, and using the power of the physique, the majority of these laws abide the same set of rules. The stronger the technique used, the stronger the requirement for the power of the physique.
Victor explained, if the technique requires power, far more than the limit of the power inside the body, what will happen?
Countless of our ancestors have tried to study it, and found the solution, and that is by igniting the primordial fire origin. He then continued, igniting the primordial fire origin will transform the power inside the body into a brand new power. This power is of the same branch and type of the power of the physique, but it is of a higher grade and much stronger, and can easily use laws.
Young master, have you ignited your primordial fire origin?
The beautiful servant asked curiously. Victor revealed a bitter laugh. I have not. The primordial fire origin is hard to ignite, the conditions to do so is extremely harsh. The degree of tempering on the body needs to be extremely high. My body, That is why people say, stupid people will ignite the primordial fire origin, smart people will enlighten on laws. Your family's young master can barely be considered a smart person, that's the only reason. The beautiful servant covered her mouth and chuckled. Victor also laughed out loud, but in his eyes, he was not laughing at all.
Powerful.
Suan-Zhong also noticed that someone inside the tornado had ignited his primordial fire origin, but his gaze never left Han Bingning. The light aura around Han Bingning's body gradually dimmed, like a candle in the wind that could blow out at any moment. Suan-Zhong trained in the sword himself, and knew that determination was the most important when training in the sword, to have a strong will and unperturbed heart. If she had not held on, she would have injured herself. But for her to hold on under the torrential storm, she would definitely be reborn. Noticing the blue light around Han Bingning's body becoming brighter and brighter, happiness appeared in Suan-Zhong's eyes. As expected, the blue light started to become more stable inside the storm. It began to release an extremely sharp aura, like a sword embryo being polished again and again, revealing an extremely sharp snow-white aura.
She is advancing.
Suan-Zhong was secretly happy. To witness a swordswoman advance, as he was one himself, filled him with admiration. To him, the powerful martial artist that had ignited his primordial fire origin will never be as important as a swordsman's advance. But, only a few people on the scene were capable of sharply realizing that the tide of the battle was quietly changing.
Tang Tian, whose body was filled with immense power and his fighting intent soared to maximum, became even more berserk.
He pulled another punch again, and the new power that was like a vast body of water immediately rumbled. The surging power flowed, the momentum was like a sprinting thunder, it flowed through his right hand and into his fist. Tang Tian's state of mind was in an unprecedented calmness and clearness. The inference of variations that he made before started to sweep past his mind like a mist being blown quickly. Countless of starlight pulled forward like pages of a book flipping. Big and small variation marks appeared, every single of them extremely clear. The sounds of the wind around him suddenly disappeared. Countless light beams, as though they were being sucked, entered Tang Tian's right fist. Ben Sen's eyes constricted. The rainbow light regiment on Tang Tian's right fist was swelling by a few folds. It had become the size of a wicker basket, and was releasing a terrifying aura. The dazzling myriad of colors of light auras, shining on the green and black ghost face mask, revealed an indescribable horror. He punched out. The wicker basket-sized light regiment shot into the storm. penetrating through the wall of wind blades silently. All of the surging and torrential wind blades could not affect it at all.
Bang! The thick black ironstone door was covered with a colorful spider web. Pa!
A light crack sound sounded out. The black ironstone door crumbled like a biscuit. The transparent glass-like eye of the storm floated quietly in the air. A figure suddenly appeared beside the eye like a ghost and punched straight into it. Pringing, like glass shattering, the eye shattered and disappeared.
Bang bang bang!
The tornado pillar that shot into the sky seemed to be pulled by something. Step by step, it crumbled down as countless drops of mist cascaded down, surging and churning. It was a spectacular and astonishing sight.
The entire Moor residence was buried in the dense mist.
All of the spectators' face changed, their legs turned soft.
When the mist dissipated, it revealed the outline of the Moor residence.
Benson, who was on the top of the building, was like a statue. He still could not believe that his gale was broken through. The ghost face mask, who was covered entirely in blood, slowly walked out of the fort. The dense black ironstone door had disappeared, and Benson looked as if he had lost his spirit. All the spectators held their breaths. The entire west route was in silence.
Who won?
No one could see the battle inside the crazy storm, and no one knew whatever that had happened in it. The ghost face mask looked to be in a terrible state. His entire body was covered in blood, but he stood straight like a spear.
Pa pa pa.
His footsteps broke the silence once again. Tian walked to the blood-bare black flag and pulled it out. Without saying a word, he walked to Han Bingning's side, carrying Han Bingning on one shoulder. The two figures became blurry and disappeared without turning back. Benson, who was standing still on the tower, turned and walked back into the fort.
Who won, who lost? That became the question that lingered on everybody's mind.
With the two of them leaving, the invisible pressure disappeared. Everyone who had witnessed the spectacular scene immediately flew into an uproar of excitement and started to discuss in passion.
Back in the fort, Delin anxiously went forward. Uncle Benson.
Benson could no longer hold on. He sat down straight on the ground, his face as pale as paper. His entire body was completely wet.
Delin's face changed. She was shocked. Uncle Benson, you're injured? Benson gasped for a moment and spoke with difficulty. I'm fine.
He had been injured. The destruction of the eye had caused him a huge backlash. Now that he had the time to think back, he felt that it was inconceivable to ignite his primordial fire origin in the midst of the battle, although it was rarely seen, but it was considered normal. But the fist technique was extremely weird. He had never seen such a fist technique before. But what made him confused was that the ghost face mask was actually able to accurately pinpoint the location of his eye.
Did that ghost face mask train in Gale before?
This guess was quickly thrown aside. Gale was not something that one could learn just because he wanted to. It needed an extremely profound enlightenment on wind laws. Anyone facing Gale for the first time will definitely be unable to accurately, without hesitation, the weakness of Gale and find the location of its eye. Benson guessed that Ghost Face Mask's mentor was probably proficient in Gale, and thus Ghost Face Mask would be familiar with it.
He definitely isn't from any simple background.
And Ghost Face Mask's action of leaving without even turning back surprised Benson even more. Previously, when the ghost face mask announced that he would defeat him, Benson's heart was filled with caution, thinking that the other party had some sort of plot. But ghost face mask had won uprightly, and left without saying a word. This made Benson become somewhat convinced of his reason.
Just to defeat me, huh? Benson laughed bitterly. He isn't simple at all, the leader of the Null Division, huh? Thinking about the Null Division prisoners, he suddenly became somewhat glad. The Moor residence only had Han Bingning, but she was already taken away. The other families must be uneasy now.
With such a powerful person lying in wait for the opportunity, it will not be a good feeling to be targeted. Victor stretched his back and yawned. With a tired look, he said, "Let's go, the show is over, time to sleep." Really, to cause such a ruckus in the middle of the night and disrupt my sleep, can't they do it in the day? The beautiful servant revealed a pained look. Go back to sleep. Suan Zhong revealed a look of thought. After a moment, he turned and left. Suddenly, he spotted two familiar figures from the corner of his eyes. It was Wei Han and Mu Zhe, so even the Qin family can't sit still anymore, huh? Suan Zhong chuckled. For some reason, he became somewhat excited for what was to come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 717, The Su Brothers. Chapter 717, The Su Brothers. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
The effect brought about by the battle far exceeded that of the previous time. Benson's shocking gale was portrayed right in front of everybody to witness its might. Both parties fought extremely intensely, with so many spectators, it far surpassed the previous battle. And Victor's casual drunk remarks on the ghost face mask igniting his primordial fire origin incited excited discussions amongst the others. Gale was a famous technique, and the ultimate goal for all the martial artists who trained in wind blades. For such an ultimate killing technique to make an appearance in the Purple Cuckoo City, how could it not cause an uproar? The last time Benson revealed his strength, it caused countless people to cry out in shock, and after Gale, it shot Benson's name to a whole new level.
Ghostface Mask's strength was also re-evaluated by everybody.
Under the power of Gale, for him to push forward, Ghostface Mask's strength was tyrannical by itself. No one saw how Ghostface Mask actually fought against Gale, as everyone's attention was fully on the primordial fire origin. The difficulty of igniting the primordial fire origin was not easier compared to learning Gale. It required repeated tempering of the body, and the duration it required for refining could not be overlooked. Victor was right about stupid people being able to ignite their primordial fire origin, as those who were able to do so, or all of those who knew their talent was ordinary but able to bear the tedious and boring tempering. Because of that, there had been very few people who had been able to ignite their primordial fire origin. Without question, everyone knew that Ghostface Mask was an expert, just with the point of being able to ignite his primordial fire origin was enough. Enlightening on laws allowed for easier use of laws, but the activation of laws required the power of the physique. Ghostface Mask's enlightenment of laws might be shallow, but his astonishing power of the physique allowed his attacks to break through that weakness. Of course, such a type of expert did not shock people like Victor. Powerful martial artists like Victor and others, their comprehension and usage of laws had reached a level that caused others to call great. People brimming with talent were always radiating with brilliance, using their strength to rush straight for the top. But what everyone loved to discuss was who actually won. At the end of the battle, both parties left without saying a word, and it was hard to determine the winner.
Ghostface Mask won.
Suan Zhong was sure of it. Even at home, his sword never left his body. He always had a strong sense of trust towards his elder brother in front of him.
Su Yi had a pale white complexion, his eyes extremely black, looking as though he was sick and extremely weak. But anyone who looked down on him would only die horrible. The two brothers sat across each other, forming an extremely strong contrast. Suan Zhong's figure was tall and sturdy, dressed in plain clothes and straw sandals, and his skin was rough. Su Yi on the other hand looked like an aristocratic young master, with ravishing and luxurious robes. Every action of his was graceful. Oh, why is that?
Su Yi smiled and asked.
The moment Gale was broken, Benson lost. Suan Zhong said.
Su Yi, can you break Gale? This question made Suan Zhong remain in silence for a moment before replying. It'll be difficult.
Su Yi laughed, and Zhong said difficult and not impossible. Seems like Zhong's strength is far stronger than I have imagined. He was happy about it. With another strong martial artist in the family, it would be of immense help in such a time. Why did you think Ghostface Mask went to find Benson?
Su Yi asked.
Suan Zhong shook his head. I don't know about that.
He truly did not understand. No matter from how he saw it, there was no reason for Ghostface Mask to look for Benson at all. Unless, it was as what Ghostface Mask said, to defeat him. But this reason to Suan Zhong was too much of a child's play. He did not believe that a leader would play such a game.
Ghostface Mask must definitely have some plan.
Suan Zhong knew for himself that he was not intelligent, and did not brood too much over it as he looked at Su Yi, whose mind was 100 times stronger than his.
I can't comprehend it either.
Su Yi laughed, but thinking about it, his final aim is definitely saving his Null Division prisoners still.
We also have the Null Division prisoners. Suan Zhong reminded Su Yi.
Su Yi laughed. Don't be too worried about it. Now the ones who should be anxious isn't us, but the Qin family.
Qin family? Suan Zhong was surprised.
The Qin family used the Shui residence in exchange for 200 of the prisoners from the Lu family.
Su Yi's smile was like the sun without any hidden intent. Counting it down, the number of prisoners the Qin family will have is about 400 to 500. You have to know, the total number of prisoners is slightly less than 5,000. For the Qin family to obtain a tenth of it, what do you think? Will they be willing to give them up? No, they won't.
Suan Zhong shook his head. He had seen the prisoners before. Each and every one of them had outstanding and unique physiques. All of them seemed to have walked on Ghostface Mask's path, and had gone through an extremely strong tempering of the body. To any family, such an addition was a huge plus. Even if their perception was bad, with such power of the physique in their control, it was enough to display a substantial might. If they only had 200 people, maybe the Qin family might be willing to give them up, but it was almost 500 people, and the Qin family would definitely not give them up, but instead think of ways to buy even more in. As long as they digested these 500 prisoners, the Qin family's strength will increase by a level, and if they increased the number of prisoners to a 1,000, then the Qin family would have the qualifications to become the number one family of the Xin domain. It was an attractive power that the Qin family was incapable of rejecting.
Then tell me, what will the Qin family do now? Su Yi asked.
Su and Zhong immediately understood. They will look for him.
That's right. Su Yi laughed. Ghost Face Mask is able to defeat Bensen, that is already too big a threat.
And Ghost Face Mask is the leader of the Null Division. As long as he remains alive, all the prisoners will not submit.
Instead, if the prisoners are rescued by him, then Ghost Face Mask's strength will increase greatly. Such a character, do you think the Qin family will let him live?
No. Su and Zhong shook his head. All of these clues started linking up in his mind, and it became clear. Then what are we going to do now?
What will we do? Su Yi laughed. Of course we will enjoy the show. Enjoy the show?
If Ghost Face Mask dies, then when the Qin family subdues all the prisoners, we will be in trouble. Su and Zhong frowned. To him, it was time to secretly help Ghost Face Mask.
Relax, how can he die so easily? Su Yi said relaxingly. He is able to defeat Bensen and Gale. Even with the 4 great generals taking action, they might not be able to defeat him. As long as he gets some subordinates back, his strength will explode even further.
All of those prisoners have average strength,
Su and Zhong said.
Although they had outstanding physiques, but they did not know anything about laws. Their martial techniques looked to be powerful, but without laws embedded in them, their might was lacking.
They are an army,
Su Yi reminded, and then sighed. It's been too long since an army has appeared in the Xin domain. Everyone has forgotten about the might of an army. Truth be told, I am rather excited to see how strong Ghost Face Mask's army is.
Then let us gift our prisoners to him, Su and Zhong said. Relax, there will be people who will gift him the prisoners. Su Yi laughed.
Mingzhu returned to the Shui residence, her expression extremely grave. After witnessing the intense battle at Moore residence, her state of mind was greatly shaken. She finally realized that in the eyes of powerful martial artists, existences like her Shui family were just like ants. The rejection from the great families had made her even more exhausted. But the greatest impact that she received was from Ghost Face Mask. He remained arrogant and strong even when he was covered in blood. The silent and indescribable determination was even felt when he carried his female companion. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Tang Tian. Their figures were too similar, but their strength were worlds apart. If only Ghost Face Mask will help the Shui residents.
Mingzhu laughed bitterly, thinking that her own thoughts were too absurd. Even then, she could see that Ghost Face Mask was public enemy number 1. She could not help but feel sympathy for him. Isn't the Shui family also surrounded by enemies?
When she regained from her thoughts, she realized that unknowingly, she had walked to the warehouse. Mingzhu was speechless. Alright, is that last name Tang still sleeping again? She walked towards the warehouse. Outside the big doors, she heard the gasps and smashing of rocks. She was extremely familiar with the sound. It was the work of breaking the black iron stones. He finally isn't asleep anymore. Seems like I have enticed him with the gold and steel gravel. Mingzhu consoled herself, but for some reason, a threat of disappointment surfaced in her mind. If it was Ghost Face Mask, he would not be enticed by such small gains. Mingzhu laughed bitterly once again. It was a bad day for her. She knew that the strings of events had formed a flaw in her previous steady state of mind. Her eyes regained the determined look once again. She did not disturb Tang Tian and turned to leave. Inside the warehouse, Taixia was gasping for breath. He was giving his all to use the hammer to smash the black iron stones. I am a great infamous person, to be lowered to do manual labor now. He wanted to cry.
Continue,
Han Bingning said coldly, causing him to tremble. He then raised the hammer and smashed it down again. Han Bingning protected Tang Tian by his side. Her hand remained on her sword hilt as she continued being cautious. As long as Taixia had any slight strange movements, she would kill him. After returning back to the warehouse, the moment Han Bingning woke up and saw Tang Tian's bleeding state, she almost took her sword to kill Taixia, but luckily, Tang Tian stopped her. On Tang Tian's body, a thin layer of grey transparent null flames flowed around, and his wounds started to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. All around him, the golden steel gravel quietly floated in the air.
Suddenly, Tang Tian opened his eyes and his 10 fingers danced. Sigh.
10 threads of pitch-black spatial law threads, like 10 rays of soft blades, cut 10 beads of golden steel gravel at the same time. His current power of the physique had long gone through a qualitative change, and the previously high consumption of spatial law threads was no longer a problem to him.
Pa.
The golden steel gravel started to explode one after another, and the life origin essence transformed into silver auras and entered Tang Tian's body. In the blink of an eye, all of the golden steel gravel was broken by Tang Tian, and the great quantity of life origin essence entered his body, causing Tang Tian to reveal a look of surprise. The quiet sea of null flames suddenly boomed. The life origin essence was like shattered stones plummeting down from the sky, and smashing into the sea of null flames. Every ray of life origin essence seemed to be a stimulant, causing the sea of null flames in his body to become extremely violent. Tang Tian never thought that absorbing the life origin essence would be so different, the first time being calm, but now, it had become so violent. But at the moment, he had no time to think, all of his focus was on the activation of the null flames, trying to digest the life origin essence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 718, Victor and Roland Sue. Chapter 718, Victor and Roland Sue. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Roland Sue looked at Victor with a look of surprise. You're injured. Roland Sue, who was around 30 years of age, was composed and refined, like a mature woman with an implicit charm. Victor's face was bitter. He drained the cup in front of him with one mouth. Yes, that stupid fool sold all the prisoners to the Tian family. I and Tian fought, and it was not easy to come back fully intact. Roland Sue became quiet. She understood what that meant. The Tian family had over 500 null division prisoners, and it was considered a disaster to the other families of the Purple Cuckoo City. The original alliance of the families would be able to resist the Tian family, but if the Tian family absorbed the 500 prisoners, the balance would be tipped. At that time, all the other families, other than becoming a vassal of the Tian family, had no other route.
With Tian's strong personality, it was either surrender or death. What are you trying to say?
Roland Sue's gaze landed on Victor's face, a complicated emotion flashing past her eyes.
Gift the null division prisoners to Ghost Face Mask.
Victor placed down the cup and did not shy away from Roland Sue's eyes. He said, we cannot let the Tian family become organized, if not, we will definitely not live.
Gift them to Ghost Face Mask? Roland Sue looked at Victor calmly, and then what, my Roland family have to bear the anger of the Tian family?
Victor remained quiet, his face that was originally white had a flush of red. Who dares say that we gifted them to him?
As long as we report that the Ghost Face Mask infiltrated into the Roland family and that the Roland family was also a victim, what can the Tian family say? The Tian family might not say much on the surface, but the matters after that would be complicated.
Roland Sue remained calm.
Victor was not angry either, but also acted calmly. Can the Roland family become the vassal to others?
Roland Sue kept quiet. My family has already lost its courage. What they are thinking of is how to struggle whilst at death's door.
To those old men, it is enough to survive. What does it matter who it is with?
As long as Tian family throws a bone, they will happily fetch it for them.
Victor's tone was filled with disappointment. He raised his head and looked at Roland Sue. But, will the Roland family do the same?
No, Roland Sue replied sharply. Her tone was calm, but it was firm.
Victor laughed. The Roland family was soft on the outside and firm on the inside. Like Roland Sue, they would never be unable to accept being the vassal of another family. He looked at the lady in front of him, the familiar face, and the memories of the past swept past his mind. He calmed himself down, and his gaze turned gentle. The Shui residence bought a male servant, who is also a prisoner, and is most likely Ghost Face Mask. Ghost Face Mask's fleeing technique utilizes spatial laws, and what's more, there is a guy called Ping Shaoshan who is proficient in it. Ping Shaoshan had made moves on the gold and steel threads countless times, although he does it very secretively, but he still leaves a trail. He is a veteran. If I did not guess wrongly, Ghost Face Mask's fleeing technique was learned from Ping Shaoshan. Roland Sue was taken by surprise. Ghost Face Mask is in the Shui residence? The Shui residence had recently sought help from all over, and even sought help from the Roland family. Things are that interesting. Victor's face revealed a frivolous smile. Lu Lingnan was rejected by Shui Mingzhu. He came out from the Shui residence, and not long later, Tai Xia who was with him disappeared and never came back. Shui Mingzhu has a steadfast personality, a bit like you. If I did not guess wrong, Tai Xia has already been done in by Ghost Face Mask. The Tian family will also find him. Roland Sue reminded Victor. They can definitely find him. Victor said, but, the male servant of the Shui residence was bought by money. The Shui residence has always respected the Tian family deeply, but this time the Tian family silently sold them out, thus they are already in the wrong. If they go up and ask to look for Ghost Face Mask, they are truly bullying them. With the temper of the old granny in the Shui family, who knows if they will start fighting at first sight? Without the Shui family, how will the Lu family be willing to hand over the 200 prisoners to the Tian family? So? Roland Sue led him to continue. So they will use plots. Victor explained, the Lu family has lost Tai Xia, and will definitely be unhappy. The Lu family is stronger than the Tian family, since they have many experts. How can they leave it as that? To the Tian family, they only need Ghost Face Mask to die, so with the Lu family being the blade, everyone will be happy. Are you betting on Ghost Face Mask not dying? Roland Sue asked. That's right.
Victor's indifferent look disappeared. He became serious. I witnessed Ghostface Mask's 2 battles. This time when he beat Benson, many people assumed that he was hiding his strength. But from what I saw, he was not hiding his strength, but he actually improved.
He improved? Roland Su's expression could no longer be kept calm, revealing a look of surprise.
She knew Victor very well. His foresight was astute and sharp, his observing ability was extremely strong, and he was intelligent. He had witnessed both battles, and to come up with that thought, he definitely had some discovery. But the time frame between both battles was extremely short, but for him to improve so much, that was too scary. Victor laughed, but Roland Su could see that he had become lively. His mood suddenly became better. That's right, the first time, he merely relied on the law threads and the ability to sense them and caught Benson off guard. He has a very shallow enlightenment on laws, but this time, his martial technique had reached a new realm.
A new realm?
At the start, I thought that the reason that he could become the beat Benson was because of the ignition of his primordial fire origin. But after thinking about it, even with igniting the primordial fire origin, it is impossible to defeat Gale. Victor became serious again. Although the primordial fire origin is much stronger than the power of the physique in terms of quality and density, but Benson already has profound enlightenment on laws. If not, he can't even use Gale. His Gale was used with the power of heaven and earth. It is endless. No matter how strong a person's origin force is, it is unable to contend against the power of heaven and earth. Furthermore, when they fought, I sensed a strange aura from inside Benson's Gale. Roland Su listened attentively to him and asked, "What strange aura?" But her curiosity had piqued. Victor was uninhibited and licentious, but his knowledge and experience was extremely extensive. If even he said that it was strange, then it was definitely not normal.
I can't tell.
Victor's face grew solemn, and continued, "I felt that that was the crucial thing that allowed him to destroy Gale, but that aura was too weird. I have never felt something like that. I wanted to gain clarity on it, so I snuck into the Moore residence."
Roland Su's eyes became wide. She was surprised. "You went to find Benson?"
Victor nodded his head. "Only Benson knows what happened in there. Only Benson knows how Gale was broken." I wanted to know the answer, so the best way to find out was to ask Benson personally. Benson did not hide anything. He said that Ghostface Mask used a fist technique, which was extremely strange. It could attract all the law threads in the space around him.
"What?" Roland Su exclaimed out, her face in disbelief.
Victor's expression became even more serious. Ghostface Mask's fist technique was always the same technique. But that one technique contains countless of variations. Benson suspects that Ghostface Mask had condensed all the variations into one fist. When he pulled out his fist, the law threads in the space around him started to be attracted to his fist like a magnet, and the space which all the law threads were pulled from turned completely frozen. This frozen space was extremely stable, and regardless of how his Gale tried to demolish it, it was extremely difficult. Benson had never seen such a fist technique before. This fist technique demands an extremely high power of the physique, and at the start of the battle, Benson's Gale had completely locked it down. But who knew at the crucial moment, Ghostface Mask was able to ignite his primordial fire origin, and Gale was destroyed quickly after that. Roland Su's moist and red lips opened up, her face filled with shock. When I was about to leave, Benson suddenly shouted at me. Victor's tone became down. He told me never to be Ghostface Mask's enemy.
Why? Because of that fist technique? Roland Su could not help but ask.
Benson saw how Ghostface Mask ignited his primordial fire origin. There was an additional indescribable feeling to Victor's tone. The strange fist technique had already consumed all of Ghostface Mask's physical strength, but he still continued releasing that fist, causing the blood to churn in his body, and started to seep out from every single pore on his body. But he did not even stop. He was like a fierce and berserk tiger. Blood continued to spray out from his body, and it was the last strand of power inside him that he used to ignite the primordial
origin fire. Hearing that, Roland Su did not know what to reply.
Benson said he had never seen before such a desire to win, to be able to ignore everything else. Victor's expression became complicated. Benson also said that Ghostface Mask could have killed him. But he did not do that. He only looked at Benson and left. Benson suspects that Ghostface Mask was truly there just to challenge him, to break through his own limits. He is a real maniac.
Roland Su was quiet for a long time, and then spoke up. "So you have placed your bets on him?"
"That's right. We have been in exile for too long. Everyone is starting to get used to living life with their backs bent."
Victor said indifferently, "How many years has it been since someone walked the death path to home? The road to our ancestors' bones must definitely be lonely.
The swords of the saints of the honorable martial continent guarding the gates to Sin Domain must have already rusted. We have already lost our courage, and we can even live without the sun. Shinshin himself is a person that does not need light. I am not, but I am also afraid of pain, sigh, so I skive, and leave it to the brave people." Roland Su kept quiet, and then commented, "No one tried to barge through the gates of Sin Domain. In the first few months of banishment, countless families and people who were not happy of being banished rushed towards the Sin domain gates in madness, hoping to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy. The honorable martial continent's saints guarded the gates and killed all of them. That path were littered with bones, and had been called the death path to home. No one had succeeded, because the honorable martial continent was too powerful.
Slowly, the various families got more used to Sin domain, their lives gradually grew stable, and fewer people tried to walk the death path to home, and in the recent decade, no one had walked the path covered in bones anymore. Maybe.
Victor laughed heedlessly, his pale white handsome face revealed a smear of spirit, but it is worth a gamble.
Talking about it, we will also not lose much. It is a good bet that rarely comes by. I got it. Roland Su nodded her head, not showing any indication of what she felt. She left.
Although we cannot stop Qingjin from taking the prisoners away, but I took the chance to do something, and found some trouble for Qingjin.
Su stopped in his tracks. Trouble?
Oh, I only told those prisoners that Ghostface Mask is still alive. Victor laughed happily, a light aura dazzling in his eyes. Oh, I also went to investigate the name of the male servant in the Shui residence. I heard that his name is Tang Tian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 719, Get Rid of Them. Chapter 719, Get Rid of Them. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
On a tall building near the Shui residence, Muze and Wei Han stood guard, the two of them occasionally looking at the Shui residence.
That Tang Tian is really the Ghostface Mask?
Wei Han snorted. I have to say, the patriarch is truly too cautious. If we just get rid of him now, who is going to say anything? The patriarch naturally has his considerations as a patriarch.
Muze said, furthermore, we just have to prevent him from escaping. If someone is willing, then that would be better. Since the start, none of these matters would ever land on us. And, can you defeat Ben Sen? That, Gale, is not anything ordinary. You cannot underestimate Ghostface Mask's strength. So what?
Wei Han sneered, as long as the two of us work together, I don't believe we can ever fail.
Stop talking nonsense and just focus on standing guard. Muze was lazy to argue with Wei Han and focused on drinking and enjoying his tea. Inside the warehouse,
Tang Tian gradually opened his eyes. He felt as swollen as a balloon. The life origin essence was like a mist permeating inside his flesh, and then turning into null flames. Tang Tian could feel his entire body on fire. As long as there was a slight movement, it would cause his body to be filled with overflowing power and make him restless. He floated in the air, his entire body enveloped in the transparent gray flames, making him look like a war god.
Tai Xia looked at Tang Tian in reverence. That's right, in reverence. You say this is the primordial fire origin? Tang Tian looked at the flames enveloping his hands. Yes, master.
Tai Xia replied respectfully. In Sin domain, the strong was the lord. After fighting with Tang Tian the last time, he was still unconvinced, but currently, Tang Tian, who resembled a war god in front of him, gave him a feeling of being unable to resist. In the Sin domain, all experts would have two goals, which were to enlighten on laws from the law threads. Another was to ignite their primordial fire origin, transforming the power of the physique in their bodies into origin force. It was not that he had never met any strong martial artists that never had their primordial fire origin ignited, but he had never met one whose primordial fire origin was so fearsome. Tang Tian's primordial fire origin was like a volcano spewing out lava. Even when he was over 10 m away, Tai Xia could feel the surging primordial fire origin aura. Primordial fire origin flames are released to such an extent, and to be able to form such fearsome primordial fire origin, Master's origin force must be extremely terrifying.
Too scary. He told Tang Tian everything he knew. Listening to Tai Xia's explanation, Tang Tian nodded his head. Origin force? That's a good name. Using the law threads to comprehend the initial surface of the law, interesting. Could it be that at the last final stage, it is about enlightening on the law space? Yes. Once you gain enlightenment on the law space, you can form a law domain. Such a powerful martial artist is not one you can win against. Tai Xia explained. There are no undefeated people. Tang Tian said objected, then asked with curiousness, are there anyone who VE gained enlightenment on law domains? I think only the strongest martial artists at the peak. Tai Xia replied with slight hesitation, this lowly subordinate is not too clear about that. Law surface? Is it like this? Han Bingning, who was by the side, suddenly spoke out. A thin blue light piece appeared in front of her. The light piece was extremely thin, like a thin sheet of paper. Upon appearing, its cold and sharp aura instantly enveloped the entire place. Tai Xia's expression turned rigid as he swallowed his saliva. As expected of them, talents will only play with talents, perverts will only be friends with perverts. He then explained, yes. As long as the law surface is formed, you can project out a force field. Project out a force field. Han Bingning was somewhat confused. Tang Tian asked curiously, what kind of force field can your law surface project out? Tai Xie spoke respectfully, this lowly subordinate's law surface casts out a force field that allows this lowly one to be like mist at night, and can flow and change shape anytime. Other than that, as long as this lowly one uses flowing night, my senses towards the vibration in the air becomes extremely sharp. Come and test it out. Tang Tian was extremely curious about it. Whether it was in Heaven's Road or Sin Domain, their battles were done through energy, and it was not as bizarre and fluctuating as in the Sin Domain. Tai Xie's body flickered, his body became blurred, he started to dissipate, and in the blink of the eye, he transformed into a regiment of mist. After that, he transformed into some sort of liquid form. Tang Tian's eyes grew wide, he became extremely excited, it was too fun. Suddenly, a thin voice came into Tang Tian's ears, Master, someone is watching us. Tang Tian was startled, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, he motioned towards Han Bingning and spoke softly, where? Quite far. Tai Xie was somewhat excited, he finally had the chance to showcase himself, and he definitely wanted to do it well. I must let Master see my strength and value, and pull myself out of this manual worker position. Tai Xie, who was roused with fighting intent, quickly found his goal. On a building at the southeast side, there are two of them. Tai Xie informed. Tang Tian flew over to the window and through the cracks, he looked towards the southeast direction. Truly, on the roof, there were two faint figures standing there. They are not the Lu family people. Tai Xie's face changed, if they were the Lu family, he would feel that it was normal, Lu Lingnan was not a person who would let the matter rest. Tai Xie's mist-like figure quickly extended out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the thin mist formed a cauldron and floated in the air. This was Tai Xie's own creation, a monitoring unique technique, relay cauldron, and had used it to achieve many meritorious work. He carefully aimed the cauldron's top at the direction, this allowed him to concentrate on the sound coming from the direction, and allows him to listen from far away. He slowly got rid of all the chaotic static, and the two men's voices on the building gradually became clear. They are the Qin family people. They came to observe Master and watch you, they are not letting Master leave, and the ones to take action will be the Lu family. But Qin family, huh? Tang Tian's eyes flashed a look of seriousness, seems like the Qin family have already confirmed my identity. Regarding this, he actually did not care at all. He challenged Ben Sen with the hopes of becoming stronger, grinding himself. He never retreated, and other than moving forward, other than doing battles, he did not know how to improve. The life and death battle brought him an immense growth, and the current Tang Tian was overflowing with confidence and fighting intent. The battle with Benson was just the drawing of curtains. In Tang Tian's plans, what came next were the consecutive strings of battles. He would use all the battles to save everyone out. He had initially wanted to use a few days of preparations to absorb everything from the battle, but he never expected for the other parties to find their way up his door. Then let's start with them. Tang Tian was not fearful of them at all, and never thought to retreat. He was never truly satisfied with the number of battles, which were forever sudden and random, or he had no control over, but the determination and willpower to fight, the courage and fearlessness, was the heavy axe that he held on tightly facing such battles. The heavy axe in hand would slice his enemies apart. I will go get rid of them. Without hesitation, Tang Tian's killing intent sword, he retrieved out the ghost face mask and wore it. Let me help you. Han Bingning said without hesitation. Tai Xie was shocked by the killing intent that suddenly soared out of the two of them. Before he could even react, the two of them had disappeared. He was dumbstruck. Who exactly is the infamous person here? Why do I feel that the two of them are even more ferocious than me? Wei Han and Mu Zhe would have never expected for their conversation to be picked up by someone so far away. For the sake of preventing Tang Tian from escaping, the two of them had chose such a location. It was the highest building in the vicinity and could watch the entire Shui residence. The building was called the Plucking Clouds Building, which was built by the Qin residents for the sake of observing the Shui residents. On the surface, it had always looked as though the Qin family was protecting the Shui residents, but in fact they actually held another intent. The Qin family had coveted the Shui family's wealth for a long time, but it was just that they had a good relation with the previous generation of the Shui family, and if they were to take over the Shui family, it would be an ugly action. But the Qin family never got rid of the idea. The Shui family's inability to attract strong martial artists was another underhand move of the Qin family. The Qin family was clear that as long as the Shui family held onto the secret techniques of the golden steel silkworms, they will never be lacking money. As long as the Shui family recruits an expert, the situation would be less desirable for the Qin family.
Thus the Plucking Clouds building was built beside the Shui residence, causing the unhappiness of the Shui family, but Zhong Zhangyan may personally controlled the situation, therefore silencing the unhappiness. The long night could not affect Mu Zhe and Wei Han's physical strength, but it was extremely boring. Wei Han became restless and started to practice his drills, while Mu Zhe sat by the window sipping and enjoying his tea. The two of them were oblivious to the incoming danger. Tang Tian brought Han Bingning and skirted between the houses quietly. They were like shadows, as he had unleashed the full potential of the Ping family's stealth techniques. He pasted himself close to the walls and borrowing the shadows, they advanced forward. Other than the spatial laws, the Ping family stealth techniques had many other stealth movements, all of which were refined through many years. In truth, while he was using the stealth techniques, he rarely used spatial laws. Because the moment law threads cut into the space, it would produce a light undulation which could easily startle the enemy. Tang Tian was like a beast stalking its prey, patiently and slowly moving towards his enemy. The layout of the buildings gave him good cover. Although the Shui residence was unable to stop the Qin family from building the Plucking Clouds building, they could do whatever they wanted inside their own land. For the sake of blocking the ability to observe them from the Plucking Clouds building, the Shui family had built many high majestic walls, and the broad rims on the walls covered the paths inside the residence. They also built a pavilion with huge canopies to obstruct the line of sight, thus the Shui residence did not have much empty spaces. To Tang Tian, it was truly the best terrain. Han Bingning retracted her sword aura and followed behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian moved left and swatted right, borrowing the rims as a cover. He reached the end of the long passageway, which was the pavilion. The pavilion stood right in the center of a man-made lake, and was the most spacious place in the residence. Tang Tian pointed to a beam of the pavilion and spoke softly, "You hide here and wait for the ambush, I will make a roundabout to their backs." Han Bingning nodded, and subconsciously tightened her grip on the sword hilt. Tang Tian nodded at her in encouragement, and like a shadow, he disappeared. Although the Shui family had declined, but after all, they used to be a bustling and rich family, and the structures inside the residence still showed their wealth and power of the past. Turning and turning, Tang Tian felt himself going dizzy. Lucky for him that the Plucking Flowers building was too obvious that he could accurately find the right direction. The scene before Tang Tian's eyes dazzled. After entering the inner residence, Tang Tian felt as if he had entered a palace. He did not bother about it. As long as he found the right direction, he would be able to walk out. If there were no routes, there were windows. Suddenly, a voice bellowed out from the front, "Who?" Tang Tian was startled. Before he could even reply, a light wall appeared in front of him, and right at that moment, a faint undulation came out from behind him. He immediately turned back to look, and there was another light wall behind him. He was trapped. A figure appeared at the other side of the light wall. When Ming Zhu, who was filled with killing intent, saw the mask behind the light wall, she was immediately stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720, Double Kill. Chapter 720, Double Kill. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian never expected that he would have barged into Ming Zhu's residence. "Kindly remove this, thanks." Tang Tian pointed at the light walls around him. "Oh." Ming Zhu subconsciously removed the light walls. Before she regained her composure, the light walls were already gone, causing her face to distort. All of these light walls were customized from laws meant for restriction and used for warnings, and was left behind from the previous generations. Without the protection of the light walls, she was practically helpless in front of Ghostface Mask like a docile sheep. What did I just do? Ming Zhu calmed down, but the unease filled her entire heart. But what surprised her was that the gray figure suddenly swept past her. Ghostface Mask did not even have the intention of doing anything to her. "Wait a minute, that direction, that's my chamber." Ming Zhu's face immediately turned red. She secretly felt vexed. How can Ghostface Mask barge into a lady's chamber? She clenched her teeth and gathered her courage and followed in. Tang Tian was like a gust of wind rushing in, but after that, he became bewildered. The room was huge, but it was filled with shoes, clothes, and countless of unfamiliar female products. It was like a small warehouse, causing Tang Tian to become confused. He had to be extremely careful not to topple anything. Furthermore, there were piles and piles of clothes, shoes, cabinets, wooden chests, causing the place to be a maze. What direction is it to the Plucking Clouds building? Tang Tian was confused. Everything that was in his vision were all sort of colored shoes and clothes, dazzling products lined up one after another, causing Tang Tian to lose his sense of direction. The footsteps behind Tang Tian became his lifesaver. Ming Zhu's face was so red to the extent that blood would seep out at any moment. No one had entered her room before, and she did not like others to clean her room, so it had remained messy. The Shui family was rich, and she did not have any hobbies, so she would spend all her money on such products. It was a pity she had to take charge of the house, and could not dress casually, so her clothes were graceful and elegant, but her inner desire of all the beautiful things had always been adored by her.
It's really messy here.
Hearing Tang Tian's words, Ming Zhu's face became hot. She so badly wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Her chambers was actually judged like that. Ming Zhu became extremely ashamed. But she was still surprised at how casual Ghostface Mask was with her, as though they knew each other.
Wait a minute, why is Ghostface Mask in the Shui residence? Ming Zhu was startled. Tang Tian did not give her time to think. Where is the Plucking Clouds building? Plucking Clouds building?
Ming Zhu was startled once again. She subconsciously pointed to the right, that way. Before she had even reacted, Ghostface Mask had already disappeared.
Ming Zhu smacked her own lips. What's gotten into you today? Why are you so distracted? Why are you speaking without thinking? Are you too tired? Wait a minute, Plucking Clouds building.
Ming Zhu's body turned rigid, her face changed.
Plucking Clouds building belonged to the Qin family. Ghostface Mask wants to take action on them. But why?
A cold intent surfaced in Ming Zhu's heart. The Shui family had survived in the shadows of the Qin family for so many years, and thus the immensity of Qin family's strength had been deeply imprinted in her. She dared to disobey the Qin family, but it was because the matter of the Shui family being sold to the Lu family was overboard. But she knew that, as long as this information were to land in the Qin family would immediately swallow the Shui family up without hesitation. Ghostface Mask is sneaking into Plucking Clouds building from the Shui residence. If there are any losses in the Plucking Clouds building, the Qin family will use the battle as an excuse, and then the Shui family. Ming Zhu shuddered, her face became as white as paper. She bit her lips, but she screamed in her mind to calm down.
Since when did Ghostface Mask enter the Shui residence? Why is he making a move on the Plucking Clouds building? Suddenly, she thought about the casual speech that Ghostface Mask had used with her as though they knew each other. She was shocked. Could it be? Without saying a word, she rushed towards the warehouse. Just as she ran out of the room, she heard an explosion. She turned her head back to look. The tall Plucking Clouds building had been cut in half at the center, and falling towards the Shui residence. Shadows flew out, roars were exchanged, and all the blood in Ming Zhu's face had disappeared. No one had noticed that Tang Tian had approached nearby. Regardless if it was Wei Han or Mu Zhe, they never expected Ghostface Mask to initiate the attack. Even if Ghostface Mask was able to defeat Benson, but in their eyes, Ghostface Mask who was alone and could not cause any huge reaction. The Qin family had killed off many experts secretly, and the two of them had met before many different powerful martial artists, thus they did not place the Ghostface Mask in their eyes. Under the immense pressure of Qin family, Ghostface Mask could only struggle on bitterly. To initiate an attack on the Qin family? That was too stupid. As long as the person had the brains, he would never choose this path of suicide. Sneaking his way to Plucking Clouds building, Tang Tian quietly got closer. He had just broken through, and had his state of mind at the maximum. Even the most minute of actions would cause the overflowing origin force in his body to ripple. Tang Tian, who had entered his battle state, had become extraordinarily cool. Such coolness was not just for the enemy, but for himself. Despite the raging origin force in his body, his state of mind was so focused that his movements, his breathing, and heartbeat were not affected at all. Every movement was performed fluidly without additional motions. He was like an outstanding hunter, quietly pulling the prey into his own attacking radius. Just as he moved, Wei Han was practicing his blade. The blade light was like water, flowing endlessly. His blade technique was crafty, bizarre, and filled with toxin. Like a venomous snake, every movement contained the most inconceivable method to kill. A faint black color coiled around the white fluid blade light, like a black mist lingering on. Wei Han was a fighter with an explosive temperament, but once he trained in the blade, his personality would suddenly change and become extremely cold and strange. Suddenly, he felt the surrounding air change. The black mist on his blade light suddenly disappeared, the air in the space around him suddenly froze. Wei Han was shocked. He shouted, "Een!" Bang! A horrifying force exploded from beneath his feet. He felt the ground tremble, and his body was suddenly prancing in the air. His heart jumped, the building was collapsing. The wooden beams beneath his foot suddenly shot towards him like rain. Without thinking, Wei Han's figure flashed. He flew out. He rushed out of the building. Wei Han could not see anything, but the senses in his mind was jumping on red alert. All the hairs on his body were standing straight. He immediately unleashed his blade light towards the front. Ding ding ding. Sparks were ignited. A few light blades seemed to be cut into two by something or someone. A cold shiver traveled up Wei Han's spine. He could finally see ahead of him. In front of him, there were a few strands of law threads interweaving, sealing his front path. Although all these law threads were extremely fine, but they were extremely sharp, and in the chaos, it was hard to detect. If I had rushed forward, I would have been sliced into pieces right there and then.
The scariness of the opponent caused Wei Han to feel fear for the first time. The explosion beneath his feet contained a lot of force, but in that situation, the opponent was able to quietly lay out another killing technique that showed how terrifying the opponent's methods were. But in that pause, the shattered rocks behind him suddenly shot towards him like rain. The light blade in Wei Han's hand moved, the shattered rocks and beams seemed to be stopped by an invisible hand before flying in the other direction. But in the next second, Wei Han's pupils became round, a multi-colored round ball appeared in front of him. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him. He felt a deathly aura extremely close him. In that crucial juncture between living and dying, Wei Han let go off the silver blade in his hand without hesitation. Upon separating from the silver blade, it transformed into a black mist. The black mist churned and roared, transforming into a snake that raised its head up high and roared. The multi-colored light ball and the black mist snake collided. Wei Han did not care about the result. Using everything he had, he pounced towards his left. Mu Ze, who had flown out of the building, was like a swallow. The upper half of Plucking Clouds building was leaning to one side, but countless of rocks and planks were pouring down onto him like rain. Wei Han's furious roar sounded out behind him, causing Mu Ze to tremble. The chaos was most suitable for the enemy to launch his sneak attack, causing Mu Ze to be unable to get close, and had to first leave the chaotic field.
Once I obtain my distance, wait for your punishment.
Mu Ze's face was green, his body lit up, and a bow appeared in his hand. His gaze landed on the pavilion of the Shui family. It was coincidentally the best place for him to unleash his attacks, and it was impossible to lay an ambush there. The only ambush that could happen was on the pavilion itself. Under the rush, Mu Ze pulled his bow, and a light arrow appeared on the bowstring.
The light aura flashed. Bang! The pavilion is destroyed, no more ambush left.
Mu Ze relaxed, he increased his speed, and he appeared above the man-made lake.
Now, it's time to counterattack.
Mu Ze turned and faced the Plucking Clouds building, coincidentally seeing Wei Han rushing out without his silver blade.
Mu Ze's heart jumped, he took a deep breath, and pulled on his bow once again. Just at that moment, a change occurred. The man-made lake that was extremely calm, suddenly exploded without any warning. Countless ice crystals flew out of the lake, like a storm of crystals, they shot towards Mu Ze. There's someone in the water. Mu Ze's face changed, the whistling of the crystals had shaken his spirit. What made him feel even more fearful was that all the ice crystals contained faint sword concepts. They were practically countless ice swords. Damn it! Mu Ze bent his waist, like a boneless snake, he fiercely flew downwards, and released the bowstring in his hand. The light arrow flashed, and shot into the ice crystal's rain of swords. Bang! Countless of the ice crystal swords exploded into fine powder, forming a mist. Before Mu Ze could heave a sigh of relief, an extreme cold aura broke through the mist. The Sub-Zero sharp sword concept aimed straight for the space between Mu Ze's eyebrows, causing his face to change again. At this moment, because he had already moved, the power of the physique in him had a momentary pause. The cold aura arrived. He had no choice but to use his bow to cover his front. Ding! The extremely cold sword concept pierced into the bow's body. Bang! The bow shattered into pieces like an ice statue being destroyed. Mu Ze spat out blood, but he instantly retreated. A sharp whistle, that caused his skin to go numb, came from behind him, causing Mu Ze to become alarmed. Endless ice crystal swords suddenly flew out from the water behind him, like rain, they stabbed into his back. Mu Ze's body trembled like a sieve, the expression on his face became stiff, the flesh on his body was visibly turning into ice, the ice crystal swords continued to shoot, bang, the ice statue shattered. In the air, Tang Tian appeared behind Wei Han like a ghost. He gently moved his fingers, and an indistinguishable spatial law thread coiled around Wei Han's neck. Wei Han's pupils expanded. Before he could even plead for his life, his head flew into the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 721, The Fierce Battle on the Street. Chapter 721, The Fierce Bee Battle on the Street. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Xiaotai had already made preparations. As long as the situation was not right, he would run. He had followed the Lu family with hopes of wanting to live better. As a great infamous man, many people wanted him dead, but he had always lived very well. He could freely retire in any city, as he was most proficient of hiding in the darkness. He could only observe Ghostface Mask's fight with Benson from afar, but the power of Gale had greatly shocked him. And he felt that it was even more inconceivable when Ghostface Mask actually won. Is that fist technique truly that powerful? When Tang Tian initially used Godfist, Tai Xie immediately sensed the approaching danger from it, thus he chose to surrender without hesitation. The origin force that Ghostface Mask was overflowing with completely made him submit. With such vigorous origin force, it was enough for him to run amok anywhere. But he still did not see any hope for Ghostface Mask against Mu Ze and Wei Han.
Although he had chosen to rely on the Lu family, he had studied on the various powerhouses of the cities, and knew of all of them. The 4 great generals of the Qin family held immense strength, and countless people had died under them. Qin Shen himself had rarely appeared for so many years, because it was not needed at all. Ignoring the fact that Ghostface Mask beat Benson, if it was a real fight, Ghostface Mask would most probably be killed instead. Not observing the actual fight in the gale, Tai Xie himself made his own conservative prediction.
Against Wei Han and Mu Zhe's collaboration, Black Benson would not be able to do anything.
The 4 great generals of the Qin family were all experts, all roped in through Qin Shen's countless blood, sweat, and tears. Although the 4 were not from the family, Qin Shen viewed them very importantly, and thus the 4 of them held revered positions in the Qin family in which even the family of the Qin family had to greet respectfully. But the result of the battle almost caused Tai Xie's eyes to drop out. The time it took for the Plucking Clouds building to fall and for the 2 to be killed was just the time needed to blink his eye. Especially Han Bingning, the ice beauty that did not look dangerous at all, actually knew how to ambush a person inside the man-made lake.
Terrifying. Tai Xie stopped running, his expression has now extremely confused.
For some reason, he had a premonition that Ghostface Mask was far stronger than he thought, and the Null Division would most probably be even stronger than what everyone thought.
Mingzhu's hands were cold as she looked at the messy Shui residence blankly.
Everyone in the Shui family were shaken, all of them ran out, and when they saw the horrifying scene, many of the ladies screamed out loud, causing the Shui residence to grow further in chaos. The few who were more knowledgeable like Xiao Yao, Shui Yan etc., all had blank and pale faces.
It was the Plucking Clouds building, the Qin family's Plucking Clouds building. What are you all being so noisy for? I am not dead yet.
The old granny walked out with a servant supporting her. Upon seeing the chaos, she bellowed. The old granny still wielded power. Upon her shout, all the people inside the residence stopped screaming, and only the fear remained on their faces.
Mingzhu, what's going on? Old Granny Shui asked.
Mingzhu then regained her senses. With a pale face, she explained everything she knew.
Old Granny Shui instructed calmly, go and check out the warehouse. After a while, a servant reported back, Tang Tian is not here.
Even when the conjecture in her mind was proven right, Mingzhu's face was still filled with disbelief, and could not speak for a long time. The other ladies looked at each other, their faces overwhelmed with shock. No one would have thought that, all the disturbance of Ghostface Mask, was actually the Tang Tian that they all despised on, the one who slept all day inside their own home.
After that, the place became silent.
Mingzhu was confused, but she finally understood why Ghostface Mask spoke so casually to her.
Tang Tian was actually the real Ghostface Mask. Old Granny Shui coughed lightly and broke the silence. This is a good thing,
Her words were said very slowly, but it was unhesitating, causing Mingzhu and the rest to raise their heads in confusion. To them, it was the destruction of the Shui family, Qin family that never had the reason or excuse finally had one now, and would take action without hesitation.
During this period of time, you have visited many families. But what happened? Is anyone willing to lend a hand?
The old granny's gaze swept across everybody, causing them to lower their heads in silence.
No.
That's not strange. The Qin family's influence on Purple Cuckoo City is too big. No one dares to openly fight with the Qin family.
But now there is one, so isn't it a good thing? Madam, are you talking about Ghostface Mask? Mingzhu asked. That's right.
The old granny said, he killed 2 great generals of the Qin family. There is no way to alleviate the tension with the Qin family anymore. If we can get his assistance, we will be much safer too. I know that all of you are worried about going into conflict with Qin family, but now, it's not that we don't want to, but the Qin family will definitely make a move on us, so stop wishing for the best.
But Ghostface Mask is but one person. Shui Yan spoke softly. One person?
The old lady shook her head. He is not alone. Don't forget, there is the Null Division behind him. Although his subordinates are not here, but I heard that they are extremely loyal to him. As long as some back to him, his strength will grow. At this moment when he is under difficulty, we must help him, which is also helping ourselves. All of you go and ask around, find our close contacts, and look for those who has the Null Division prisoners.
Buy them all. 10 times the price.
If 10 times is not enough, 100 times. This is not the time to be worried about money. Give it all out. It is better than landing in the hands of the Qin or Lu family.
Everyone was roused. Xiao Yao suddenly asked, then. Where is Tang Tian? Everyone's expression changed again.
The old granny spoke, immediately send people to find him.
In a small alley not far from the Shui residence, Tang Tian asked, are you sure it's real? This subordinate will never lie.
Ping Xiaoshan immediately replied, just now, this subordinate was about to report back to master. Suddenly, a lady blocked my path. saying she is from the Roland family. They are willing to gift the null division in their hands to you. It is not convenient for them to appear, and require master to take them by yourself.
The Roland family? Tang Tian scoffed. Yes, this location is Roland family's mine.
Ping Xiaoshan said respectfully. He was greatly shaken. He had coincidentally witnessed the battle at Plucking Cloud's building. The ferocity that his master had displayed was too horrifying. Before Benson revealed his strength, the name of the 4 great generals of the Qin family said that they were much stronger than Ben's Senator Bewitching Blade Wei Han, chasing Light Mu Zhe. Many people had fallen under their hands, but they were killed at Plucking Cloud's building. No wonder the Roland family were willing to throw out the symbol of peace. What made him even more excited was that Master's last technique was actually the law thread of the Ping family's stealth techniques. The streets were in chaos. The huge commotion of Plucking Cloud's building was most likely known by the Qin family. Ping Xiaoshan knew that time was of the essence. The huge battle would have completely infuriated the Qin family, and there was no turning back for both parties. The Qin family would use everything they have to fight him.
Do you know to go there? Tang Tian asked. Yes.
Ping Xiaoshan licked his lips. No matter how stupid a person was, they knew that the battle had already drawn the curtains for the chaos in Purple Cuckoo City. To be able to have a hand in such a huge matter, he realized that he was anxious and excited, but not afraid.
Lead the way. Tang Tian's flashed a look of excitement. Han Bingning followed him without hesitation. I want to go too.
Tai Xie spoke up. He jumped down from the wall of the alley.
Tang Tian looked at Tai Xie with surprise.
Tai Xie laughed bitterly. If I stay in the warehouse, I will just be killed by the Qin family. It's safer for me to stay with Master.
Let's go. Tang Tian nodded, and did not ask further.
Ping Xiaoshan was like a snake. He moved through Purple Cuckoo City extremely quickly and with obvious familiarity, leading everyone through streets and alleys. But very quickly, Ping Xiaoshan noticed something, and his face changed. Master, they sealed the street ahead. But
we will break through it. Tang Tian stood at the front without hesitation. Tell me where.
Ping Xiaoshan pointed at the entrance of an alley. Once you exit this alley, it will be the main street. As long as we go through the main street, we will rush out to the city gates, and as long as we are out, we will be safe.
But don't fly into the air. The city gates has traps meant to deal with people flying. Follow me tightly.
Tang Tian ordered without turning back. He took a large step and walked out of the alley. The line of them had just walked out when they heard a shout, "Stop!
Check them!"
When Tang Tian turned his face and revealed the green and black ghost face mask, the elites of the Qin family immediately had a change of expression, and immediately blew on a whistle. The sharp whistle sound sounded out far and wide. All of the Qin family elites from all around started to rush over. Tang Tian took a deep breath, exerting force from both his legs. He shot forward like a bullet, and rushed into the group of people.
Bang!
Like a bullet, he smashed into the group, and because of his immense strength, many figures flew up into the sky. Tang Tian extended both his arms. With his fingers opened up, 10 sharp spatial law threads formed a death net. Wherever it passed through, blood and flesh would fly. But the elites of Qin family were all powerful martial artists themselves, far stronger than any ordinary martial artists. Blades, swords, spears and pitchforks all shot forward from all angles. The undulations of various laws expanded out.
It was a shocking scene. Clang clang clang.
Consecutive bursts of power coming from the law threads in his hands caused Tang Tian's fingers to turn numb, and the law threads were broken. It was a big-sized sturdy man holding a pitchfork. An earth-yellow light aura lit up around his entire body, which extended out from the ground.
Tang Tian immediately understood. The opponent's law was most probably linked to the earth, thus the immense strength. But, when comparing strength, when was Tang Tian ever weaker than others? Tang Tian's expression turned cold. The fight was in chaos. The various laws releasing undulations caused the place to be in disorder. Thus the most suitable move was to use the Ping family's stealth technique. His body flickered, and appeared by the side of the sturdy man. Without any variations in his right fist, he punched out. Seeing that, the sturdy man did not bother dodging. He bellowed out, gathering all the strength in his body and transmitting it into his bronze pitchfork. The light aura exploded out, causing an aura of a mountain to arise. The fist and bronze pitchfork clashed head-on. Boom! The low resounding sound came out, causing the sturdy man's entire body to shake, and the top half of the pitchfork was completely bent. The robust man was like a statue. He remained unmoved until all of a sudden, blood started to seep out from his skin. The sturdy man fell. The elites were horrified. Without any hesitation, Tang Tian rushed forward again, with Han Bingning and Tai Xie protecting his sides. No one could stop them. At that moment, more elites gathered at the wall above them, and a bone-chilling order came out. Release the arrows. Tang Tian raised his head, the ghost face mask looking extremely sinister with the bloodshot eyes. He looked at them with soaring killing intent.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 722, Qin Zizhen. Chapter 722, Qin Zizhen. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Above the city gates on the broad city walls, there were many archers. The Qin family treasured bows. This name shook the entire Xin domain. The Qin family specialized in bow techniques, and there were many martial artists that trained in it, the most outstanding one being Mu Zhe, but very few people knew that there was one more person whose bow techniques were not the least bit inferior to Mu Zhe, and that was Qin Zizhen. Qin Zizhen had a tall build, he had a cold expression and his gaze was sharp. He kept a low profile, and did not enjoy revealing himself, thus more people knew of Qin Zishan and not him. Other than his extraordinary strength, Qin Zizhen had spent a great deal of time grooming his bow. He had trained in different bow techniques using this same bow, and through the grinding, they had formed an effective rapport. Qin Zizhen praised Qin Zizhen more than once, and gave him authority and command over the archer unit. Qin Zizhen did not disappoint Qin Zizhen's anticipation in him, although the army of the Xin domain had already declined, but amongst the book collection in the Qin family, there were still contents they could study and research, causing the archer unit to be extremely strong.
The book collection in the Qin family was from the first generation of the Qin family who entered the Xin domain, recording and writing everything they could. The majority of them were not suitable to be used in Xin domain, but they still kept it for their future generations as references, and were worth a lot of money. The Qin family archer unit were formidable and had earned many achievements. The other families in Purple Cuckoo City who had restraining fear towards the Qin family was towards the dauntless Qin Zizhen and the archer unit. Qin Zizhen had received the orders to immediately seal the city gates. He was filled with shock as he knew of Uncle Mu and Uncle Wei's strength. For Ghostface Mask to actually kill the two of them, it meant that Ghostface Mask was stronger than everyone had expected. But at the same time, Qin Zizhen was filled with anger. His archery skills were received by Mu Zhe daily, as Qin Zizhen did not have time to guide him, thus he and Mu Zhe had a very close relationship. They were not only uncle and nephew but teacher and disciple. Hearing that Uncle Mu was dead, Qin Zizhen had decided to take revenge. He never expected for the opportunity to arise so quickly. You dare to rush up the city gates, truly not knowing what is death. Qin Zizhen sneered coldly. His archer unit elites were already in position. The archers were not using bows that would appear in the market, but were the Qin family tyrannical monarch bows. The Qin family produced tyrannical monarch bloodwood, which took extremely long to grow, were as sturdy as steel with trunks flushed blood red. With black flaming lines they were the best materials to make bows. But its production rate was extremely low, and the Qin family considered them as treasures as well. The bowstrings were made of golden steel threads, but they were not ordinary golden steel threads. Amongst the golden steel threads produced by the Shui family there would occasionally be completely black threads hailed as the golden steel black threads. These black threads were much stronger and sturdier as compared to ordinary golden steel threads, and as the production of it was extremely low, the majority of it was given to the Qin family. Thus, manufacturing the tyrannical monarch bow with the tyrannical monarch bloodwood as the bow body and the golden steel black threads as the bowstring was extremely expensive, but without hesitation, Qin Zizhen gave all of these treasured weapons to equip the archer unit, showing the high hopes he had placed in them. Qin Zizhen raised his head and portrayed a stance, his eyes staring intently at the incoming Ghostface Mask who was rushing through the crowd, his eyes revealing hatred. Each and every elite of the archer unit carefully opened their arrow box, and reached into the deepest layer and retrieved out a metal arrow carved with intricate designs. These arrows were the size of fingertips, the body covered with beautiful engravings that layered upon each other. There were no feathers, the arrow tip revealed an extremely cold glare, and a faintly discernible tyrannical aura coming from the arrow. It was the extremely precious law-cleaving arrow. Every arrow contained law imprints, which were formed from the archers imbuing their law aura and sealing it into the arrow every single day, and with sufficient time, it would form the law imprint inside the arrow. Law-cleaving arrows were the archers' life-saving arrows. It was a difficult task to leave behind an imprint of their law inside an arrow, as it usually required the patience to do it for one full year. Since it was difficult to form a law-cleaving arrow, the archers would not use them recklessly. As the law imprints were sealed personally by the archers, the arrow and archer complemented each other well, thus the might of the arrow was amplified. Qin Zizhen did not even want to probe, initiating everyone to use their law-cleaving arrows. It showed the restraining fear he had on Ghostface Mask. He did not want to leave it to chance, a person that could kill both Mu Zhe and Wei Han, how could he ever leave it to chance? Qin Zizhen was fixated completely on Ghostface Mask. The treasured bow in his hand was slowly pulled, and a dazzling silver arrow placed on the bowstring. At both his sides, the archer unit elites all did the same action. The tyrannical monarch bow and law-cleaving arrows were pulled slowly. Qin Zizhen's face remained extremely cold, the gentleness in his eyes gradually dissipated.
The bow was pulled into a full circle, he stood as still as a statue and did not move an inch. The elites by his sides all had the exact same posture as him. With the bowstring right at his mouth, he gently spoke out. "Release the arrows." The bowstrings twanged like thunder. Upon leaving the bowstring, the arrows exploded with light auras which permeated out from their bodies. The dazzling light aura became more glaring, and the entire arrow was enveloped by the light aura, like a shooting star that moved as fast as lightning. It screeched through the air. Tang Tian had already sensed the danger at the first second, the moment the other party had locked onto him. But he did not stop, but instead became even more berserk. He unleashed his offense, causing the space around him to become blank white. 10 arrow auras shot down at Tang Tian like rain. Tang Tian's eyes became enlarged, he could sense the destructive aura from the arrows. The light of arrows shot down from all directions, sealing any space for them to dodge. Under the intense danger, it made him resemble a cat hissing in fright, all of his hairs standing up straight. He subconsciously wanted to break the space to evade, but he thought about Han Bingning, Tai Xia, and Ping Xiaoshan who were behind him. They would definitely be unable to defend against the terrifying arrows. Tai Xia's face turned gray, he closed his eyes in desperation. He had never thought that the Qin family would be so powerful, to the point of making others feel despair. Damn it, I bet on the wrong side. Just at that moment, a bellow came out. Tang Tian suddenly stepped forward with his left leg with immense power, causing his footprint to be embedded deep into the ground. Countless of cracks that resemble spider webs expanded out all around his leg. The primordial fire origin from within Tang Tian's body spewed out as though a breeze had caused it to expand, and it unexpectedly rose by a few meters. Pulling his fist back, the young man's godfist appeared once more, and the frozen space around him started to expand outwards. After fighting with Ben Sen, Tang Tian had realized that the frozen space when he activated the godfist could be used as a form of defensive perimeter. Since I cannot escape, I can only use this, and help everyone block the rain of arrows. The more Law's godfist pulled, the larger the space that was frozen, and the stronger its defensive capability. Tang Tian had sensed a powerful danger coming from the archers on the wall. Under the stimulation of fighting to the death, Tang Tian gave it his all, because he dared not do otherwise. He frantically urged all the primordial fire origin from within his body. The surging and churning fire origin flooded Tang Tian's state of mind, causing him to tremble and almost lose control of the fanatical current. He forced himself to calm down. The originally excited sea of primordial fire origin inside his body had been aroused so greatly, instantly becoming berserk, causing Tang Tian to feel as if his body was about to explode. He compelled himself to discard the fear and distracting thoughts in his mind. Countless fist techniques variation marks started to flash past his mind like fleeting clouds. It was as though with a thought, the thoughts would keep on transforming, and the countless variation marks would vanish. Normally, Tang Tian never dared to try using too many variation marks, because he realized that the more variation marks he used, the higher the consumption of primordial fire origin in his body. But this time, the primordial fire origin in his body was too overwhelming. It was like a raging tide attacking Tang Tian's state of mind. Tang Tian immediately sensed that something was wrong. If the primordial fire origin were to lose control, then he would not even need to die under the light arrows, but he would be disintegrated by his own power. All of the variations that he never dared to think about came into Tang Tian's mind. Countless law threads started to streak across the sky, forming different colored streaks of lights, entering Tang Tian's fist, causing the light around Tang Tian's right fist to become bigger and bigger. The frozen space crazily spread further outwards. In the blink of an eye, the light arrows were about to collide with the expanding frozen space. The moment they collided, the light arrows would explode. Ping, it was like ice shattering, jolting Tang Tian's body. Ping ping ping. The condensed collision sounds came out, causing Tang Tian's body to tremble like a sieve, but his fist stance still maintained extremely stable. It was not the first time Tang Tian had encountered such a situation. He knew that his body would not sustain anything from any sorts of attacks. But once he allowed his fist stance to lose control, the surging primordial fire origin and the law threads that were being pulled in would shatter his body instantly. Every light arrow that exploded upon colliding with the frozen space would reveal a light aura that entered the frozen space. These are law imprints. When the law imprints entered the frozen space, they would become like fish entering water, and be extremely nimble and agile. Tang Tian realized that he was unable to pull in those law imprints. The law imprints that were swimming like water were different from the law threads in the surrounding space. They were strengthened daily by the archers, slowly formed layer by layer, and had almost the same consciousness as the archer, thus were unable to be absorbed. Suddenly, a dark blue law imprint shot into Tang Tian's body like a spirit wanting to possess him. It was Qin Zizhen's law imprint. Tang Tian's entire body shook, a numb sensation spread it all over, and what caused Tang Tian's face to change was that the primordial fire origin in his body was not able to suppress the bizarre law imprint. It was like a dark blue barracuda, fighting and boring itself further into Tang Tian's body.
Damn it! Tang Tian's face became shocked, the law imprint was drilling to his heart.
But right at that moment, Tang Tian's fist was already filled with law threads to a maximum. If he did not release it, Tang Tian felt that it would explode on his hand.
Without caring about anything else, Tang Tian roared and released his punch. The light regiment that was the size of a millstone was multi-colored and extremely dazzling, but did not release even a ripple in the air, bringing forth a spectacular tail of light. It flew towards the city gates. Qin Zizhen, who was on the city wall, roared in fright, "Scatter!" Before he could even finish his sentence, the city gates beneath his feet swayed, an absolute and terrifying power that seemed to be able to topple mountains exploded beneath his feet. Qin Zizhen groaned out in pain, his mouth was bloodied. Before he could react, his eyes turned dark, and he flew away. Bang bang bang!
Stones and debris flew everywhere. Each debris contained an astonishing amount of power. Every single person who were struck by the debris would have countless cavities in their bodies. Countless blood spurted out at the same time, and cries and wails filled the ears. The majestic city gates had disappeared, and what remained was a hole that was over 60 m wide.
Let's go!
Tang Tian picked up Peng Xiaoshan, who was completely dumbfounded. He roared out and immediately rushed out. Han Bingning and Tai Xia awoke from their daydream and immediately followed him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 723, Movements from All Sides. Chapter 723, Movements from All Sides. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Now you know that you did not bet on the wrong side.
Victor watched the hurrah at the distant city gates. His blood-red shirt contrasted with his pale face. Roland Su was also out of focus, but her face was covered with a veil, and her expression was not clear. The day's event had greatly shaken her. Firstly, she had watched how Ghostface Mask and Han Bingning defeated Wei Han and Mu Zhe, and then saw how Ghostface Mask destroyed the city gates with one punch. She finally understood why Victor would place so much hope on him. The powerful momentum of his was too terrifying. Even by observing from a distance, she was still greatly shaken. The Sin domain was filled with experts, but as time flowed, their bravery became weaker and weaker, which was clearly proven in the fight. There were already very few people who would use such brave techniques and risk their lives to fight, but instead, crafty techniques and tricks had become more in trend. When she saw that Ghostface Mask was unyielding and unstoppable, fearlessly rushing in head-on, it made her blood boil. But when she saw Qin Zizhen's archer unit releasing their law-cleaving arrows, Victor and Roland Su's faces changed. They knew of the power of the law-cleaving arrows and the might of the archer unit, how terrifying they were, and no one had ever survived from their arrows. But right in front of their eyes, not only did Tang Tian not retreat, he even took a step forward. At that time, Roland Su's mind was already in a state of confusion, and unspeakable bitterness, like a bloody stench mixed with a burning smell, suddenly pervaded out. Victor became even more excited. The fighting intent in him had been aroused. Roland Su did not joke with Victor anymore. The young and stern figure that commanded the archer unit was one who was a pain in the stomach for everyone else, like a boulder embedded in them. Facing him and the archer unit, she would have retreated, dodged, or escaped. But Ghostface Mask did neither of those things. He continued to advance. Actually, he could have dodged it. Roland Su suddenly said. She did not even understand why she said that. Maybe that's what I would do with it. Victor was stunned. He remained silent for a moment, then spoke with melancholy. When I was rushing back, my family had already formed an agreement with the Qin family, in which I was helpless to stop it. I was furious, and started to fight with Qinjin. But when I lost, Qinjin did not kill me. He believed that I would not dare do anything reckless, as he saw that I was doing it with the family at heart. I was unhappy. I felt that I needed to do something, so before the family had sent the prisoners away, I told the prisoners that Ghostface Mask was still alive.
Did you know what I saw?
I saw crazy burning flames in every single one of their eyes.
Every single one.
That was when I know, they are definitely willing to die for him. Roland Su listened on quietly. At that time, I was very happy, because when these prisoners were sent to the Qin family, the news of Ghostface Mask being alive would spread to the other prisoners, making them even more patient, more disobedient, and that will successfully hinder the Qin family's speed at absorbing all of them. At that time, the majority of the reason for doing so was to make myself happy. I had already thought, at that time, no one can stop Qinjin, no one will be able to stop the Qin family. Victor's voice became even more gloomy, and then strange. But after that, the light aura that blossomed in the eyes of the prisoners after hearing the news appeared again. Qinjin is sufficiently powerful, but I have never seen his subordinates having those burning flames in their eyes. It was something I had never seen in the Sin domain before. I was thinking, why? After thinking for a long time, I still did not understand it, but I got to know something. Since there are so many traits in him that are not present in our Sin domain people, who knows, this person is able to do some things that we are unable to? Roland Su looked at Victor in shock. She had never expected Victor to harbor such thoughts. Victor looked at the broken city gates, and the figures that had long disappeared, and suddenly laughed. I was just thinking about it. At such a time, for someone to still be willing to protect his own companions, regardless of who it is, the people following him will never worry about being forsaken or thrown away by him. No wonder his subordinates are all loyal towards him till death. To us, this is a good thing. Don't you think that the Sin domain needs such an unintelligent hero? Hero? Roland Su frowned. She did not like the word. Victor laughed, but did not explain further. Why isn't Qin out yet? Roland Su suddenly frowned and asked. Victor then spoke. He went over to the Galloping Horse City. The alliance between Qin family and the Lu family this time isn't normal. Alan Su wasn't as crafty and spot on as Victor, but after being in the seat of the matriarch for so long, she still had some foresight. Is the Shui family truly worth 200 of the Null Division prisoners? Victor scoffed. For the Lu family to actually be willing to exchange 200 Null Division prisoners for the Shui family, if this isn't strange, then it's strange. Roland Su knew Victor well, and did not beat about the bush with him, and asked directly, why do you think it is a problem? I don't know. Victor sighed. Who knows, maybe the Shui family has some secret none of us knows about. You're a drunkard. Roland Su snorted, but upon saying that, she felt uncomfortable. It was too intimate. Victor rubbed his own nose and laughed bitterly. It's not like you don't know me, I have no say in my family. I have not cared much about the family matters too, so how will I know such secrets? But even sometimes, whenever I go out drinking, I will hear a few interesting pieces of news. Roland Su glanced at Victor, but did not show sign of interest. Victor, who initially wanted to let the climax reach its peak, spoke with embarrassment. In truth, it is nothing much, but it is said that there is a great secret regarding the golden steel silkworms of the Shui family. This secret might possibly be directly linked to the Shui family's inheritance, but who would have thought that the secret would be lost, and because the Shui family is missing the most important part, they are slowly declining. A bunch of rumors. Roland Su snorted. No one would doubt about the Shui family having a secret regarding the golden steel silkworms, otherwise, why were they the only one with such a product? But to say that the golden steel silkworms were linked to their inheritance, Roland Su did not believe that at all. You might say that, but I do believe in it slightly. Victor spoke out. Don't forget, the Shui family used to have many experts. And furthermore, at that time, the Shui residence isn't like how it is today, only women. At that time, the Shui residence flourished with both men and women alike, that is why I believe in it. Don't tell me, you think that the Lu family knows of this secret? Roland Su scoffed. Although Victor was many a times not reliable, but he was extremely sharp. For him to say that, he most likely 90% certain. That is why I am also curious. Is the Lu family lacking in inheritance? Even when the Shui family was in its prime, it isn't comparable to the current Lu family. Why would the Lu family be interested in Shui family's inheritance? Just for it, they are willing to hand over 200 Null Division prisoners? Victor's mouth twitched, his face filled with disdain. Then what do you want to do? Roland Su asked. Doesn't Ghostface Mask come into play here? Victor said, at this time, they will definitely draw a line with Ghostface Mask, and say that he is an outsider. But now, the Shui family is left at a corner with no road to go. At this time, if they were to let go of Ghostface Mask's backing, then they will truly be stupid. I am truly excited. We already have such a powerful Ghostface Mask, adding another 50 or 60 of his subordinates, how strong will he become? Aren't you excited? You've long thought about all of this? Roland Su asked. Victor was surprised. He rubbed his nose again. So you always thought so highly of me. I am not as powerful as you think I am just taking advantage of the situation. You best not have any intentions on the Roland family, if not I will kill you. Roland Su said coldly. Victor laughed bitterly. Hey, I didn't do anything to you. At another corner of the city. Victor is also powerful. Upon suffering from Qin, he immediately stabbed right back at him. Qin is definitely regretting now on not killing him the last time. Suyi carried on leisurely. Victor is best at seeing opportunities, for him to actually think of using Roland Su's men. Roland Su is also very decisive, to place her bets without hesitation. Rumors were that the two of them had a relationship when they were young. Now that I see it, it is most likely true. Su Zhong did not care about it. He was still reminiscing about the process whereby Han Bingning killed Mu Zhe. Han Bingning's improvements had surprised him, and it was obvious that she was not skilled in sneak attack, but when she did so to kill Mu Zhe, it was a true masterpiece. Suyi looked at Su Zhong. That Han Bingning is loyal towards Ghostface Mask. You won't have a chance. I only want to be a disciple. Su Zhong raised his head and replied.
Su Yi laughed out loud and changed the topic. What about Ghost Face Mask's fist? Su Zhong did not say anything. Only when he saw the fist did he understand how Benson was defeated. He thought back about the fist. If he were to be placed in Qin Zijian's position, to suddenly realize that he was unable to block the fist, under that panic, he could only wait to be reincarnated. Yes. Su Yi's smile disappeared. Who would have thought that someone would actually be able to use such an unfathomable fist technique? His enlightenment on the fist Dao has reached a great depth. He does not require any enlightenment on laws. The variations accumulated in his fist will naturally absorb the law threads around him. All of them would be inclined towards his fist. That amount of variations accumulated in his fist that cannot be seen by anyone else, that is truly ignoring the exterior beauty. I have no guarantee of beating it. This phrase seemed to be spoken out with all the strength he could muster. But after saying it, Su Zhong felt more relaxed. The terrifying pressure had disappeared. Congratulations, Zhong. Su Ye's eyes lit up with a strange light. He trained in the life and death laws, and was extremely acute to the differences in a human body. When Su Zhong said those words, not only did the vitality in his body lessen, but it became extremely calm, and become even slightly stronger. Su Zhong could clearly feel the breakthrough in his state of mind, but did not reveal any joy, maintaining his calm. Although I have no chance of beating his punch, but I still desire a battle with him. The opportunity will come. Su Yi laughed, but Qin Zijian's arrow is not easily subdued. Relax, there is a show to watch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724, Reporting. 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 Chapter 724, Reporting. 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 Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Emily had sensed that the atmosphere in the barracks was extremely strange. There were fewer guards, and it was extremely relaxed. Hey, old Nya, there seems to be a situation. Niechio felt rather upset. Why are you speaking so loudly? Are you afraid that no one can hear you? Yes, there seems to be a situation. Niechio replied, to such a stubborn person, if you did not answer his question, he would forever pester you until you reply. The crucial point was that this man was a senior, one from the same generation as the master, one who was by the master's side even before the master had gained recognition. This was someone that Niechio could not offend. After experiencing it for a few times, Niechio tactfully responded to him. In addition, with the training throughout the road, everyone became more familiar with one another. Niechio had a favorable opinion towards the bullish man. He was a straightforward, honest and passionate man. Other than being slightly dumb, he was not malicious at all. He laughed bitterly in his mind. And you are still thinking about achieving your goals? This is the perfect example of being sent out to die upon graduation, becoming a prisoner instead. The daily manual labor had tired him out, and what made him feel worse was that the true power in his body was already dispersed, and not one drip was left. He was like a truly handicapped person, unable to raise his hands, unable to move his shoulders. If not for Amoli and the rest sharing his work, he did not know how much of the whipping he would have had to endure every day. There was a way out, which was to willingly sign a contract to serve the master of the mines by selling themselves, excusing them of manual labor, and even obtaining benefits. No one signed it. Amoli and the rest snorted at the contract. They all believed in Tang Tian, and did not have much emotions towards being a prisoner. What kind of problem is this? Crazy Tang has met with even more desperate struggles and passed through them. The Null Division was made up of mostly lupus people. They were all born in poverty, with sturdy and strong characters. Such manual work was nothing in their eyes. To die for the young man who had pulled them out from the hell that was barren and lifeless, bestowed them with dignity and honor, was every lupus person's greatest pride. This emotion was something no one else could understand. They were uncommunicative, but they never betrayed their own beliefs. But Niechio did not have faith, for he believed that he had the grounds to prove that their way of thinking was truly laughable. He could instantly point out more than 50 talented and powerful overlords that harbored high aims but died due to it. Against the world, no matter how strong and powerful one person was, he was insignificant. But he did not voice it out, for he was an intelligent person. Saying such a thing would provoke everyone else, and no one wanted to hear such words. No one was willing to hear such words. Be it Amoli or the lupus people, they were all obstinate people. Furthermore, he was suffering the worst compared to them. In a place with no energy, it provided Amoli and the rest enormous benefits, but he himself had become a handicapped person that no one would want. Niechio was clever and realistic. He knew that no matter what, he was worth something. Even though he had no energy and strength, but he had never relied on anyone else to obtain food. He had the brains, and was the most intelligent person out of everyone in the group. What he did not expect was that his Dantian pools actually dissipated, his meridians disappeared, but his senses had instead become even sharper. The number of guards outside is only a fifth of the usual.
Niechio spoke softly.
It is a good opportunity.
Emoli's eyes lit up. He became excited, although their strength was restrained, but in the past few days, they had grasped a few ideas on how to be able to fight. Especially Emoli, who uses brute force like a madman, the Sin domain was undoubtedly the best and most suitable fighting grounds for him. For the longest time, Tang Tian's pure brute force had always lost to Emoli. Niechio was a genius, if not he would not have led Leung to feel the difficulty in letting him join the Ursa Major constellation. His work was shared amongst the rest, and thus he was left with one thing, on how to save themselves. As a brilliant military general, Niechio's mind completely overwhelmed Emoli's. Saving themselves did not mean breaking out of prison. Everyone had little understanding of the Sin domain, and he knew how dangerous that was. They needed to have self-sufficient fighting power, and by relying on his sharp senses, he quickly grasped the differences of the Sin domain. The willing members of the Null Division became his best test subjects. Very quickly, they worked out a few knacks that could enable them to unleash a specific amount of strength, but because he was not anxious to make a move, they chose to continue conserving their strength. A fifth of the guards, Niechio's first reaction was, "Is this a trap?" But he quickly threw away the thought. He could clearly feel that although the guards were strict and their work was heavy, but the work supplied every day were never in shortages. Other than the overseers taking out 2 whips, there were no other ways for them to take drastic measures.
They seem to value our lives.
After observing secretly, Niechio confirmed his guesses.
If it was a guess, then they would be dragged out but not killed, so what meaning would there be? Something must have happened outside.
As an outstanding military general himself, he was extremely sharp towards opportunities in battle, almost like an instinct. Niechio immediately sensed that it was a perfect opportunity. Just at that moment, an explosion suddenly occurred from the main entrance of the mines ahead. Niechio's face became gloomy. He quickly motioned out, "Everyone gather, we must make preparations."
Emoli ran over excitedly. The prisoners who were working all got up and started to gather towards Niechio from their respective positions. The continuous work did not dull their previous training. Their movements were quick and precise.
The overseers became panicked. They occasionally looked towards the main door, but very quickly, the actions of the prisoners caused them to be even more anxious.
"Scatter! All of you scatter! Do all of you want to die?" The overseers bellowed. Bang! A figure was flung like a sandbag to them. It was a guard, who was dead. The overseers were suddenly grabbed by their necks, and their shoutings had stopped. A familiar figure appeared on the hill beside the mine. His sinister mask caused everyone to be startled. "I'm here, Dot."
A familiar voice resonated throughout the entire field. Immediately, earth-shattering cheers sounded out.
"Crazy Tang! Han Bing Ning! I'm here!" Emoli's loud voice overwhelmed the entire place. It was like thunder while he waved his hands high up in the air. Niechio was stunned. It's actually Master Tang Tian. He had clearly felt a terrifying aura coming from the direction of the gates, but never expected it to be Master Tang Tian. "Master, you truly did not die, and you're here to save us." He could clearly feel the excitement in everyone else. The morale was truly heaven-toppling. The overseers were already covering their heads and sneaking away, in which no one else bothered about anymore. Tai Xia was stunned. They are Ghost Face Mask's subordinates? Is this the rumored powerful Null Division prisoners?
No, they are no longer prisoners. As an infamous person, Tai Xia had seen many betrayals, annexes, betraying blood relations for benefits, but he had never seen the blazing flames in their eyes, in which he believed that if Ghostface Mask asked them to die, they would do it without hesitation. For some reason, the group of people made Tai Xia feel fear, as though hidden inside the blazing flames in their eyes accumulated a power that made him afraid.
"There are restrictions, we need to find the keys."
Ping Xiaoshan's voice traveled into Tai Xia's ears, causing him to awake from his stupor. He looked at it and immediately said, "I can break these restrictions." Tai Xia did not know whether Ghostface Mask would bring the group of them into destruction, but he knew that he had entered a pirate ship that was not easy to get out from. Regardless of whether it was the Lu family or Qin family, no one would let him go. A black mist enveloped his palm, which quickly flew onto Emoli's body, and the light needles were pulled out. The moment the last light needle was pulled out, Emoli felt his entire body becoming light. The binding feeling that was all over his body had disappeared without a trace.
Emoli, who was overwhelmed with excitement, roared.
A powerful surging aura gushed out from his body. Tai Xia was not in time to defend, and was stupefied from it. He slowly regained from the stun, feeling overwhelmed with shock. He had fought all over the Sin domain before, and knew of many people. Solely from the imposing aura, he knew that Emoli was an extremely strong and brave man. When he continued to remove the restrictions, all the Null Division prisoners that seemed ordinary all started to reveal auras of powerful elites, causing Tai Xia to be even more shocked. What horrified him even more was that even at such a time of joy, these people continued to maintain silence, able to control their emotions. How terrifying, how cold, how scary are they? He felt like he was a docile sheep that had fallen into a pack of wolves, alone, weak, and helpless. Wu Wu, who was the real infamous man. Only Aimoli ran towards Tang, Tian and Han Bingning, splattering saliva all over, his voice shouting out here and there. Everyone else stood in formation consciously, waiting for Tang Tian's orders. Han Bingning, who was long annoyed by Aimoli, used her sword and pointed it at Aimoli's throat and snorted, "Shut up!" Aimoli became rigid, and immediately became embarrassed. Han Bingning used her sword and got Aimoli back into the formation, who upon seeing everyone standing straight and positioned well, revealed an apologetic expression. The mind that had quieted down was reeking of killing intent. Tai Xia managed to swallow his saliva with much difficulty. It was only 60-odd people in front of him, but the killing intent that they were releasing caused his heart to jump to his throat, his skin was numb all over. Ping Xiaoshan, who was beside him, was pale in the face as well, his lips were dry, but his gaze was filled with desire and excitement. 66 men, all of them dressed in their tattered and torn prisoner clothes, their faces and hands were covered in mud, their naked feet were soaked in mud, their hair was all messed up, those with facial hairs had dust on it, all of them were remarkably alike prisoners who had been through hardship. But all of them stood extremely straight and still, there were no fluctuations to their expressions, all of them seemed to be dressed in the most uniformed uniforms, as though they were standing on a flat ground instead of the bumpy puddle and rocks, their gaze were extremely sharp, their expressions serious. It was exactly like their countless training, the tight and strict formation remained silent. Han Bingning walked forward, and saluted solemnly, Ursa Major Null Division Han Bingning, reporting. Aimoli's face was equally stern, void of the usual happy-go-lucky vibe, and saluted solemnly, Ursa Major Null Division Aimoli, reporting. Niechio was affected as well, he subconsciously stepped forward and saluted solemnly, Ursa Major Null Division Niechio, reporting. One after another, the figures all stood OU. Ursa Major Null Division Lu Chen, reporting. Ursa Major Null Division. Reporting. Ursa Major Null Division. Reporting. 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 Behind the mask, the young man's eyes turned teary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725, Echo Hill Castle. Chapter 725, Echo Hill Castle. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian's movements at the city gates were too huge, and had naturally spread around to others, for example Shui Mingzhu. At the start, Mingzhu was caught in a daze, but the old granny's shout immediately brought her back to her senses, and knowing that the Shui family were currently one leg into the problem, her resolve became apparent. Other than finding Tang Tian, she had made another decision, that was to move the entire family out of the city. The Purple Cuckoo City belonged to the Qin family. If they continued to stay in there, they would still end up being the ingredients on the Qin family's dinner plate. And even if she found Tang Tian, he could not return to the Shui residence, as it was simply him, the sheep, entering the tiger's den. Fighting the Qin family in Purple Cuckoo City was too stupid. Outside of the city, the Shui family had a castle called the Echo Hill Castle, which was built by the first-generation Shui family when they entered Xin Domain. At that time, there was no Purple Cuckoo City, the castle was very simple and crude, but the living environment outside was cruel and harsh, so after the construction of the Purple Cuckoo City, the Qin family did their utmost to invite everyone to join, and thus the Shui family moved into the city, and the castle was left to rot. But at the moment, it was their best course of plans. Mingzhu had been to the Echo Hill Castle before and understood the terrain well. The Echo Hill Castle was situated at the top of a mountain which was easily guarded and difficult to attack. In the past, due to the harsh living environment, wild beasts roamed the land, and to defend against them, Echo Hill Castle was constructed to be extremely sturdy, with its own water supply. Mingzhu's decision was supported by the old granny, who was experienced through her time, and thus knew that there was no time for hesitation. Mingzhu could rejoice. Before all of this, as the Shui family was in a severe predicament, they had long made preparations to leave Purple Cuckoo City as they looked for support from others, thus all of their important baggage was packed. If not, all of the baggage would take them a few days to finish packing. Mingzhu's judgment on the opportunity was extremely precise. Qin Zhen was not around, Mu Zhe and Wei Han was dead, Qin Zizhen's archer unit was defeated. The Qin family had not suffered such a huge loss before, and the entire family was in panic mode. Being a cautious person, Zhong Zhang and Yan Mei decided to activate their defenses, retracting all of their forces to defend, and await the return of Qin Zhen. His idea was simple: if the prisoners held by the Qin family were taken, then the last hope of the Qin family would disappear. So long as Qin Zhen returns, they could obtain back whatever they had lost. And that was why there was not a shadow of the Qin family elites. Ming Zhu immediately saw through Qin family's fear, and without hesitation, she got the Shui family to load up everything and move the carriages. Ming Zhu brazenly bet for the safe evacuation of the caravans, without meeting with any obstruction. When Ming Zhu and the group arrived at the destroyed city gates, upon seeing the scene which had not been cleared, she was overwhelmed with shock. She could imagine the intensity of Ghostface Mask's battle. Ming Zhu immediately understood that Ghostface Mask was their last hope. They did not expect to chance upon Tang Tian and his group as they left the city, causing the entire Shui family to rejoice out loud. Master Ghostface Mask, Ming Zhu has eyes but no foresight, and has neglected Master, and deserved 10,000 deaths. But I hope for Master to give the Shui family a chance, for us to serve under Master, to redeem our sins. My entire Shui family offers ourselves to you. Seeing Tang Tian, Ming Zhu immediately kowtowed without hesitation. If they were to enter the Lu family, their end was definite, it would definitely be tragic, and they themselves would be subjected to being playthings for the people in the Lu family. The Shui family would also be disbanded, the secrets of the golden steel silkworms would land in the hands of the Lu family. When Ming Zhu thought about the pros and cons, she was shocked to realize that it looked risky relying on Ghostface Mask, but in truth, it was one of the better options. Ghostface Mask had lived in the Shui family for many days, with his strength, provided that he had ulterior motives, no one would have escaped his grasp. But Ghostface Mask did not even make a move, and seeing Han Bingning who was so beautiful, Shui Mingzhu became even more assured. Ghostface Mask was powerful, he defeated Benson, killed Wei Han and Mu Zhe, and destroyed the archer unit. All of this signaled that even if he was not comparable to Qin Zhen, he was still a top-grade powerful martial artist. Furthermore, Ghostface Mask was the leader of the Null Division, and as long as he could save his subordinates, his strength would swell even more. The more she analyzed it, the more Mingzhu became shocked. She actually realized that Ghostface Mask actually possessed the possibility to change the entire situation of Sin Domain. Tang Tian was startled for a moment, he did not agree instantly, but asked, "What happened?" Mingzhu then explained everything that had happened in simple terms, and spoke honestly, "We have no other way out, no matter how we think, only being with you, Master, can make us feel more assured. We will be relying on Master for your protection, so all of our wealth, our assets, our manpower, everything will be usable by Master. I hope that Master will give us a chance." Tang Tian was just thinking about how to obtain the golden steel gravel from the Shui family. It truly was so difficult to obtain in the past, but now it was all gifted right to his doorstep. He immediately agreed, "Fine." "Right, did you bring the golden steel gravel?" Mingzhu heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "We brought everything." "That's great." Tang Tian revealed a look of joy. Mingzhu found it strange, why does Master Ghostface like the golden steel gravel so much? The last time, when he was willing to exchange the black iron stones for the golden steel gravel, she did not think much about it, but now, knowing his identity, and him asking about it again, she found it extremely strange that he viewed them with such importance. If Tai Xia could hear Mingzhu's thoughts, he would definitely be boiling with rage. The person who was shattering the black iron stones was me. Old Granny Shui heard the conversation between the two, and came down from the carriage. "I heard that Master is talking about golden steel gravel?" "Hello, old Granny." Tang Tian nodded his head, "Yes, I did." The old Granny was curious. She first got everyone to retreat, then asked, "Can I know what does Master want the golden steel gravel for?" "I want it because of the life origin essence." Tang Tian did not hide anything. Shui Mingzhu's eyes opened wide, her face filled with disbelief. She exclaimed out, "Life origin essence? How is that possible? How can there be life origin essence inside the golden steel gravel?" She was extremely familiar with the golden steel gravel. Since young, she knew that they could be used to create weapons, but she had never heard of them actually containing life origin essence. Tang Tian looked at Mingzhu, who was overreacting, and found it strange. "You guys don't know about it? Heaven has opened its eyes. Heaven has opened its eyes." The old granny started to repeat herself excitedly, her eyes flowing with tears. "The heavens does not want my Shui family to die. The heavens does not want my Shui family to die." Tang Tian stared at the two of them, he could not understand the situation. After the old granny calmed down, she asked, "Does Master have any place to reside?" Tang Tian shook his head. "No, I wanted to ask you if you had any." "You guys are more familiar with this place, do you have any place to stay?" "Not far from here, our Shui family ancestors have an ancient castle called the Echo Hill Castle. As long as we clean up a bit, it will serve as a good place to stay. Its defense is still rather intact. What does Master say?" Old Granny Shui asked. "There's such a place? That's great." Tang Tian immediately cried out in joy. "Then we will head towards the Echo Hill Castle. Master surely has many doubts. When we reach and settle down in the Echo Hill Castle, will you accompany this old granny then?" The old granny was overly excited. Due to her old age, fatigue was written all over her face. No worries, no worries.
Tang Tian waved his hand. You do not need to tell me your secrets. Let us quickly head towards the Echo Hill Castle.
With the Null Division members joining the caravans, their movement speed increased greatly. The entire Shui residents then understood why they were so greatly sought after. The journey was rugged and hard to move, and the caravans moved at turtle speed, but the Null Division proved their immense strength as they easily controlled and moved the caravans. What was even more terrifying was the man who looked like a barbaric cow, talking loudly non-stop, but he was able to pull a cart that was filled to the brim with one hand. All the wild beasts they encountered on the road were sliced into pieces, thus the journey was unnaturally smooth. When they were able to see the mountain of Echo Hill Castle, the people on the caravans cried out in joy. The Echo Hill Castle was covered with weeds, vines twisting everywhere. With one look, everyone could tell that no one had stayed for a long time. But Tang Tian and his company were ecstatic to see it, although the stone castle was ruined, but its entire body structure was maintained rather intact. And furthermore, they could see that the designer who planned the castle had placed a lot of thoughts into it. There were many deployments laid out that contained profound principles. It was a perfect place for them to stay. Tang Tian had discussed over with Niechio on the road. The current Null Division was unable to supply enough fighting power. They had not been enlightened on laws, and Niechio required time to grasp how to fight. If it was Tang Tian alone, he could cause a ruckus in Purple Cuckoo City with no problems. He could casually find a place to hide and the Qin family would have difficulty finding him. But they were now 60-odd men strong. If they were in the castle, the target, which was too huge, could not be concealed that easily. If they were to be found by the Qin family, they would be placed back to square one. And as Tang Tian's movements and actions were too huge, the Qin family would have definitely learned from it. To use the same method to sneak and attack, the possibility of succeeding was lower. And flipping over, the Qin family that had suffered such huge setbacks would no longer take such risks and make such mistakes in their future battles. Their most urgent need was to find a suitable place to stay. With a suitable place, they would have time to rest and train. Tang Tian would be able to teach everybody on how to quickly be enlightened on laws, on how to handle the powerful martial artists of Xin Domain. Due to their lesser numbers, they could not bear to sustain too severe injuries, and as long as they grasped their own proper path and techniques, they would be even stronger.
Tang Tian felt that Niechio made sense.
If he was alone, he would not be afraid challenging Qinjin, as he could simply run if he could not defeat him. But with more than 60 men, it would be difficult to fight the same way. But he was still filled with confidence. Emily and the rest had zero energy bodies. The Xin Domain was their natural fighting environment, and they only need a short time to become comfortable in it. Furthermore, there was the golden steel gravel. With the replenishment of the life origin essence, they could become even stronger. Each and every one of them were courageous and fearless. Each and every one of them were filled with fighting spirit. My battles alone has finally ended. Now, we can all fight side by side. Tang Tian observed the desolate and ruined stone castle, his heart filled with deep spirits.
Ursa Major Null Division, mission, conquer Xin Domain, begin.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 726, Rainbow Drift. Chapter 726, Rainbow Drift. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Everyone, make haste, in another 2 hours, the rainbow drift will come. Mingju spoke loudly. At the moment, she no longer had the bearing of a family's young miss. Her sleeves were pulled up, she was perspiring from head to toe, even her forehead had some grass stuck to it. Everyone tensed up and quickened their pace. If they were not able to hide in the stone castle when the rainbow drift appears, they could easily be killed. Tang Tian and his company did not know what the rainbow drift was, but seeing everyone being so anxious, they knew that it was something dangerous. The Echo Hill Castle had many places that had collapsed, and were the most dangerous places. Luckily for them, Imoli and a few others readily formed human cranes. Huge boulders and stones were like nothing in their hands, and under the guidance of the craftsmen of the Shui family, they quickly reinstated the damaged places. The ladies of the Shui residence looked at all the strong and able men with sparkling eyes. When Mingju noticed it, her heart was moved. The Shui family had the most females to marry off. Regardless of how she looked at it, the Null Division prisoners were the best choice. Seeing their robust and powerful bodies, all of them had vigorous blood that shone like flames. Inside the dark and quiet Xin Domain, they were truly irresistible forces, and it was no wonder the ladies were secretly crushing on them. The Null Division members were all high in spirits, disciplined and rigid. Even when working manual labor, they did things quietly, all of them giving their all. Mingju's heart trembled. She could not help but glance at Tang Tian, who was working as well. How did he create such a powerful elite group? She did not know much about armies, but in her heart, the Null Division was not inferior to Qin Zijian's archer unit. Mingju was filled with respect for Ghostface Mask, seeing how he worked together with everyone else and not taking a superior high ground. In the Xin Domain, they had strict hierarchies, forming upper and lower levels which could not be defied. There was no patriarch who would work alongside everyone else like Ghostface Mask. No wonder his subordinates would be so loyal to him. Ghostface Mask's attitude is beyond good. She retracted her thoughts and worked harder to clean the place up. If not for Ghostface Mask and the rest, with just the Shui family women, it would take an unknown period of time just trying to reinstate Echo Hill Castle. It would be their home for the long run. Mingzhu sighed in her mind. The family had escaped from battle, they had to start from nothing again, and all the hazy thoughts that were clouding her mind swept away, a hint of anticipating growing.
Tang Tian worked and studied the stones.
They was different from the stones in the purple cuckoo city. They were cornelian in color, meticulously lubricated, revealing a layer of cloud-like patterns. The craftsmen called it cornelian cloud stones, and were superior grade construction materials, with better effectiveness against rainbow drifts as compared to Wadash stones.
But its production rate was smaller, too few for the requirements of a city.
Cornelian cloud stones was even more difficult to manufacture as compared to Wadash stones. Its quality was harder, law threads could not be used to cut them, and could only rely on the pure power of the physique. Wadash stone's quality was much softer, and thus,
its overall manufacturing process was easier.
Furthermore, cornelian cloud stones had another flaw, which was that after a certain period of time, its cloud lines would slowly become vague, and at this time, they had to be polished again, and allow the cloud lines to appear, which also means that over a course of period, it needed maintenance and manpower. So rarely were cornelian cloud stones used to construct cities, but constructing houses or structures were more frequent. Although it was a flaw, but it also had advantages that Wadash stones did not have. Its effectiveness on deflecting rainbow drifts was more outstanding, and furthermore, it could emit a unique cloud mist that could nourish the flesh and blood, becoming beneficial for a human body. Rustle, 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 everyone was doing their best to polish the outer walls of Echo Hill Castle. The wear and tear of time were slowly being polished off equals as beautiful cloud linings started to surface slowly, forming a whole, and like a living being, it flashed with a warm light aura, and nothing was more beautiful than it.
The black cold mountain peak seemed to brighten up greatly.
The faint warmth slowly emitted out, dissipating the cold intent of the mountain, causing everyone to feel more comfortable. Echo Hill Castle, a castle that echoed the magnificence of the mountains. Watching how the dim and ruined stone castle flourished back to life and became even more beautiful in their own hands, everyone was filled with emotions. Just at that time, Niechio sensed something and raised his head. There's something approaching. Up above the dark and gloomy sky, a dazzling rainbow-colored light belt diffused out, heading towards them.
Rainbow drift! Someone exclaimed out.
Mingzhu glanced at the sky and immediately called out, "Everyone, get into the castle now." All the servants who were initially clearing the weed and vines outside all rushed in. Tang Tian was extremely curious, but still called out as well, "Everyone, go in and hide." Everyone rushed into the stone castle, while Tang Tian curiously stood by the window and observing the rainbow drift. Mingzhu knew that Tang Tian was an outsider, and explained, "Sin Domain's sky is where spatial laws are the most chaotic. Every few days, the chaotic spatial laws would collide, and form a unique whirlpool. As it increases and becomes bigger, it would be like an avalanche, where all the flowing law threads would convene, thus forming the rainbow drift. Master can see how beautiful the rainbow drift is, that is because of the huge amounts of law threads." Before Mingzhu's voice echoed away, the rainbow drift arrived. The sky started to release chaotic and rumbling sounds that were unpleasant to the ears, like rolling of thunders churning back and forth, and owls hooting along. The fragmented sounds was extremely bone-chilling. The dazzling light aura, like a ray of light, swept across the entire mountain ridge. Sand flew all over, and rocks turned and turned. It was like doomsday. When the rainbow light swept across Echo Hill Castle, the Cornelia Cloud Stone's cloud lining seemed to be awakened. A faint mist emitted out from the stones, and in the blink of the eye, the entire Echo Hill Castle was covered in a layer of thin mist. Not being able to do anything to the mist, the light did not stop and continued sweeping ahead. When the light swept past Echo Hill Castle, Tang Tian felt the blood in his body churning, and his face changed. He could clearly feel the chaos and extreme danger inside the rainbow-colored lights. Suddenly, a groan came out. Tang Tian turned to look. Niechio's face was blank white, his entire body trembling. Tang Tian immediately understood why. Niechio's senses were extremely acute, and thus the influence due to the chaos and danger from the rainbow drift could affect him greater.
Tang Tian bellowed, "Hold on, it's good for you."
Hearing that, Niechio was jolted. He immediately forced himself to sit cross-legged on the ground. Mingzhu looked at Niechio in surprise. She did not understand. With the cloud stones as protection, no one should be affected. She had noticed Niechio earlier, in the Null Division. He was extremely eye-catching. He was different from all the built and strong members. He was skinny and thin, and even incomparable to some of the ladies of the Shui family. But the most prominent feature of his was that his eyes, that could not see. In the Sin domain, surviving was extremely cruel, and disabled people would always live shorter. For someone who had lost vision in both eyes, he would not be able to survive in Sin domain. But Mingzhu realized in shock that Niechio held a high position in Null Division. Even Ghostface Mask treated his suggestions with respect. Mingzhu then understood that Niechio had other abilities. Tang Tian did not shout recklessly, due to Niechio being blind. His awareness was naturally sharp, and adding his strengthening when growing up, even Tang Tian was inferior to him. After entering Sin Domain, Niechio's energy was completely crippled, but his senses had shot up to a whole new level. And that was why, even though Niechio was protected by the Cornelian Cloud Stones, he was still able to sense the chaotic flow of laws, and was thus influenced by it. Niechio was now bearing the torture of it, but at the same time it was a great way to temper the mind. The tempering of the mind was more difficult than training in laws. Maybe Niechio will find a new Dao path to train in. Tang Tian retracted his gaze, looking outside of the castle. Wherever the light swept, the mountain ridge would produce countless of cracks, and the originally flourished trees would become bare, the leaves would fall all over. Even the vines would be destroyed. Tang Tian suddenly frowned. This rainbow drift comes often, but why can the plants still grow so lusciously? He remembered very clearly that when they just arrived, there were not many trees on the ridges, but they were overflowing with leaves. Master does not know about this, but these wild living organisms that thrive in the outside has their own unique ways of surviving. This time, the one who spoke was Tai Xia. He had traversed the lands and was well versed in many things. For example, that mosquito fruit tree. Master might see that it is currently dying, but its root system is extremely well developed, expanding out to almost a hectare radius. As long as the roots are not pulled, their life essence will not be hurt, and by the next day, they can produce sprouts. And for those steel line vines, their vitality force is even stronger. As long as the rainbow drift ends, they will start growing again. All these plants know how to use the rainbow drift. For example, the tree called the fallen tree. It has that name because as long as the rainbow drift passes through it, its branches will be cut off, and the branches that are cut off will continue flying until they fall onto the ground, and with that, they can grow again. That's how they reproduce. Tang Tian was dumbstruck, and only felt that the world was so huge, and there were all sorts of oddities. Everything outside is extremely dangerous. Tai Xia was very experienced. All ordinary beasts know how to hide from the rainbow drift. To survive in the Sin Domain, every living thing has their own way of surviving. At night, we have to employ people to stand guard, because after the rainbow drift, the wild beasts in the mountains will move recklessly. Some will look for the shattered plants, some to hunt for food. Now that we are further away from Purple Cuckoo City, the wild beasts here are definitely not small in numbers. I will take the night guard tonight. Master, employ a few more people with me, those that can conform well. Tai Xia initiated the volunteering, his attitude extremely proactive. The performance of the Null Division had shaken him to an unprecedented level. If all the Null Division were like that, Tai Xia felt that no one else could tame them. He sort of understood why the Lu family would exchange the 200 prisoners for the Shui family. Most likely, they had already found out about this point. At the start, him following Ghostface Mask was a helpless decision, but now, Tai Xia was secretly brimming with anticipation. Once the entire Null Division combines, they will definitely be able to sweep the entire Sin Domain. Tang Tian got Han Bingning to follow Tai Xia to stand guard at night. With Tai Xia's abundant experience and his familiarity with the various wild beasts of Sin Domain, along with Han Bingning who was currently the expert amongst Tang Tian's comrades. As for the others, Tang Tian had no intention to waste time. He wanted them to understand the way Sin Domain fought. Every moment counts. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727, Toppling His Knowledge. Chapter 727, Toppling His Knowledge. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. All of the weeds and stones on the Echo Hill Castle stone slabs were swept clean. The Cornelian Cloud Stones released a warm mist that dissipated the cold air of the night. Tang Tian had not stayed in the wilderness of the Sin Domain before, and did not know that the difference in temperature in the wilderness was so great. The cold night could permeate the body and quietly corrode the flesh and blood. But, the Cornelian Cloud Stones were superb in deflecting the chill of the night. The Null Division members stood extremely still, along with Ping Xiaoshan. The Lupus people were all very excited to be able to obtain direct guidance from the king. If the rest were to find out, they would definitely be envious to death. Ping Xiaoshan was equally excited. He did not know why, but the well-behaved and rigid Null Division seemed to be extremely attractive to him. From the start, he had always been alone, and wherever he was, he had to be cautious and do things carefully. So what was comradeship? He never had it before. Tang Tian did not waste time either. He started to explain how to utilize the power of the physique and how to find suitable laws for themselves. Everyone had zero-energy bodies. Their power of the physique was extremely vigorous, and they were adept at getting the technique. The Heavens Road martial techniques were much more meticulous compared to the Sin Domain, with the only difference being laws. In Heaven's Road, enlightening on laws was something that could only be done at a high level, but in the Sin domain, without the interference of energy, laws were much more easily discovered and utilized as compared to Heaven's Road. As long as they could find their suitable law and assimilate it into their martial techniques, they would form their preliminary fighting ability. At this time, they needed to grasp it and know how to combine it as a formation. Armies were constantly learning how to form formations; if not, there would be no value in armies. This was Niechio's job. Niechio's mind was outstanding, and he was not one who adhered to customs and conventions. As well as being well versed in military strategies, he was without a doubt the most suitable candidate.
On the second day, Tang Tian got them to continue refining their bodies.
Although Imoli and the rest had zero energy bodies, their bodies were not as pure as Tang Tian's, and they did not have as much space and time to temper themselves. Tang Tian hoped that even if not everybody could ignite their primordial fire origin, at least some of them could achieve it.
After igniting the primordial fire origin, the life origin essence could be utilized to its fullest potential. Tang Tian's vitality force was extremely vibrant, as the life origin essence continued to permeate into Tang Tian's body, strengthening his body and making him stronger. The origin force in his body became even more vigorous.
Tang Tian had already begun to understand, the essence of life origin essence was the pure life laws. Spatial, time, life and death, the three great laws, all of them were broad and deep with large systems. Different from spatial and time laws, life and death did not have variations. Life was life, death was death, and like both sides of a coin, they exist forever opposing each other. The life origin essence was uncommon because it was the most extreme form of life and death laws. It
represented the most origin vitality. Bodies that had been tempered and refined to a high degree could enjoy bigger benefits when absorbing life origin essence.
Upon contact with life laws, their bodies would fill with even more vitality, producing even more origin force. Thus upon getting injured, they would be able to recover even faster.
But if the body was filled with impurities, then there would be not much effect.
Tang Tian started to guide everyone on how to use the power of the physique, and allow the law threads to be exposed. Tang Tian explained it with detail. After bouts of experimenting with himself, and him having a zero-energy body as well, he was clear on what problems everyone would face, and thus his explanation was extremely clear. Before he had even finished, there was already someone who accomplished law exposure. What surprised Tang Tian even more was that the person was actually Imoli. In terms of power of the physique, no one here can compare with that barbaric cow, but in terms of comprehending such things.
Ha.
So when Tang Tian saw countless of law threads surfacing beside Imoli, he was so surprised his eyes almost fell out. Imoli's monstrous and vibrant body could compare to Tang Tian's, so when law exposure occurred, it was extremely spectacular. Within a perimeter of 30 m, countless of law threads formed a dazzling belt of light.
Ping Shashan's face turned white as he took in a breath. WH, what the hell is going on?
Everyone have experienced law exposure before, and even the weakest person could expose 7 to 8 law threads, and the outstanding ones could produce many law threads.
But to produce a 30 m wide law belt, is he still human?
Mingzhu, who was by the side, subconsciously covered her mouth, as though she was pushing back the surprise that was leaking from the sides of her mouth back inside. Her eyes was brimming with shock. In her blank mind, the words genius came out. Tai Xia, who was standing guard at the wall, heard the commotion, and turned his head to look. Instantly, his entire body turned stiff, his expression frozen, dumbstruck like a chicken. Countless multi-colored light beams had formed a dense light belt, swimming and surrounding Imoli, causing him to completely lose sight of Imoli's figure.
This.
All the other members looked at Imoli with envy, and all started to scatter. No one was unhappy with the result. Imoli had always been extremely powerful in the Null Division, and he trained extremely hard. He was an easygoing person as well, and was well liked by everyone. Inside the light belt, Imoli's expression was sluggish. He stared at the dazzling light of law threads all around him and muttered, which one to choose, which one to develop. Tai Xia, who was at the wall, regained his senses, his eyes bloodshot red. There were so many law threads, any of them could be taken, and he so badly wanted to take one for himself.
After a while, there were still no movements below. Seeing that, Tai Xia immediately jumped to Tang Tian's side. Master, get him to choose quickly. He hasn't really thought about it. Tang Tian looked at him and said,
if he takes too long, the power of the physique will be exhausted, all the law threads will disappear next time. Tai Xia said anxiously. Law exposure was a stage that all martial artists of Sin domain had to experience, and they were rather familiar with its research, as everyone had engaged in a study into it together. If one hesitated and could not choose over the course of time, and along with the exhaustion of the power of the physique, it would end up as many failures.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Tang Tian shook his head.
If we were to compare, Tai Xia's power of the physique was like a small candle, then Imoli's power of the physique was like a raging bonfire.
Tang Tian mumbled, with his intellect, we'll have to wait for tomorrow for him to choose one. Wait for tomorrow?
Tai Xie thought he had heard wrong. He opened his eyes wide and his expression stunned. What kind of person's body would allow the law exposure to last one full day?
Tang Tian clapped his hands and shouted, "Everyone find a place and test it out by yourself. It won't be easy the first time, but once you find the knack to it, it'll be easy." With that, Tang Tian patted his butt and left.
The others all looked for a place of their own and started to practice. Very quickly, there were others who succeeded, but luckily, there were no more 30 m wide light belts, but each and every one of them were all 15 m, which was...
Tai Xie had to admit, it was possible for a person's endurance to grow constantly.
When he saw one after another of the light belts lighting up, not one of them were smaller than 10 m, he was no longer surprised.
He was numb to it. He rested his chin in his hand, standing guard by the wall for the entire night, but his eyes never left the biggest light belt. He firmly believed that no one was able to endure putting up the law exposure for one night. It is a ridiculous idea, and even if it was Master who said it, it is still ridiculous. He stood there, feeling the need to uphold his knowledge. He wanted to have proof with the reality, to show that the Master had made a mistake. Reality truly proved his Master was wrong. Emily only picked his law on the third day. Ha ha ha, I have chosen it. Crazy Tang, come, let us fight. I want to beat you until all your teeth fall out. The figure that was laughing like crazy was simply an irony. But Tai Xie no longer had any strength in him, his poor and weak spirit was greatly affected. He felt that all the knowledge he had was being toppled, and the scene before him was causing his heart to bleed. He was dispirited. Even when the maniac figure was beaten up by Tang Tian, it did not even lift his spirits one bit. A total of 65 people of Null Division, aside from Niechio, had found their respective laws. What made him feel even crazier was that the Null Division people were already training, and he had stared at the large brute figure for so long, making it look as if he had some deep grievance with him. On how to assimilate laws into one's own martial techniques, Tang Tian did not know how to teach. So he chose the simplest method: grasp it for yourself. To the Null Division, training through real battles was the most familiar method. Their tiny null flame was grasped from that method. So when Tang Tian gave that order, they started to form groups of 3 to 5, and started to test it out. Everyone became enthusiastic again when they started sparring, and everyone started to benefit considerably from it. Everything went smoothly, but Tang Tian could see that they still had a long way to go in terms of truly forming their fighting ability. Compared to training the body, the use of laws required great comprehension, and it was rather rare to have people with comprehension as deep as Han Bing Ning. They were a group of fearsome men, so trying out fanciful things was not easy. Tang Tian was somewhat embarrassed, so when he saw Tai Xie who was appearing listless at the wall, he had an idea. He could simply ask Tai Xie. He did not believe that everybody in the Xin domain were intelligent people. There were always some who were not as bright. Tai Xie, how do martial artists in Xin domain like to fight? Tai Xie subconsciously blurted out, using pure power to prevail over their enemies. Oh, how does one do that? Upon hearing that there was indeed a method, Tang Tian was roused. Tai Xie then finally reacted. He trembled and immediately focused, reporting to Master, in terms of using pure power to prevail, it is using the power of the physique to win. There are endless of variations in laws, but the most fundamental variations always boils down to 3 to 5 types. As long as a person trains well in these, with everyone's powerful power of the physique, as long as they have sufficient amounts of it, the power produced will not be small. That is how the term using pure power to prevail comes about. Tang Tian nodded his head. It was too suitable for the Null Division. Niechio, who was listening by the side, spoke out. That's right, taking the initiative to look for fights. It is best that we have 1 or 2 ways of sure kills. We have enough power, so upon attacking our enemies, they must die. We ignore our injuries and find kills. With the rate of our recovery, we have the advantage. Exchanging wounds for lives, from there, in terms of momentum, I believe that we are stronger. The more Tai Xie listened, the more he felt that it was absurd. What kind of people are they? Exchanging wounds for lives, how can this blind man be so vicious? Just nice. Old Granny Shui had walked in and overheard the conversation. She then spoke out. Master, maybe this old one has some ideas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728, Heavy Demonic Execution. Chapter 728, Heavy Demonic Execution. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Lu Tianwen flew along the mountain ridge. He received a great shock upon hearing information regarding Ghost Face Mask on the road. To kill 2 of the 4 great generals of the Qin family was nothing much, but to destroy Qin Zizhen's entire archer unit, that had greatly shaken him. Qin Zizhen's archer unit was not widely known outside as they had always kept a low profile, but every family had a certain degree of fear towards the archer unit, which was second only to Qinzhen.
They were all elites who had been through vigorous training and were armed with powerful weapons. Even Lu Tianwen did not dare say for sure that he was able to advance towards the archer unit.
How powerful is this ghost face mask? Lu Tianwen's mind trembled. Upon receiving news from Lu Lingnan, the Lu family immediately sent out Lu Tianwen without hesitation.
The Lu family had resources far stronger than the Qin family, which was supported solely by Qinjin, and the so-called four great generals were from elsewhere.
But the Lu family was succeeded by generations of experts, Lu Tianwen being one of them.
The Lu family's intent was quick and decisive, requesting him to use the fastest speed to bring the entire Shui family back.
Lu family's patience had already ran out.
Along the way, Lu Tianwen got to know of the Shui family joining the side of Ghostface Mask, and the Qin family's heavy losses. He felt that matters had become even more troublesome, and the only way was to kill Ghostface Mask. But upon thinking of Qinjin, he could not help but rejoice at Qinjin's mess. Qinjin was an ambitious man. Upon arriving at Galloping Horse City, he started a series of plots and schemes. But most likely, the news should have reached Qinjin's ears, and he would be angered to the heavens. But, to use me to kill Ghostface Mask, he has gotten it cheaply. Lu Tianwen did not have a good feeling towards Qinjin. To him, Qinjin was an extremely intelligent person with unfathomable strength. He was just excessively conceited, causing others to dislike him. Oh well, I'll just treat it as doing a good deed, Lu Tianwen consoled himself.
The information given by Lu Lingnan included Echo Hill Castle's location.
Lu Tianwen was lazy to enter the city to meet with Lu Lingnan. His train of thoughts was simple: to accomplish the mission as soon as possible. As long as he killed Ghostface Mask, all of the remaining complications could be thrown to Lu Lingnan. In the wilderness up above a mountain top, a stone castle could be clearly seen.
Tang Tian looked around at his surroundings.
In the short span of a few days, the entire place had a complete makeover. There were no longer cobwebs and dusts in the corners of the room. New rattan bookshelves were placed in the room, which was filled with books.
When Tang Tian entered, he could not help but be gentle on his feet.
His entire face was filled with reverberation. Although he was not a well-learned person, but Tang Tian still had respect to learning. The Shui family has over 2,000 years of history, although it is not considered much in the sacred Saint Galaxy, but it is still something. Old Granny Shui's tone was filled with pride, but also with pain. The Shui family was a small family of the mountains, and it was an ancestor of ours. That accidentally obtained an inheritance that we started to rise. At that time, the Shui family did not have much influence, but with this patriarch of ours, who was fully aware of the superficial wealth accumulation of the family, he did not allow the family to live luxuriously, but instead poured his heart and soul into looking for various inheritances. At that time, our Shui family built a library, called the Shui Inquiries, with all sorts of inheritance records placed inside, for the disciples of the Shui family to consult. It was because of his far-sightedness that many geniuses and talents were produced in the Shui family, and thus the expansion of the Shui family in the future.
Tang Tian listened quietly.
He was not able to completely understand the feelings of such a large family, but he was able to discern out the recollection of the old granny, one who had lived through times. Mingzhu sat by the side listening attentively. Although she had long memorized all of this history, but listening to the old lady actively narrating it, it made her blank and entranced. The records here are all recorded down by the first-generation ancestors who were banished into Sin domain. Due to many of them being recalled from memory, it is difficult to avoid mistakes. The majority of them do not have any more value, but just as reference works.
Old Granny Shui's face did not have any remorse.
It is not only us, the other families are the same. The Shui residence's most famous inheritance, Cloudwave, is no longer usable. Many of our ancestors had exhausted their heart and soul, but were unable to produce it again in the Sin domain. Under that helplessness, our ancestors could only look for another way in other inheritances. After a lot of hard work, our ancestors finally saw hope in one of the unorthodox inheritance. It was called the Tri-Line Devil Body, class equals copyright obfuscation many, which amongst the many inheritances that the Shui family had collected, was considered of a lower grade. But our ancestors found out that, although the Tri-Line Devil Body, class equals copyright obfuscation that was considered low grade in the sacred Saint Galaxy, but its fleshly body transformation technique is exquisite, and after.
Tang Tian spoke in a serious tone, I will do my best to learn it.
Old Lady Shui was gratified, but suddenly, she heard Tang Tian speak softly in embarrassment. But, how do I read all these words? It is proven that a fool that hardly studied would find it extremely difficult to read through a book. All the densely condensed books caused Tang Tian's eyes to turn dizzy. Luckily for him, Mingzhu had learned of the technique before, and passing it down was not a problem. Mingzhu demonstrated the entire sequence once, and then started to explain about the contents from the book, but was shocked to realize that Tang Tian had already started training in it.
This heavy demonic execution is very clearly expressed, and simple to pick up.
Mingzhu had only explained slightly, but he understood the gist of it. The heavy demonic execution was a technique used by people who walked the path of using pure power. It did not have many variations, with only 5 moves, and all of it was extremely simple.
Its might was completely from the origin force, executed from the power of the physique.
It could, in a short span of time, cause all the power of the physique to converge at one point, and its might was naturally fearsome. Tang Tian became immersed in heavy demonic execution. He did not use any weapons, but his hands as blade, slashing at the air in front of him. The heavy demonic execution required the entire body's coordination to fully utilize the power of the physique, so every single slash included a corresponding foot technique, and all the muscles in the body would be used. 1 step, 1 slash, 5 steps for a definite kill.
Tang Tian's face became gloomy, his expression serious. The heavy demonic execution's law was extremely unique: combustion, copyright obfuscation. It was only co-combustion, obfuscation it, but what it combusts was the power of the physique. It feels like it is an incomplete source of power.
Tang Tian suddenly remembered that Han Bing-ning and the rest trained in tiny null flame, which was a similar technique. This is truly suitable for null division, Tang Tian realized. The tiny null flame's power of the physique was extremely vigorous, and after combustion, it would become multiple times stronger, and with the converging technique of heavy demonic execution, the slash would contain the full power of the body.
That slash will definitely be earth-shattering.
There were no complicated variations, but its design could be said as top-rated. The null division's path of Tia's tiny null flames, right obfuscation them had stopped without advancing, while the heavy demonic execution could improve it. By combing them together, it would become unstoppable. Tang Tian then understood why the Shui family had slowly declined. The path of using pure power demanded an extremely powerful body. The ancestor of the Shui family was talented and had also absorbed the life origin essence from the golden steel gravel, to be able to unleash the might of the heavy demonic execution. But his future generations did not have talent comparable to him, and after losing the secret of the golden steel gravel, naturally they had difficulty going back to their prime. It was a tyrannical martial technique. If the body was stronger by a point, the might would definitely increase by more than a point, but likewise if the body was weakened by a point, the might of the technique would drop less than a point.
A 5-move technique, each move after move became more tyrannical and berserk.
The figure in Tang Tian's mind moved and slashed down an attack that seemed unstoppable. It was a fearsome slash, causing Tang Tian's blood to boil, but he had to control himself. He suspected that if he were to use all his strength, the Echo Hill Castle would be destroyed. He so badly wanted an enemy to appear and have a good bout. As though someone had sensed his thoughts, a loud alarm rang. It was an indication that an enemy was invading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 729, Thunder Wind Spear Lu Tian 1. Chapter 729, Thunder Wind Spear Lu Tian 1. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. When Tang Tian rushed over, he saw Han Bing-ning fighting with the enemy.
Han Bing-ning was obviously at a disadvantage. The opponent's attack was exceptionally severe, his figure moved like lightning, and every spear brought about the power of thunder and wind. Every time the sword and spear clashed, Han Bing-ning's sword aura would shatter.
After 7 to 8 moves, Han Bing-ning's aura became chaotic. Lu Tian 1.
Tai Xie spoke while trembling. He had followed Lu Lingnan, and was familiar with the experts of the Lu family.
I immediately recognized the incoming enemy, and his face turned gray.
Tai Xie not only knew of Lu Tian 1 because of his ties with the Lu family, but every infamous person was extremely familiar with Lu Tian 1. A rank infamous Fu Rinbo was defeated in his hands, and immediately swore never to step into Galloping Horse City. A rank infamous people were all extremely ferocious characters of their generation, and they were not inferior to the martial artists who stood at the top. It was just that they stood alone with no backing, without any families to support them. They had no worries for their actions, and were hailed as infamous people, thus forming their own list of power. But despite that, with their strength, they were able to fight their way into the top 50 rankings of the entire Sin Domain's list of powerhouses, who were the peak martial artists of the Sin Domain. But such a martial artist was defeated by Lu Tian 1.
Sin Domain's list of powerhouses, Lu Tian 1, was at the position of 39.
His spear technique was unique. With the power of thunder and wind, it was called Thunder Wind Spear. Purple Cuckoo City's strongest person was Qin Zhen, with a position of 43 on the list of powerhouse. Lu Tian 1 was not the strongest of the Lu family, the strongest being the current patriarch, Lu Shangxiang, who was a peak martial artist with a position of 16 on the list of powerhouses.
The power of the Lu family was apparent. For the Lu family to dar. Isen Lu Tian 1 alone showed their confidence in his strength.
Without Qin Zhen around, only if the other families were to form an alliance could they be able to fend of Lu Tian 1's Thunder Wind Spear.
In Lu Tian 1's eyes, Purple Cuckoo City was just a small city not worth mentioning.
The only one who could make him interested was Qin. But he also had restraining fear of Qin, who was extremely cunning and crafty. If he was not careful, he would fall into the other party's pit. Qin Zizhen, who was the commander of the archer unit, was also someone to fear, but it was just a little. To attack Qin Zizhen head-on was actually extremely difficult. If they moved in thousands, Lu Tianwen would be more worried, but if it were just a few, it would be difficult for the archers to get them. He could use speed to completely toy with the archer unit. Of course, he was not stupid enough to attack the archer unit head-on, so when he heard of how Ghostface Mask confronted the archer unit, he jumped in shock, feeling that Ghostface Mask was definitely proficient in a defensive type law. A turtle shell-covered martial artist was the natural enemy of the archer unit. But it was no matter, regardless of how sturdy the turtle shell was, Lu Tianwen thinks that he could easily shatter it. Lu Tianwen appeared and strutted in front of Echo Hill Castle. A small castle like the Echo Hill Castle was nothing in his eyes. Along the path of the Lu family's rise to prominence, he had helped them sweep many other strongholds and castles, and such a small castle was very ordinary. When Han Bingning appeared, he even had the time to admire her beauty, his mind sighing at the thought that such a beauty had to die in his hands. But he was not like his worthless nephew, and did not have too much of an interest in beauties. Only blood and war could excite him. When Han Bingning made her move, his eyes lit up. The cold concept was hardly seen. He did not care much about the laws that had just been learned and formed in front of him, and the only thing he could admire was the sword concept, which was extremely pure, and was extremely hard to come by. After exchanging a few moves, Lu Tianwen lost interest. I should end the battle, such a level of opponent is nothing much. But after another 10 over moves, Han Bingning was still able to persist bitterly, which surprised Lu Tianwen. He had not met an opponent that could fend off over 10 of his moves for such a long time. His Thunder Wind Spear could spur the wind and thunder when he moved. Every spear attack contained a force of over 1,000 caddies, much less a petite and beautiful lady. Even those powerful and sturdy-looking man had difficulty blocking 3 tofib of his moves. Very quickly, Lu Tianwen understood, the ladies only had minor achievements in her laws, but her sword technique was exquisite. Adding her minor achievement in sword concept, she was able to hold herself. What exquisite sword play! After looking carefully, Lu Tianwen became even more interested. His eyes were very sharp, and with a glance, he could tell that Han Bingning's sword moves and path was not the style of the Sin Domain. The Sin Domain's martial techniques originated from the Sacred Saint Galaxy, but the Sacred Saint Galaxy emphasized more on energy while the Sin Domain more on laws, but the degree of intricate moves were roughly the same. Lu Tianwen became curious, and the spear aura on his hand became denser. Every spear he used had the wind and thunder elements. Dazzling lightning enveloped the spear tip. It was extremely bold and powerful. His spear's momentum could be endless, each spear heavier than the previous spear. The pressure on Han Bingning increased sharply. The hairband that she used to tie her hair had been cut by the wind, causing her hair to fly around messily, but as she was unyielding, being under even heavier pressure, it roused her excitement to do battle even further, and every sword she unleashed was with all her strength. Tang Tian stopped Daimoli, who wanted to rush up. He could tell that although Han Bingning was bitterly hanging in and was in danger, her sword concept never had any signs of dissipating, and such battle experience was extremely precious. Clang clang clang. Lu Tianwen struck out 7 times, and the flashing lightning struck Han Bingning's sword. Her sword instantly shattered like a biscuit. Han Bingning felt as though she was struck by thunder multiple times, spitting out blood. Her entire person was thrown backwards. Lu Tianwen, who found joy in killing, had no thoughts of being merciful. His body flowed along with his spear. The wind and thunder moved wildly as he went straight for Han Bingning. The moment Lu Tianwen had struck Han Bingning's sword, Tang Tian had already moved. He took a blade from Taixia with lightning speed and had disappeared. In the next moment, he had appeared by Han Bingning's side. He grabbed hold of her and slashed with the blade. It struck the spear accurately. Tang Tian felt an astonishing amount of power from the opposing side. He snorted, and with a flash, he suddenly appeared 15 m away, staggering a few steps from the recoil before stabilizing himself. He threw the already fainted Han Bingning to Iamoli, and turned to face Lu Tianwen. After enlightening on the heavy demonic execution, Tang Tian so badly wanted to test it out, and after witnessing Han Bingning being suppressed, the anger in his heart could no longer be held back. If not for the extremely important experience battling an expert being important to Han Bingning, he would have long struck out. The little bit of control he had instantly disappeared with the attack of his. The excitement from enlightening the heavy demonic execution, mixed with the anger from watching Han Bingning being suppressed, was already roaring in Tang Tian's chest. His face was gloomy as he pointed the blade at Lu Tianwen. Ghost face mask Tang Tian. Lu Tianwen squinted his eyes. He licked his lips, as though he had just encountered an interesting prey. The blade from Tang Tian was not fanciful at all, but its power was not weak, which gave him a kick. Tang Tian had no intention of replying. Taixia had told him about the Lu family before. But as to who Lu Tianwen was or how powerful he was, Tang Tian did not care about it at all. The fighting intent in his chest was soaring. he just wanted to get rid of Lu Tianwen. Sigh, Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Lu Tianwen was not panicked at all, he knew that people who trained in spatial laws loved playing such games. Lu Tianwen sneered, spatial laws involved disappearing and appearing to engage in sneak attacks, but the undulations formed when the space was affected was unable to escape his senses. His gaze turned sharp, he turned his waist, and twisted his body in mid-air, his spear resembling a dragon flying out of its cave.
Bang! Dot! Wind and thunder sounds erupted, the fanatical thunder and lightning brought forth a dazzling spear of light. A figure appeared right in front of his spear aura, as though he was welcoming the spear. But, Lu Tianwen's eyes constricted, Tang Tian's posture was extremely weird, the blade was pointed straight ahead, parallel to the ground. What is that technique? Seeing that the spear tip and the blade was about to collide, the extremely straight blade was like a guillotine as it suddenly slashed downwards, completely without any accumulation of power, but the slash was extremely ferocious. Heavy demonic execution. Clang! The blade completely destroyed the wind and lightning enveloping the spear tip, and struck heavily on the spear tip. Lu Tianwen only felt a terrifying force suddenly surging towards him through his spear, his palms grew hot as he was almost unable to control the spear. This is enjoyable. What a powerful force! Lu Tianwen grabbed onto the spear body tightly, the surging power caused his entire body to fly out like an arrow. The power from Lu Tianwen's spear also caused Tang Tian's figure to recoil back, but at the moment, his fighting intent was surging crazily, and this little bit of recoil was completely disregarded by him. His body flashed forward, he did not use any concealment techniques, but simply advancing through stepping on the air. Bang bang bang! A series of explosive sounds came out one after another. A series of vacuum plates had formed beneath Tang Tian's legs, which then shattered. It was like a pontoon bridge. His figure flashed forward like a fierce tiger pouncing out of its cage, straight towards Lu Tianwen. So fast. Lu Tianwen's pupils constricted further, he had never met anyone who could use such a peculiar air technique. Tang Tian's body had become a blur by rushing forward, but Lu Tianwen was clearly able to see every movement of Tang Tian's, every muscle of his being utilized. Lu Tianwen seemed to be able to see countless streams pouring out from every corner of Tang Tian's body, like hundreds of tributaries converging back to the sea, converging at Tang Tian's right shoulder. Its goal was obviously towards the blade. Heavy demonic second execution. The vein on Lu Tianwen's temple jumped. Without thinking, he knew that the slash was even more tyrannical and terrifying than the first. In that urgency, Lu Tianwen roared, his entire body released dull wind and thunder, the green-colored winds mixed with the silver-colored lightning. It was as though he had donned a beautiful armor. He stopped abruptly, and with an intense revolution of the spear, he thrust it out. The revolving spear was like a vortex, producing an astonishing suction force. All of the wind and thunder enveloping Lu Tianwen was abruptly absorbed until not one drop was left, the dense wind and thunder flowing on the spear body. This spear currently emitted an extremely destructive aura. The figure that was like a beast and a ghost, slashed down. The confident and graceful person thrusted out his spear. The two figures clashed head-on ferociously. Bang! The thunderous impact from the clash caused everybody's eardrums to go numb. The terrifying shockwave that erupted was mixed with countless of green aura and lightning, which struck the nearest mountain peak. Bang! The mountain peak looked as if it was cut off by a whip. Rocks and mud were flung out by what seemed to be a whirlwind, an extremely deep slash appearing right at the peak of the mountain. Bang bang bang! The mountain was unable to bear the attack, and the ground beneath immediately collapsed. The two people suffered greatly from the attack as well. Tang Tian felt as if he had collided with a wild beast heathen. He was unable to control his body and was flung backwards. Lu Tianwen was in no better position. Tang Tian's slash was filled with a powerful force that caused him to fly out like a ball, smashing straight into the mountain peak behind him, revealing an extremely deep hole. Everyone was dumbstruck by the impact and aftereffects of the clash. The battle was simply not something achievable by humans. Old Granny's tears were flowing all over her face. Heavens has taken pity on us. Our Shui family's heavy demonic execution has finally appeared once more. Pa! An explosion suddenly occurred inside the deep pit. Wind and thunder broke out. Lu Tianwen suddenly appeared at the location of the slash. His entire body was in a terrible situation. His clothes were tattered and torn, eyes revealing a fervent look of fighting intent. He licked his lips and said, "I will kill all of you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 730, Devil, Eye, Execution. Chapter 730, Devil, Eye, Execution. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. How long has it been since Lu Tianwen had been forced into such a situation? He could no longer remember. He could not be bothered to. Currently, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Tang Tian with only one thought in mind: to kill them, to kill all of them. Crack crack. An electric crackle came out not too far from Lu Tian when as a streak of light suddenly lit up. Crack crack, the concentrated subtle booms lingered on, one after another, streaks of light blossomed in the air and in the blink of the eye, the area around Lu Tianwen was lit up with condensed green light streaks. Woo, a gust of wind caused the streaks of light to flash. A transparent ripple swept past the lightning, woo woo woo, a skin-numbing, low-resounding wind screech, gradually arose and produced eighth transparent ripple rose with the spear tip as the center around Lu Tianwen. Even in the distance, the people at the wall felt a sense of unstableness, causing them to be filled with shock. Tang Tian remained indifferent. He was recalling the two slashes, although it was his first time unleashing them, but the two slashes had instantly made his blood boil, making him feel extremely satisfied. This was because his body was strong, adding his outstanding control over his body, that allowed him to be able to use it at the first try, and produce such an outstanding result. The heavy demonic execution had 5 moves: Blade Devil Transformation, Executing the Heavens, Devil, Eye, Execution, Sacrificial Execution, Demonic Desolate Execution. Blade Devil Transformation and Executing the Heavens were both extremely powerful, and even Tang Tian felt that he was almost unable to control them well. The origin force in his body was abundant, and it was reasonable to say that such a thing should not happen. In terms of the degree of tyranny, Tang Tian could be said to be at the apex, and for him to continue to improve, he could only strengthen himself through the life origin essence. Tang Tian was confident of his tyrannical body, and firmly believed that even the ancestor of the Shui family was definitely not stronger than him. There must be other profound meanings behind it. Tang Tian realized that heavy demonic execution was not as simple as he thought. Suddenly, Tang Tian felt a powerful wave approaching that caused him to immediately come out of his thoughts, as he realized that the area around Lu Tianwen was in a strange state, causing his eyes to constrict. That is, Lu Tianwen was in the Sin Domain's list of powerhouses, with a position of 39, and was already one of the few peak martial artists in Sin Domain. Compared to Han Bingning with her minor achievements in terms of her law surface, his comprehension of his own law surface was perfect, and the distance towards enlightening on the law domain was just a step away. A mature law surface was able to project out a vast and powerful force. It was like a layer of light that layered upon Lu Tianwen's body. Lu Tianwen's aura increased exponentially, and continued to rise, becoming extremely lofty. The spear tip released undulations that emitted outwards, interfering with the air around him, continuing to expand out and cause the air to be unstable. What a powerful aura! The terrifying aura locked down on Tang Tian, causing him to have the misconception of being unable to move. Tang Tian's body trembled. The ripple that swept past his body was instantly shattered, causing him to become lighter. But even more ripples continued to surge out, causing the air to become extremely viscous. Recalling back to the heavy demonic execution that he used, Tang Tian remembered the movements. He tightened his grip on the blade hilt, the power in his body surging forth, all the flesh and blood in his body started to hum with excitement, and an intense aura surged forth. The earth-shattering and imposing aura was extremely majestic, but in Tang Tian's eyes, it was nothing. He finally understood the true essence of heavy demonic execution. Although he did not understand why it was called demonic, but from the blade technique, he could feel the ant-biting sensation all over his body, and a heaven-defying determination. Even the heavens could not subdue him and cannot make him surrender. Truly a decisive and desperate blade technique. A good blade technique. Tang Tian was affected by the sensation. He suddenly faced upwards to the sky and roared. The desperate decisive fighting intent blazed like a bonfire being fed with fuel, bringing forth a wanton and reckless sensation. He slowly raised the blade in his hand. The origin force in his body gradually surged, but this time, it was different from the 2 previous slashes. The power of the physique in his body cycled around, hovering inside his body back and forth. The intensity of its flow caused Tang Tian's entire body to tremble slightly. Tang Tian did not move. He endured the pain in his body, but the light in his eyes became bright. Why was it called Devil, Eye? Any person would always struggle between his inner evil desires and good thoughts. Hesitation and being confused will always be a part of human nature. As long as one was able to endure through it, as long as one was able to persist, they would be able to see the light, to see their true intentions clearly. Bitterness and struggle, hesitation and confusion will never disappear. It is like the devil playing tricks on a human's mind. Every time a person experiences it, they will be able to see clearer, the steps they take will be more stable, and their state of mind sturdier. The path of the demon will always be destined to defy the heavens, and this path will be even more bitter, more painful, and much more intense. His desire entered the blade edge, bearing the pain of it all. He desired to devour the demon, he had to bear it all. All the muscles and flesh in his body struggled with the surging tide which was endless. Tang Tian's gaze became clearer and clearer, the blade in his hand became even more stable, and even the null flames that had erupted all over his body had become calmer and docile. He retracted all of his imposing aura, and there were no leakage. The transparent ripple upon reaching near his body would quietly disappear. Lu Tianwen's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze extremely ferocious, the fighting intent in his body soared even higher. He had never expected Ghostface Mask to be powerful to this extent. The blade had not been released, but its aura was already not normal. Too interesting. The blood of such a powerful martial artist will be even more tasty. The blood in Lu Tianwen's eyes became even more dense. He lightly waved the spear in his hand, the formless ripple retreated back like a net, the dense light streaks were all pulled back, the low resounding wind blows became even more terrifying. Lu Tianwen sneered, and thrust it out. The ripple that was mixed with wind and thunder, booms suddenly converged at the spear tip, causing the entire space everywhere else to become empty. The figure moved along with the spear, the green and silver colors of wind and thunder spear aura interweaved, forming a screeching sound, as though the spear aura had countless beasts imprisoned in it, and like a shooting star, he shot forward and appeared in front of Tang Tian. Right at this moment, the origin force in Tang Tian's body surged out intensely from its original calmness. Tang Tian's aura suddenly erupted into a mist. The light in his eyes exploded, and he waved his blade and slashed down silently. A slash without any hint of power. For some reason, Lu Tianwen's eyes shrunk. He had seen many brilliant bladesmen before, and to release a blade that did not emit any power was only something that could be done by the bladesman who had pure blade concept. Wasn't it said that Ghostface Mask used his fists? Why is his blade technique so powerful? But he did not feel any fear, only excitement. Come! Come! The gentle slash cut into the spear aura. As though both were magnets, they clashed perfectly. A surging power came from the blade, and immediately, Tang Tian sensed something was wrong. Ping! The blade in his hand shattered. Tang Tian's body was able to bear the brute force, but the blade was unable to. The moment that he had slashed, he flickered and broke the space, disappearing from the same position. Tang Tian's devil eye execution was not normal. It looked to be simple, but when the terrifying power transmitted into the spear, it immediately exploded, causing the spear aura to swell like a balloon, becoming a ball of wind and thunder. Bang! The ball exploded. Dazzling wind and thunder streaks mixed with the terrifying blade aura ripple, making it look like a blade covered with lightning, spanning across the entire area. Bang bang bang! Every wind blade that landed on the ground would erupt into an explosion, forming deep pits. Under the endless explosions, the soil on the ground was flung in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the ground had become full of holes. Blood trickled down from the corner of Tang Tian's eyes, and the right side of his body was charred black. Lu Tianwen's spear was extremely formidable. Even when he managed to retreat at the first second, he still suffered from heavy injuries. He looked at his body, the flesh was burnt and charred black, his bones were visible, the tyrannical wind and thunder was constantly corroding his body. After the blade, Tang Tian was shocked to realize that the origin force in his body was left with less than 30%. For his abundant origin force to be used up to such an extent after 3 strikes from the heavy demonic execution, it showed the heavy toll it required on the body. He finally understood why the Shui family ancestor was able to unleash the true might of heavy demonic execution. It was a blade technique completely made up after using countless life origin essence. Tang Tian's origin force rumbled and attacked the green and silver wind and thunder. Null flames enveloped his wounds, and his body started recovering at a speed apparent to the naked eye. Lu Tianwen's entire body was charred black. He stared blankly at Tang Tian. He never expected the blade to be so strange. It could drill into his spear aura before exploding. He was not able to defend in time, and thus suffered from it. But what made him feel even more sullen was that Tang Tian's wounds were regenerating. Asshole! What nonsense is this? Didn't they say that he trained with fist techniques? Why is he able to display such blade techniques? To even use it at such proficiency is fine, but the law that he trained in is actually life and death laws. Such a powerful self-regeneration ability, only those people who train mainly in life and death laws can do it. Lu Tianwen felt hurt, an indescribable sullen emotion surged. It's like we agreed to compete with strength, but you started to compete in techniques. Fine, if you want techniques, I can do it too, but in the end, you decided to compare who was more suave. Tang Tian's strength was nothing in his eyes. The rumored fist techniques did not appear, which Lu Tianwen was extremely cautious about, since he heard that the fist was extremely strange. Lu Tianwen then thought that Tang Tian's usage of the blade was just a pretense, and his true killing technique was still the fist technique. A feign will always be a feign. Everyone trains in one martial technique, and that is definitely difficult to change. And he even found Tang Tian's weak point, noticing that the blade Tang Tian used was extremely ordinary, unable to bear too much power, instead of the spear in his hands, which was a top-grade treasure. The Lu family had spent a great deal of wealth refining and creating the Thunder Wind Blade. He thought with that weakness, he would win. But in the end, the rumored fist technique did not appear, but he was forced into such a sorry figure. Seeing that Tang Tian was completely fine and regenerating but his own body was charred black, his heart turned sour. But You just wait, I will be back. Lu Tianwen, who was charred black all over, left in fury.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 731, Ping Xiaoshan's Special Training. Chapter 731, Ping Xiaoshan's Special Training. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian watched Lu Tianwen disappear. He was too weak to chase. Although Lu Tianwen was charred black, Tang Tian was clear that his exhaustion was not as great as his own. Lu Tianwen's power projected from his law surface was too strong, and since then, his consumption was not too great. Instead, Tang Tian did not have any law surface, and he had completely consumed the origin force in his body. The law surface was like a personal base that could be nourished and replenished. That is why in the Sin domain, martial artists who trained in laws were far more powerful than martial artists who ignited their primordial fire origin. Of course, martial artists who ignited their primordial fire origin also had their own advantages. Regardless of how strong the power projected out of the law surface was, ultimately it was not the martial artist's own strength. Compared to someone using his own power, using it was not as natural. Origin force was produced by transforming the power of the physique, and controlling it was simply on a whim. Tang Tian returned back to the castle, and was instantly treated like a hero. Who is Lu Tianwen?
A fearsome figure positioned 39th in the Sin domain's list of powerhouse. Such a fearsome person actually suffered under Tang Tian's hands. If this message was passed over to the Purple Cuckoo City, it would most likely shock everybody.
Tai Xie's gaze towards Tang Tian was completely one of reverberation.
People able to fight on equal grounds with Lu Tianwen were all big figures. To follow such a powerful figure, my future will definitely be hard to decline even if I wanted to. Upon landing on the ground, Tang Tian's legs immediately turned soft, and he fell. Emoli was shocked, and immediately supported him up. Crazy Tang, are you alright? I'm fine, just feeling weak now. Tang Tian laughed bitterly. He did not even have the strength to lift a finger. The regeneration of the wounds on his body was from the life and death laws, but it was not like what Lu Tianwen had guessed. It was not through training, but from the absorption of life origin essence. Life law imprints allowed his wounds to heal, but had extracted the 30% origin force left in his body.
Ming Zhu, prepare some golden steel gravel.
Tang Tian was seeing black. He never thought that it would take so much of his origin force. He could only turn to Ping Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, I'll have to trouble you.
Ping Xiaoshan was bewildered. What do I have to do?
Like Tai Xie, Tang Tian and Lu Tianwen's battle had shaken Ping Xiaoshan to an extent that he had never felt before. He had thought that Ghostface Mask was powerful, but he had never thought that Ghostface Mask was able to fight with the rumored martial artists standing on the peak on equal grounds. That level was something he was unable to comprehend. When he heard Tang Tian speaking to him, he was completely dumbfounded. Hearing the words golden steel gravel, Ming Zhu immediately sprinted away, and not long later, she brought a sack full of golden steel gravel over.
In Tang Tian's dumbstruck gaze, Ming Zhu threw the sack down on the ground and asked in concern, "Is this enough?"
We never sold any of the golden steel gravel that was produced in the recent years. Everything is her.
If it is not enough, I will look for the buyers in the past and see if we can purchase some back. It's enough, it's enough.
Tang Tian immediately nodded his head. He now understood why the ancestor of the Shui family was able to master the heavy demonic execution. Thinking about what Ming Zhu had said, all the few years of golden steel gravel was never sold but given to him to be absorbed. Seeing the sack full of golden steel gravel, Tang Tian was sure that he must have used the life origin essence to train it out. How will the body change by absorbing so much life origin essence? Tang Tian used to be so sure that his own body was much more tyrannical than other people, but upon seeing the sack full of golden steel gravel, he became terrified.
How many sacks did he absorb? Wait a moment, you must be ambitious. How can you be so low as to compare with the number of sacks? We have to compare coolness.
Tang Tian remained expressionless. He quietly imagined the look of the ancestor growing old, allowing Aimoli to bring him into the castle.
Ping Xiaoshan followed in quietly. He did not know what he had to do.
On the other hand, Tai Xie stood by the side, filled with jealousy, thinking when the boss would be able to trouble him even the slightest, wanting the sense of being important. After placing Tang Tian down well, Aimoli and the rest were chased out, and only Ping Xiaoshan was left alone. Seeing Ping Xiaoshan look reserved in front of him, Tang Tian coughed lightly. "Xiaoshan, let me take a look at your law thread." Ping Xiaoshan raised his head with a look of joy in his eyes. "Master, you want to teach me stealth techniques?" The reason why he chose to follow Tang Tian was because he harbored the hopes to complete the Ping family stealth techniques, from a stealth technique to a legacy that could attack and defend. The battle between Tang Tian and Benson gave him that hope, and the battle on the street showed him the power of spatial law threads, which was capable of being a killing machine.
"That's right," Tang Tian said righteously, his expression serious. Ping Xiaoshan suddenly jumped in fright. Is Master dying? At this time, he wants to hand over something to me? If not, why would Master choose to teach me when he is so weak? That's right, that was Thunder Wind Spear Lu Tian when he fought. Master had fought him for so long, and most likely he is severely injured. For the sake of protecting everybody, he could only scare Lu Tian away, but his body is already at the lowest. Ping Xiaoshan started to think about all the random thoughts, and started to feel sad. He then exclaimed out, Master, you had best rest up first, wait until your injuries are healed, it won't be late to teach Xiaoshan. We must make use of all the time we have. Ping Xiaoshan became even sadder, and felt that his guess was right. The heavens are jealous of him. Master is such a heroic and powerful man, his fate is too unfair. Even at this time, Master still has not forgotten about the promise he made to me. Feeling moved and sad, tears started to flow. Tang Tian became confused on why Ping Xiaoshan was crying. Ping Xiaoshan wiped away his tears. I must definitely give it my all and not disappoint Master. He maintained a calm state of mind with an unswerving determination in his eyes. He activated his law thread, and a thin spatial law thread appeared on his fingertips. Tang Tian pointed at the sack of golden steel gravel and said, Try and use your law thread to cut the golden steel gravel. Remember, cut a small hole at the outer surface of the gravel's wall. Do not, at all cost, touch the vortex in it, it is extremely dangerous. Tang Tian discovered that so long as the law thread did not touch the vortex inside the golden steel gravel, there would be no problems, as there was a small space between the vortex and the gravel. As expected, Master's training technique is not ordinary, and inside this, there is definitely a profound secret. Ping Xiaoshan devoutly took out a golden steel gravel from the sack. He took a deep breath, and carefully pinched the gravel with his right hand, and the law thread on the other hand, he carefully cut the golden steel gravel. Break the shell, do not touch the vortex, Ping Xiaoshan constantly reminded himself. Ping Xiaoshan's control over his law thread was far more outstanding than Tang Tian, but he had never used the law thread to perform such a meticulous activity. The golden steel gravel is small by itself, the vortex inside even smaller, and to cut open a small crack on the shell and not touch the vortex was extremely difficult. Only after spending close to 10 minutes did he succeed. When he released the law thread, he felt an unspeakable fatigue overwhelming him. Master, I did it. Tang Tian took the golden steel gravel and nodded his head with satisfaction. He threw the golden steel gravel into his mouth and sucked out the life origin essence. His current body was like a dry riverbed, and the thread of life origin essence quickly assimilated into the muscles of his body. Tang Tian, who wanted more, pouted. He spat out the golden steel gravel, and looked at it carefully. He noticed that the shell was still intact, and only a fine thin crack was visible. Tang Tian suddenly had a thought, maybe the gravel shell has some other use. Seeing Ping Xiaoshan perspiring all over, Tang Tian smiled. Was it difficult? Ping Xiaoshan gasped for breath and replied honestly, Yes, Master. That's right, it must be difficult to refine your usage of the law thread. Tang Tian was deadpan, revealing a look of recollection. He spoke with the tone of an experienced person. In the past, when I was training in a type of claw technique, just to master it, I grinded through over 30,000 iron slabs. Perspiration will never lie. I never expected Master to actually be so hard-working, but it should be like that, to be able to wield such strength today. Ping Xiaoshan, who was greatly encouraged, immediately sat up straight and said, Master is right. Xiaoshan will definitely keep this to heart. With that, he took another golden steel gravel and focused on cutting it. Tang Tian's face was filled with gratification. I finally found a good laborer. After swallowing the life origin essence, Tang Tian could clearly feel it nourishing his withered body. But the process was extremely slow, but as his origin force had been completely exhausted, the life origin essence did not turn into origin force. Although it needed origin force, but Life Law's regeneration efficiency was extremely useful and powerful. Tang Tian laid down and rested. Unknowingly, 10 more golden steel gravel shells were piled in front of him. Ping Xiaoshan remained focused, ignoring the fatigue. He continued to cut the golden steel gravel, and his speed gradually increased. On the second day, Tang Tian opened his eyes. Through the night, he had swallowed the life origin essence of over 100 golden steel gravel. They slowly nourished his body, causing the vitality in him to be regained. The origin force in Tang Tian's body quickly recovered. Tang Tian patted on Ping Xiaoshan, who was completely numb. Xiaoshan, the special training will end here, go and rest. Ping Xiaoshan owed as a reply. He had worked for over 10 hours, his mind was working sluggishly. He got up and headed to his room. Seeing Ping Xiaoshan swing to his room, Tang Tian was filled with admiration. We shall do it again. He had already made the decision, when everybody's body were tempered enough to absorb the life origin essence, he would then implement a large-scale special training. Stretching his body, he knew that although he had not fully recovered, but his origin force had reached a substantial level. The most difficult phase was over, and recovery after that would be much easier. Thinking about Lu Tianwen's last push, Tang Tian knew that the other party would not be able to recover so easily either. But, I should teach the heavy demonic execution to Imo Li and the rest first. Tang Tian reckoned that with Imo Li's physique, he could learn 2 moves, while the others could learn 1. But, thinking about the scene where a group of them would roar and brandish out, Blade Devil transformation, Tang Tian could not help but tremble. Even the Shui family ancestor will never think that there would be a person could actually form a group of powerful bodies. Too terrifying. I have to provide them with big blades. And Tang Tian firmly believed that with Niechio, even if everybody could only learn the first move, they would be able to unleash the potential of the slash. Oh well, if they can't do well in quality, we will overcome that with quantity, Tang Tian thought happily. He was suddenly filled with anticipation towards Lu Tianwen's second attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732, Honorable Martial Invasion to the South. Chapter 732, Honorable Martial Invasion to the South. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. These guys, I wonder where they went to throw all this mess on me. Why can't they be a bit more responsible? As a leader, he is actually so absurd. I seem to fail in recognizing people, and sought this punishment myself. Bing mumbled to himself as he puffed out a smoke ring, complaining to himself. He and Tang Tian had a unique connection, and he knew that Tang Tian had not died, so he was not worried. As long as he was not dead it is fine. As for other things, how can I demand for more? That guy is never reliable. In front of him, everyone stood straight without making a sound. They were all filled with respect towards Bing. Furthermore, they knew that although Bing was complaining, but the relationship between him and Tang Tian went beyond deep. If anyone were to agree with him at this time, they would truly not know the line between life and death. Wu Ma Tian felt unnatural. It was his first time participating in such a large-scale military conference. By his side, Aya stood extremely straight up, her eyes staring at her nose. Speaking about Wu Ma Tian, it was Aya who ran to Bing and requested for someone. Facing the determined Aya, Bing thought for a bit before agreeing. Wu Ma Tian then became part of the Scully unit, and what surprised everyone was that Aya immediately appointed him as her deputy commander. Wu Ma Tian became the fastest promoted high-ranking officer, causing the envy of many. The man who sold pig trotters faded away, causing many of the armies to howl in grief. Where is the big army of the Honorable Martial Continent? Bing focused. He was somewhat excited for the incoming war. Handling Mei Qin Xiu and the small pirates did not require him to use so much effort, and made Bing, who was accustomed to large wars, deflate in interest. Only the Honorable Martial Continent's southern expedition could make him excited. The Honorable Martial Continent's southern expedition was announced very suddenly, as the higher-ups of Honorable Martial Continent decided at the last minute, and thus even the various continents of the southern region did not make any preparations. Although various logistics was mobilized, causing people to feel an immense pressure and anxiousness, but still, the majority of the southern region continents did not believe that the Honorable Martial Continent would attempt to invade the south. As for the few continents on the borders of Honorable Martial Continent, the generals there were unbridledly invited for dinner at Honorable Martial Continent's encampment, which happened many times. Honorable Martial Continent's tyrannical strength put an end to the pirates around, and the borders of Honorable Martial Continent had many ample businesses that maintained good relations with Honorable Martial Continent, but they have to do their own work. Both parties secretly maintained their good relations, and to the continent lords, both parties had joint interests, as they also had a share from the business profits. At the banquet, the continent lords and the generals in the Honorable Martial Garrison Army laughed and ridiculed about whether there would be a war, but the generals would laugh and explain that it was directed towards the armed rebellion inside Honorable Martial Continent, and thus convincing the continent lords. While they indulged in their life of luxury under the pleasures and feasts, the southern expedition Tian great army braved the rain and night, like an unstoppable flood. Disguised as caravans, they surged into these continents. The news of war erupted only after the third day. That was when the world realized. The sacred Saint Galaxy was shocked. The Honorable Martial Continent's 5 tiger generals, other than Mu Xian who stayed to guard the Wei Yiguan continent and Jiaya who stayed to defend the center, Missouri Xian, Zhou Su Hua and Go Chang Wendao moved out together. Mo Xian's troops, in addition to his direct subordinated Mo Xian army, Yuan Wei, Shui Dong Lu Guang, 3 great famed generals commanded 3 big armies. For Qin Su Hua's troops, in addition to his direct subordinated Autumn Flower army, Ziche Jiajing, Wei Yu, Fengyan Man, 3 great famed generals commanded their own armies. For Go Changwendao, in addition to his direct subordinated Skyhook army, Cliff, Ken, Zeke, 3 great famous generals moved out and commanded their own armies. Other than that, for every one of main forces, they were matched with 15 standard honorable martial armies, each of them commanded by silver-grade military general with at least 10 years of experience.
The Honorable Marshal Tiger General's personal armies numbered to 100,000, while the famed General's armies numbered to 8,000. The standard Honorable Marshal armies all had 5,000 men each, every main force fighting strength reaching a total of 110,000 people. Adding the logistics members, each main force human count reached a terrifying 150,000, totaling up to 450,000. It was the largest scale army movement in the history of the Sacred Saint Galaxy.
For a moment, no one knew what to say.
The various continents in the southern region were panicked. 3 great armies, that were irresistible forces, advancing in 3 different paths, no one could stop them. Moxian has arrived at the front lines near the North Dragon continent, Zhou Suhua has arrived at the front lines of the small growing hill continent, and Go Changwondao is reaching the Phantom continent. The adjutant who was responsible for updating the movements of the enemies spoke out. Just yesterday, the Honorable Marshal Continent announced, the reason for them moving their army is due to a dispute with Shang Continent. They only want to take over Shang Continent, and if the other continents allowed them to pass, they will not be harmed at all. So we have become public enemy number 1. Bing licked his lips and said. Yes, yesterday, 7 families announced that they were leaving the Southern Alliance. When Go Changwondao broke through the Crosan continent, they were met with intense resistance, and they suffered quite a bit. Go Changwondao was furious, he ordered for the massacre of the entire city, and no one survived. All the generals present revealed looks of resentment.
Bing flicked the cigarette in his hand, and said, acting so recklessly. Everyone knew that Bing was angry, and the tension rose. Bing stood up expressionlessly. Now, I will announce the orders for the various armies. He glanced at the generals around, looking at their faces. Some of them were still unripe and young, but he knew that the scale of the incoming war would quickly make them grow. They were all the special seeds that he chose, every single one of them wielding outstanding potential. This is going to be exciting. In the valley, Lu Tianwen knew that he underestimated the enemy. He did not return to Purple Cuckoo City. He felt that it was too shameful to let his own nephew see his own charred self. He found a cavity inside the mountains and started recuperating. In the past few days, he was reflecting on the battle. Tang Tian's final blade was extremely strange, it actually entered his spear aura before exploding. He then thought about the swordswoman blade techniques that were exquisite, but knew that it was not a sword technique that belonged to the Sin domain. But as for Tang Tian's 3 slashes, Lu Tianwen knew that it was 100% a blade technique from Sin domain. A blade technique from the Sin domain, it is so powerful, how come I never heard about it before? Suddenly, Lu Tianwen thought about a long-lost blade technique, heavy demonic execution. That's right, that was the most famous inheritance of Shui family in the past, the heavy demonic execution. For the Shui family to rely on Ghostface Mask, the inheritance must definitely come from them. The Shui residents had such a consummate skill in the past that shook the entire Sin domain, but a pity their descendants were not strong enough, and the power slowly diluted. Lu Tianwen frowned. He knew that his elder brother had always been scheming to obtain the Shui family, but he was actually willing to exchange 200 prisoners, causing Lu Tianwen to find it strange. He was thinking, what could Shui family possibly have to be worth so much? Money? Is the Lu family lacking money? That's a joke. As for the golden steel thread, although they are good stuff, but similar products are purchasable in the market. Heavy demonic execution? Is elder brother going for the heavy demonic execution? Lu Tianwen, who witnessed the might of the heavy demonic execution, personally felt that it was more probable. Lu Tianwen's attention focused back to Ghostface Mask. He thought for a bit, although that guy is strange, but his strength is still lacking compared to me. He is someone who has not even gained enlightenment on the law surface. Even if he had ignited his primordial fire origin, he was still being reckless. On the top 50 rankings, only one person had ignited his primordial fire origin. But I was still too careless. He was confused with his opponent being proficient in fist techniques, but to start off with using a blade, he felt that it was just a ruse. Bloody cunning peasant, Lu Tianwen gritted his teeth. The so-called being proficient in fist technique was just a fake. Heavy demonic execution consumed a lot of power. Thinking back to why the Ghostface Mask did not chase him, it must be due to him being depleted of physical strength. Lu Tianwen felt extremely remorseful. At that moment he looked extremely terrible, but in truth he was not severely injured. If he had continued attacking, he would have been able to kill Ghostface Mask. I cannot get tricked the next time round. Lu Tianwen clenched his teeth and swore secretly. Inside Echo Hill Castle. Emily and the rest were giving their all to train their heavy demonic execution. Compared to Lothred's, the destructive power was more suitable to their taste. Their tensed muscles had perspiration dripping all over, their bronze skin looking as if they were cast in bronze, once in a while revealing loud roars. Whenever the ladies of the Shui residence passed by them, they hated to part their eyes away from the men, which looked to be extremely masculine. Every person that unleashed the first slash would roar with rage and use all their strength.
By compressing their strength to the maximum and allowing the laws to refine their bodies, Tang Tian's teachings were executed to 100%. Our golden steel clothes have extremely outstanding defensive capabilities. Its most powerful aspect is its ability to endure power and impact, to dissipate it throughout the entire body. Mingzhu spoke with arrogance. The golden steel clothes were the most famous product of the Shui residents, known throughout Xin domain.
Tang Tian's eye lit up. I want it.
He definitely knew the value of the golden steel clothes. Power focused at a spot was powerful, but dissipated power was weak. If they could dissipate the enemy's attack throughout their entire body, it was something that could save their lives.
We have prepared one for each of you.
Mingzhu said, we have found some of the blades that Master had asked for. Master, take a look to see if they are suitable. Mingzhu brought Tang Tian a weapons rack, where varying shapes of blades were hung onto. Heavy demonic execution was the unique technique passed down in the Shui family, and naturally, blades were the most used weapon in the Shui family. Tang Tian looked through them, and was immediately attracted to a blade that was the size of a door. He walked over and picked it up.
This is the board guillotine.
Mingzhu introduced, it is currently the largest blade we have to date, weighing 450 kilograms. It does not have edges, as such a blade no longer uses sharp edges. It was created from black ironstone with black sand. It is extremely durable.
But its demand for physical strength is extremely high. It will be the board guillotine.
Tang Tian said without hesitation. Mingzhu was stunned for a moment, before speaking slowly, Master, we only have 2 of them. The board guillotine was a rarely used blade. The Shui family only used it for display, and thus prepared only 2.
So few? Tang Tian frowned. I wanted to give one to each person, but...
Mingzhu turned to look at the masculine men training vigorously, and thought of the scene where every single one of them wielded a board guillotine, and immediately quivered and said, Master, if you need it, it is very easy to manufacture this board guillotine. The castle has sufficient black iron stones and black sand. We can immediately start production.
Yes. Tang Tian nodded his head. I just want this, the faster the better. Can we prepare all of it before Lu Tianwen comes again? Upon hearing that he wanted the board guillotine to fight against Lu Tianwen, Mingzhu immediately replied, I will begin now. She rushed off. Manly men wielding manly blades. Tang Tian was imagining the entire Null Division holding onto the tyrannical large board guillotines. It was extremely imposing, causing him to be excited. Tang Tian waved the board guillotine around, and even threw it. This is suitable for Iamoli and the rest, but not for me. He did not felt good wielding the blade, when a brazen idea suddenly flashed past his mind. Can I change this heavy demonic execution into a hand blade technique?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 733, Suan Zhong's Bedevilment. Chapter 733, Suan Zhong's Bedevilment. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Suyi kept quiet. That was what I saw.
Suan Zhong was sitting down and taking food from the table, and gobbling it down. After standing guard outside the city for the past few days, he hid himself in the mountains, just to shadow Echo Hill Castle. He slept and ate outdoors, and if not for him having trained bitterly before, he might not have been able to take it. After a long while, Suyi opened his mouth. You're saying, that was Lu Tianwen, what? This information had greatly spooked him, to the point that he had difficulty swallowing it down.
Yes. Suan Zhong replied ambiguously.
He was somewhat pleased as he admired to shock on his older brother. Till date, his brother had always been the smartest, almost as if he could foresee the future, and he never ever thought that he would ever witness his older brother revealing a strange and shocked face. His brother always smiled faintly and was unfathomable, as well as being extremely profound. Suan Zhong had long digested the shock in his mind. He sipped on a glass of water and stopped for a moment, then said, that was Thunder Wind Spear Lu Tianwen, I definitely saw it. Only that Thunder Wind Spear can be so destructive, to the point that even I dare not go close, and could only watch from afar.
Rank 39 on the list of powerhouse, truly ferocious.
When Suan Zhong said the 2 words truly ferocious, he spoke it through gritted teeth. The battle had greatly affected him, regardless if it was Lu Tianwen or Ghostface Mask, both their strengths far surpassed his. After his recent closed-door training, his strength had took a qualitative leap, although on the surface he remained calm without revealing anything, but in his heart, he was filled with unprecedented self-confidence. In the past, he always thought that he would never be unable to catch up with his brother, but currently, he could see his back view. After he witnessed the powerful battle between the two, all of his self-confidence instantly disappeared into smoke. He thought that his sword heart was as tough as steel, but now he could only laugh bitterly at it, so when he saw the shock on his brother's face, he felt that his already broken sword heart had recovered slightly. As expected, happiness came from comparison.
Tell me everything in detail. Su Ye's expression was extremely serious, as though a calamity was about to strike.
Su and Zhong thought about it in another way. If Lu Tianwen were to rush up their doors, Purple Cuckoo City, other than the Qin family, no one would not be able to escape his grasp. When Lu Tianwen appeared, he did not have any intention to hide himself, and attacked the Echo Hill Castle directly. The first one to stop him was Han Bingning. Han Bingning exchanged around 10 moves with him before sustaining an injury. Upon thinking of Han Bingning, Su and Zhong was immediately filled with respect towards her, under that immense pressure, yet she was able to persist for so long, although the other party was a lady, but she had the heart of a swordsman.
She exchanged more than 10 moves with Lu Tianwen? Su Ye's expression was strange. Yes.
Su and Zhong squinted and thought about it carefully, before confirming, 16 moves.
16? Are you sure he is Lu Tianwen? Yes. Su Ye's expression could no longer be expressed with the word weird.
At that moment, Su and Zhong understood how his older brother felt. Yes, a random person jumped out and fought off 16 attacks coming from Lu Tianwen. That was something people would find it hard to accept.
After being quiet for a long time, Su Yi then asked again with difficulty, after that? After that, it was Ghostface Mask's turn. Su and Zhong recalled the scene of that day, and his voice involuntarily trembled slightly. He wielded a blade. At that time, I felt that it was strange, because Ghostface Mask never used a blade. He suddenly appeared beside Han Bingning and took over, and then slashed towards Lu Tianwen's spear. The attack was balanced, and then Ghostface Mask threw Han Bingning to safety. He suddenly turned and appeared in front of Lu Tianwen and threw another blade. That blade was extremely strange, as though it was held high up naturally and then dropped without any additional force, almost like a guillotine. But Su and Zhong's fingers, which were on his knees, trembled slightly, which even he did not realize. Su Yi listened extremely attentively. He was able to imagine the fight scene, and within Su and Zhong's trembling voice, he could sense an indescribable fear and anxiousness. Su and Zhong stopped. He kept quiet, and the vein at his forehead and hand would twitch once in a while. One could see that his heart was thumping quickly. He tried his best to control his emotions, but he was unable to struggle free from the impact of watching the fight. Su Yi did not make a sound. He could see Su and Zhong struggle, and he himself was overwhelmed by shock. After maintaining silence for 5 minutes, Su and Zhong's dry voice came out. Lu Tianwen was sent flying. Su Yi was startled, and then opened his eyes wide. Lu Tianwen was sent flying? Yes. Su and Zhong took a deep breath and continued. He flew all the way out. Ghostface Mask's body appeared to take a step back, but he suddenly shot forward, not fly, remember, but shot forward. His strange footwork, the air beneath his feet compressed into something like a bowl, and when he stepped on them, he would borrow the momentum to rush forward. It was extremely fast. To the point that I could not see him. He shot forward to Lu Tianwen and slashed out the second time. At this time, Su and Zhong's voice was no longer trembling. He stood up, his face flushed slightly red, his voice filled with some excitement. The blade came from bottom up, as though it could even slice through the sky. Lu Tianwen's reaction was extremely fast. His second spear was also very ferocious. Along with the vortex, the blade and spear collided. This time, Ghostface Mask was at the disadvantage and was sent flying out. Lu Tianwen was even more miserable. He was drilled directly into a mountain. Su Yi was dumbstruck, drilled directly into a mountain. At that time, Lu Tianwen went berserk. He rushed out, and all around him, there was wind and thunder, and at his spear tip, he released ripples, causing all the wind and thunder to condense, and then he thrust it out. Ghostface Mask raised his blade, but he had a very strange aura around him. Su and Zhong spoke very quickly. Along with his red face and hands flying wildly, he looked like a lunatic. Lu Tianwen's spear seemed to fly towards Ghostface Mask's blade. The blade shattered, but Lu Tianwen's spear aura suddenly swelled up like a balloon. Bang! It exploded. Lu Tianwen was instantly charred black, while half of Ghostface Mask's body was also almost destroyed. Then did you know what I saw? I saw Ghostface Mask's wounds quickly healing and growing. Life laws. Su Yi was beyond shock this time. His face was so distorted that his face would have permanently become disfigured if it went any further. He himself trained in the life and death laws, so he was not unfamiliar towards life laws. How is that possible? That's right, he used life laws, ha 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 ha. Su and Zhong laughed like a lunatic. His face was completely red now. He suddenly spat out blood and fell to the ground, his face as white as paper. Su Yi's face changed. He placed his hand on Su and Zhong's forehead and sent in a bit of life laws into Su and Zhong. After that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Su and Zhong was safe, and it was better for him to have spat out the blood than not. But the battle actually made an expert like Su and Zhong to be bedeviled. Tian, I think people would come to know as a heart demon in other novels, but I would use bedeviled as it means that he is being tormented by it. Su Yi was completely shocked. After a long while, the shock gradually disappeared, and he went into deep thoughts. Seems like many things have to be replanned again. Echo Hill Castle was burning hot.
Scarlet red molten steel poured out of the furnace, following an aqueduct that was dug prior. It flowed into many molds. Whoosh, water was poured onto them, the blood-red blade body calmed down, and the water sizzled. There is no need to polish it or grind the edges, we need to hurry, get another furnace. Mingju rolled up her sleeves, her face was covered in soot. All the Shui family were females, and she had no other choice but to get them to smelt the weapons. Everyone knew that they were in a predicament, and without complaining or whining, all of these delicate ladies buried their head in the work. Luckily for them, it was the simplest method of smelting, otherwise, Mingju and the girls would not have the ability to do so. Although it was rather tough work, but fortunately, the group of delicate ladies used large carriages to carry the bored guillotine blades to the training grounds, and could speak with confidence. These are made by us working hard and painfully, you guys cannot lose, okay? When have the group of powerful men ever received such treatment? The flirtatious words of the ladies instantly aroused a layer of goosebumps on their bodies, and their fighting intent soared all over, like raging flames. All of them picked up the door-sized bored guillotine blades and patted their chests, sounding like metal striking metal. Their domineering and lofty nonsenses all started coming up, all the weird punishments, all the slicing and dicing, all the beating the enemies to a pulp. Their morale were greatly boosted. Of course, Tang Tian was not so vulgar, he only had Qianhui in mind. He was thinking on how to bring the heavy demonic execution into a handblade technique. Although it would lack the advantage of a weapon, but a fist and a palm's movements were much more intimate and smooth, and Tang Tian felt that his own body was stronger than any average weapon. As for mimicking blades with his hands, Tang Tian was extremely familiar with it. In the past, there was an old man who said he was suitable to become a close-quarters combat expert, although he still had not realized it yet, but his skills at close-quarters combat had truly gotten much stronger. Finger techniques, palm techniques, kicking techniques, consecutive and connecting attacks, these were martial techniques that he was the best at. After trying it out for a couple of times, Tang Tian found a knack to doing it. But there was a great difference between a real blade and a hand blade technique. After testing it out many times, he could completely use his hand as a blade, but Tang Tian still felt that there was an awkward feeling. Why do I feel like this? Tang Tian pondered extremely hard. He quickly found the problem. It was the final variation. A real blade's final variation would be the locking of the wrist, while the final variation of a hand blade was the fingers. That meant that, using a real blade to use heavy demonic execution was perfect. But using his hand blade to use heavy demonic execution, there was still space for variations. It was Tang Tian's first time encountering such a situation. Additional space for variations would cause people to be at a loss. It was the problem of having a bowl too big that one will never be able to fill it up completely with rice. But Tang Tian did not want to waste the additional space for additional variations, because it meant that there was still leeway. Fights between experts usually depended on a slight line of mistakes. A hand blade was much more suitable to unleash the heavy demonic execution than a real blade, but only Tang Tian could do it. Because of his extremely strong physique, his hand was able to utilize the origin force in his body, but if it was another person using his hand to unleash the technique, his hand would be like a balloon that overexpanded and exploded. Tang Tian became immersed in it. He still had not gained any enlightenment towards sacrificial execution and demonic desolate execution. He realized, by starting from devil eye execution, every slash would no longer require just technique, but required conforming the focus to correspond with the technique. He was able to use devil eye execution, which was by experiencing the blank state of mind that was void of struggle and entanglement. By conforming his state of mind to the technique, he was able to allow the origin force in his body to reach a strange state of equilibrium, which was like the sunlight piercing through the dark clouds after a storm, revealing the calm after the storm. That was why the power of his blade was able to enter Lu Tianwen's spear aura before exploding. Tang Tian did not know how to describe it, but he was able to experience his origin force conforming with his state of mind, which allowed the heavy demonic execution to attain its brilliance. The heavy demonic execution was not as simple as he thought, as even the descendants of the Shui family also lost the way to use it. Simply look, Tang Tian could only speculate on the last two techniques. He knew that their power was not small either, and that the power that he could currently unleash still paled in comparison to the two techniques. What is sacrificial? What is demonic desolation? I can't understand them. Tang Tian firmly believed in practicing over and over again. To him, geniuses practiced their thoughts and their mind, but the godlike young lad always used his muscles to learn. Perspiration will never lie, yes, the body will always be truthful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734, Prepare for Battle. Chapter 734, Prepare for Battle. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. A group of people walked out of the city. No one dared to fly, and followed the small mountain path and walked. If they were seen by Lu Tianwen, his spear would be unleashed on all of them, and they would die even before they could scream.
I don't believe it. Black Benson remained expressionless.
I do not believe it either.
Victor agreed.
I fought with him before, no one is able to become so powerful in such a short frame of time. Black Benson maintained his expressionless face, his tone was low and powerful, naturally giving off a convincing tone. And his words were equally trustworthy.
The opponent was Lu Tianwen, not anyone else, ranked 39 on the list of powerhouses. In other words, he was someone who was able to stand at the 39th position in the entire Sin domain. What kind of existence was that?
Even if they were all major figures in Purple Cuckoo City, but in front of Lu Tianwen, they were just trash. No one believed that Ghostface Mask was able to fight against such a fearsome man.
We will know in 2 days.
Suyi had recovered from the shock from the previous day, and recovered his indifference. Lu Tianwen suffered greatly, he will not let it rest.
So we will stand guard in the wilderness for the next few days?
Roland Su, who acted as if she never listened to any of their words, suddenly spoke up. It was definitely not something worth celebrating, to stay in the wilderness. There was the rainbow drift, wild beasts etc., all sorts of innumerable dangers, no chance for showers. To a lady, if it was possible, they would never be willing to stay in the wilderness. And from Suya's tone, it was not only for a day.
I don't know. Suya replied honestly, no one knows when Lu Tianwen will recover and come back.
Roland Su's face became extremely ugly, but she did not say a word, for she knew the severity of the matter. Thinking about her own bet, she became happy again. Ghostface Mask would be able to defend against Lu Tianwen. If Ghostface Mask did not die, then this favor towards the Roland family would be worth cities. Now, she was praying for Ghostface Mask to not die. It was a definite that he would be unable to defeat Lu Tianwen. As long as he survived from Lu Tianwen's attacks, he would definitely have the qualifications to be on the list of powerhouses. In the entire Purple Cuckoo City, only Qingjin was able to enter the list of powerhouses. To have a favor with a martial artist on the list of powerhouses was definitely the most successful investment the Roland family would have made after so many years. She could not help but glance at Victor, thinking in her heart that he was somewhat sharp with his eyes, to be able to think for himself at such a crucial moment. Her mood instantly became much better. Victor was smiling bitterly, thinking that the elders in his family were all idiots. If Ghostface Mask was killed by Lu Tianwen, that would be fine, but if he was not killed,
Ghostface Mask's strength has to be re-evaluated. To take up a few days of your time, it would delay the matters that you all have at hand, but always, seeing is believing.
Suyi said. The rest did not say a word, and all became pensive. Qingjin was an extremely ambitious man, causing the other families to be under immense pressure. The Teopiot family was willing to rely on the Qin family, but the rest were not willing to. Under that pressure, everyone had to look for other variables. Victor looked at the young twins by Benson's side, and could not help but smiled. Old Black, your eyes are truly good. Where did you find this pair of beauties? Benson remained expressionless. You better not provoke them, they were just refined from the death trials. But everyone's faces towards the two young ladies immediately changed.
The new generation steel guards? Roland Su could not help but ask.
Everyone was close, and they knew of the death trials. It was the most brutal trial for the Moor steel guards. With their tall statures and fine battle robes, they had delicate oval faces with their hair tied up in a ponytail, their big eyes were very bright, and the two looked so identical that no one could differentiate between the two.
Yes, I brought them along to gain experience.
Benson replied indifferently.
Greetings, seniors.
The two young ladies spoke up at the same time.
I am Xiao Yu. I am Xiao Yi. Please take care of us.
The two of them said in unison. Everyone was dumbstruck. The two dynamic young ladies had melodious voices, no one could ever link them to the Moor steel guards. But very quickly, everyone reacted. The Benson was still the most shrewd. Right, why didn't we think of it? Everyone revealed regretful faces. A battle that involved Lu Tianwen, a martial artist of a different standing, could only be discovered and not sought. To be able to witness his battle, it would definitely bring great benefits. Even if Ghostface Mask won or lost, Benson would gain from it. Even Su Yi revealed a rare look of regret.
To any family, the grooming of the future generations was never enough. I place so much emphasis on the benefits and future of the family, why didn't I think of this? That was everyone's thoughts, all of their moods instantly dampened.
We're here. Suan Zhong, who had kept quiet the entire journey, suddenly spoke up. His face was pale white, but his aura was much better, after experiencing the torment from the bedevilment, although his internal injuries were not light, but it would not hurt him in the long run.
As long as he overcame his bedevilment, his strength would transform once again.
They were where he stood to watch the previous battle. Everyone was shocked. From where they were, Echo Hill Castle was just a small black dot.
This is a bit too far.
Victor muttered. Su and Zhong said sullenly, any closer and they will notice us.
Everyone's faces changed. Is this the strength of the martial artists on the list of powerhouses? Now we just have to wait.
Su Yi laughed, although the Roland family took the first move, but he had even more bargaining chips. With the Null Division prisoners in his hands, he had the qualifications to wager. They all wanted to see if Ghostface Mask was able to survive from Lu Tianwen's hands.
Echo Hill Castle. Is Master Ghostface Mask fine? Xiaoyao asked with worry. He hasn't made any sound in the past few days. We should just do our work well. Mingzhu remained calm, as though she was not affected at all.
Only her tightening of her grip on her sleeves revealed the same worry she had. The master had stayed in his room for 3 full days without appearing. If not for occasionally hearing some shouts from inside, they would have long rushed in to check up on him. Mingzhu was in a daze. The future of the Shui family was completely in Master Ghostface Mask's hands. On the empty and dark training ground, only Tang Tian's figure that had a faint light aura around, would continue training with perspiration dripping down.
Tang Tian seemed to be in a trance, repeating again and again with his hand blade, training the heavy demonic execution.
Perspiration trickled down his forehead and cheeks, his body looked as though he was pulled out from water, hot mist faintly visible under the rays of light. He remained completely focused throughout the 3 days and 3 nights, practicing the heavy demonic execution countless of times. All the life origin essence that he had absorbed were currently being activated, boundless of origin force continued to replenish his strength. Disassembling the parts, joining them up again, practice and practice. The familiar process of training came back to him.
Perspiration will never lie, this would forever be engraved in Tang Tian's mind.
He did not know many principles, but he would never dare forget this. He himself did not know how many times he had trained, it had been a long time since he trained like that. The blowing of wind in the air around disappeared, he stood still, all the droplets of perspiration covered his face, his eyes twinkling like the stars.
Kriawalk, the training door opened. Tang Tian walked out without saying a word.
All of the Null Division members who were training bitterly all stopped, but no one made a sound. Tang Tian's expression was extremely solemn, his entire body emitted an extremely cold fighting intent. He walked through the training grounds and walked out of the castle doors. He sat on the wall cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. He was waiting for Lu Tianwen. The figure sat stably like a statue against the strong winds that passed through the doors, the scene seen by everybody. Every single Null Division members who were perspiring, eyes lit up with excitement, the fighting intent in their bodies ignited silently.
Tang Tian's movements indicated one thing, Master is already ready.
Emily stood up and grabbed his board guillotine blade and rested it on his shoulder. Whoosh, the grey tiny null flame soared along the blade's body, and flowed along the entire blade.
Everyone, get ready for battle. Emily cheered.
One after another, every figure that were drenched with perspiration placed their board guillotine blades on their shoulders, all of their faces were high-spirited and filled with fighting intent.
Move to your battle positions.
Niechio, who sat cross-legged in the corner, suddenly spoke up. On the stone flooring, there were horizontal line markings, all of them were the battle positions meticulously planned out by Niechio.
Every position were derived after surveying the entire place.
Everyone quickly rushed over to their respective positions.
Enter your passive breathing.
Niechio's voice that was usually calm and gentle had become extremely stern and cold.
An expert from the list of powerhouse? I can't wait to test you out.
Emily and everyone else placed down their board guillotine blades and closed their eyes to breathe. All of their breathing was unison, and sounded like a low hum across the entire castle. Mingzhu covered her mouth, her expression was one of shock, she had never seen such a thing before.
A group of people were actually breathing in unison.
In that shock, the group of people in front of her seemed to have become a gigantic ferocious beast, preserving and honing its strength. Their perspiration slowly dried out, their bronze skin became like metal, the 64 figures in the field sat down unmoving, like 64 bronze statues. Niechio, who sat quietly in the shadows, was like an ancient monk, his grey eyes extremely dim. In the mountain valleys, Lu Tianwen gradually opened his eyes. At the moment, there were no more rage and anger in his eyes, only a state of calmness. All the wounds on his body had recovered, but he was not in a rush to fight his way to Echo Hill Castle, but taking his time to hone his senses. This was his usual state, he knew that rushing in would cause more mistakes. He spent a few days nurturing his state of mind, until the last day, where his state of mind had reached its pinnacle. In the previous setback, the majority of it stemmed from him underestimating the enemy, but this time, regardless of anything, he would never underestimate them. In his heart, he had already placed Ghostface Mask Tang Tian in the same rank as him. He stood up, grabbed Thunder Wind Spear, and slowly walked out of the mountain valley. In the sky, he saw the rainbow drift quickly approaching. Let me resolve this battle before the rainbow drift comes.
Lu Tianwen's body flickered with the green wind and thunder, and his figure disappeared into the sky. Lu Tianwen is coming. Su Yi, who had his eyes closed and meditating, suddenly spoke out, instantly causing the rest to be alert. All of them looked out. A green figure flashed out like lightning, whistling towards them. The green scar flashed past, causing the sky to rumble with thunder sounds. From the distance, it sounded like a tide rushing in. The imposing might shocked everyone. Is that Lu Tianwen? Is that the expert on the list of powerhouse? On the wall, Tang Tian opened his eyes. Behind the big door, all the breathing stopped. In the corner, the hair on Niechio's forehead moved despite having no wind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 735, Maniac. Chapter 735, Maniac. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. When Lu Tianwen saw Tang Tian, his eyes immediately flushed red, his power suddenly erupted, as countless of green wind and thunder threads quickly formed around him. The continuous threads of wind and thunder rose and disappeared, they were like a wave that undulated continuously. The low and resounding roar brought a trembling into people's hearts, as well as the air that started trembling. Tang Tian stood up, the origin force in his body surged out, the roaring of the wind and thunder caused his fighting intent to soar. Without anything else, Tang Tian's body flickered, he disappeared. He appeared right in front of Lu Tianwen, his palm maintained a blade posture, and with an imposing power, he slashed down. Blade Devil Transformation. A dazzling spear aura lit up right in front of him and collided ferociously with his hand blade. Bang! A circular shockwave exploded out and swept through everything. The two of them had stored up their power long enough, and the collision was much more intense than the previous time. A sickle-shaped blade shockwave struck the mountaintop, and the peak that spanned over 30 m was instantly cut through like tofu, and started to slowly slide down the mountain. Tang Tian did not use a blade, but unleashed the technique with his hand, but the power released was much stronger than the last time. Lu Tianwen was once again forced backwards. He had numerous thoughts in his mind, one of them in which the other party had noticed the problem with the blade. But, to actually think of using his hand to replace the blade, that was too absurd. No matter how tyrannical a body could it be compared to a treasure? But my spear, it shouldn't be nice to taste it, right? Lu Tianwen sneered in his heart. Lu Tianwen was always so imposing. His spear that contained wind and thunder was much denser, more powerful and tyrannical as compared to the last time. The last time, Tang Tian was only pushed backwards, but this time, Tang Tian was flung over 20 m before stabilizing himself. The dense and rich wind and thunder spear caused Tang Tian's entire arm to be numb. Tang Tian was not surprised, but instead extremely happy. The origin force revolved around his body, causing the numbness in his hand to disappear. The more important thing was that from the collision, he could tell that unleashing the heavy demonic execution with his hand was much more outstanding. His self-confidence grew. Roaring out, Tang Tian shot forward again. Dense vacuum plates formed beneath his feet like a bridge, and like a ghost, he suddenly appeared a distance away. In a split second he appeared before Lu Tianwen, his hand slashing upwards. Executing the heavens. Lu Tianwen was enraged. He had imagined all sorts of reaction his spear, but he never expected that the battle would be exactly the same as the past. He felt ashamed of himself. Ghostface Mask had even unleashed the same order of slashes, exactly the same as the previous round. You have shamed me. I was actually humiliated. Lu Tianwen felt the blood boiling to his head. Without thinking, the spear in his hand trembled, he shot forth again. Buzz! Countless of wind and thunder threads formed light auras that entered his spear tip. Without any flickering of wind and lightning, his spear tip became transparent like a crystal. Wind and thunder crystal strike. There were no wind sounds, but the transparent spear tip gave Tang Tian an unprecedented sense of danger. Without thinking, Tang Tian's hand that had slashed out suddenly turned into a palm that slapped beneath Lu Tianwen's legs. Bang! Ensue. Reprise shockwave suddenly exploded beneath Lu Tianwen's feet. Lu Tianwen never thought that Tang Tian would be able to change his moves at such a time. All of his focus was fixated on his spear tip. He was unable to defend, and only felt a huge burst of power from beneath, causing his eyes to be dazzled. He was unable to react, and his entire being was flung straight up into the sky like a rocket. Seeing Lu Tianwen flying up into the sky, Tang Tian wiped away the cold sweat dripping down. It was a close save. He himself never thought that the problem that had been hindering him for days would occur at such a time. By using his hand to unleash the heavy demonic execution, compared to using a real blade, there was space for an additional variation of movement. For this additional variation, Tang Tian never thought about how he should use it, and only managed to think of something in that urgent situation.
Tang Tian gained a thread of understanding. By leaving this space for variations, it was better than fixing a movement to it. With an additional variation, he had more leeway, more choices, and in such an intense battle, with the additional choice and margin to move, he had an additional shot at victory, for example when he smacked Lu Tianwen up into the sky. He had never seen the wind and thunder crystal spear, but the transparent spear tip made his hair stand.
As expected of someone ranked 39 on the list of powerhouse.
Tang Tian did not give chase, but instead retreated, till he was 10 m away from the stone walls. He was bitterly struggling to hold on, until now. His trembling body suddenly calmed down. He blurted out 2 words, which were clear like jade, and coarse like smoke.
"Bring up your blades."
The breathing that resembled an ancient fearsome beast suddenly stopped. 64 bronze statues suddenly came to life. They opened their eyes at the same time. The broad guillotine blades that were as tall as a full-grown man was raised and carried on their shoulders. They stepped half a step out with their left leg in unison, their bodies lowering down, the broad guillotine blades still on their shoulder, their right palms firmly holding the blade hilt, their bodies bent forward.
Whoosh! Regiments of grey tiny null flames surged onto the blade body, enveloping the entire blade.
Every single one of them raised their heads, and looked at the back standing outside the gates.
Emoli's eyes were blazing. Fundamental Tang, Emoli can finally fight with you, but...
The lupus men were even more excited. They clenched their teeth, the veins on their arms holding onto the blade all protruded out from their arms, their zealotry that burned seemed to be able to burn them to ashes. "We are fighting with our king." The battle occurred so quickly that Mingzhu was unable to hide inside the castle. She watched all the masculine figures quietly. Do they not know who they are facing?
Do they not know that the enemy outside can use one finger to squash them like ants? Why is their fighting intent blazing so much?
The scene before her eyes had completely overturned Mingzhu's knowledge. Even the most elite disciples of the Qin family, if they knew that a ranked martial artist was standing outside their doors, they would never dare to fight him, and would all escape in different directions. That was already considered loyal.
But... this is the null division? Mingzhu was caught in a daze. Lu Tianwen once again felt that he was toyed with, completely toyed with. He did not feel that Tang Tian's last variation was extremely powerful, he only felt that it was done for the sake of doing so. That guy actually used all the same techniques, to try and trick me.
Once and then twice, twice and then thrice, I am completely being played with, I am being humiliated here.
Lu Tianwen exploded with surging anger.
Every single vein and artery of Lu Tianwen exploded in size. He felt as though he was about to go crazy. "You, a mosquito, want to toy and humiliate me.
I will never forgive you. Never. Go and die." Lu Tianwen's hair floated upwards, the surrounding wind and thunder formed a ball. It was the size of a wicker basket. The dazzling green lightning released a terrifying aura.
Lu Tianwen looked to be in a berserk state. He wanted to kill Ghost Face Mask, he wanted to kill them all. He was already not thinking about what technique or what style, he just wanted to kill all of them. One after another, more wind and lightning balls floated with him towards Echo Hill Castle. Su Yi and the rest who were watching from the distance all had terrible expressions on their faces. They knew that Lu Tianwen was strong, but they never thought that the martial artists on the list of powerhouses would be even stronger than what they had imagined. They had seen the wind and thunder before, but to use the wind and thunder to form such balls was a first for them. If the wind and lightning balls were to explode, it could instantly destroy a mountain. And to have 100 of these such balls appearing at the same time, fear was no longer in their bodies, even their last thought to resist had disappeared.
He wants to use that to exterminate a family?
No, the 100 balls was enough to devastate the Purple Cuckoo City into rubble, and less than 100 people can survive from it.
So this is the ability of a martial artist ranked in the list of powerhouses.
All of their faces were pale white.
What a pity.
Su Yi muttered, there was actually fear in his eyes. Everyone knew what Su Yi meant. Ghost Face Mask was determined to die. No one was able to survive under the explosions of the 100-odd wind and lightning balls.
Even Roland Su's face was one of defeat. She knew that she had failed. But surprisingly, she did not feel remorseful. How could one feel remorseful losing to someone like Lu Tianwen?
Shock, her mind only had shock.
All of you must die. Lu Tianwen bellowed while laughing fanatically, and even Su Yi and the rest could hear his fanatical laughter from afar.
His spear revolved, bringing forth an attractive power that enveloped the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the revolving spear became a vortex, and the wicker basket-sized wind and lightning balls all flew towards his spear.
The
balls were absorbed by the spear, and Lu Tianwen's surrounding lit up with a halo of green wind and lightning light.
Zitzi.
The spear was like an insatiable beast, continuously absorbing the balls. The light halo around him became denser and denser, to the point that his figure could not be clearly seen.
Ha, not one of you will escape from this.
Lu Tianwen laughed like a maniac. His mind was no longer in a clear state. he ignored all consequences as he powered up his law surface with everything he had. The power had already surpassed the limit that he could control. He could no longer see Ghost Face Mask anymore. He did not care, they were all ants to him.
Bang bang bang.
Every step he took, the air would tremble, the destructive pressure was like imtatai falling down onto them.
The smile on Tang Tian's face had disappeared.
Behind the gates, all the Null Division members who were ready to attack all had ashen expressions. They clenched their jaws as they withstood the imposing might.
Tang Tian never thought that Lu Tianwen would go crazy and forsake everything.
But at the moment, thinking further was pointless. Tang Tian's eyes flashed with a look of fervent, a sneer coming out on his face.
Ha!
Tang Tian slowly pulled his fist, the god fist that he had never fully unleashed. The vast variation marks frantically swept past his mind, the sky full of flickering lights and passing shadows past his eyes, the origin force in his body quickly being exhausted. Tang Tian stood there, with stars appearing all around him, every star representing one variation mark. The sparkling starlights grew as they flew from all different directions, 10 strands combining to become one. The newly formed light would continue growing, 10s into 1s, 10s into 1s. The lights in the sky got smaller and smaller, thicker and thicker.
An indescribable aura pervaded out.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 736, Come, Fundamental Tang. Chapter 736, Come, Fundamental Tang. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Niechio was the first to sense the strange change. Beneath the violent and city-destroying wind and thunder might, awe-acre but extremely stable aura was slowly growing. The entire space was trembling, but in that space, it was strangely stable, and continuously growing. Niechio was bitterly struggling under the pressure emitted by Lu Tianwen. He was considered a crippled, having his true power depleted, but what remained was extraordinary heightened senses. These senses made him extremely astute, and also made the pressure emitted by others to be multiple folds stronger than what others would feel. His state of mind already had signs of breaking down, but right at that moment, he sensed something strange, causing his mind to tremble.
This is Master's preparation for his counterattack. He was slightly in disbelief and in shock. His senses were extremely sharp, so he knew how terrifying Lu Tianwen's static would be, and even the space that the Master had made would collapse. Counterattack. Niechio could not think of any possible counterattack that could be of use against the enemy's incoming attack. Is Ida's struggle for the impending doom? Everything is useless, there's no meaning anymore. Is this the end?
Niechio was at a loss. He had just shifted from Leo constellation to Ursa Major constellation. He was filled with great ambitions, but unexpectedly, before even building up his achievements, he was going to die. Is this fate?
Ha!
He suddenly raised his head, a sense of emotion burst in his mind.
Bang bang bang!
Lu Tianwen, who was completely layered with a powerful green light, stepped forward imposingly. Every step would cause the ground to shake and the space to tremble.
Everything in sight would tremble incessantly.
Crevices started to form along the mountains. One strong boulder shattered, and all the smashed pieces of rocks all started to float in the air. The plants all died and shriveled, the green all turning into powder. The fanatical laughter caused the trembling air to distort and refract, making the laughter sound like ghost wails on wolves howling. Outside the stone walls, Tang Tian slowly pulled his fist back. The air around him was quickly freezing, as though an invisible freezer was blowing freezing air that expanded quickly.
30 45 m. Dazzling light beams continued surge into Tang Tian's right fist.
The multi-colored light auras were too dazzling, becoming a pure white light, to the point that looking at it would hurt the eyes. It was as though a sun had blossomed in Tang Tian's right fist. The fist was pulled back extremely slowly, at the speed of a turtle crawling.
Despite its slow speed, the speed of the air freezing was extremely fast.
The air froze at a speed which was equal to the speed of the law threads entering Tang Tian's right fist. The two extremes formed a very strong contrast. Chi, blood mist and lines started to appear on Tang Tian's body, but Tang Tian ignored all of them. His fist was not influenced at all, remaining slow and stable.
Tang Tian's pupils had lost its focal length, as though he had become emotionless.
From an outsider's perspective, he looked as though he was under a layer of stars, frantically combusting the origin force in his body, resulting in the power flowing outwards in the form of petals that entered the stars. The light beams that were shooting towards him continued to grow. The origin force flying out of Tang Tian's body grew less and less. The light beam's growth became slower and slower. Tang Tian became muddled. He felt his body becoming empty.
Is it still not possible?
Whispers seemed to float past his mind. He could not distinguish if it was him whispering, or the stars that were whispering. He felt as if his body had lost all strength, and was floating slowly.
Am I at my limit? Am I going to give it up like this? What joke am I saying? I am the godlike young lad.
The fuzziness gradually grew weaker. Suddenly, footsteps sounded out in Tang Tian's ears, shocking him like a sudden thunder. Emoli carried his broad guillotine blade, every muscle of his was stretched tense, his veins protruding out. He was like an enraged bull, blocking the immense pressure.
Lu Tianwen's killing intent enveloped the entire field. While he was already in a berserk state, his killing intent automatically locking onto targets.
If Emoli did not move, he would be fine, but upon moving, the killing intent would immediately be locked onto him. A pressure multiple times more intense than the previous one struck Emoli.
In an instant, Emoli started to perspire in buckets. Ka ka ka.
All of the bones in Emoli's body made sounds, his entire body trembled incessantly, he clenched his jaws as his muscles trembled, his eyes becoming bloodshot.
Fundamental Tang, let us fight side by side.
That was the only thought running through Emoli's mind. It was the simplest of thoughts.
Let us fight side by side.
Emoli's eyes turned round in rage, he grabbed his blade hilt tightly, every muscle in his body was giving their all, he bent his waist and gradually pushed upwards, ignoring the bones that kept on cracking.
Come.
Emoli roared in his mind, his mouth did not make any sound at all. How can I forever stay behind Fundamental Tang's back? The immense pressure caused his entire body to sway, as though he was bearing the weight of a mountain. He fervently used all the power in his body, his legs, his arms, his back, everything that he could use, he pushed it all. All the bones in his body cracked, all the muscles trembled, all of the blood boiling. His left feet gradually lifted off the ground, even raising up an inch required all of his strength. He opened his eyes wide with a distorted expression, he pushed and pushed, pushing every ounce of strength in him.
Come on.
He screamed in his mind, screaming at the top of his imaginary lungs. His cheeks were trembling like a sieve, perspiration trickling down his face. Suddenly, blood seeped out from his skin, and his perspiration was dyed red, trickling down his forehead down to his cheeks to his chin. His distorted face made him look sinister, and adding the blood, it was horrifying. His trembling left feet touched the ground, and all of the weight on his body instantly transmitted down onto the ground. Bang, the rocks beneath him shattered. The pressure on his body instantly increased, blood seeped out from every inch of his body. He looked like a blood man, but Emoli felt an indescribable pleasure. Every inch of his body was burning, and the fervent fighting intent seemed to have devoured him.
Just like that. Just like that.
Emoli's entire body was covered in blood. He suddenly raised his head, his sinister face overflowing with blood made him look like a berserk beast on the counterattack. Howling for its companion, he roared, "Come, Fundamental Tang, but
come, Fundamental Tang."
The thunderous footsteps in the beast-like roar shook Tang Tian's consciousness, like being called awake from dozing off.
Come, Fundamental Tang.
Emoli's struggling and bloodied body appeared in the corner of Tang Tian's consciousness.
Emoli.
Tang Tian was startled, all of the memories from long ago flashed before his eyes like a rolling tape.
Tang Tian, come out and fight me.
Fundamental Tang, I have long seen through you, you can't lie to me.
He is the martial artist that I respect the most, he is the one who has the heart of the strongest martial artist, the resolve to pave his own martial Tao, the one nicknamed Fundamental Tang, Tang Tian, the godlike man. Tang Tian's mouth curved into a shallow smile, feeling a sense of warmth as though it came from the sun. Emoli.
A warm emotion surged from his heart.
It feels good to be with everyone.
It feels good to be trusted by everyone, to have everyone's hopes with me.
It feels good to fight with everyone. So, regardless of anything, you have no reason to give up, you have no reason to retreat, no reason to cower in fear, they are everything that you cherish, everything you want to protect, everything you want to be with. Come, Fundamental Tang. Rush forward, that's what you like to do best. Even if you are afraid to die, you should die at the front.
Tang Tian did not have any grief in his mind, but instead felt strangely warm. That was his conviction, his determination, and he had never seen it so clearly before. To die fighting in hopes to protect my companions that I cherish, that is something to be happy about.
For some reason, the heavy demonic execution, sacrificial execution, swept past his mind.
That name that was hard to understand, suddenly became as clear as day, that indescribable enlightenment, moistened Tang Tian's shirt.
So this is what sacrificial execution is, .
There is no bitterness, no ruthlessness, no struggle, only determination, conviction, and happiness. His originally dried-up body started to bubble up with strands of power. Following the variations of the sacrificial execution, they flowed inside Tang Tian's body. Beneath the sky full of stars, a gigantic demonic figure appeared behind Tang Tian. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, releasing a faint gold light. Golden light rays slowly shot out into the sky full of stars. The light beams that stopped growing started to grow quickly again. 100 million variations into a million variations into 100,000, 100,000 variations into 1,000, 1,000 into 100, 100 into tens. The last 10 light beams were all 30 m thick, shooting down from the sky. Their growth became slower, while the demonic figure at his back dimmed down.
Tian knew he had reached the maximum.
The final change occurred, the 10 light beams merged into one, it dropped down and transformed into a gigantic tree of light, which comprised of all the variations in the fist technique system. Although the demonic figure behind him was no longer releasing any gold light, but its existence was able to allow him to control the tree of light. Tian opened his eyes, his vision was dyed red, blood mist surrounded him, causing the entire frozen space around him to be dyed like a bloodied glass, which brought forth an impeccable beauty. The light aura in his right fist looked like a red lamp that had lampshade on. One side of the sky, which was blood red, and the other green, collided perfectly.
Come, fundamental Tang. Tian shouted at himself in his mind, and punched out. The light ball that looked like the sun shot out a dazzling light beam straight into Tian, who resembled a fiend god in the sky. Sensing the danger, Tian regained a bit of clarity, he roared and thrusted his spear out. Bang! The dazzling light aura brightened up the entire area into a blank white.
The snow-white light aura shot through the gates, causing Nietio to be covered in light, his body trembled and he spat out blood. The moment his blood flew out, he roared with all his might, "Kill!" Emily felt his body becoming lighter. He then heard Nietio shout, immediately, all of his fighting intent surged, he swung his broad guillotine blade and rushed out. "Kill!" The men behind all roared out in unison and sprinted forward. Every step they took was like a deep and heavy bass drum, the unity in their steps caused the Shui family members to be greatly shaken. The bloodied big-sized man, along with 63 other bronze masculine men, roared at the top of their lungs, with fury in their eyes, they tensed their muscles, like 64 wild beasts, they rushed towards the big gates. Upon stepping out, they jumped on the stone walls, and figure after figure shot up into the sky. In the dazzling light, the 64 bronze figures swung their broad guillotine blades up high. With no turning back, they gave it their all and slashed with all their might. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 737, Victory. Chapter 737, Victory. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
When the light aura blossomed out from the spear tip, Tian's vision turned blank, but he became clear-headed again. He was shocked to realize that the trembling in the surrounding air had disappeared, the intense wind and thunder had disappeared, the power he had projected into his law surface had actually disappeared without a trace. He started perspiring cold sweat. Before he could react, a powerful wind pounced towards him inside the white light. Almost subconsciously, Tian brought his Thunder Wind spear to his chest.
Clang!
A powerful blade slashed onto the Thunder Wind spear. The surprising force caused Tian's palm to turn hot and almost lost control of his spear, as though it wanted to fly out. Why does Ghostface Mask still have strength? This technique was the one he used before.
Impossible.
Tian was shocked. He still did not understand how Tian's technique had broke through his technique. All of the power in his law surface had shot back into his body. Unless the opponent had enlightened on a law domain, there was no way it could break through his technique.
Clang, clang, clang.
The sound of consecutive strikes came out, along with the powerful wind, striking onto his spear, causing him to tremble like a sieve.
What the hell is going on?
The blood on his face slowly retreated away, causing him to become pale white. In normal circumstances, he would never ever put such a slash in his eyes. But at the moment, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. With the consecutive slashes, he no longer had time to take a breath, and his arms were numb. He held in one breath in his chest, but he never had the chance to exhale and inhale again.
Clang, 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 clang.
His arm was extremely numb, but he did not dare make any reckless moves. He continued to hold onto the same breath. If he were to make a careless mistake, he would waste this single breath, and that would be when he and NB die. His face was distorted, his entire body trembling, but he held on. He no longer remembered how many slashes he had taken. Emily was the first to slash out, and by borrowing the recoil of the spear, he once again landed at the big gates. Seeing that his brothers were all rushing towards Tian, he smiled, his bloodied face revealing his pure white teeth. He retreated back towards the big gates. Every step he took would leave behind a bloodied footprint. He retreated back to his original position. There were times that we have to be pushed back to our starting point, and only then would we be able to see thoughts from then. With the broad guillotine blade by his side, the warm viscous blood flowed along the blade and dropped on the ground. Despite being bloodied all over, the pair of eyes never shed any tear or anger, only a look of determination and seriousness. He dragged the bored guillotine blade and started sprinting towards the stone castle's gates. Towards the sky outside, towards the light of the battle, towards his dreams and conviction, he ran with all of his might. The wind whistled past his ear, the blood stench all over him, the wounds all over him burned. Every step he took was his scream to the world. I have never given up, come on, Emily. Passing through the big gates, he ran towards the light, stepping up the stone walls. He used all of his might and threw himself out.
Come on, Emoli.
Seeing Lu Tianwen in front of him who kept on becoming larger, Emoli screamed in his heart, all of his muscles tensed up, pulling the blood-stained broad guillotine blade from bottom up, he suddenly slashed out.
Executing the heavens.
Lu Tianwen, who was struggling bitterly, had vision extremely blurry, when a blood-red figure suddenly rushed towards him like a wild bull. The spear in his hands no longer had any slashes towards him. Lu Tianwen's eyes was filled with fear, a blood-red line cut along dead center of his body, splitting him in half. Chiu blood spurted all over, and the fear in Lu Tianwen's eyes grew denser.
No.
Emoli did not hold back when he flew straight towards Lu Tianwen, exhausting every last bit of strength in him. He struck the mountain behind, and rolled into the distance like a boulder, all the way until he was stopped by a real boulder before truly stopping. He laid on the ground, and could not even lift his finger. He stared blankly at the sky, his face a blank and filled with disbelief.
I did it, did I do it?
Tang Tian, who was floating in the air, finally calmed down, his eyes went black, and he dropped. A sword concept flew into the sky, and in the next moment, a figure that emitted the aura of an ice mountain appeared, and grabbed onto Tang Tian. It was Han Bingning, who had just came out from closed-door training. Han Bingning was currently as sharp as a cold sword, her entire being emitted an extremely sharp and cold aura, completely different from her reserved past. After sustaining injuries, she kept herself in closed-door training, while everyone was fighting with their lives at stake. Her heart brimmed with unhappiness and regret, as she was unable to fight alongside everyone else, and could not come out earlier and stop her progress. Sigh, her figure flashed, and immediately appeared beside Emoli, and picked him up as well. Although it was just a slash, but all the Null Division members had completely exhausted their physical strength, they sat down on the floor and gasped for breath. Mingzhu was stunned. It was not only her, the entire Echo Hill Castle was in a strange state of silence. After a long time, cheers shook the entire sky.
They won.
The group of people who were spectating the battle, after hearing the cheers from Echo Hill Castle, were filled with shock and disbelief.
They actually killed Lu Tianwen?
Victor's words sounded like nonsense. The rest were nowhere better.
Impossible, Lu Tianwen's technique, how can they break? Su Yez currently looked like a maniac.
Out of all of them, he was the strongest, and thus was impacted the most. Su Ye's mumbles were buried deep in everyone's minds.
Lu Tianwen's last technique was another great technique, something they had never seen before. How could it be broken? Roland Su was stunned. The entire fight seemed like a dream.
65 Null Division prisoners was definitely not a small number, and this bet, to the Roland family, would never come again. If she had not taken the position of the patriarch for a very long time and had powerful authority, she would never have had the authority to make such a decision. Lu Tianwen's fanatical display made her believe that her position had been usurped from her wrong decision. Even she did not believe that Ghostface Mask could hold on. She knew that she had lost. But no one had thought that. It was totally the opposite. Not only was Ghostface Mask not killed by Lu Tianwen, but he even killed Lu Tianwen. Roland Su, who initially thought that she had gambled everything she had away, was suddenly struck by a rainbow when she realized the reality, and in that time, she just felt as if she was in a dream. Benson was the first to recover from his shock. He did not hope to achieve anything, but for the sake of the two young ladies to see and witness a powerful battle, but who knew that he was able to witness such a heaven-defying battle? The twins were void of blood, as their faces as white as paper, their expressions stuck. Benson suddenly spoke out, "Xiao Yu, Xiao Yi." The two ladies stared at Benson in a daze. "The two of you no longer need to return to the residence," Benson said gravely. "Miss Han has suffered a lot in the Moore family. Young Miss is always feeling ashamed and uneasy. The two of you will go to Echo Hill Castle now, and follow Miss Han from now on, and assist her. Service Miss Han, like you have serviced the young Miss." The two young ladies could not understand Benson's instructions at all, but as they had been groomed by him since young, they listened and executed his orders through and through. Benson did not explain, and said, "Go. Their great battle have ended. They are lacking in manpower. The earlier you go, the more you can help." The two young ladies owned in puzzlement, and turned to fly towards Echo Hill Castle. The rest then recovered from their shock. They never expected for Benson to snatch the first move again, and were all scolding him in their hearts. The black face looked like a fool, but was sharper than the most intelligent person. He brought his future generation out to see the world, and then gifted the steel guards over to Han Bingning. The moves he made were all ingenious. Although Lu Tianwen's defeat was due to a gang-up of Ghostface Mask and his subordinates, but Ghostface Mask's strength was just slightly weaker than Lu Tianwen. Furthermore, the Null Division prisoners' display of battle power had shocked everyone. If Ghostface Mask could assemble the entire Null Division, he would definitely sweep the entire Sin domain and be invincible. At this time, everyone knew that Ghostface Mask was the biggest and fattest backer they could go for, and those who did not jump onto him were pure dumb. Ben Sen's move to gift the two young ladies to Han Bingning was an ingenious move, as Han Bingning had been in a bod position in the Moore family. In truth, no one knew of the relationship between Han Bingning and Ghostface Mask, and if Han Bingning were to be enraged by the two young ladies, it would not be good.
Gifting them to her could be considered a misfortune as well.
Furthermore, Han Bingning was definitely an important figure in Ghostface Mask's Null Division, and even if they were unable to obtain the favor of Ghostface Mask, obtaining the favor from Han Bingning was good as well. It could be said that Ben Sen's play was done perfectly, causing the others to be furious and jealous. Roland Su was the most calm, she had shown her position the earliest, and faced the greatest risk and danger, and was not like the rest to bet after the event. She looked at Victor's bitter face. Su Yi had no worries as well, as long as gift the Null Division prisoners in his hands, naturally that would be a favor as well. The T-Opiate family is truly stupid. She sighed in her mind. She knew of the reason why Victor sought her, as he already had thought well in his own plans. He hoped that Ghostface Mask would be able to see his advice towards Roland Su and his heartfelt actions so that the T-Opiate family would not be in too bad a situation. She secretly promised herself, if she was able to help Victor at that time, she would. Su Yi suddenly laughed. I am truly curious, when this news reached the ears of the Liu family, and reached Qin Jinseers, how would they look?
They will definitely think that it is fake. Benson, who was feeling glad, joked, something that was rare. Victor suddenly said, say, what if we were to suddenly ambush the Qin family now?
Everyone had just calmed down, but were shocked by Victor's suggestion. Victor's eyes flashed with a look of ferocity. Once we choose to side with Ghostface Mask, we will be going against Qinjin.
Do you think that Qinjin will let us go?
So why not just break of all ties, take the opportunity that Qinjin is not here, and rescue all the Null Division prisoners out from the Qin family?
With the additional Null Division members, Ghostface Mask will be even stronger, our deeds will be even bigger, and even if Qinjin comes back, so what? Seeing everyone's hesitations, Victor's face flushed red, and spoke excitedly, don't tell me you guys still wish Tohavi some sort of leeway? Will Qinjin give that to us? Never.
If he knows that you guys gave the prisoners to Ghostface Mask, and knows that you, Benson, gave your steel guards to Han Bingning, he will definitely not let you off. We will not stand a chance against the powerful martial artists on the list of powerhouses. Only Ghostface Mask can handle Qinjin.
Benson stood up, count me in. Roland Su stood up as well, count me in as well. Su Yi revealed a bitter laugh, this time, we are all boarding the pirate ship.
Everyone looked at each other, and laughed out loud. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 738, The Meeting of the Saimas. Chapter 738, The Meeting of the Saimas. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Tang Tian had no time to bask in the joy of victory, he had many thoughts that required sorting out. Enlightening Anthi sacrificial execution at the last crucial moment caused the demon figure to form, allowing the might of his fist to increase.
Tang Tian always had sharp intuition with regards to battle-related things.
He had the faint feeling that the demon figure formed from the heavy demonic execution was much more valuable than the heavy demonic execution itself.
And he needed time to comprehend everything in silence.
It was not only him, everyone in the Null Division had benefited from the battle. The blood in Amo Lee's body had seeped out from his skin, showing how much load he had to bear. His body was already extremely tyrannical and strong, and the load was like the most intensive flames that ferociously refined the blood and the muscles in his body. His tiny null flames had completely transformed into null flames, and he ignited his primordial fire origin. What was even more worth celebrating was that his state of mind had a breakthrough. The aura he gave off was even more stable and heavy. The initial reckless vibe he gave off actually became reserved. Because of this breakthrough, he actually had a miraculous achievement in the third slash of the heavy demonic execution, Devil Eye Execution. And the other person who had the greatest benefits was Nie Chio. His senses were far stronger than everyone else, and under the immense pressure of Lu Tianwen, he actually projected his senses out like a spider web across the entire field, completely observing everything. When he roared out at the last moment decisively, it caused internal injuries, but also caused his state of mind to metamorphose. What no one could ever expect was that the law he had gained enlightenment one was an extremely unique law, yin-yang formation. This unique law did not require him to use any power of the physique, but it could not form a law exposure, and was unable to give him power. Upon enlightenment, it was instantly a law surface, and was like an invisible net that floated around Nie Chio's body. Nie Chio's initially heightened senses and astuteness became even more terrifying. Most importantly, Nie Chio saw hope in his path towards war formations, and to a military general, nothing could make him even more excited. Han Bingning needed time to retract the sword concept she had unleashed, the current her was, Alto. She was showing off her ability, but she was still far from perfectly controlling it. And as for the other members of the null divisions, all of them gained different degrees of tempering. None of them had retreated, but they had struck out into the light aura with everything they had. Not fearing death even in that moment, it caused them to improve greatly. The old null division was just an experimental group. They had never experienced real wars or battles. Experienced soldiers and new recruits would always have very obvious differences. Furthermore, after going through such an intense, terrifying and difficult life and death battle, all of them went through heaven-shocking transformations. The after-battle period was extremely crucial for them. As long as they could digest everything well, their overall strength would take a qualitative leap. So the first thing that Tang Tian did when he woke up was to order the entire Echo Hill Castle to be closed. Pitiful Ping Xiaoshan began his large-scale special training. This time, it was truly a large-scale special training. Other than Tang Tian, every single null division member were all crying piteously for food. All of them knew that time was precious, and thus no one wasted a second. A human's life is the same as going through a battle. While fighting, one would be fighting for himself, fighting against the enemy, and fighting against oneself. Maybe one will never truly win against oneself, but if one never go through any battles, he would have no qualifications to even call himself a failure. Because only people who have truly lost in a battle are called a failure. They were an entire group of fighting zealots. Bright Light City. I never thought that we would meet under such circumstances. Sima Xiao was filled with emotions, and revealed a pensive look. If I remember right, you are called Sima Xiangshan, but... The two of them were of vastly different positions. If not for Sima Xiangshan having the same last name as him, Hugh will never take note of such a minor figure. Sima Xiao laughed. How am I the Scorpio King now? We are all just lowly prisoners. I am curious, how did you obtain the trust of the Mo family? Nothing much. Sima Xiangshan said coldly and eerily. A wise man submits to his circumstances. Sima Xiao laughed. Don't try and probe me. I know of you. You, I'm Oli, Han Bingming and Liang Qiu, all of you were together with Tang Tian in Star Wind City. Others might betray Tang Tian, but you guys will never do it. How could the person who became Scorpio King be any ordinary person? He had obtained all the information on Sima Xiangshan quickly. Sima Xiangshan squinted his eyes, his mind trembling slightly. He had never thought that Sima Xiao would know everything about a minor figure like him, but he remained unfazed. This is not a betrayal. Who knows if he is already dead? I can't follow him into the grave. Sima Xiao chuckled. You think that Tang Tian will die? Who won't die? Sima Xiangshan declined to speak further. No one knows. For you to do this, aren't you afraid of being too anxious? Sima Xiao spoke with a bit of mockery, and asked suddenly, what rumors have you heard? Sima Xiangshan's heart was shocked, but he was extremely shrewd, and smiled insincerely. Did Scorpio King obtain any rumors? Sima Xiao could not help but once again re-evaluate the crafty man standing in front of him. To be able to talk sovereignly with assurance in front of him and not reveal anything, even though he was not known, but he was not one to be underestimated. I never thought that Tang Tian would have such a subordinate. They all have their own respective strengths. Sima Xiao knew that he would never be a part of Ursa Major constellation, and wanting to obtain their trust was extremely difficult, and the more he beat about the bush with the other party, the harder it would be for the other party to trust him. He decided to talk bluntly. I am the Scorpio King, and am not planning to stay on this sideline. I believe that we both agree to this point. I don't believe that I alone can break out of this Sin domain, and without Tang Tian, none of us will be able to leave. And now that I have lost my strength, how am I a threat to you guys? The danger about you has never been about your martial abilities. Sima Xiangshan laughed sinisterly. Sima Xiangshan knew of the difference between them, the plans and trickeries implemented. Sima Xiao was able to shoot Toth position of Scorpio King with the help of the clan union power. Sima Xiao laughed. He knew that his words was of some use. Crazy Tang is not dead. Sima Xiangshan suddenly said. Sima Zhao's attention was roused. That is for sure. I have never thought that he would die so easily here. But where is he now? Sima Xiangshan looked at him. This, I cannot say. Sima Xiao did not get angry, but continued to pursue. What are your plans? Save ourselves. Sima Xiangshan waved his hand at Sima Xiao and said sneakily, we are all crude people, and none of us are good at tricks. I never expected to meet you, who is an expert at this, so help us plot something. Sima Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had not met anyone for a long time who would dare use such a frivolous tone to talk to him. But he was a realistic man. He knew that squabbling over all the petty things and not think of the big picture was not a finite way to die. As an ambitious and ruthless man, he knew how to judge the hours and gauge the situation extremely well, and was always more outstanding than others. He knew it was time for him to perform. If he did not show his usefulness, he would not be valuable at all, and he suspected that Sima Xiangshan might kill him. During the period of being imprisoned, he had obtained the trust of the Li family, and was rather familiar with the situation in Bright Light City. As to how to take advantage of a crisis and obtaining personal gain, it was something did routinely and was an expert. If it was only him, it would be difficult to achieve much, but matching with Sima Xiangshan, the situation could be said to be different. The Li family who was supporting him, along with the Mo family who was supporting Sima Xiangshan, were the number 1 and number 2 families of Bright Light City. Since you want to play, we should play it big. Sima Xiao revealed a smile. His smile was extremely harmless, and hesitated to reveal his plans.
The more Sima Xiangshan listened, the more surprised he was. This man is truly crafty.
He had to admit, it was an ingenious plan, there were no flaws in it at all. Sima Xiao had used the borrowed strength to defeat others, driving a wedge between ties, and had used his tools to their maximum.
Sima Xiangshan believed that as long as the plan was implemented, the entire Bright Light City would plunge into chaos. No one would have ever thought that the hands in the shadows would actually be the two of them. At that time, Sima Xiangshan squinted his eyes. Bright Light City has 700 null division members. He licked his lips. Qingjin sent off his guests with a face of smile. He had a huge stature, a skinny face and a sharp gaze, although he was smiling, but it would still make others tremble. After he returned, the smile on his face disappeared. All the servants and maids around did not dare to make a sound. Qin Zijin was dead, the entire archer unit was destroyed, Wei Han and Mu Zhe was dead, the Shui family had chosen to rely on Ghostface Mask and escaped to Echo Hill Castle. These consecutive news had plunged his face into darkness. Ghostface Mask's strength far exceeded his expectations.
The Qin family had suffered greatly. If he did not know that the Lu family had already sent Lu Tianwen, Qin Zhen himself would already have returned back to Purple Cuckoo City. He calmed down, knowing Lu Tianwen had made his move, and focused on forming relationships and engaging with others. The Lu family did not seem to care about him purchasing the Null Division prisoners from them. If not, Hu would never have had the chance.
He knew that the Lu family's focus was on the Shui family, and knew that they saw something in the Shui family, but after so many years, he had never found the secret of the Su family, and thus decided to sell them off. This price ain't bad, to still be able to attract the attention of the Lu family. He had to grasp the time. The moment the Lu family reconsidered, he himself would not be able to obtain the Null Division prisoners from the other families, and that was the reason for him not returning to the Qin family. But, the other families were no fools either. All of them were clearly aware of the Null Division prisoners' value, and before he made a reasonable offer, no one would sell them. That made all the negotiations extremely difficult, but Qingjin still made quite a harvest. He had negotiated with 3 families, although the price he had to pay would hollow out the Qin family's properties, but to Qingjin, it was all worth it. Many people were secretly mocking him, and think that his fervent purchase of Null Division members was useless, as he would not be able to absorb them. All the Null Division members were known for being untamable and rampant, and other than the extreme minority that chose to defect themselves, no one else were able to subdue them. Everyone thought that the Qin family did not have the ability to absorb the Null Division members, and would only explode in his own face. Thinking about that, Qingjin's face revealed a sneer. No one knew that he had a unique method to allow the prisoners to listen to him obediently, and he was not worried about them being rampant. He had not touched any one of the prisoners yet, because he wanted to give off a false impression that he was a gambler and did not care about the consequences. Only from that will others think that Hu was crazy, and sell the prisoners to him. Right at that moment, an outburst came from the outside.
Zhong Zhangyan Mei, who was bruised and tattered and torn, barged in. Master, the 4 families have formed an alliance and ambushed us. Before he could even finish speaking, his pale face fell flat on the floor, and ceased to breathe anymore. Clang, Qingjin's face was blank white as he dropped the teacup in his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 739, The Dark Blue Spot. Chapter 739, The Dark Blue Spot. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The Qin family was ambushed?
Lu Shangxiang's face revealed a look of ridicule. He had seen how Qingjin had been running up and down for the past few days. He could immediately tell that Qingjin was an ambitious man. Although he did not stop it, but he was affected by it. The connotation of the Qin family could not be compared to the Lu family, and the Lu family would never be so brash. They thought that Qingjin was overestimating himself. Lu Shangxiang looked nothing special, resembling an old farmer. Even the clothes on him were extremely simple. The Lu family became an extremely simple family ever since he took on the position as the patriarch, and only Lu Tianwen continued living lavishly in the entire family, which was something that Lu Shangxiang was helpless about it. That's right, it is said that the other 4 families of Purple Cuckoo City have joined forces, and suddenly launched an ambush on the Qin family, completely destroying the Qin family. The butler reported respectfully, Zhong Zhangyan Mei was able to escape, but he suffered from serious injuries, and was only able to speak a sentence when he saw Qingjin before dying.
Qingjin has become the sole survivor.
Lu Shengxiang's words had a thread of joy despite the calamity.
Yes. The butler smiled. Any news on Lu Tian?
Lu Shengxiang casually asked.
Not yet. The butler continued to smile. Humph, who knows where he ran off to? Lu Shengxian said unhappily, not even doing his work right. The butler did not speak this time, it was not something he could speak on.
Lu Shengxiang had always adored his young brother since young. He was different from the old-fashioned Lu Shengxian. Lu Tianwen had always been unbridled and wild since young. His behavior was always absurd, going into fights before even completing sentences, which caused a lot of trouble.
But although he was very rebellious, Lu Tianwen's talent was extremely high.
Lu Shengxiang did not say it just once, but if not for Lu Tianwen's late awakening, he would not only stop at rank 39 on the list of powerhouses. But even so, it was sufficient enough for the Lu family to show disdain towards the others, as they had two powerful martial artists on the list of powerhouses. Lu Shengxiang never worried about Lu Tianwen's safety, and was also not worried about being unable to obtain the Shui family. Although Lu Tianwen was overly excessive with his desire to fight and kill, but in any place, the number of people able to kill him could be counted with one's fingers, and furthermore, he had the protection of the Lu family.
Purple Cuckoo City's families might dare to ambush the Qin family, but would they dare do anything to the Lu family?
This was the so-called difference in connotation, and why Lu Shengxiang did not place Qin Jin in his eyes. He felt that Qin Jin's ambitions far surpassed his own strength. Lu Shengxiang shook his head, and then threw the matter to the back of his mind. Inside Echo Hill Castle, there was no celebration for the victory, every single person was strained and busy. After killing Lu Tianwen, the sense of victory was still far away, with Qin Jin and Lu Shengxiang, another two powerful martial artists on the list of powerhouses, bringing a heavy pressure on every single person. In truth, killing Lu Tianwen had considerable luck and things that could not be replicated. If they were to redo items again, their chances of failing was far higher than the chance of winning. At the moment, it was as though everyone were stimulated by some drug, all of them training fervently. The battle had allowed them to experience the cruelty of wars, and also showed them hope, even if they were not as strong as Lu Tianwen, but their attacks were still able to be of substantial effect and they were not ants. Everyone could clearly feel themselves improving, which made them even more excited. In the training grounds, every member of the Null Division was seated cross-legged, their bodies emitting the tiny null flames. Seated right in the center was Nie Chou. Inside his void vision, there were thin gray lines and many bright spots.
The gray lines represented Yin, while the bright spots represented Yang.
The closer it was to him, the more stable and congealed the bright spots and gray lines became. On the closest light spots, there would be a Null Division member seated. He was carefully experiencing the undulations brought by the gray lines. They were the undulations of laws, and Nie Chou realized that the gray lines were extremely sensitive to the law undulations. As for the Null Division members, as they had the tiny null flames, they quickly grasped onto the law threads. As a military general from Heaven's Road, Nie Chou's control aura was extremely outstanding. Although he was blind, he was extremely sensitive towards the undulation of energy, and this caused his control aura to be extremely meticulous.
The undulations of the gray lines immediately made him think about control aura.
He started to test it. As for the Null Division members, they were all going through law refinement on their bodies. As long as they had sufficient power of the physiques, they could learn the second slash of the heavy demonic execution. After experiencing the might of the first slash, everyone was eagerly looking forward towards the second slash. Matching with Nie Chou did not affect their training, and naturally they allowed him to move around them. Emoli, who had ignited his primordial fire origin, meant that he was at a higher level, but there were problems too. He needed to once again become comfortable with his own body. The use of origin force had a great difference as compared to using the power of the physique.
Furthermore, he needed to absorb a specific amount of life origin essence daily. It was easy to absorb them, but digesting them was not easy, in which he had to continuously slash and wave the broad guillotine blade and continued to practice the heavy demonic execution. Other than that, he needed to practice utilizing the vacuum plates. Created by Tang Tian, it did not require the use of laws or energy, and only required a strong enough physical force. By learning the vacuum plates, they would be able to soar into the sky, which was extremely important to them, as it would increase their mobility and agility. It was not only Emoli that was required to learn it, all of the Null Division members had to learn it as well. Heavy demonic execution and vacuum plates were in essence extremely compatible. Han Bingning sat cross-legged quietly in a room, which was extremely cold. The ground and the surrounding walls were covered with layers of frost. All around Han Bingning, there were rays of sword concepts that formed a cyclone that revolved around her. Sword Tempest Cyclone.
When her sword concept was released, it was difficult to control, and she just used her sword concept to temper her body.
Many pieces of transparent sword aura glistened with cold intense that vibrated in the room.
Gradually, the sword auras all started to shatter. The large pieces of sword auras became many small pieces of sword auras, and then became the size of fingernails. They continued to shatter, until they were fine as granules. The dense ice granules gathered around Han Bingning, and slowly spiraled. The bone-chilling cold intent and the biting cold sword concept were like countless tiny blades flying around. Han Bingning bore the pain without making a sound. The entire process of tempering the body was always painful. Not only did she not stop, but continued to release the sword concept, shattering them and adding them into the ice granules. The ice granules became thicker and thicker, the intensity of the pain rose, it was like torture. Han Bingning did not make any sound, her entire body trembled non-stop like a sieve, but she kept her lips closed, and did not make a sound. After the battle with Lu Tianwen, she had been recuperating in closed-door training, and she did not rush out, causing her to feel regret. But she also knew that her strength was insufficient, and if she were to join the battle, she would only be a burden. When she thought that the one to kill Lu Tianwen was actually Imoli, she was unreconciled to it. Only by becoming stronger can I fight alongside Tang Tian? She wanted to ignite her primordial fire origin. The biting cold and fine sword concept slowly and steadily grinded her flesh and her willpower. She was fearless. For Tang Tian, who had always been progressing differently from others, he encountered problems. It was reasonable to say that he had gained a lot from the battle. Although the Godfist was not complete, but its distance to completion was no longer far. More importantly, he had gained enlightenment on the demon figure from the sacrificial execution. If not for the enlightenment of the demon figure, Tang Tian's punch would not have been able to progress. The demon figure was without a doubt extremely powerful, and Tang Tian guessed that the last slash of the heavy demonic execution, demonic desolate execution, should be related to the demon figure. After the experience from the last time, Tang Tian quickly grasped how to congeal the demon figure, but the congealed demon figure was actually extremely thin and faint, and then shattered. Tang Tian thought that he had missed something, and after thinking for a short moment, he tried it again. The demon figure appeared again, but very quickly, it shattered as well. Tang Tian, who did not believe in external influences, quickly tried again and again, but every time, the demon figure would shatter. Tang Tian felt that he had done something wrong, so he calmed down and tested it a few more times, and finally found the reason. The reason for the shattering of the demon figure was actually a dark blue spot in his heart. He then thought about it. It was Qin Zizhen's arrow when he was rushing out of the city gates. The dark blue law imprint was able to enter his body through his fist. Because it had not impeded him before, other than having an additional dark blue imprint on him, it did not affect him otherwise, so Tang Tian did not care. Until now. The might of the demon figure was extremely formidable, but for it to get affected, it made Tang Tian see the dark blue law imprint as something that could not be underestimated. The demon figure was a crucial technique to increase Tang Tian's fighting capabilities, and Tang Tian was unable to tolerate having such a terrifying danger concealed in him. What is this dark blue law imprint? Tang Tian was curious. To be able to disrupt the laws of the demon figure, it was definitely not something weak. Tang Tian congealed the demon figure again, but this time, he placed his attention on the dark blue spot, to see that it would release a strange blue light and cause the demon figure to shatter. But why didn't it shatter my demon figure that time? Tang Tian thought about that question but did not have any answers, and decided to use the simplest method to test it out. He pulled his origin force and attacked the blue imprint. At the start, there were no changes to the spot, as thought it was harmless as usual. But when Tang Tian continued to pour in a lot of origin force, the spot started to change. It lit up with a faint blue light, causing his heart to have a blue light spot. It was extremely bizarre. Tang Tian did not want to leave it to luck. It was absolutely dangerous, and if he did not remove it, it would strike him at any moment. He took a deep breath, and started to instigate all of his origin force towards the blue spot. The blue spot became brighter and brighter, causing Tang Tian to suddenly groan, his face instantly pale white. Tang Tian felt a thread of dangerous aura that shot from the blue spot into his heart, causing him to be inflicted with a heavy internal strike, causing the origin force in his body to become chaotic. The duration lasted for over 10 minutes before Tang Tian recovered. His eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Even if he had to cut out the piece of blue spot from his heart, he needed to get rid of it. He started to recuperate to allow him to once again reach his peak state. After 2 hours, he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He activated all of his origin force, but did not attack the spot first, and instead allowed it to gain momentum as it swirled in his body. The origin force churned and churned, accumulating more and more, until he was controlling over 80% of all the origin force together. Now, the surging origin force gushed in like a raging tide and struck the spot. Bang! The dazzling blue light seemed to be forced out of his body, causing Tang Tian's mind to tremble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 740, The Sound Mist and Blue Flame.
Chapter 740, The Sound Mist and Blue Flame. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
A thread that was like a gentle whisper quietly sounded out from the dazzling blue light, causing Tang Tian's expression to become distracted. But he quickly reacted. He was overwhelmed with shock. He realized that he could not control his body. The vivacious blood in his body was quickly boiling, and was throbbing at a strange rhythm.
The blue light shot out from Tang Tian's body, revealing his veins, arteries, muscles, bones, which had become translucent.
The singing whisper was faintly discernible, and the world around Tang Tian started to sway with the song.
Tang Tian forced himself to be composed. The dazzling blue light in his body made him unable to see anything.
He closed his eyes and calmed himself down. The singing stopped, but would come back again, and at that moment, Tang Tian's nose tip dripped with perspiration. The song was extremely strange, as though it could affect his state of mind. No matter how Tang Tian remained cautious, he would become affected. Tang Tian was furious. He simply ignored the song, which gradually got louder. From a whisper to being loud and clear, Tang Tian's world was revolving, distorting in weird contortions.
Tang Tian was like a quiet and trained hunter, ignoring everything around him. After going through the most difficult part, Tang Tian finally sensed a law thread. This law was extremely faint and hidden in the blue light in the song. If not for Tang Tian treating it as his greatest enemy and focusing on it, he would have never sensed it. Law.
Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief, seeing that it was something related to law. He could do something about it.
Tang Tian stood up and postured his punching stance, his face extremely gloomy.
He slowly started to pull his punch, causing countless of law threads to converge at his fist. But what he did not expect was that the thread of law hidden in the blue light was not influenced at all. Tang Tian's heart dropped. His godfist was able to attract all the surrounding law threads, but was NBSP unable to attract this particular law thread.
What law is that? Tang Tian suddenly remembered. When he was fighting against Lu Tian, the demon figure that helped improve the godfist did not shatter. Could it be?
Tang Tian thought about something. Not only did he not stop the fist, he started to fervently activate the origin force in his body. The light aura converging on Tang Tian's right fist became more brilliant and dazzling. The surging origin force continued to deplete, until all of his origin force was completely exhausted.
But Tang Tian continued to pull his punch. Bang! Tang Tian's heart shook. The gigantic demon figure appeared behind him.
This time, the demon figure was much more congealed than before, with 3 heads and 6 arms. Other than its face being blurred, all 6 of its arms were extremely clear.
Tang Tian finally saw the law thread clearly.
It was a bizarre blue flame that quietly burned in Tang Tian's body. Inside the transparent blue flame, there was often mist that would gather in separate, and that was where the humming came from. But at the moment, it was extremely quiet, and facing the demon figure, it kept on trembling.
Tang Tian immediately understood that the strange law needed origin force to work.
Without origin force, it was like a harmless grass that had no use at all. What Tang Tian was suspicious of and did not understand was that the mist inside the blue flames gave him a strange feeling.
He could sense an aura coming from the mist that was similar to the demon figure.
With a thought, the demon figure extended one hand and suddenly reached out to the blue flames, like plucking a flower. The blue flames entered the demon figure's finger, and started to dissipate, and in the blink of the eye, the demon figure's hands had 2 objects. One hand had blue flames that slowly danced, while another hand had a thread of mist that was like an arrow, dancing along the markings on the palm. Tang Tian was startled, and an indescribable enlightenment flashed past his mind. The flames was actually composed of 2 objects. The blue flames that was separated from the mist had an aura similar to the blue sea of light. Is that something from the blue sea? While the mist that produced the strange sound was even more complicated, and able to distort the senses. The demon figure became quiet again and did not move. Releasing the light aura in his hand slowly, Tang Tian carefully maintained the demon figure, but what made him feel more relieved was that this time, the demon figure did not shatter. The blue flames in the sound mist was able to shatter the demon figure in the presence of origin force, indicating that they were formidable things. Tang Tian gained comprehension of the demon figure from the heavy demonic execution, and if it was to be compared, Tang Tian's incomplete Godfist was the highest grade martial technique that Tang Tian had gained, then the demon figure would definitely be the second highest. And with its immense potential, Tang Tian suspected that if he were to gain enlightenment on demonic desolate execution, its might would definitely not be inferior to the Yi Godfist. The sound mist and blue flames were able to interrupt and disrupt the demon figure from forming, thus its grade would definitely be not much lower than the demon figure. These objects were proficient in confusing a person's state of mind. With Qin Zijian's strength, if he were to be affected by it, he would definitely be lost in the sound mist and blue flames.
Tang Tian shook his head, not wanting to think about it any further.
The world was huge, and there were many strange things. It was normal for him to not know everything.
He focused back onto the demon figure.
The demon figure had one hand that was in blue flames, another hand with the sound mist, while the other 4 hands were empty, looking rather irksome. Tang Tian then thought, could the 4 hands absorb any other laws to be used? What a pity I don't know anything about it, what it can do, if not I will definitely help it. Tang Tian then noticed that on the palms of the demon figure, all of them had different handprints. Tang Tian felt that they were extremely familiar. He frowned and thought about it, where did I see those before? Suddenly, Tang Tian remembered, the Golem 5 gestures. Back on the humble forest planet, Tang Tian obtained Red-Eyed Golem, and gained enlightenment on the Grasping Flower gesture, Weeping Sword gesture, Angry Fist gesture, Formless Spirit gesture and Imposing gesture. The Golem 5 gestures had a striking resemblance to the hand seals on the demon figure in front of him. He looked at each of the hand seals, and realized that 5 of the seals were similar to the Golem 5 gestures, but there were some differences as well, and after comparing them, Tang Tian understood that the Golem 5 gestures most likely came from the demon figure. It was very probable that one of the gestures had disappeared from the passing down of inheritance, and the other 5 were passed down, but they had a few differences, and thus was unable to portray the full beauty of the demon figure seal. Demon 6 seals seemed to be made by the heavens. It was profound and deep, mysterious and unfathomable. He became completely attracted to them and became immersed. Although the zero-energy body allowed him to become extremely compatible with laws, but the enlightenment of laws was still difficult for him. Other than the spatial law threads that he had gained enlightenment from, he had not grasped the law surface yet. His future enemies would be stronger and stronger, and merely relying on law threads to do battle was a joke. Other than his Godfist, Tang Tian's other proficient offensive techniques would be the heavy demonic execution. Although the Demon 6 seals originated from the heavy demonic execution, but it was completely different. The heavy demonic execution was unmatched in power, but it had simple variations, and relied heavily on momentum. The Demon 6 seals had uncountable variations, and could be said to be the perfect complement for the heavy demonic execution weaknesses. More importantly, the Demon 6 seals was created perfectly for close-quarter battles, especially for Tang Tian. Niechou raised his head, his mind was completely shocked. He was extremely sensitive to changes in aura and fluctuations in power. Just now, Tang Tian's training room had emitted a terrifying amount of aura, equal to which when he fought with Lu Tian won. He initially thought that Tang Tian was training the fist again, but he did not expect that after 10 breaths of time later, the vast amount of power suddenly transformed into something unfathomable, like a sea of mist churning. That is Master gaining enlightenment on something new again? Niechou laughed bitterly. When he was in Leo constellation, the group of them enjoyed researching and studying the big influences in Heaven's Road, and Tang Tian of Ursa Major constellation naturally became the biggest research topic. The godlike young man, or could be called the miracle man, was like an unkillable cockroach. Every danger that he met, not only would he turn the peril into a miracle, but he could use the momentum to improve. In the end, they came up with 2 conclusions, that Tang Tian was a scheming man with the ability to borrow power from others to defeat even more people, or that he held outstanding talent. Niechou himself had outstanding talent, and although he was born blind, he was able to prove himself amongst the number of fierce generals in Leo constellation, and there was no doubt to his astonishing talent. Since young, he mixed with the other geniuses, and with the astonishing number of powerful geniuses around him, there were times that it made him feel inferior. But Niechou felt that not one of them could compare to Tang Tian. It was not because he was Tang Tian's subordinate, that he saw his superior in a different light. In terms of being unbiased, Tang Tian did not have any outstanding features. He was extremely ordinary and no different from the average crowd. Other than being diligent to the point that people would praise him for it, he was limited to just that. But once he entered a battle mode, the simple Tang Tian seemed to transform into a completely different person. His battle instincts far surpassed anyone else, and his desire to win was unlike others. His determination was far stronger than steel, and regardless of how powerful his opponent was, he would be fearless and never retreat. His enlightenment and comprehension from battles was the same as eating rice. Niechou slowly understood that Tang Tian's immersion into a battle was something he had never seen before. His potential was limitless, regardless of how dangerous it was, how powerful the enemy was. As long as he could dig up the potential hidden inside him, he would live to see the day. Following such a superior is not a bad thing too. Niechou laughed bitterly again. Being by Tang Tian's side gave him a lot of pressure. Although Tang Tian never urged them at all, but no one was willing for the distance between themselves and others to become bigger and bigger, even if it was their own superior. If they wanted to catch up to him, they had to work hard, and the pressure was given by themselves. Thinking about back when he was at Leo constellation, Niechou then realized how lazy he had been. He felt fortunate that he made this choice. The life before him now was filled with danger, and he could die at any time, but it was extremely exhilarating. Furthermore, Tang Tian was not suspicious or jealous of him because of his identity coming from Leo constellation, but instead, gave him trust, which was one of the two things that any military general desired, the other of which was respect. This should be the reason why we are all willing to give him our all. Nietzsche was emotional, and only when he was close did he realize that Tang Tian was so much different from what the rumors spreading outside had said. And that was why this humble man was able to gain the approval of everyone, making him even more valuable. Suddenly, he sensed something, and turned towards the direction where Han Bingning was in closed-door training. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 741, Returning to Purple Cuckoo City. Chapter 741, Returning to Purple Cuckoo City. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Echo Hill Castle is still closed? Shui's tone was one of anxiousness. It was not only him, the other people's faces were filled with worry. The result in front of them was not what they had expected. Ambushing the Qin family did not take much about them. Without Qinjin, and with only 2 generals out of the 4 great generals surviving, and the absence of Qin Zizhen's archer unit, the Qin family was at its weakest, so how could they stop the attacks from the 4 families? The Qin family was completely wiped out by them. They even obtained the Null Division prisoners, and immediately sent people to Echo Hill Castle pleading for Ghostface Mask to return to Purple Cuckoo City. The Qin family members were all plucked out, and the 4 families were relying on Ghostface Mask, meaning that Purple Cuckoo City was changing masters. But what they did not expect was that Echo Hill Castle would close their doors, and even after their men shouted outside the castle for half a day, they did not open the gates. Only Mingju replied them once, saying that Master Ghostface Mask was in closed-door training and they would not open the castle until he came out. When their subordinates returned, everyone looked at each other, at a loss of what to do. The situation had quickly become subtle. Qin Zhang would definitely be rushing back to Purple Cuckoo City, and if Ghostface Mask were to return first, they would no longer need to be worried for their safety. Ghostface Mask was able to kill Lu Tianwen, meaning Qinjin would not be able to do anything to him. But who would have known that in such a crucial period, Ghostface Mask would go into closed-door training? Without the protection of Ghostface Mask, they did not have any confidence in fighting against Qinjin. In the past, they had never truly witnessed any experts on the list of powerhouses fighting, although they knew that Qinjin was much stronger than them, but they never felt pressured. Until they witnessed the battle between Lu Tianwen and Ghostface Mask. They finally understood how powerful those on the list NN BSP of powerhouses was. Lu Tianwen was ranked 39 on the list, Qinjin was ranked 43, with a difference of only 4 rankings, their standard would not differ much. If Qinjin was to rush back, their 4 families would be helpless against him, and their 4 families would end up like the Qin family, every single member pulled out and killed, their entire family eradicated. Everyone turned to look towards Victor. Victor waved his hand and spoke with a look of innocence, although I was the one to come up with the idea, but you guys agreed to it willingly. Furthermore, even if we failed, will my family be spared? My family will not be able to escape his hands. Roland Su was the first to stand up for Victor. That's right. It isn't the time to find someone to shirk the responsibility to. Everyone chose this willingly. We should now be sticking together and finding out how to survive this. Benson nodded his head and replied, we best get prepared. Everyone calmed down and kept quiet. They knew what Benson meant by getting prepared. Just at that moment, a scout suddenly flew in to report with an excited expression, there are people coming from the Echo Hill Castle. Everyone was immediately roused, the boulder of pressure finally lifted off their chests. At this time, everyone was feeling alive again. The feeling of having a powerful expert from the list of powerhouses coming to kill them at any time was extremely pressurizing, that formless pressure choked everyone, causing them to be unable to eat Andreas well. Mingju looked at the newly repaired city gates and the people outside welcoming them, feeling extremely emotional. On the day where Tang Tian had destroyed the city gates with one punch, she had brought her family out of Therables with heavy emotions. On that day, she was filled with fear and was in a state of lost, the future in her eyes extremely bleak. At that time, they were all fugitives not knowing whether they would see the light of a new day. But in the next few days, they had actually returned as victors, and were being welcomed with grandeur back to Ershui residence. Mingju could not help but turn to look at Ghostface Mask. It was him who changed everything. Looking at Su Yi and the others' respectful smiles towards them, Mingju was filled with even more complex feelings. She had never thought that there would be such a day, and she believed they did not either. Benson never thought that after fighting with Ghostface Mask, he would now be welcoming him back by standing outside the city. When Su Yi and the rest talked about Ghostface Mask in the past, they too would have never imagined that they would become his subordinates. This man is very powerful. Not only was he powerful, even his progress was so fast, in the blink of the eye, they had already been thrown far behind.
Upon finishing his training, Tian was dumbstruck when he heard Ning Zhu's report, and was instantly excited. He was thinking about how to save the Null Division prisoners out from the Qin family, but did not expect that Su Yi and the rest would have already done it for him. Without further ado, Tian immediately decided to return to Purple Cuckoo City. He did not care about what the families were thinking of, but as long as he could save all of his brothers, even if they wanted to use him, he did not care. The change in Purple Cuckoo City had shocked everyone as well, and the first to react was naturally Niechio. Right in the spot, he immediately understood what had happened, and had judged and gauged the situation. But in the considerations of safety, the entire Null Division was mobilized. The Null Division members all had a great increase in strength. Han Bingning had ignited her primordial fire origin, becoming the only member of the Null Division to have done so, and also the only one who had enlightened on the law surface. In the entire Sin domain, it was extremely rare for a person to have both. Imo Ali's strength had increased as well. He had taken full control over the null flames released all around his body and became reserved. Even his aura had completely changed. From the initial recklessness, he had become even more reserved, and had the bearing of a great general. Niechio's yin-yang formation had already reached preliminary achievements. His formation already possessed an embryonic form. As for the Null Division members, all of them were all high-spirited and were extremely fierce. Su Yi and the rest who were at the entrance waiting for Tian were all shaken by the scene of them approaching. They could not grasp Ghostface Mask's depth, but they were able to sense the difference of the rest. When Su and Zhong saw Han Bingning, he almost could not believe his eyes, since when had a swordsman ignited their primordial fire origin? A swordsman who has ignited their primordial fire origin, this. Mo Li's change also shocked Roland Su. She had a very deep impression of him amongst the prisoners, one reason being obviously the leader of the group, the other was that he was very straightforward and blunt. Whenever his companion was being bullied, he was the first to rush over. Although he was an impulsive person, but as someone who cared deeply for his friends, Roland Su admired. But after the few days of not seeing him, Imo Li seemed to have changed into a completely different person. Hugh was very steady and reserved, not emitting any power at all. Obviously he had gone through a huge transformation and increase in strength. Su Yi and Victor looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Army formation and tactics have long disappeared in Sin domain. The current Sin domain was extremely foreign towards the so-called army. But Su Yi and Victor were people who came from strong families, and although they were unfamiliar with armies, they still had the knowledge of such. Over 60 men with a powerful unified aura formed one whole body. Their breathing tempo were in sync, and if the patriarchs of each families were to close their eyes, they would mistake them to be an ancient desolate beast taking in breaths. When has such an imposing aura appeared in the Sin domain before? Where are they? Tang Tian turned his head and asked. Su Yi and the rest immediately awoke from their daydream. Su Yi immediately said, "Master, please follow me." When Tang Tian appeared at the barracks which held the prisoners, the dense mass of prisoners became silent for a moment, before erupting into a thunderous roar, shaking the entire city. Emily rushed in excitedly and started patting them here and there. Even the ice-cold Han Bingning was excited. Even more of them rushed in and started helping their companions remove the light needles from their bodies. There were many prisoners coming from the Qin family. Other than their original 227 men, the Teopiot family had 42, the Lu family had another 200, totaling up to 469 men. The Su family had 92 prisoners, adding Tang Tian's subordinates of 65 men, they had a total of 626 men. Tang Tian's subordinate strength immediately swelled, their numbers multiplying by a full 10 times. Niechio's confidence swelled by the same amount. To any military general, 60 men and 600 men was totally different figures. In Heaven's Road, an ordinary standard army had roughly 2,000 men, thus 600 could be considered a third of a full army. Of course, for Leo Constellation, their armies usually held more people, but kept it within the thousands. Niechio finally had the feeling that he could be of use. The scale of 600 men was where he could design war tactics, and the power he could mobilize was much greater. After probing around the yin-yang formation for the past few days, he had some new breakthroughs. All war tactics principles were identical, and that was to be more efficient in using power. For Niechio, an outstanding military general, he had some profound achievements in this, although the form of his power had transformed, but the principles of tactics had never changed. Without any hesitation, he brought out a few training requests. Just like the past, there were no problems, his suggestions were all accepted. Immediately, Imoli and Han Bingning began to walk into the field, and split the large group into two, each of them taking one. They were not embarrassed at all, unwilling to pass on their own responsibilities to others. The two immediately ordered the members to do thorough checkups with each other, and then to form their ranks. 10 minutes later, two neat square formations appeared before everybody. In another 2 minutes, the two of them brought their own subordinates to choose their own encampments. The entire process was extremely smooth. There was no noise, no talking, no push and pulling. Other than Han Bingning and Imo Li's voice, no one in the barracks made a sound. They lowered their heads and inspected themselves, and occasionally there would be a few who would raise their hands to report their own injuries. Other than that, there was no other hurrah. If they did not personally witness it, none of them would have thought that there was actually 600 people in the barracks. Their swift and decisive reactions, coupled with their spontaneous yet silent movements, revealed their discipline and power, causing Su Yi and the rest to feel a tightness in their chests. They did not know what an army was, but the quiet and disciplined scene in front of them had greatly shocked them. Compared to the elites that they have seen before, the people in front of them were weaker. But if they were to be lined up in a row, they would be quarreling and squabbling with each other, finding faults amongst each other. And unlike the army in front of them, the elites that were stronger usually needed reason and monetary rewards to be propelled to do something. But the troops in front of them did not even make a sound. They were calm and quiet, and every movement was straightforward and clear. Han Bingning and Imo Li brought their men and left. They needed to grasp every second that they could. Seeing the two groups leaving quietly, Su Yi and the rest could not help but remain silent. Maybe this group of people can truly change the Sin domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 742, Old Friend. Chapter 742, Old Friend. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian's subordinates formed their own system, and thus there was no need for him to worry about the matters off the Null Division, and as for the matters of Purple Cuckoo City, Tang Tian left it to the four families. To him, Purple Cuckoo City was just a temporary holding which he would not stay long. The four families were locals and were much more experienced in handling the affairs than him. In the blink of the eye, Tang Tian realized that he had time for himself again, and he could train again. Roland Su stepped forward and spoke respectfully, "Master, we have another captive." Tang Tian was startled. "Captive? Is he one of us?" Roland Su shook her head. "No, he is the second general under Qin Jin. When we attacked the Qin family, she was always in a coma. Furthermore, her situation seems to be even stranger. Does Master want to take a look?" Su Yi was helpless against Roland Su's perseverance. To him, the second general should be killed. Since they were the arms and legs of Qin Jin, recruiting them would have no meaning, and thus killing them would be the right choice. But Roland Su was a kind person at heart, and seeing that the second general was also a lady, she wanted to protect her. It was a pity that despite trying different methods, Roland Su could not wake the girl up. Even stranger? Tang Tian became somewhat interested. Roland Su heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Ghostface Mask was actually a ferocious and murderous person, and might be extremely impatient, but he was instead very different from the rumors, and was much kinder, so she immediately replied, "Yes, this subordinate feels that the lady was confused by others, and killing her would be a pity." Victor was standing by the side, and said, "Her background is mysterious. She is not from Purple Cuckoo City. Winna take a look at her, Master." Without hesitation, Tang Tian nodded his head. "Let's go take a look." Roland Su took the lead, and Tang Tian followed them and arrived deeper in the city master's home. At that time, only Zhong Zhenyan Mei was left out of the entire Qin family, and the resistance the four families met was weak. Sudhi did not inflict too much damage on the city master's home, and it was rather well maintained. Although she was in a coma, but Roland Su dared not be careless, and got many people to stand guard for her. Upon entering the room, Tang Tian frowned. The air had a unique aura emitting from it. On the bed lay a lady donning a silver mask, and a blue mist coiled around her entire body. As expected, when Tang Tian entered the room, he immediately sensed the aura belonging to that of the sound mist and blue flames. Compared to the thread of law imprint in him, the mist on the lady was much heavier, to the point that her entire body was enveloped with the blue mist. The strange blue mist was coming out from the lady's body. It swirled around like a living thing, and then returned into her body. Everyone's face turned serious, so he gave a glance at Roland Su. He trained in the life and death laws, and was extremely sensitive towards the aura of death, but he had never seen or felt the blue mist before, and had difficulty judging what it truly was. That was why he would rather kill her. The blue mist was strange and not stable. It had the probability of affecting others, and for the sake of this captive, it was not worth it. He had his worries, and was not happy with Roland Swan. Victor, if something were to happen to the master, who would be able to bear the consequences? Su Yi remained silent. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, although the blue mist was like poison to others, but it was a huge nourishment for him. The blue flames and the sound mist on the demon figure's hands were too little. He walked to the bed, the demon figure congealed in his mind, and at the same time, his hands formed the grasping flower seal. Everyone was experts, and immediately sensed the aura around Tang Tian immediately changing. With the completion of the hand seal, a warm, gentle, and still aura emitted out from Tang Tian, making it as though he was a completely different person without any killing intent. What technique is that? Everyone was spooked, they did not sense any undulation of laws. Without the undulation of laws, how could his aura change, and they had never seen such a warm and gentle aura before. Suddenly, they felt as if they were basking under the sun. They were all strong seniors with powerful willpower. They were startled for a moment before regaining their consciousness, but their hearts were overwhelmed with shock, immediately thinking that Tang Tian was unfathomable. Suyi heaved a sigh of relief, although he did not know what inheritance Tang Tian had obtained, but for it to be Ablito unravel the blue mist in front of them, then it was good. Chie. A sound came out. Everyone watched as the swirling blue mist was being attracted by something, and transformed into a slender smoke arrow that entered Tang Tian's fingertip. Tang Tian was immersed in the grasping flower seal. His expression was gentle, his face revealing a smile. In his mind, the gigantic demon figure appeared behind him, with the same posture. The blue mist entered his body and flew onto the demon figure's grasping flower seal fingertip. The blue flames became ablaze, and the initial bean-sized small blue flames gradually became the size of a candlelight, quietly floating on its finger. The sound mist, on the other hand, also swelled quickly, its size becoming multiple times larger, and the thread of music also became much louder. For an hour, Tang Tian sat there unmoving like a statue. The blue mist curling around grew lesser and lesser, and the figure of the lady on the bed became clearer, the silver mask being an eyesore. When the last trace of blue mist entered Tang Tian's fingertips, he opened his eyes, a faint look of joy flashing past. The blue flames on the demon figure's palm was already close to the size of a fist, while the sound mist on the other palm was around the thickness of a finger. Even the dumb Tang Tian knew that these were useful to the demon figure. After releasing the grasping flower seal, he got out of the strange state of mind, and his gaze landed on the lady on the bed. Mask. Thinking about his own ghost face mask, Tang Tian became pleased. Seems like everyone Lakesta wore a mask now. Since she was a captive, Tang Tian was not polite at all. Without saying a word, he took the mask off, revealing a beautiful face. Tang Tian was startled, but in the next second, he blurted out, "Gu Shui." Suyi and the rest were dumbstruck, but in the next moment, everyone could not help but look at each other, with fear in their eyes. Master actually recognizes the lady. Suyi subconsciously wiped the perspiration off his forehead. Unknowingly, there were droplets there. His heart jumped. Lucky for me, I did not stop them. If I had killed this girl. Thinking about the consequence, his heart trembled. The young lady on the bed could vaguely hear someone shouting for her. She slowly opened her eyes, and what entered her vision was the face that she had thought of for days and nights. I'm dreaming again. She chuckled, then closed her eyes. Hey, Gu Shui, wake up. She then felt as someone pulled her up, shaking her vigorously. This dream is a bit too intense. Gu Shui continued to smile, and continued to brew over her sleepiness. She wanted to sleep. Tang Tian saw the smile on Gu Shui's face, and sensed something wrong. Is Gu Shui injured somewhere? Or did I not remove the law imprint properly? In the anxiousness, Tang Tian's eyes became furious. He roared out, Gu Shui. His roar exploded suddenly, causing the air inside the room to be lifted and churned endlessly. Suyi and the rest felt their eardrums buzzing, their brains stupefied. Gu Xia was completely awakened by the furious roar. She opened her eyes in a daze, but the face in front of her did not disappear, but looked at her anxiously. She was stunned, and after a moment, she muttered with uncertainty, Tang Tian? Tang Tian was immediately ecstatic. He laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Gu Shui, it's me. You finally recognize me, that's great. How can I not recognize you? Even if you became ash, I will still recognize you. Gu Shui's face suddenly blossomed out an enchanting smile, and her pupils became two bright vortices, like rainbows suddenly twirling. The room was suddenly filled with rainbows, and Gu Shui, who was on the bed, started to float in the air. Everyone were stunned by the scene before them. Roland Su subconsciously reached for the rainbow in front of her, but grabbed nothing. Let us retreat. Tang Tian kept his smiles. His tone of speech was filled with joy. He never thought that he would be able to meet Gu Shui, and furthermore, after saving her, he also did not expect her to actually break through at such a time. Su Zhong's face was overwhelmed with shock. Sword concept. Inside these rainbows, there is actually sword concept. It isn't cold at all, but illusory and warm. What kind of sword concept is this? After leaving the room, Tang Tian noticed a gigantic rainbow appearing in the sky above Purple Cuckoo City, causing the surprise of countless of people. Sin Domain did not have a sun, so naturally they could not have rainbows, and only heard of such an event from their ancestors, about the beautiful rainbows. Every citizen of Purple Cuckoo City walked to the streets and raised their heads, to look at the unprecedented beautiful rainbow. Tang Tian looked at the rainbow above him. The warm and illusory sword concept made him reminisce. Monarch Yearning Strike Sword. Gu Shui looked as though she was basking in the sun, being cleansed by the blue sky. Rainbows after rainbows appeared in the sky. Her face maintained a satisfied smile. Monarch Yearning Strike, my yearnings will never be destroyed. The rainbows are my yearnings. Inside the blue mist imprisonment that confused her state of mind, she was in a half-lucid state, dreaming and having illusions. But she had never given up. She had personally experienced the destruction of her family, and had to personally build her family back up from scraps, so she was not one with a weak personality. She knew that she was lacking far behind Tang Tian. She knew of the minute help that she could provide him. He was like the hero that could subdue heaven's road, and she was just part of a small family in a small planet. But like what Tang Tian said, so what? If I am weak, then I just have to become strong enough to help him, just like how he helped me. She arranged everything in her family until they were stable and safe, before leaving on a journey without hesitation. She had unintentionally wandered to Sin Domain, and was controlled by Qingjin's blue mist, but her state of mind that was imprisoned never gave up. For herself, for the figure that she was chasing, for the rainbows, for the many more. If it's him, he will definitely not give up. That was how she encouraged herself countless of times. The resistance in her mind was extremely difficult, because in a person's mind, nothing could be hidden, nothing could be covered up, nothing could be avoided. Like how a bayonet could easily draw blood, she was beaten black and blue, but she never gave up, and never subdued to it. I am the young lady of rainbows, how can I ever yield to them? How can I give up? The illusions from the blue mist, and the confusing riddling music, made Gu Shui feel extreme pain, but at the same time it benefited her. The Monarch Yearning Strike was an extremely unique martial technique. It embodies thoughts, emotions, conviction, trust, and thus her state of mind was being sharpened, causing her enlightenment and understanding of Monarch Yearning Strike to become even more unfathomable. She had unknowingly surpassed the demon slayer Wang Yang a long time ago. Until finally, when she opened her eyes and saw Tang Tian, all the accumulations from the sharpening, all the scars and wounds in her mind, and all the rainbows that never disappeared, finally found the perfect converging point, and fused together, allowing her to step into a new realm. The rainbows are my yearnings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 743, Bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Chapter 743, Bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Xinjin looked at the rainbows in the purple cuckoo city from afar. His face was extremely cold. Who knew she could struggle free from my bewitching jade illusion? Furthermore, her strength seems to have broken through. Xinjin calmed down, and suddenly realized that he was oblivious to everything that was happening in Purple Cuckoo City. What truly happened, to let Su Yi and the rest to dare and ambush my Qin family? Xinjin knew his opponents in the city extremely well. Benson was someone who looked crude but was extremely scrupulous, Victor was extremely fickle, Roland Su was the most firm, and Su Yi was extremely brilliant, but at the same time, he knew of their weaknesses. Even if Wei Han, Mu Zhe, and Qin Zizhen's archer unit were destroyed, he knew that they would not dare to do anything to the Qin family. And just as he understood them, they also knew the Qin family well. They knew that the Qin family was supported by the existence of Qingjin. As long as Qingjin was not dead, they would never dare to do anything to the Qin family. Although the four families had always been unhappy towards the Qin family, but Qingjin never cared about them. In any case, would they dare to do anything? They finally dared to. That was what Qingjin could not understand, unless they were not afraid of him taking revenge. Maybe they have someone supporting them, or they know that their own situation isn't doing too well. Qingjin spent the past few days thinking about it. It was the biggest suspicion in his heart. His own situation did not change much. He knew the depth of the Lu family, and never challenged their bottom line. Qingjin then thought about the Qin family, and knew that they did not have many enemies. That only leaves one possibility: they have someone supporting them. But the first thought that came to Qingjin was Ghostface Mask, but he very quickly rejected the idea. Ghostface Mask is not strong enough. He is only just that. He surprised everyone by killing Wei Han, Mu Zhe, and the archer unit, but he is still far from comparing to me. The people on the list of powerhouses of the Sin Domain were the peak existences of Sin Domain. Ghostface Mask is still far from the list of powerhouses. To allow Su Yi and the rest to have such confidence, it must definitely be an expert from the list of powerhouses, and must be ranked higher than me, and only will those cowards be able to do such a vicious thing. Who can it be? Lu Tian won? Xinjin's face became gloomy. Are they colluding with the Lu family? Xinjin then shook his head again. Purple Cuckoo City is nothing to the Lu family. They are not even neighbors, separated by Sharp Wind City. Furthermore, if the Lu family was truly hostile towards the Qin family, they would not allow me to return. Lu Shengxiang's strength is even more terrifying. Then who can it be? Xinjin racked his brains but could not think of anyone. What dependence Su Yi and the rest had. But he was clear as well, the four families would not be rash and impulsive towards the Qin family. One of them might be probable, but for the four of them to do it together, he did not believe them to be so stupid. The rainbows above Purple Cuckoo City made Qingjin became Eve.
and more unsure.
After going through the initial anger, Qingjin was filled with a lot of suspicion. The hands in the shadows brought a shiver down his spine. They are definitely accumulating their power and waiting. Who knows, they might have already prepared their ambush and are waiting for me. The purple cuckoo city in the distance had become a strange beast that could easily devour anyone, and was filled with dangers. He was the only one left in the Qin family, and could not act without careful considerations. I am the most important of the Qin family. As long as I still exist, the Qin family will continue existing. A look of ferocity flashed past Qingjin's eyes. He suddenly thought about Lu Tianwen, and felt that it was strange.
Such a huge commotion occurred in Purple Cuckoo City, but why isn't Lu Tianwen reacting to it?
Ghostface Mask is definitely weaker than Lu Tianwen, and must have been killed. He thought about it, and quietly flew towards Echo Hill Castle. He vaguely recalled the location of Echo Hill Castle, and went in that direction to investigate.
When he arrived at Echo Hill Castle, it was empty. But his gaze did not linger on the castle, but at its vicinity.
A broken mountaintop, shattered boulders, big pits caused by explosions, everything points to a big battle here.
Lu Tianwen did make his move.
The remnant law undulations in the air and the emptied Echo Hill Castle that was in perfect condition. Qingjin guessed that Lu Tianwen had already brought the Shui family away. Thinking that it was Ghostface Mask that was killed, although he could find the corpse, but it was the most reasonable ending.
I could not see any traces of Lu Tianwen bringing the Shui family away. Could it be that it is truly Lu Tianwen in Purple Cuckoo City?
Qingjin suddenly felt the possibility of it. The Lu family did not see him as an enemy, but Lu Tianwen was a completely different case.
Lu Tianwen had an unreasonable personality and was extremely ruthless, and could do anything.
If Su Yi the crafty man joins Lu Tianwen's side, it will definitely be much more difficult to handle.
The Null Division prisoners under my Qin family might not make the Lu family jealous.
Lu Shengxiang might not be, but can they assure that Lu Tianwen isn't?
If Lu Tianwen was truly the one who did everything, what would the Lu family do?
They will definitely not blame Lu Tianwen, and will take the chance to swallow me up. The more Qingjin thought about it, the more afraid he became.
That's right, Lu Tianwen is waiting for me to be caught in his trap. Filled with all those emotions, Qingjin ran away like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, disappearing into the night. Lu Lingnan quietly left the tavern, planning to use the night as cover to leave. When the four families destroyed the Qin family, he just stood there watching and rejoicing in their misfortune.
Regardless of anything, Purple Cuckoo City had no connection to the Lu family, and Lu Lingnan wanted to watch them kill each other. But still, he was surprised by the courage of the four families. Qingjin was still a martial artist on the list of powerhouses. And when the four families actually went out of the city to welcome Ghostface Mask and the Shui family back into Purple Cuckoo City, Lu Lingnan faintly sensed that something was wrong.
But he did not think too much into it. You want to rely on Ghostface Mask to kill Lu Tianwen? What joke is that?
But he thought, who knows if Lu Tianwen was just playing around. Everyone always had a headache when it came to his uncle, and only because his strength was outstanding, everyone could only hold themselves back and recognize Lu Tianwen. But following the changing of sides of the four families, it made Lu Lingnan sense an uneasy feeling. There is no reason for them to rely on Ghostface Mask now. It is definitely not a good chance. He then suddenly thought about the four families killing the Qin family, and his previous suspicion as to who the backer of the four families were.
After slowly thinking about it, it became even more strange. Why do the four families think that Ghostface Mask can be their backer? Can Ghostface Mask fight against Qingjin? Impossible. But he quickly changed his thoughts. Why is that impossible? What if Ghostface Mask is even stronger than Qingjin? What if he is truly more powerful than Uncle Tianwen?
The sudden conjecture caused him to shudder.
If that's the case, then Uncle Tianwen If that's the case, then everything can be explained.
This absurd conjecture kept on biting at Lu Lingnan's mind, caused him to be even more fearful. I can't wait any longer. I need to return to report to the family. If it's a false alarm, it would be good, but such a huge matter will sooner or later be a huge loss to us. He had just sneaked out of the tavern, when a figure appeared right in front of him.
Lu Lingnan's face changed. Tai Xia.
What we need now is more time. When Su Yi and the rest appeared, Niechio said straightforwardly. The newly freed soldiers need the time to learn the vacuum plates and heavy demonic execution, gain enlightenment on laws, and familiarize themselves with the war formations.
All of that needs time.
If we can finish all of that, we will become much more powerful.
Gain enlightenment on laws? All of them? That's not realistic.
Su Yi could not resist but to interrupt. The others all had gloomy faces. What joke are they talking about? Although gaining enlightenment to produce law threads is not difficult, but how are they going to get everyone to form law threads in such a short time? If not for Master Ghostface Mask's absolute trust in Niechio, they would have all suspected that the blind man was an amateur.
That is the easiest out of them all. Niechio's tone remained calm, without getting angry.
Everyone's look at him made him inform them of even more concrete evidences. Previously, our 65 soldiers all gained enlightenment and produced law threads in less than 2 days. Everyone kept quiet, but their faces were still of disbelief. They were still not convinced.
But seeing that Tang Tian did not refute, everyone became skeptical. Could they truly have such high talents?
Vacuum plate is relatively easy as well, but considering that we might have to fight in the air battle formations are even more difficult, so the training time will increase.
Niechio's tone was indifferent. The first slash of heavy demonic execution is much easier to handle.
Although the war formation trainings will be brand new, but as we have already gone through drilled formations and trainings on them, it will be easy for them to get used to it.
But to be adept at all of them, it will take a while. How long do we need? Tang Tian asked.
A conservative estimate, 1 month.
Niechio replied.
Everyone were in complete disbelief. There was so much to learn, and even they felt that it was unrealistic to achieve, but 1 month to learn them all?
It was truly a joke. We do not have so much time.
Victor spoke up. Qingjin is a man that harbors a lot of suspicion. Without gaining clarity of the happenings in the city, he will definitely not appear. But, he will definitely be hiding in the shadows, or maybe have other ideas. There is also the Lu family. The death of Lu Tianwen cannot be concealed much longer. I think that in another 10 days, if the Lu family does not have any information of Lu Tianwen, they will start questioning. Even if we consider this period of time, it will not exceed 20 days.
Tang Tian thought for a moment and asked Niechio, if they have 1 month, how powerful can they be?
They can fight against Lu Tianwen.
Niechio's tone was still calm without any fluctuations, as though everything he said was normal. Su Yi and the rest did not believe him even more. Tang Tian asked, what idea do you have?
Niechio's suggestion of a month was definitely not one that was recklessly calculated, but he most likely already had a full-fledged plan. With Master Gushue's breakthrough, adding Han Bingning and Iamoli, they can be included in the battle formations. Adding the 4 family elites, if we are to defend our position strongly, even if Lu Tianwen comes again, we will no longer be at the disadvantage. Although we do not know whether Qingjin is stronger or weaker than Lu Tianwen, but if they are of the same standard, we shouldn't have too many problems.
Niechio said openly. Tang Tian sort of understood him. Then how do we delay the Lu family?
We initiate an attack and confuse the situation, increasing the time for the Lu family to react.
Niechio replied calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 744, Ancestor Li's Inheritor. Chapter 744, Ancestor Li's Inheritor. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
A carriage flew past in the sky. The driver was a veteran, allowing the carriage to be extremely stable, with wind law threads forming countless of small gusts that pushed the carriage onwards. Wind-related laws were the most commonly seen laws, and its biggest usage was for flying. Drivers were wind law user martial artists, which was extremely common, and every trading firm required many of such drivers. This driver was an old veteran with 20 years of experience. He had limited talent, but had strong control with his wind laws, and thus his carriage was not shaky at all, and if not for the strong whistling sounds of the wind, no one would be able to sense it flying. But this carriage's simple exterior was a disguise. Inside was extremely luxurious. The body of the carriage were not made by ordinary materials. It was extremely sturdy, and its soundproofing effect was exceptionally strong, and there were no worries of the driver overhearing the conversation going on in the inside. Tang Tian curiously observed everything for a little while, before retracting his gaze. He was still comparing the differences. Regardless if it was Heaven's Road, Sacred Saint Galaxy or Sin Domain, the martial technique systems had their differences, but their interactions extended into various professions in the normal citizen lives. That was why martial techniques would never fade into history. To any ordinary person, fighting was something they did not need, and it was life that they were struggling with. On the road, Suyi was constantly observing Tang Tian. He was still rather unfamiliar with the so-called Master Ghost Face Mask.
Suyi did not know why Tang Tian agreed to Niechio's dangerous proposition.
He felt that such a dangerous suggestion should never come out from a subordinate's mouth, and such a dangerous matter should be handed over to a subordinate, and not a leader to execute it. What he did not expect was for Tang Tian to actually agree without hesitation, and what's more, his name was suggested to proceed with the plan. Of course, on the surface, it looked like a suggestion, Niechio's suggestion, but it did not have any difference in being chosen, so how could he reject? The moment the master turned his head, he agreed without hesitation. The current Su family was already being used as the master's war carriage, and if the war carriage were to be successful, the Su family would have its merits, but if the master were to fail, then the Su family would be unable to escape from being decimated. According to Nietio, the master needed someone familiar with the environment to be the guide. Victor was also a good choice, but he was injured by Qingjin and had not recovered, so the astute Suyi became the next best candidate. Suyi looked at Nietio in surprise. This blind man, although he can't see anything, but he is powerful.
Where will we be starting at? Tang Tian asked languidly.
Before leaving, he had absorbed a great quantity of life origin essence. Although the life origin essence could not be directly transformed into origin force, but it could greatly strengthen his flesh body, and a greatly strengthened flesh body could continuously produce a large amount of origin force. The origin force continued to accumulate in his body, but there was no way for him to drain it out, so the surging power that seemed to want to spill out had compelled him to be extremely careful with his every action. It looked like a lion that had just feasted and was moving lazily. Suyi was prepared for the question. The Lu family sold all of their Null Division prisoners to the Qin family. Qingjin was previously at Galloping Horse City wantonly purchasing Null Division prisoners, but the Lu family did not stop him, which shows that they do not have any ambitions towards the prisoners. Although I do not know why, but we can act as another powerhouse.
Another powerhouse? Tang Tian asked with puzzlement.
Yes. Suya's gaze flashed with a bright light. Currently, the news of the Qin family being destroyed has been spread far and wide. The Lu family will definitely know of it, but they will not think that it was us, and suspect a third party. We just have to feign as this third party, run over to Galloping Horse City, and purchase the Null Division prisoners.
Tang Tian started to perspire when he heard that.
Suyi then continued to explain, we will send out news that it was because of the Null Division prisoners, that's why we attacked the Qin family.
And we have already taken charge of Purple Cuckoo City.
Most likely, the Galloping Horse City will wait for a good offer.
As to why we need these prisoners, it is because we are building up a city. Building up a city? Tang Tian perspired even more profusely.
Yes. Suyi sighed, we managed to find some records when we searched the Qin family, and realized that they have always been looking for something.
To explain this, I need to tell you about everything from the start.
On that year where the families were banished to Xin domain, it was extremely terrible. But it was all the inheritances from their long-established line that allowed them an edge for laws.
The first to completely change their inheritances were 5 families.
The 5 families were families with longest histories behind them out of all that were banished. 4 of them built up a city, and occupied the most fertile lands, which is the current 4 main cities. The last family only had 1 man as his entire family died, so he became the target to be recruited by the other 4 families.
His name is Li Zhigong.
Not only was he the earliest to gain enlightenment on laws, but his strength is publicly known as number 1. The Qin family has always eyed the Shui family, was mainly for Li Zhigong's inheritance. Earlier on, Li Zhigong had stayed in the Shui residence for a period of time, he had no heirs, and disappeared after that. Suyi said, but the Qin family never found his legacy. The heavy demonic execution was also turned over and over again by them, but they could not find anything relating to Li Zhigong. I suspect that the Lu family are also trying to find Li Zhigong's inheritance, and thus wants to buy the Shui family.
Tang Tian suddenly became extremely excited over the story and asked, what happened next? What happened next? Master, you can disguise yourself as Li Zhigong's descendant.
Suya's eyes flickered with a bright light. Master does not know, but in Xin domain, inheritances and legacies usually means position and resource. Qingjin is the most talented martial artist in the Qin family's history, but his rank in the list of powerhouses is just 42. Purple Cuckoo City, in the 17 cities of Xin domain, is also at the bottom. The Lu family has their eyes on the Shui family, most likely for Li Zhigong's inheritance. Galloping Horse City is near the 4 main cities, but its position and prestige is far weaker than the 4 cities. Lu Shangxiang looks to be an ordinary man, but he has a big heart, and wants to bring the Lu family to greater heights.
That sounds interesting.
Tang Tian felt that the matter was rather interesting. As expected, with a knowledgeable man like Su Yi, he could save a lot of time. If it was him by himself, he would never be able to think of such ideas.
That's right, to Tang Tian's understanding, it was complicated.
With his standard, he did not know how to consider elaborate plans, and only knew to run to the Lu family, burn the house down, and sneak onto the important elders.
If the Lu family are really going for Li Zhigong's inheritance, then they will react. Suyi said, compared to Master, the descendant of Li Zhigong, the unknown Shui family's importance will lessen greatly. With that, along with Lu Tianwen's news, we can delay them.
Furthermore, Master can use the descendant statues to lure the Lu family out and purchase your Null Division prisoners.
That's good too. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, but he immediately felt suspicious. But I do not know what is Li Zhigong's inheritance, how can I act as him? Master's hand seals.
Suyi said, Master does not know, but in the past, Li Zhigong relied on 6 bizarre and unfathomable hand seals to become the top. This subordinate saw Master's hand seals when you saved Master Gu Shui, and therefore thought of this idea. After breaking through, Gu Shui's strength amplified multiple folds, and in Xin domain where power is king, although everyone looked towards families as well, but in the face of power, families were nothing but passing clouds.
Su Yi was even convinced to call out Master Gu Shui. Tang Tian then realized something, and his face turned weird. Wait, you said that Li Zhigong used hand seals in the past?
Yes. Su Yi's face was filled with reverberation when he talked about Li Zhigong. Ancestrally was the first distinguished man to gain enlightenment on laws.
At that time, the families which entered Xin domain were crippled, and many died horrible deaths.
It was said that Ancestrally watched as the various families flowed with rivers of blood. Seeing how everyone became predators preying on each other, he was filled with grief. He traveled alone up a mountain peak and meditated for 3 days, and finally gained enlightenment on Xin domain Tao of laws. On that day, he stepped down the mountain, and brought the families to a canyon, and he alone guarded the canyon entrance, and killed all of the murderers. After that he walked back to the various families and passed down the Tao of laws. It was said that Ancestrally did not use any weapon. With his hand seals, he faced his opponents, even smiling when he did battle. Some even called him crazy.
Hearing that, Tang Tian almost blurted out the name of Demon Six Seals. That could it be that inside the heavy demonic execution contained the consummate skills of Li Zhigong? Why didn't Qin Jin and the rest find it? Su Yi looked at Tang Tian's strange expression, and could not help but ask, Master? Tang Tian rubbed his nose and said with embarrassment, My Demon Six Seals was enlightened from the Shui family's heavy demonic execution.
It was as though Su Yi was struck by some restriction technique. He was suddenly stunned. After 10 breaths of time, he became flushed red with excitement, the red appearing visible to the naked eye, as though he was drunk on alcohol.
Master, you must never mention this to another person from today on. You cannot. Su Yi's voice was trembling, as he was in a state of indescribable excitement. No wonder Master is so powerful. And no wonder he was able to defeat Lu Tian.
All of his doubts converged together and flushed away. He did not know how powerful the Ursa Major Null Division was, but the name of Ancestor Li's inheritor, that was definitely a bright and dazzling gold title.
Su Yi dared to confirm, as long as this identity was publicized, it would definitely stir the entire Xin domain, and countless people would start acting.
He forced himself to calm down. He had initially planned for Master to disguise as a descendant of Ancestor Li, and thus started making preparations with that plan in mind. But to obtain the knowledge that the Master was truly the inheritor to Ancestor Li, the situation took a qualitative change. Regardless if it was something Master had learned himself, or it was imparted by someone else, he has gained everything of Ancestor Li's inheritance. That means he is the inheritor of Ancestor Li. Although the situation had changed completely, but he only needed to change a small part of the entire plan. In his previous plan, it was to ensure that his master's inherited identity of Ancestor Li was ambiguous, or no one could expose. But now, he needed to ensure that his master's identity was publicly known.
Su Yi, who had calmed down, started thinking quickly. To prove Master's identity, it is extremely simple. It is to show off the Demon Six Seals to Xin domain. How do we show it off? To visit families and challenge them. By winning, it will be enough to bring the Demon Six Seals into everyone's minds. And what if he keeps on winning? Su Yi could hardly control his excitement. He took a deep breath, and shouted out to the driver outside, Change of plans, we are going to East Immortal City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745, Military Flag. Chapter 745, Military Flag. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The current expanded Xin domain was a narrow crescent-shaped region. On one side of the crescent was an endless mountain range, while on the other side, an endless blue sea. The 17 cities of the Xin domain were scattered within here. The 4 main cities were located right dead center of the crescent, where the land was prosperous, fertile, and had vast fields. As they were the first to break new grounds, the flat plains where no wild beasts could be hidden, was very safe. Purple Cuckoo City was located at the eastern tip of the crescent. Not only were they next to mountains, but they were also by the sea, and which was in fact a dangerous place. Nearest to Purple Cuckoo City was East Immortal City and Sharp Wind City, where East Immortal City was located west of Purple Cuckoo City, while Sharp Wind City was located southwest of Purple Cuckoo City. If one wanted to travel from Purple Cuckoo City, they had to first pass through Sharp Wind City, following the shoreline and head further west. Su Yi's change of path to East Immortal City was after considerations. This subordinate has thought about it the past 2 days, and require changes to our previous plan. Master, since you have inherited Ancestor Li's inheritance, Master Ghostface Mask's identity can be preserved. Furthermore, you can go towards the other families to request for your troops. Su Yi's words surprised Tang Tian, who asked, They will give them to me? I am afraid not. Su Yi laughed,
although Ancestor Li saved the Xin domain that year, but that was history. Reckon no one will ever bother returning the debt. But do not worry, because right from the start, we have proper reason to do so. Ancestor Li's inheritor had gone out to travel and met with misfortune. His subordinates were taken and split by everyone. To go and demand them back from the families is a natural course of action.
But what use does that have? Tang Tian was clueless.
That is the first step. Suyi said cheekily. After 2 days of careful consideration, his planning could be considered robust and foolproof. At this time, everyone will be ignoring Master. But no matter, we will start building our prestige.
Building our prestige? Tang Tian was startled.
Yes, Master, by calling yourself the successor of Ancestor Li, everyone will naturally not believe you.
So what can we do?
We have to make everyone believe us. We need to continuously challenge famous experts. As long as Master wins, Master's Demon Six Seals will become more and more famous, and everyone's view on your demands will change. Master is Ancestor Li's inheritor. That is a name that shoots to the sky. In the future you will be hailed as a hero, and many eyes will be on you. Even if they do not wish to join your side, they will not make it difficult with the prisoners. Master will just have to trade them with things that will benefit them, and you will be able to redeem every single one of your subordinate.
We can do that.
Tang Tian's eyes went round. He had a look of astonishment. Suye's words had opened a new window in his mind. Master's identity is revered, and yet you are willing to put yourself in danger for your subordinates. As a lord, you will definitely be supported by others. But there will be people who will disapprove of your actions. At that time, you just have to send out your army. With that pressure, they will immediately hand your subordinates over. Suye's pale white face revealed an unnatural red, his eyes sparkling like the stars in the sky. After days of consideration, he suddenly realized that there was a new opportunity for the Xin domain. If not for Ancestor Li's inheritor, the Master and the Null Division would be seen as outsiders to the entire Xin domain, and the majority of the families would never trust them. But since the Master was the inheritor of Ancestor Li, the situation has completely changed. Tang Tian would have a deep connection with the Xin domain, and would greatly demolish the hostility by the other families. The gold title of Ancestor Li's inheritor was definitely the sturdiest title, and more important, Tang Tian's Null Division. On the Null Division members, Suyi saw another strength. As long as Tang Tian obtained his Null Division back, no one would be stronger than him.
And in that, Suyi saw hope for Xin domain. Master is young and has outstanding talent, and with the top grade inheritance, Lu Tianwen is definitely not Master's endgame. A strong leader, a powerful army, in terms of power and prestige, who can stop Master? Suyi became extremely excited, and had been racking his brain juice for the past 2 days, formulating a plan for Tang Tian. He controlled the excitement in him and maintained a calm stance. As long as Master fights a few times and wins, no one in the Xin domain will go against Master's orders. Master's troops will quickly be back in your arms. Tang Tian listened till his eyes were bright. He could hear that Suye's plan had a high possibility of succeeding. Compared to fighting family to family, Suye's plan was much stronger. We will do as you say, Tang Tian said without hesitation. Suyi hesitated for a moment, then looked at Tang Tian. But this plan has a flaw. What flaw? Tang Tian immediately asked. Master will have to bear an immense risk. Suyi explained, because once your identity as Ancestor Li's inheritor is revealed, it will attract jealous parties. They will definitely think of ways to obtain Ancestor Li's inheritance. Master will always be in danger, and with the rise of your name, there is the chance of attracting the peak martial artists. If you want to raise your popularity, you can just announce the death of Lu Tianwen. But by doing so, Lu Shengxiang will definitely do everything he can to kill you. So, Master, in this period of time, your strength will definitely soar, but since you need some time for buffer, it is better that you find a few people to fight with and warm up, to increase your chances to win against Lu Shengxiang. So you finally understood how Niezhou felt. It was not that they did not want to formulate a safer plan, but the Master was too strong, and in everything that they could think of, the Master would automatically become the core of it all. Such a plan always had an irresistible lure. If it was in the past, he would definitely not make such a plan. Because in the plan, it completely relied on the wager of the Master alone. Wagering that the Master could bear such a burden, wagering that the Master will get stronger through the challenges. Lu Tianwen's rank would only make the title of Ancestor Li's inheritor a joke. Only by obtaining a higher rank, and even more eye-catching existence, could they get the entire Xin domain to curry under the Master's feet? He did not know whether what he thought was right, but it was the best plan he could think of. Tang Tian snorted, attract their attention? No matter, even if they do not come to find me, I want to find them. They will definitely be beaten by me until they kneel in front of me. Ever since he stepped into Xin domain, Tang Tian always had a raging fire in his stomach. My own subordinates are held as prisoners, you guys want to just hand them back? Naive.
Did they suffer for nothing? Tang Tian had already planned to repay the huge debt. Just at that moment, a carriage appeared behind them, and the driver sent over the blood bear black flag and the ghost face mask. The flag and the mask, this subordinate specially got them to send it over. This time, Master's movements must be impressive, to be able to make an impact. Suyi said, since we have decided to build our prestige, we must make it big, make it huge. Tang Tian looked at the blood bear black flag that was embroidered on, his face twitched. Don't you guys know how to redraw it? The blood bear black flag was drawn exactly to what Tang Tian had done the previous time, but it was just embroidered on, and the flagpole swapped for a sturdier and stronger metal pole. It looked to be much more imposing. Master, you can go for your closed-door training for the next few days. Suyi chuckled. I am afraid when we arrive at East Immortal City, you will be faced with consecutive battles. But Tang Tian laughed, his fighting spirit roused. Don't worry about me. Purple Cuckoo City. Is my drawing good? Emily was pleased. It's much better than Crazy Tang's. His drawing was truly better looking than Tang Tian's, at least it looked like an ordinary bear. Han Bingning ignored him, and handed down the duplicated copy of the blood bear. We will go according with this. Emily could not take it. Don't tell me you truly want to use this ugly bear to be the military flag of our Null Division? A sword was instantly drawn at his neck. The cold sword tip caused the hairs on his entire body to stand. Han Bingning, who stood beside him, spoke out with a cold voice. You say it's ugly? Emily's skin went numb. He could tell that Han Bingning was angry. This ice girl can truly do anything when she's angry. Emily raised his hands up immediately. We will listen to you. After that, he felt that he was too weak, so he asked, did you ask for the opinions from the others? Han Bingning turned, and Niechio seemed to know that Han Bingning was looking at him. He chuckled, I have no objections. He truly did not have any objections, he completely had no care about such minute details. Furthermore, in Leo Constellation, the Lion King's personally grafted flag was filled with honor and glory. Furthermore, the ugly flag was personally done by the master. With the Shui family's exquisite skills in weaving, they quickly finished the blood bear black flags. Han Bingning looked at the new blood bear black flags, and the battle at the West Street surfaced in her mind, the man in the ghost face mask carrying the flag and shouting out Ursa Major Null Division Han Bingning, report. Seemed to be right at her ears. She clearly remembered her state of mind. If not for her forcibly suppressing herself and not wishing for Delin and the rest to see her weakness, her tears would have already dropped down. In the second battle, she followed behind Tang Tian, behind the flag, and seeing the ugly blood bear on the black flag swaying with the wind, she had already made a pledge to herself, to keep the flag and use it for the Null Division military flag. In that difficult times, in the dangerous times, in the times of despair, it was the figure with the flag, the pride and disdain in his eyes that let her hope. When everyone knew about how the ugly flag was what Master brought to save Han Bingning, when they heard about how Master walked into the battlefield by himself, when they heard of how tyrannical and arrogant he was, the entire Null Division's blood boiled. Until Han Bingning said this. We must take this time to become even stronger, we should not let Master save us. In the capacity of Master's direct subordinates, this is humiliation. The time we have to train now, is obtained from Master risking his life for us. This is humiliation. The Null Division became silent, all of their faces were mixed with green and red, the upright lupus men all had their veins on their necks twitching. That's right, we are Master's subordinates, we actually needed him to save us, we actually need our Master to risk his life to obtain more time for us to train. This is the greatest disgrace. The lupus men were all willing to die for Tang Tian, and such a disgrace cut their hearts to the point that they were bleeding inside. Without needing to say a second word, the Null Division trained crazily, all of them giving it their all. Niechio, who could subtly sense the changes, realized that he needed to re-evaluate the Null Division. Watching the exact same scene, Roland Su and the rest all inhaled in cold air. What kind of subordinates are they? But if you guys are able to, it's best for you guys to participate in the training as well. Emily suddenly spoke to them, with a serious expression. We will definitely leave Sin Domain. The earlier that you guys can assimilate with us, the more benefits it will bring you guys in the future. Everyone looked at each other. I will participate. Gu Shui was the first to stand out, she could clearly feel the support that they had for Tang Tian. Seeing that, the others also stood out. Niechio laughed, his confidence soaring up high. What Emily did not know was that, he would be pleased for many years for saying that. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746, Infamous EXIN. Chapter 746, Infamous EXIN. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. How many families received this letter? Su Xiangdong, who had his robes opened up and lying on the rattan chair, with a bitter fruit in his mouth. The bitter fruit came from a sort of plant, its skin was extremely thick and chewy, but its taste was extremely bitter, the juice was as black as ink, thus it was called the bitter fruit.
Su Xiangdong's addiction to the bitter fruit was well known in East Immortal City.
Old He stood respectfully by the side. 3 families. Our family, the Yu and the Song family. Our family has 66 prisoners, the Yu family has 32, and the Song family has 23. East Immortal City was by the side of the mountains and not near the ocean, thus the number of prisoners they had obtained were much fewer than Purple Cuckoo City.
Su Xiangdong bit the bitter fruit, the black juice staining his teeth black, but he did not seem to care, and asked, "What about the news from Purple Cuckoo City? The Qin family is gone."
Old He said with confirmation, the 4 families had joined forces and leveled the Qin family. Su Xiangdong's hand that was holding the bitter fruit close to his mouth suddenly stopped. He had a look of surprise. "Where's Qinjin?"
"He is currently at Galloping Horse City."
Old He replied, "It is said that he is doing some transaction with the Lu family. The Lu family are giving Qinjin 200 of null division prisoners, and the Qin family will sell the Shui family to the Lu family." This matter has shaken the Purple Cuckoo City. The Shui family sought help from the various families, but no one dared to help them.
Qinjin flew over to Galloping Horse City to visit Lu Shangxiang.
But he had always been interacting with the other families, wanting to purchase even more null division prisoners, and have already obtained the consent of a few families. The Lu family did not object to that.
Qinjin is definitely crying now. How can he bear that? Su Xiangdong's tone had a hint of delight over the disaster.
No matter what, he should destroy the 4 families.
Su Yi might be strong, but he is still lacking when compared to Qinjin. That's not right. I've met that brat Su Yi before. He doesn't look like a foolish man. Why would he do such a foolish thing? Is he not afraid of Qinjin coming back to kill them?
We do not know much details regarding the internal affairs, but many people saw Ghost Face Mask and the Shui family entering the city, and Su Yi and the other major figures were extremely respectful towards them.
Old He said. This Ghost Face Mask is something, huh? I wonder what did they do to make the group of people go crazy?
Su Xiangdong said languidly, "He is most probably a cheater, the inheritor of Ancestor Li. Could it be that made Su Ye scared?
Wasn't it said that he is a very shrewd man? Even a shrewd man can be fooled." Old He laughed. "That's true, the more shrewd the person, the easier it is for him to be fooled, and doesn't that mean that the Purple Cuckoo City belongs to Ghost Face Mask now?" Su Xiangdong thought. "Yes."
Old He answered respectfully, "But there were rumors. Purple Cuckoo City was covered in rainbows that day, and it lasted for a long time. Everyone said it was the awakening of a powerful martial artist. Qinjin left Galloping Horse City, but at the moment he has not revealed himself. Qinjin is a man full of doubts. Without clarifying the situation, he will definitely not act, and will most likely observe in the shadows."
Old He, do you think that guy's identity as Ancestor Li's inheritor is real or fake? Su Xiangdong suddenly asked. Hard to say.
Old He thought for a bit. Ancestor Li's grace towards the various families in the past have caused many frauds to run out once in a while, trying to use his grace to benefit themselves. Previously, we did not hear of any relation between Ghost Face Mask and Ancestor Li, only knowing that he is the leader of the Ursa Major Null Division. This shouldn't be fake, just that this old one has never heard of this Ursa Major Null Division. After investigating around, I still got nothing. For the inheritor of Ancestor Li, that is too sudden and strange. I presume that this man knows that it will be difficult obtaining his subordinates back, and is donning on tiger skin to scare the others. These prisoners have good qualities, and even rarer loyalty. Su Xiangdong said leisurely, although I have no interest in that Ghost Face Mask, but the prisoners are good stuff.
Qinjin spent so much efforts, I presume that Purple Cuckoo City has many of those prisoners?
An impressive number, as Purple Cuckoo City is near the ocean, they picked up more than 400 prisoners, adding the Lu family's supply of 200, they have 600 out of them. Old He seemed to know what the Patriarch was thinking, but he had to admit, it was truly something difficult to refuse.
All of the Null Division prisoners had outstanding qualities. As long as they could be groomed and absorbed, the Su family's strength would definitely soar. Qinjin's planning was done well, but it was a pity that he overreached and overestimated his own control over Purple Cuckoo City, thus resulting in such consequences. If he was instead extremely stable in his own city, the Qin family would definitely be different. Go and investigate on this Ghost Face Mask tonight. Su Xiangdong said, who knows, we might be able to swallow Purple Cuckoo City up as well. This old one will find out about him tonight. Old He complied. Su Xiangdong waved his hand, and Old He bowed and retreated.
On his rattan chair, Su Xiangdong squinted highsies as he started to doze off, with a sneer on his face. He was different from Qinjin. Su Xiangdong was extremely good at concealing his strength and biding his time. East Immortal City was just a small city, and the Su family was just a mediocre family. Su Xiangdong barely managed to fight his way into the list of powerhouses, and was a few positions behind Qin Jin at rank 48. But Su Xiangdong's mind seemed to have never placed Qin Jin in his eyes.
In.
They should have received the letter already, right?
Tang Tian was excited and eager.
Su Yi smiled. Yes, I am afraid that our background have already been checked by the families. East Immortal City has 3 families, the Su family, Yu family, and the Song family. The strongest will be the Su family. Su Xiangdong is a reserved and low-profile man, he rarely steps out of Easy Immortal City, is currently ranked 48 on the list of powerhouses. I suspect that he wants people to underestimate him.
When do we fight them? Tang Tian asked eagerly.
He felt that although Su Ye's idea was good, but there was still something missing, the straightforwardness and joy in directly killing their way up the enemy's doors. It was a pity. If it was Ursa Major constellation, they would use their great armies to apply pressure, and see who dared to not hand over the Null Division prisoners.
I don't think we need to take the initiative. Su Ye's gaze suddenly turned cold.
Tang Tian was startled, but he immediately reacted, sensing a faintly discernible aura.
His body flickered and appeared in the corner of the room like a ghost, his handblade stabbing into the wall, cutting through it like tofu.
A biting cold aura collided with Tang Tian's handblade. Bang! The wall in front of Tang Tian instantly exploded, causing countless of rocks to fly. If it were any ordinary person, their first instinct would be to retract their bodies and retreat, as the exploding rocks were like arrows, and their vision would be clouded by the dust, unable to see their opponents. Retreating was usually the most ideal option. But not only did Tang Tian not retreat, he instead lowered his head, and like a bull, he shot into the cloud of dust. His body was extremely tyrannical, and was his best weapon. Inside the cloud of dust, a cold strike launched forward. Tang Tian was not afraid, he slashed upwards, executing the heavens, swept forward silently, colliding with the cold strike. The tyrannical power from executing the heavens erupted immediately. The assassin did not expect that Tang Tian's handblade would have such power, and lost in the collision.
Tang Tian's body followed the blade, wanting to strike again to cut the enemy in half.
But a feeling of clogging came from his hand, causing his body to turn sluggish. He then rushed out of the cloud oftest, realizing that he had actually fallen into the enemy's trap. The black cloud of dust had a dense layer of wires, crossing each other in front of him like a spiderweb. The extremely fine black wires had coiled around his hand to his wrist like vines, and were locking him down tightly. Tang Tian pulled and pulled, but realized that he could not break them. The black wires were extremely sturdy, and they seemed to be tied in a unique manner that dissolved Tang Tian's strength. Su Yi finally saw everything clearly, his face changing. Death wires? He immediately understood why he had sensed the opponent faster than master. It was because the enemy trained in life and death laws. The dense death law aura caused him sense the enemy. Death wires was the most famous technique used in the life and death laws, formed from the most dense death law aura. It could corrode a person's vitality without the person knowing.
Death wires?
Tang Ti=Ian heard Su Ye's exclamation, but he had no time to think. The net in front of him was extremely strange. Executing the heaven's power was extremely vigorous, but when he slashed at the black net, it was actually dissipated. Furthermore, the black mist emitted by the black wires were like worms drilling into his skin. The big net suddenly released a ripple. The chaotic death wires distorted around, turning into a terrifying man's face. The man's face was ugly and sinister. It opened its mouth and released a large amount of black mist that was like countless of grieving spirits.
Death puppet. Infamous Xin. Su Ye's face became ugly. The dense death aura pounced forward. The moment the death puppet appeared, it shouted out the identity of the assassin. Death puppet master Xin. An A-grade infamous man from 10 years ago. He was so infamous that his name could cause infants to stop crying at night. Life and death laws were one of the 3 great laws, and the number of people who trained in it were the most few amongst the 3. Life and death was unpredictable. Life and death laws variations were the most difficult to comprehend. And there were even lesser people who solely trained in death laws, because the dense law aura would unknowingly corrode the person's body, and even the martial artist training in it was incapable of escaping from it. So the majority of martial artists would train in both life and death laws, to use the life laws to resist the corrosion of the death laws, which was like Su Ye's life and death seal. But if one were to meet a martial artist who specialized in life and death laws, they have to be careful, because such an enemy usually indicated that they were powerful. Furthermore, Xian's infamous name was definitely at top in the circle of those who trained in life and death laws. If it were a B-grade infamous man, they were rising top-grade martial artists, but the A-grade martial artists were all-powerful martial artists able to fight with martial artists on the list of powerhouses. Su Yi did not hesitate and urged the life laws in his body, his palm becoming transparent like crystal, and struck towards the deathwire net. A transparent palm print suddenly pressed onto the net.
Countless of the black wires churned like black worms, fervently devouring the transparent palm print. Su Yi's face turned. Life and death subdued each other, but the extremely pure life handprint was actually unoblito cause harm to the death wires. The death aura was too dense and furious, and both techniques were of different grades. Just at that moment, the human face illusion suddenly moved, and opened its mouth to bite towards Tang Tianshan's. All the hair on Tang Tian's body erected, the intense sense of danger clouding his mind. Heavy demonic execution was useless against life and death laws, and his own palm was firmly locked down, unable to be moved an inch. In that anxiousness, he ignored everything else and used his left hand to form the grasping flowers seal. The aura around Tang Tian instantly changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 747, Death Puppet Master. Chapter 747, Death Puppet Master. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Grasping flower seal, the most familiar seal Tang Tian knew of amongst the demon 6 seals. The seal made it look as if he was picking flowers.
Tang Tian's aura suddenly changed. If it were to be compared, previously, Tang Tian was like a heavy and powerful axe, but now, he had become extremely calm and still, as though he was picking flowers with a gentle smile, his fingers aimed straight towards the sinister face pouncing onto him. Chie! Like a pricked balloon, the face started to deflate and disappear.
A groan sounded out from the distance. Tang Tian felt the death wires coiling around his right hand loosen, and without hesitation, he shook it, causing an immense power to suddenly erupt, and the many of the death wires snapped. The death wires were extremely hard to break free from. Upon being snapped, they became alarm-like snakes and coiled even more fervently around Tang Tian. But in the blink of the eye, Tang Tian had finished forming another seal.
Weeping Sword Seal. An indescribable grief aura surged out from Tang Tian's body, the seal forming out like a sword. Inside Tang Tian's mind, the demon figure appeared, the sound mist flying around the palm that had formed the Weeping Sword Seal, and all of the grief and sorrow in the world seemed to have seeped into his bones. A human has 7 emotional states and 6 desires, all of which could form a demon. The seal in Tang Tian's right palm emitted a strange mist. Inside the mist were countless of grieving sounds, which coiled around the death net on Tang Tian, immediately shattering them into black mist which retreated back into the death wire net. Tang Tian immediately pulled out his right hand. The death wire net retreated like ink, and disappeared into the darkness. The commotion was too huge, immediately stirring the entire inn. Tang Tian and the rest did not stay in an ordinary inn. The Su family was also a big family, and paid particular attention towards high quality of living, so there were no low-end inns in the city. Furthermore, Su Yi had long anticipated for such a matter, since they could not guard against any assassin sneak attack, why not be clear-cut and open? But what Su Yi did not expect was that they would actually meet the Death Puppet Master, Xin. Su Yi trained in life and death laws, thus he knew the variations of life and death, which were abstruse and unfathomable. Life came from death, and vice versa. The denser the death aura, the more flesh it required. Xin's law surface was actually extremely dense with death aura, who knew how much bodies he had consumed. Su Yi trembled at the thought of it. Martial artists who trained purely in death laws were not generally welcomed, and the majority of them would be infamous people. Without the balance with life laws, not only would death laws corrode the martial artist's body, but it would even corrode the state of mind, causing them to be ruthless and brutal. Shouts could be heard from the outside, fires were ignited. Obviously the guards of the inn had heard the commotion and were rushing over. Su Yi carefully checked the place, and finally calmed down. He could not sense Xin's aura. He left. Su Ye's heart was beating hard. Tang Tian did not move at all, not relaxing himself one bit. Seeing that, Su Yi once again probed around extremely carefully, and then opened his eyes and confirmed, he's gone. He trained in life and death laws, and was extremely sensitive towards life and death aura. If Xin was still around, he would definitely be able to sense him, like how he found out about Xin at the start. Tang Tian did not speak, his eyes gradually sweeping across all corners in the courtyard, his movements extremely slow. A group of bodyguards barged in. The leader of the bodyguards looked at the big hole in the wall and asked, "What happened?" Su Yi snorted, "I never expected that the East Immortal Pavilion would not be safe. But it's fine, I doubt that you can guard against Death Puppet Master Xin." The leader's voice changed upon hearing that. What, Death Puppet Master Xin? Su Yi could not be bothered by him. The bodyguards only had strength to deal with ordinary experts, but against someone like Xin, they were like ants. The leader bowed. "Do you mind if we check the place?" "There's no need for that," Su Yi said impatiently. The leader of the bodyguard bowed. "We have a responsibility, we hope customer understands." Su Yi looked at Tang Tian, seeing Tang Tian nodding slightly, he said, "Alright, go take a look." The leader immediately replied, "Thank you." With that, he lowered his head and headed towards the hole in the wall, which was behind Tang Tian. The leader bowed and wanted to walk past Tang Tian.
Just at that moment, a burst of light aura shot forth from Tang Tian's eyes, and his hand blade suddenly slashed out. Chie! His hand struck the leader's body, as though he wanted to kill him. Pa! The man's body flew out like a sandbag and struck the wall straight on, causing countless of cracks to form. Suyi and the other guards were startled, and immediately all of the guards revealed looks of anger. But right at that moment, a strange change occurred. Black death aura suddenly emitted out of the leader. The black death aura quickly transformed into lines of death wires. In the blink of an eye, all of these death wires formed a large net, coiling around the man. The death wires intercrossed each other, making the leader's eyes to become pitch black.
How did you find out? A low and hoarse voice came out from the man's body.
Tang Tian's left hand secretly formed the formless spirit seal, but he did not release the change in aura, causing him to be clear of the situation around him. His intuition was originally extremely sharp. Other than Nietchio with his extreme senses, Tang Tian did not find anyone who surpassed him in this aspect. The formless spirit seal heightened his intuition, and he could sense every changes in a person. Tang Tian's blade devil transformation was powerful, enough to shatter the bones in a person's body and destroy the entire chest bone, but at the moment, the man's chest was completely normal, all of his bones were as before, and only his skin was a death gray color. Suya's face turned pale white, he was overwhelmed with shock. In that moment, the vitality of the bodyguard was quickly removed, and the dense death aura surged out from his body.
That is.
Suyi muttered subconsciously, dead heartseed.
The death law surface was the most evil and terrifying ability.
Upon reaching the complete state of enlightenment for the death law surface, one would begin to produce life from death, and able to produce a bizarre grayish-white seed, which was the dead heart seed. Dead heart seeds are produced from the most dense of death aura, but it did not have any aura of death. Many people who were inflicted by the dead heart seed would never know it. The most terrifying thing about the dead heart seed was that upon being implanted, as long as the target state of mind slackened, it would quietly slip into the mind of the victim and take root in the victim's consciousness.
Once the dead heart seed were to germinate, it would start extracting the victim's vitality and transform it into death aura. It uses the target's most fundamental life force, transforming it into an equally dense death aura. As it takes roots in the person's consciousness, it would never give the victim the time to react. I knew that I can't escape from Patriarch Su's sharp eyes. The dry and hoarse voice came out. The leader was like a puppet, every movement he made was extremely stiff, causing the rest to tremble. All the guards' faces had turned white, they did not realize that their leader was strange. Everyone looked at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes, they all ran away. Death aura shot out from all of their bodies. In the blink of the eye, they all became the same dead puppets like the leader. Tang Tian stared at them, feeling a rarely felt anxiousness. Regardless if it was Heaven's Road or Sacred Saint Galaxy, they all adhered to norm, but in Sin Domain where laws were unique, everything was extremely strange and unfathomable. The leader's arms started to swing and shoot towards Tang Tian like an arrow. Tang Tian snorted, he did not fear at all, and unleashed executing the heavens. Bang, dot. Tang Tian's hand turned numb, the other party's fist was strangely powerful. And in that few seconds, a few shadows pounced forward like lightning. Bang bang bang. Every strike caused Tang Tian's arm to feel numb. All of these ordinary-looking guards were releasing dense death aura, causing them to be as tough as steel. All of the death puppets would not stop, and continued to pounce at Tang Tian like maniacs. The torrent of attacks caused Tang Tian to be forced backwards, and he did not even have time to catch a breath. All of them looked like machines, but were moving extremely quickly, as though they were not limited by the constraints of a human being. All of their joints were moving at all sorts of angles. The rage in Tang Tian's chest grew accumulated more and more. The enemy's methods were extremely strange, it made him feel as if he was fighting a pile of cotton, which made him even more infuriated. He was becoming more ferocious too. So your death aura cannot be slashed? Your stupid puppets are as strong as steel? You think you can beat me because of your numbers? What joke are you playing at? If your death aura cannot be sliced, I will destroy your puppets. Your puppets are as strong as steel, right? Even if they are steel, I will shatter them to powder. Tang Tian roared out loud. He stopped retreating, and started counterattacking and pounced onto one of the puppets. His left palm formed into a fist, whoosh, the temperature around him suddenly escalated. Tang Tian's fist seemed to form a layer of red light, as though his fist caught fire. Angry fist seal. With the fist as a seal, it coincided with Tang Tian's current state of mind. The unspeakable contentment surged in as a raging tide that churned his blood. It was as though he was being boiled up by a deep fryer, the rage moved endlessly. Roar, dot. The flow went to his fist, the anger made Tang Tian's figure become slightly blurred, like the blazing heatwave distorting the air. Two fists collided head-on. A powerful force erupted from Tang Tian's fist, the puppet recoiled and struck a wall. Bang bang bang. The entire wall suddenly crumbled.
Inside the rubble, the puppet's body continued to twitch, but it could no longer stand up. An indescribable fulfillment flushed his body. Tang Tian's red eyes regained a bit of clarity. But the few black figures pounced towards him again. He roared once, and released his fist multiple times. The angry fist seal was able to increase his power by a few folds, which was initially already powerful enough. After the increase, it had become extremely terrifying. One punch that felt like 10, there was no technique to his punches, as there was no need for any. Every punch of his was extremely heavy. Every puppet received a punch. Under the furious power strikes, the dense death chi continued to crumble. The bodies of the puppets were completely destroyed, and as too much death chi was shattered, the puppets were no longer able to move. In the shadows, Xian spat out blood, his eyes revealing a look of shock. Sui stared blankly at Tang Tian, who was the only one left standing. His eyes were scarlet red, but his expression ice cold. His entire body was emitting a very high temperature, as though he was a demon that walked out from the depths of hell. Just at that moment, Tang Tian did something that Sui would have never thought of. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748, Point Break. Chapter 748, Point Break. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Xian looked at his laws that was damaged. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. The red color was not flames, and he could not feel any undulation from laws. Thinking about the report he had just received from his subordinate, Xian immediately thought about killing the man. What fist that could attract law threads? His fist technique did not even release any undulations. To purely use brute force to destroy his own puppets, it was Xian's first time witnessing such a thing. This guy is not simple. Xian, who was hidden in the shadows, carefully observed Ghostface Mask. The temperature around the man was also strange. Clearly it gives off a hot temperature, but it also seems to be an ice-cold aura. And what is with that red light around his body? What is that? Wait a minute, what is he doing? Xian opened his eyes wide, his expression becoming stunned. Tang Tian's expression was ice-cold. The space around him seemed to become blurry as the space turned red. Angry Fist Seal. He had never thought that the first seal that he would gain complete enlightenment on was not the grasping flower seal that he was most familiar with, but the rarely used Angry Fist Seal. The demon figure in his body had one hand that was in the Angry Fist Seal, and the gigantic demon emitted a dim red light. Its empty face seemed to reveal angry eyes. The red light permeated into Tang Tian's body. His muscles and flesh were affected by the red light, and the originally already surging origin force became even more wild, and Tang Tian felt as if he had endless of power. But strangely, his expression was indifferent, his cold eyes looking at the corners, his mind ice-cold. He walked out of the courtyard. The huge commotion and powerful ripples had long startled many people. In the eyes of everybody, Tang Tian was fearless. His entire body emitted a blood-red light, as though he had walked out of a sea of blood, causing people's heart to palpitate. And the eyes revealed from beneath the mask was so cold that it seemed to have no temperature, and continued walking while ignoring everyone else. His Angry Fist Seal was definitely not ordinary. The demon figure in him was congealed and did not disappear, releasing a boundless might. Outside of the courtyard was a plateau mountain, which the owner of the inn had made by inviting a powerful martial artist, who cut off the mountain top, spending a huge amount of power. Thus the owner of the inn called it Point Break. Point Break's highest point was 60 m high. It was steep with its entire body greenish black. 12 pillar-thick chains dropped down from the top, which the inn owner had adopted and kept it, even growing hanging plants, a cold spring that babbled down from the top of the mountain, releasing a cool and refreshing mist, making the scenery very beautiful. The entire inn's layout was built surrounding the tall Point Break, and Point Break was located at the center. Every courtyard's exit would face Point Break. The 12 top-grade courtyards were called Point Break 12 yards. For the sake of a better view, any spectators jumped up Point Break. When they saw Tang Tian walking towards the plateau, they immediately jumped aside, to the surrounding walls. Seeing the badly damaged courtyard, they could see the intensity of the battle. Tang Tian walked in front of the plateau. Pa. He broke the large iron chains. Whoosh, he got hold of a few iron chains. Tang Tian tensed up his entire body, his muscles stretched taut, the iron chains pulled straight. The gigantic Point Break started trembling incessantly. All of the spectators were dumbstruck. What the hell? Boom, a loud sound came out from the top of the plateau. All of the chains broke, and the plants on the chains started dropping like rain. The red light around Tang Tian became even more intense, and the ghost face mask became even more sinister. Rumble rumble. The 60 m tall Point Break was actually being moved by Tang Tian. What? Everyone's expression turned sour. Everyone knew how immense the weight of Point Break was. On the grand occasion of bringing Point Break into the city, many of them still clearly remembered the hundreds of people that were like ants pulling Point Break. All of them spent their energy just to move it into the city. There was actually a person, by relying on himself, could move the entire Point Break.
Is this guy a human?
Xian's face was pale, he was overwhelmed by the shock. Point Break's entire body was made up of deep black rocks, its essence was extremely compacted and sturdy, the 60m tall mountain had a weight not lesser than 300,000 kg. A powerful martial artist on the list of powerhouses could use one sword to cut off the peak, that was reasonable, but to purely use brute force and pull the 300,000 kilograms mountain, that was unheard of.
Are my death puppets going to be destroyed? In the face of the immense power, all of his techniques and variations were like paper. But, how is that possible? How can someone wield such strength?
Just as everyone were shocked by the scene, Tian had already gathered all the power in his body and pulled the mountain, moving one step at a time.
Rumble, rumble.
The immense Point Break, every time it moved, the ground would tremble.
Tian's muscles were burning, the huge demon figure in his mind was releasing an immense amount of red light. The red light was not hot, Tian's mental state remained ice cold, but his body seemed to be burning.
His entire body was burning.
Tian no longer cared about Xian, he could no longer be bothered with an injured person.
The current him only had one thought in mind, Su Xiangdong. Tian had already forgotten about Su Ye's carefully crafted plan. In his cold mental state, he only had one thought, and that was to get rid of Su Xiangdong. He no longer remembered the reason for wanting to do so, to save everyone, to build his prestige, all of them were gone, he only had the simplest and purest thought, to get rid of Su Xiangdong.
To win. Keep moving forward.
Behind the mask, a roar that sounded like a wild beast came out.
Rumble, rumble.
The speed of moving Point Break gradually increased, leaving a large deep scar on the surface of the ground.
Rumble, rumble.
The speed of Point Break continued to increase, it was already nearing the speed of a normal walking pace, Tian's each step was strangely firm.
Rumble, rumble.
Tian started to jog, the long chains were pulled straight, the sounds of the friction between the metals sounded out as the speed of the moving Point Break increased. Tian became faster and faster, Point Break was already causing sparks to ignite due to the friction with the ground, the rumbling sound was overwhelming, the resounding low rumble caused people's hearts to palpitate, every corner of East Immortal City were affected.
All of the citizens stopped what they were doing. Earthquake?
Su Yi finally recovered from his shock, he also ignored Xian, bringing along the blood bear black flag, he anxiously chased after Tian. What shocked him was Master's speed was continuously increasing, how is that possible? His heart was trembling, but as an astute person, he immediately realized that it was an exceptionally good opportunity. The scene was extremely shocking, and anyone who witnessed it would definitely be shocked. Such a godly strength was something that was never seen before. Su Yi quickly chased after Tian, the closer he got, the stronger the vibrations, the more overwhelming the sound. Su Yi had a thought, that regardless of what enemies came, facing the current state Master was in, would all be trampled into powder. With the overwhelming vibrations, an indescribable feeling surfaced in his mind, he leapt up and jumped into the sky, he waved his hands, the blood bear black flag shot through the air like an arrow and stabbed onto the peak of the plateau.
Ghost face mask. Null division. Ursa Major null division.
Everyone exclaimed out at the same time. Purple Cuckoo City and East Immortal City were neighbors, both cities interacted frequently, and thus the events of Ghostface Mask in Purple Cuckoo City had spread very quickly, and many people in East Immortal City had heard of him.
As for the events of the four families destroying the Qin family and locking down Purple Cuckoo City, it had not been spread as of yet.
The battle on West Street had many spectators, and many of the spectators who personally witnessed the battle had immediately rushed over after hearing the commotion, seeing Ghostface Mask's bear flag, they all became excited.
In Purple Cuckoo City, Ghostface Mask was a legend.
And when they saw how Ghostface Mask was running with Point Break behind him, all of them revealed looks of shock. What kind of godlike strength is that? But very quickly, they all became excited.
What is Ghostface Mask doing?
Regardless of what Ghostface Mask is doing, his movements are definitely not a small matter. The group of people looked as though they were on drugs, chasing after him excitedly. Ahead of Tian was a shop, but Tian had no intent of dodging it, continuing to drag Point Break as he rushed forward. The shopkeeper and assistants in the shop were long stunned in place, all of them had dumbstruck expressions on their face. But when they saw Tian rushing straight to them, their faces turned pale white, and all of them started to scatter in panic. Tian barged into the shop, Point Break bringing along sparks, crushing into the shop.
Bang!
The shop was instantly destroyed like paper, forming countless of planks and broken pieces. The upper portion of the shop was directly flung into the sky and spun in midair.
Sigh. Everyone inhaled in cold air, their faces pale white.
The moving point break was no longer something that could be stopped. Even if a city wall was in front of it, it would not be able to stop point break, and would shatter into nothing. A few quick-witted people immediately flew into the air and looked down from above, and the scene was as though a wild beast was running wantonly. All the shops were nothing in front of it. Encountering any walls, it would destroy the walls. Encountering any houses, it would level the houses. Bang bang bang, clouds of dust rose into the air, revealing a straight path down on the ground.
This directio. It's towards the Su family. The first to react was Su Yi. He was stunned for a moment, and found it difficult to swallow his saliva. Is Master trying to force himself onto the Su family? The second to react was He Xian. He Xian's mind buzzed in a state of blankness for a moment. He never thought that Tang Tian's initial plan was to go straight for the Su family. He himself thought that it was his probing that infuriated Ghostface Mask, thus making him go straight for the Su family. He wanted to cry, "We just wanted to investigate you." But he knew that if Ghostface Mask were to rush up their front doors, the Su family's face would be gone. A look of ferocity flashed past his eyes. Hidden in the darkness, he once again released the dead heart seeds quietly. His actions were not noticed by anyone, and that was where, whether they lived or die, it was right at this heartbeat. Hoo. The sudden burst of death aura caused the crowd to be shocked. In the blink of the eye, the martial artists who lost their vitality all had their eyes turned pitch black. They shot forward like arrows, the surging death aura leaking out of their bodies and transformed into pitch-black death wires that coiled around them. The death wires became extremely dense, coiling round and round, making them look like black mummies with only their eyes revealed. He Xian's law surface was like a piece of paper being burnt, the pale death flames slowly eating away this black paper. The law surface burned, releasing more death aura to become even denser. Regardless of victory or defeat, his strength would drop greatly, but at that moment, he could not care about it. Death Wire King Puppet. A roar came out, causing the rowdy spectators to become silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749, Death Wire King Puppet. Chapter 749, Death Wire King Puppet. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Death Wire King Puppet. Suyi could not believe his own eyes. Is that old man insane? Has He Xian gone mad? Deathwire King Puppet was not something a law surface could activate. Deathwire King Puppet's formation required many harsh conditions, and one of it was a higher level of power. It consumed an entirely different grade of power than that of the Deathwires and Death Puppets. Death Puppets merely required the Deathwires to go around the main joints of the body, and one could freely control the Death Puppet to be used. But a Deathwire King Puppet was completely made up of Deathwires. In reality, it was the Puppet Master that controlled the Death Puppets to fight through the use of Deathwires. As for the Deathwire King Puppet, it was able to fight by itself. The dense and powerful death aura emitted from the puppet's body had already transformed the human's composition that was inside the puppet. Other than being able to produce a dense amount of death chi from burning the law surface, it could also form a state between a law surface and a law space, allowing the user to borrow the power of the law space. If a puppet master gained enlightenment on his law space, the Death King Puppet would transform into the greatest form of a puppet, a death god. Tian, in Sin Domain, there is 4 levels in using laws: law exposure, law surface, law domain, and ultimately law space. The death law space was called Hell, and Death God was one of the strongest powers in Hell. A death puppet master's power could never be doubted, but it had a steep learning curve, demanding a high requirement in enlightenment and temperament. In the history of Sin Domain, no one had ever gained enlightenment on Death God, although Sin Domain's history was rather short. He Xian's attainment in the Death Puppet could be said as the strongest amongst the martial artists who chased the same Tao. For the sake of stopping Ghostface Mask, he ignited his own law surface without second thoughts, allowing himself to summon the Death King Puppet, which was only second to the Death God. It was extremely powerful, and hailed as the only puppet closest to the power of Death God. When Suyi saw the Death King Puppet, he was stupefied. Does He Xian have some hatred against Master? But when he looked on, he then understood. Su residence. He Xian was part of the Su residence. Suyi was a sharp man, and immediately connected the dots. The present battle had reached its climax. Tang Tian finally stopped. 5 black figures had brought forth countless of shadows that whistled and circled around Tang Tian. Their movements were extremely fast, faster than the Death Puppets, with a rise in their strength. The most terrifying thing was their consciousness had been raised, and comparing them, the previous Death Puppets looked like mere toys. The 5 Death King Puppets knew how to use battle formations, thus increasing the pressure on Tang Tian. But Tang Tian was not afraid. He was immersed in the angry fist seal, and his body that was boiling up had formed a strange balance with his ice-cold consciousness. The iron chains gripped by him felt weightless, and when he pulled it in them, it brought forth extremely low resounding screeches, as though there was an ancient beast howling from the distance. Countless of ripples permeated out. Sigh.
A smear of a shadow was flung away by the iron chains. It was a Death King puppet that was planning on sneaking an attack on Tang Tian. Its bone-shattering voice was drowned by the sounds from the iron chains, thus no one could hear its wail. This Death King puppet was flung out like a ball, the black figure flashed and shot out like an arrow, fiercely clashing into a courtyard.
Bang! The courtyard was transformed into smithereens.
But due to the huge commotion, all of the experienced citizens nearby had long escaped out of the area. After a few seconds, the pitch-black Death King puppet crawled out from the pit, as though nothing had happened to it. It shot into the sky once again to battle. One of the Death King puppet took the chance when Tang Tian was tangled up with 3 of its companions, and broke through the blockade Tang Tian made with the chains. Sticking close to the ground, it quietly snuck up on Tang Tian. Both parties quickly got closer, its pitch-black eyes flickered and its body disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared right behind Tang Tian, and what no one expected was that its blink technique did not release any Ripley-off laws.
But a palm had suddenly appeared in its vision unknowingly.
The palm formed the shape of a blade and slashed.
It had no aura, and the air around fluctuated. Devil, execution. This blade slashed right straight into the Death King puppet's face. The surging power erupting suddenly. Sigh. The Death King puppet's head suddenly bent backwards, the death wires that coiled around the head tightly were all slashed apart and scattered out in a mess, revealing a pale white face. Ah, Xiang. No.
Someone from the crowd suddenly screamed. The lady covered her mouth as her face turned pale white and her body started swaying. The man was her younger brother, who was actually turned into a Death King puppet. That familiar face that had not one thread of blood left was already dead. The heartbreaking scream enveloped the entire street.
The crowd were in an uproar. A few ran over to console her with faces of rage. Death Puppet Master. Find him. He must be near. That's right, he is definitely here somewhere. He actually turned Xiang. The Xin who was hidden in the shadows was bleeding from his nose, mouth, and eyes. It was a horrific sight. All these ants, they think they can find me, truly overestimating themselves. A sinister look flashed past his eyes. It is your honor to be able to become my puppet. He squinted his eyes, and retracted all of his aura, and like a dead tree, he camouflaged himself into the surroundings. Many people had died as his puppets. Ever since he gained enlightenment on the dead heart seeds, he became fearless and reckless. All of the normal humans were used by him when and where he liked. To him, it should be their most prideful thing to be able to be his puppet. Many people walked past him, but no one sensed his existence. He had killed countless of people and was extremely crafty. How could he be affected by the normal citizens around him? But he could sense that Suyi was looking for him. To him, Suyi was bright but was too soft, and he was not liberal in how he trained the life and death laws. So trained for what? As a man who drew blood, he was filled with disdain toward Suyi, whom he thought was a beautiful flower that was groomed and kept in the safety of a greenhouse. He retracted his aura perfectly. Ghostface Mask's strength far surpassed his expectations, and he somewhat believed that Ghostface Mask was the inheritor of Ancestrally. When he crossed techniques with Ghostface Mask, he could clearly feel the changes behind the mask. Previously, Ghostface Mask's strength was surprising, but now, it was of a different level. Everything started from when his fist changed, when that strange red light appeared. Xin carefully recalled the punch. Suddenly, his heart pounded. He finally realized. Ghostface Mask's fist. No, it was not a fist, it was an illusion. The fist was not real. That's not a fist, that's a hand seal. That finger technique he used against my death wire net that looked as though he was plucking flowers, that is also definitely a seal. Could he really be the inheritor of Ancestrally? Xin was overwhelmed with shock, because if it was real, it would truly be a shocking revelation to Sin Domain. Everyone knows of Ancestrally's strength and grace to Sin Domain, and for his inheritor to be so powerful as well, I'm afraid. He did not dare consider further. I should only think about it after I get through this. His eyes became even more ferocious. If Ghostface Mask is truly Ancestrally's inheritor, I cannot let him live. If he lives, the Su family will be destroyed in a night. Xin was extremely loyal to the Su family, and at the moment, he had no regards for his own life. Regardless of anything, we have to kill Ghostface Mask. Looking at his law surface that was 30% burnt, Xin had confidence. With this life, I must pull Ghostface Mask into hell with me. He is obviously weakened as well. The red light around him had dimmed greatly. The intense battle had taken a toll on him. The Death King puppet with Xiang as the medium wriggled once more, the death wires on his body once again enveloping his head. Ghostface Mask's movements were slow, his fatigue apparent. Just at that moment, a Death King puppet once again arrived behind Tang Tian. The exact same thing occurred again. Another devil execution came out, as though Tang Tian was prepared for him. Sigh.
Death wires snapped and flew everywhere, and a pale face was revealed once more. The group wailed out. A middle-aged man knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling like a sieve. He cried out loud. Tian sneered. If the first slash caused the Demon King puppet's true face to be revealed was a coincidence, then it made him understand what Ghostface Mask was trying to do.
You want to use this ant to fight against me? Naive.
Clearly understanding Ghostface Mask's idea, Tian consciously controlled the other Death King puppets to rush towards Tian.
Bang bang bang.
The consecutive attacks from the three other king puppets inflicted more wounds on Tian.
The heart-wrenching cries drilled into everybody's hearts.
The crowd's uproar became louder and louder. The initially spectating martial artists all revealed rage on their faces.
To use live humans as puppets was too cruel, too ruthless, and it was actually happening right in front of them in East Immortal City. That fucker. Even if it will take my life away, I will find this scoundrel out. A built man roared. Find him now. This is too cruel. The uproar of the crowd became louder and louder. Everyone had a common enemy.
Seeing that, Suya's eyes lit up. He shouted out loud for everyone to hear. I too train in life and death laws. To control the Death King puppet, he must be within a distance of 300 m.
300 m, everyone scatter. Do not even leave a speck of dust unturned. Dig 1 m into the ground. I don't believe we can't find him.
The built man roared. At that moment, all the martial artists scattered. They hated the puppet master to the bones. Tian's face finally changed. Regardless of how perfectly hidden he was, if they were to search inch by inch, he would not be able to escape. If his position was revealed, he would be in danger.
No, I can't let them find me. An unprecedented fear rose in his heart. These damn ants, to dare go against me, I want to kill all of you. All of you. Tian was filled with killing intent and fear.
One of the Death King puppets suddenly retreated and rushed towards the crowd.
I can just use one of my puppet to kill everyone here. You want to instigate something? Look at the people around you, every single person is going to die. You guys still want to act as heroes?
Tian's face was sinister and blood red. He knew of the ugly side of human nature. As long as the people were in danger, he knew what all of them would do.
Whoosh! A skin-numbing whistling sound swept across everybody's head.
The arm-thick iron chain struck onto the Death King puppet that was rushing for the crowd, but this time, it was not flung out, but locked tightly within the chains.
Tian moved his hand, recalling the Death King puppet back towards his side.
Seeing that, Tian's face changed. Damn it.
But, you think you can just lock down my Death King puppet?
The other three Death King puppets pounced towards Tian. So. Countless of black death wires shot out from their bodies, aimed straight for Tian's arms, legs, and waists. The death wires locked tightly onto him.
Go and die.
The Death King puppet that was pulled back by the chains revealed a black light in its eyes. It raised its arm that transformed into a black mist, and suddenly slashed towards Tian.
The arm disappeared and transformed into a black scythe. The dead cold death aura aimed towards Tian's neck. King Puppet Scythe.
The dim pupils beneath the Ghostface mask suddenly lit up with a red light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 750, Scythe. Chapter 750, Scythe. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The black death wires locked Tian firmly down.
He could clearly feel the power released from the wires, and the skin-numbing corrosive feeling felt like countless worms digging into his body. Under the immense pressure of the death wires, Tian felt as if his bones were about to be broken off.
In front of him, the death aura was so condensed that it congealed into a scythe, releasing an extremely biting cold death feeling, as though it was the scythe specially used by the death god to claim lives. The strength of the king puppets were forever incomparable to Death God. For him to unleash that technique, he had to give up an arm. With the broken arm, the king puppet's death aura all over its body quickly dropped, becoming extremely dim, like a mist dissipating. Suicidal attack?
Tian's ice-cold mental state did not jump at all, his eyes like molten iron releasing a palpitating feeling.
Time seemed to stop to a crawl.
The surging red light continued to emit out from the demon figure, as though the demon figure itself was fire.
The muscles and flesh in Tian's body burned quietly. The red light was like the furnace for steelmaking, and his body was like the materials being refined, continuously being burnt and reformed. Strange changes occurred extremely quickly inside Tian. The death aura that infiltrated Tian's body was destroyed upon touching the red light. An indescribable power was quietly being formed inside his body.
Origin force formed when the power of the physique was ignited, and Tian's strength came from between the muscles and flesh, upon layers and layers of overlapping, and although the power moved at lightning speed, it still needed time to be formed. But it was different now. Tang Tian felt that the inside his body contained a majestic ocean that waved whenever he wished for it, and he could hear the endless power churning from its vastness. It was like a churning ocean, no, it was like a blazing ocean, it stirred endlessly.
And any small movements would cause a tsunami. Is this the true essence of the angry fist seal? Tang Tian's ice-cold mental state finally had a change. Suddenly, a thread of understanding rose in his mind. The Demon Six Seals is not a martial technique used to fight, but methods to refine the body? This thought flashed past his mind, but it was not the time to ponder about it. Without doing anything, the powerful ocean in his body suddenly screamed. Tang Tian's eyes blossomed with dazzling red light, his arms stopped moving, his waist suddenly erupted with a large amount of power as he turned. The tight death wires were extremely sturdy, and the powerful force passed through the death wires, caused Thinking Puppet's body to immediately lose balance. They felt as if they became light, their bodies soaring into the sky and subconsciously held onto the death wires tightly. The 4 Death King puppets were actually spun into the air by Tang Tian. Bang! One of the flying Death King puppet was flung like a short put, and smashed onto the King puppet scythe. Sigh! The tough and durable Death King puppet was easily sliced into 2. It did not reveal a drop of blood. The black scythe seemed to have eaten a meal and became even more dense and pitch black, and continued to fly towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's heart trembled, he did not stop his spin, and he started tiptoeing. Bang! The ground beneath his feet crumbled. Tang Tian, who was still spinning, looked as though he was skating on ice, and suddenly slid a few meters to the side. Sigh. Another Death King puppet was sliced by the King puppet scythe easily like paper, splitting into 2. The King puppet scythe continued to absorb the death aura, becoming even more dense and black, and strangely revealing a strand of metal gloss. It flew in a strange arc in the air, producing a whistling sound and continuing to shoot towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian did not expect the scythe to be so bizarre. Without thinking, he tiptoed again, and slid further away. Halfway in the air, his hands suddenly shot out, his palms moved like lightning as he grabbed onto the throats of 2 Death King puppets. Crack, their necks were instantly broken. But the Death King puppets were like cockroaches, despite their necks being broken, but they still moved to attack him. The sense of danger surged in Tang Tian's mind. Without thinking, he grabbed onto their palms and swung them, and then throwing them far out. Bang. The 2 of them exploded into black mists in the sky. Strangely, the 2 regiment of mist did not dissipate, and squirmed around like living things. It was bizarre and horrifying. The scythe was like a shark that caught the scent of blood. It swerved and swept through the 2 black mists. The 2 clouds of mist immediately disappeared without a trace left. The black scythe suddenly stopped and floated in the air quietly, completely changing its form. The broad blade body revealed many sinister and distorted faces, in an order of smallest to biggest. The scythe's edge was even more terrifying. It was a row of teeth with blood dripping. The broad blade body was not compatible with its look at all. With its extremely long handle, it made people suspect that it would break when coming into contact with force. Tian, who was in the dark, had his vision full red, 2 blood streaks falling from his eyes. Blood also flowed from his nose and mouth. But his face revealed a strange smile. Death God Scythe. Who would have known that I would be able to unleash this technique before I die? Tian laughed bitterly. At this point of time, he no longer had any chance of living. But his mental state was already at the brink of craziness. His expression was one of a maniac. The consecutive death aura of the 5 Death King puppets and the combustion of 4/5 of his law surface allowed him to unleash this technique. It was an undisputed ultimate technique for the martial artists who trained in death laws, and was one of the strongest killing technique in the death laws system. It's beautiful. At least I can die in content, you ants. To die from this technique, be glad. How fortunate am I, to be able to die for this technique. Ha ha ha. He laughed crazily. He no longer concealed himself. All his entire life, he worked hard, he hid in the darkness. All his life he remained extreme, viewed other people's life as grass. At this moment, he finally stepped out to a thought that he never would have considered, a place where he never thought he would step to. All living things were meant to die, like all the ants in his eyes. He himself was not excused from it. He was just a speck in the world. The eternal darkness in his mind had always been his path and his reason for living. Burn my body, return me back to the soil. His entire body kept on flowing with blood. Suddenly, the drops of blood all lit up with strands of black flames. His fanatical face regained tranquility. The current him looked extremely at peace. He wanted to embrace death, the biggest and everlasting final destination of the world. The black flames engulfed his body. This happened extremely quickly, to the point that when everyone heard his fanatical laughter, they could not react in time before Tian was engulfed by the flames. Tian's body dissolved in the flames, but his face maintained a peaceful smile all the way. The strange scene caused everybody's hairs all over their bodies to stand. The black flames burned quietly in the air, squirming and wiggling like it was living. Suddenly, it transformed into a black fiery light, and entered the Death God Scythe. The scythe remained unmoved.
Just at that moment, a hand formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it reached its peak, it stopped. In the air, this single arm grabbed onto Death God Scythe. The arm was not bulky, but instead was extremely skinny, with pale skin. Its 5 long and slender fingers grabbed onto the scythe's hilt. Sigh. The air around suddenly turned extremely cold, causing everyone's face to turn white. The single arm grabbed onto the scythe, looking as though the arm and scythe was cut off from somebody's body and was continuously leaking with blood. The scythe's blade had many spirit faces that seemed to demand for vengeance, wailing out on and off. No matter how one tried to stuff their ears, they would not be able to stop hearing the voices. The tooths on the edge of the scythe were moving slowly like a ravenous wild beast, somewhat impatiento draw blood. Tang Tian's face finally changed expressions. He could feel that when the broken arm became complete, the death aura emitting from the scythe suddenly disappeared. If he did not have his eyes on the arm and scythe, he would think that it did not exist. In his mind, the demon figure that always remained indifferent had also sensed the immense threat. In the distance, Su Dongxiang quietly looked on, lightly biting on the bitter fruit, where the black juice was extremely bitter. Uncle He. He kept quiet. He could have made a move, but he did not. Uncle He has already become a public enemy. The entire East Immortal City wants him dead. If I were to go out, the entire Su family will be deemed as the enemy too. He could not do that. He watched as his uncle He burnt his own law surface, watched as his uncle He burnt himself, and watched the arm off the death god. He knew what it was, the arm of the death god. When Xin burnt himself, he finally glanced onto the figure behind, hell. Although it was just an arm, but although it was incomplete, the death god's arm represented a higher power. Ghostface Mask will definitely die. He did not have much hatred for people, and felt no sense in hating a person who was about to die. But he reminisced about the past as images flashed past his eyes, from him being a toddler and learning how to walk, crying out and calling for his uncle He, to when he was a young child looking at the man who always hugged him and laughed. When he was 12, Uncle He left. 20 years later, the Uncle He who had killed countless of people brought the infamous name back, brought his view off other people's lives as grass back, brought the angry spirits back. He concealed his identity and became the Uncle He who smiled once again. He is the devil, while I am the angel. I can't make any move. Su Xiangdong looked up into the sky, 2 tears rolled down his cheeks, and mixed into the juice of the bitter fruit. After a few moments, he wiped the tears away, and ignoring the stains formed from the bitter fruit juice, his gaze turned sinister and emotionless, reinstating his indifferent expressions. He glanced at Ghostface Mask, who to him was already a dead man. I can't let Uncle He's sacrifice go to waste. Purple Cuckoo City. Before others could do it, he wanted to take down Purple Cuckoo City. Only by taking Purple Cuckoo City and taking all the Null Division prisoners will the Su family become stronger. Purple Cuckoo City that does not have Ghostface Mask protecting it, to him, it was like a beauty who had no guards, and extremely enticing and alluring meat. His eyes immediately blazed up. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.